Hey there, welcome to this video on JavaScript mastery. In this particular video, we are going to uncover JavaScript and learn everything that we need to master advanced front-end development. So if you're someone who is interested in front-end development and looking to get started, then this video on JavaScript could be really helpful for you all. Even if you're a backend engineer and if you're looking to transition into full stack development, or if you're a student looking to explore JavaScript, so this video can be a perfect fit for you. Now, there are a lot of things that I want to tell you about this entire course over here. Okay, so I have this note written so that I remember everything. I'm going to take you through every point over here. We'll first talk about the features of the course. Okay, I'll give you some tips. And then we'll talk about what all we are covering, where we are covering, why we are covering, all of that. Okay, so watch till the very end. You are going to have a complete information as to how you can make use of the course materials. All right, so yeah, let's begin. First thing over here, this course is pretty long. Okay, there's a lot of information jam-packed. There's a lot of information packed in. Okay, so I don't know, it might seem a little bit overwhelming. Usually long courses, people get overwhelmed with them. Okay, so what I recommend is don't get overwhelmed. Have a day-wise plan. Have a plan wherein you can spend time learning from this video every day. Okay, because if you try to do everything at once, okay, it might not help you. You might get demotivated. You might not be able to complete it at once, right? Having a plan is a great thing. Like you can plan out to spend a couple of hours every day and finish this off in let's say 5 days or so, right? Under a week. So have a plan, and I'm not sharing any plan with you. Normally, I thought of having an Excel and share it with my students so that they can follow that as a plan. But then I thought, like, everybody has different schedules. So create a plan that works for you. Follow what works for you, not what I'm suggesting. But it's crucial that you spend time every day. Come watch and do practice. I would recommend that if you have a dual screen, make use of dual screen. Have a video on one of the screens being played, and you should do practical parallelly on the other screen. That would help you reinforce the learning. Okay. Now, I have also added timestamps in the description. So be sure to leverage that because what might happen is if you are already familiar with some other programming languages like Java, Python, if you are an advanced level developer and looking to get a sense of JavaScript, then you might want to skip certain topics which are pretty basic, right? You might want to learn advanced stuff. So head over to the timestamps section. I have chapters defined over there as to what I'm covering where. Okay, so be sure to leverage that because it took a lot of time for me to create timestamps for this entire video. Okay, so be sure to leverage that. If you find it helpful, let me know in the comments, of course. Okay, this course has pretty simple examples. So I've not complicated things, kept things to the point. That's my style. And of course, a biggest benefit of learning from me is you get hands-on lectures. I try to make use of minimal slides. I don't use slide at all. I use them only when needed. Okay, if there are concepts which I cannot explain via code and I need diagrams, only then I use slides, right? But most of my lectures in this video are hands-on, right? And yeah, so it's pretty hands-on. Be sure to have a dual screen. If you don't have dual screen, that's completely fine. Okay, some of the successful students that I've had didn't have dual screen and yet they were able to succeed. So don't worry about that. But if you have, be sure to leverage it in the right way. Okay. We'll also be building projects throughout this entire course to reinforce learning. So it's not just a course wherein, okay, I'm teaching you this, that, you learn everything and then we disappear. It's not like that. We will build hands-on projects. Okay. And yeah, we'll build at least 5 projects if I have to tell you, at least 5. So yeah, that's another point or another benefit that I want to talk about. So yeah, this is about the course. And like I said, it's a pretty long course. So I'll say it again, have a plan and follow it accordingly. Okay. Now this is what we are going to cover step by step. So we begin with the basics, or like the basics, what is JavaScript? Why is it needed? Some history around JavaScript. Why was it created in first place? It's not like you jump into programming language and you directly start learning. Oh, C++ is cool. Let's learn it. Why you should learn about it, okay? Why did it exist in the first place? So all of that is really important. Some history is important. So I take you into some history. We talk about why JavaScript exists, how it can run into browser, what is Node.js, what is DOM manipulation, okay, how you can set up the environment on your local machine in the right way. All of these are important, and I take you through them in this particular module. So this is the first module that I have in this course, okay, where we begin with the setup and the basics of JavaScript. And I have tried my best to not make it boring and to the point. Okay, so I don't go pretty, I don't stretch the topics. Okay, it's to the point so that people don't feel bored. Okay, and I value your time, and of course mine as well. So yeah, everybody's time is valuable. So I have made sure that I keep concepts to the point, and yeah, I have tried to make it interesting. Fundamentals. So after this is done, we delve into fundamentals like variables, operators, data types, what is statically versus dynamically typed programming language, and where does JavaScript stand, what are template literals, and how you can make use of it. So all of this is covered over here. Now, if you're coming in from some other programming language like Java or Python, okay, it's good like to go through this section, because you will understand the difference between the programming language you know and JavaScript. Okay, so that if you see any sort of syntax out there, you don't get confused. So that's important. Then we talk about JavaScript functions. Okay, now within this, we talk about the function syntax, different ways of creating functions. We talk about what are parameters and arguments, the difference between them. What are arrow functions? So this is where a lot of beginner gets confused. So I have broken it down in a very simple way. What are arrow functions? How you can create them? Why you should create them? Okay, what benefits do they serve? All of this in a very easy to understand language. What are inbuilt methods and how they make your life easy? So there are, once you learn about functions, it's important that you learn how to make use of inbuilt methods. And there are quite a few methods that are available in JavaScript with arrays. So I cover all of that. Control structures. So for any programming language, control structures, conditional statements and loops are really important. So we talk about if, else, for and while loop over here. Okay. Then we start talking about, so this was all beginner and intermediate over here until now. Then we start talking about advanced stuff like asynchronous JavaScript. So what are callbacks? What are promises? What are async and await, and how they work together to make your life easy. So all of this is covered in this particular section or in this particular module. So I have timestamps available for all of this in the description, like I said before. But yeah, this is all we cover. These are all important concepts when you start learning JavaScript. And when you go advanced, when you go into advanced frontend like React or any other framework library you pick up in JavaScript, this is used a lot. So be sure like you do not skip this and understand it perfectly. Okay. Error handling. Now, when you talk about error handling, I've seen a lot of videos and other people covering try-catch. I've covered try-catch, what is try-catch, how you can make use of it. But I've also made sure I covered debugging techniques in the browser. Because JavaScript primarily runs in browser. It also runs on mobile devices. Of course, you can today run JavaScript at a lot of places, but I've covered the debugging techniques in browser as to how you can debug your JavaScript code, how you can identify errors, how you can watch any sort of variables, expressions, how you can do a lot of stuff, step into, step over, what all tools modern browsers offer us to debug your code in the browser. So all of that is covered over here. Okay, it's important. Advanced concepts like closures, spread operator, okay, rest operators. We talk about destructuring arrays and objects. Okay, I missed a rest operator over here for some reason. Okay, so I'll mention over here. So it's spread plus rest operator over here that we cover. Okay. Then we talk about destructuring of arrays and objects and JavaScript modules. So all of this we cover. Then we move on to APIs. Now, of course, if you're building any sort of production grade applications, you of course are going to have backend. How can a front-end code interact with backend? So what is JSON? How you can work with it when you're working in JavaScript. So all of that is covered over here. Get request, post request, how you can do get and post in JavaScript. What is fetch API in JavaScript? It's an amazing, fantastic tool. Okay. What is Axios? Why would you use it over fetch API? Error handling. What is error handling when it comes to APIs? So all of that I've covered over here. Okay. And like I said, throughout the entire course, we have projects at the right point. So whenever we are done learning some important concepts, I make sure I add a project so that you can reinforce the learning that you have done, and you understand the concept well, and you can even see the concepts that you've learned in practice. So that's really important. It helps you to go hands-on with any programming language. Okay. So yeah, that's about this entire course. It has taken a lot of time for me to build this course, or almost around, I would say, I've been working on this for more than a month at least. Okay. So yeah, if you're liking the content, if you find this valuable, be sure to like, subscribe, and if you have enrolled into this course and following a device plan, I would say comment below and mention that you have enrolled into the course, introduce yourself, and also share the plan as to how you are doing this course or taking up this course, because that would help the community and other students with some inspiration from you, right? So yeah, so that's about the course, and be sure to watch it till the very end. There's a lot of information, like I said, packed in, right? So without further ado, let's jump right in. So now it's time that we start talking about JavaScript. Now, whenever you talk about web development, there are three things that you should be aware of what they are. Okay. So first is HTML, then you have CSS, and then it comes JavaScript. Now, if you go to any website, so here I'm on embarkx.com. Okay. I keep updating this website. So if you are visiting here at a point where I have already updated it, you might see something else. Okay. But right now, just to demonstrate, I have visited this website of mine. And here, if you do right click and if you say inspect, okay, you're going to see this code over here. Now, this code that you're seeing here on the left hand side, okay, this is nothing but HTML. Okay. And then here on the right hand side, you have this code, which is CSS. Okay, and then you have something called as JavaScript as well that brings in a lot of life into whatever you're building in the web pages. So you can think of HTML as the skeleton. So it does the job of structuring the web page. Just like bones give structure to our body, HTML does the same thing to the web pages. It gives the structure. So here, if you see, here you can see different elements, like there is div, header, okay, this div. Okay, so you are actually structuring this web page as to what all elements you want to have. Okay, then after structuring this would look really raw. So it's important that you beautify this, right? It should look decent. Then comes CSS. So you add different elements over here, or different properties over here, I should say, which define the style of the web page. And this is like making it visually appealing. So if you are wearing clothes and applying makeup or grooming yourself, that's what CSS is doing to your web page, right? Because with the help of grooming, wearing clothes, wearing decent clothes, nice clothes, you are controlling your appearance, right? So that is what CSS will do to HTML or any sort of web pages if they are applied. And then you have behavior. Okay, so you have brain and muscles using which you bring in behavior to your body or to your life, right? So in a similar way, you have JavaScript, which will add life to your website. Okay, so what should happen? Is there any sort of interactivity or any sort of alert that you want to show on this button click? Or if there is a form, on click on submit, do you want to submit the form, and all of that? So all the validations, all of the interactive elements is controlled by JavaScript. Okay, so you can think of JavaScript as a language that enables you to make your web page more dynamic. Okay, so that's what JavaScript is. Now, if I have to talk about the fundamentals of the web, okay, if you see, this is a tag over here. Okay, this is a tag, a p tag, which is paragraph, and this is used to add a text onto a web page. Okay, so I've added this text. What a wonderful web page. Now, if I want to add CSS, I'll make use of this selector over here, which is P, and I'll say that color should be blue. So this particular thing will be shown in blue color. That is what this says. Now, you can have multiple you can add multiple things over here, like color, text color, background color, any sort of padding you want to add, margins you want to add, all of that, border, radius, all of that you can control from here which is CSS. Like I said, it is used to beautify your web pages. Okay. Now, if you go to the Wikipedia article, okay, you'll see that this language, JavaScript, is being termed as a programming language. Now it is called as programming language instead of a scripting language because it has added a lot of capabilities in the past years. Okay, so what happens is JavaScript by default runs in the browser. So you don't need to add any sort of special abilities into your browser to get JavaScript to run. Okay, JavaScript has this ability inbuilt because of an engine called as V8 engine. Now what is V8 engine? V8 engine is an engine that enables JavaScript to execute in the browser, and this engine is embedded in the browser. So if I'm talking about Chrome, Chrome has V8 engine. There is one more engine which allows the execution of JavaScript. It's called SpiderMonkey. Okay, and this is being used by Firefox. Okay, you can see. Okay, it is used in Firefox web browser, and V8 engine is being used in Chrome. Okay, it's developed by Google. All right, so yeah, these are the two JavaScript engines that are responsible or allow us to execute JavaScript in the browser. Now I have this article from Radic Web open over here. Okay, and if you scroll down over here, you'll see the usage statistics of JavaScript over here, not by. Okay, so this is statistics by radixweb.com, and you can see JavaScript is being used by 98.7% of the websites. And if you come over here to the Wikipedia article, you'll also see 99%. Okay, you can see over here, this is even higher, the Wikipedia one. 99% of the websites use JavaScript on the client side for web page behavior. Okay, and this is because you can do a lot in JavaScript. You can add interactions to your web page. You can show a message on the click of a button. Okay, and today there have been a lot of enhancements into the world of JavaScript because you can even write server-side code. So you can build server-side web applications. You can build mobile applications which can run actually on our mobile devices. You can even build interactive games. Okay, and I'm also going to show all of this to you. Okay, so here, if you head over to Google Forms, or if you have used Google Forms at any time or any sort of form, okay, that runs in the browser, you will see there are a lot of interactive things. For example, in Google Forms, you can dynamically add elements. Okay, if you have created Google Form, it allows you to add the form fields, okay, dynamically. And all of this is possible with the help of JavaScript. Okay, it allows you to analyze the responses with summaries. Okay, it allows you to validations, like it allows you to add validations. So all of that is being done with the help of JavaScript. Okay, if you come over here to Unsplash, and if you see the way images are being loaded, like image loading is pretty fast over here. That is also because of JavaScript. The way it's being displayed, the way it's being opened into a pop-up, all of this is JavaScript. Okay, if you come over here to play 2048.co, okay, you will see this JavaScript based games, and you can play it with the help of arrow keys. You can see I'm like pressing the arrow keys, and you can play it with the help of arrow keys, and you can see the interactions that it's showcasing into the browser. Okay, so this is an example of a game that has been built in JavaScript or using JavaScript. Now over here you can see this Flappy Bird game. Okay, this is of course one of the popular game concepts. This is also built using JavaScript over here, and it's running in the browser. All right, so that's the power of JavaScript, and that's what it brings to the table. Also, if you have heard of React Native, okay, React Native is used to create mobile applications using JavaScript. So here you can see there are a lot of popular applications, like Facebook uses React Native heavily. You can see Facebook ads, okay, Messenger desktop. If you scroll down, you have Microsoft also in the league, which is using Microsoft Office, Microsoft Outlook, Amazon. So all of these applications are making use of React Native. Okay, so you can see it's already there, and a lot is happening over here in the world of JavaScript. Okay, now when we are talking about JavaScript, it's important to understand some important tools and technologies that extend the native abilities of JavaScript. Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is Node.js. Now, what is Node.js? So if you've heard of JavaScript, you also would have heard of Node.js. So Node.js is nothing but a runtime environment that allows you to run JavaScript on the server side. Okay. So this is the official website, nodejs.org, and it allows you to run. It's actually an environment. It gives you an environment that allows you to run JS. Okay. And JS means short form of JavaScript. So here, if you go to the Wikipedia article of Node, and if you scroll down, okay, so let me tell you how Node.js was conceptualized. So initially, what happened is JavaScript used to only run in web browsers. Okay, so if you have to write any sort of any sort of scripting in JavaScript, you have to make use of browser to execute that. Okay, and now what happened is Ryan Dahl in 2009, what he did is, I told you, JavaScript is executed because of this engine, V8 engine and SpiderMonkey. So it's already embedded in modern web browsers, and it does the job of executing JavaScript into the browser. So what this smart guy did is he took that engine and he essentially added this V8 engine, okay, which Google is using or Google has created essentially. So he added this V8 engine into a C++ program to create Node.js. Okay, now by embedding V8 engine, which was originally designed to run JavaScript in the Google Chrome browser, okay, he embedded that into C++ environment and he enabled JavaScript to be executed outside of the web browser. Okay, and this thing is called as Node.js. Okay, so Node.js is actually having V8 engine in the hindsight, which is allowing you to execute JavaScript anywhere. Okay, now because Ryan he just bought the V8 engine out of browsers. Okay, this integration allowed JavaScript to interact with systems, file systems, networks, and also other resources directly through Node.js. Okay, so earlier where you had browser doing all of this, you needed browser to do all of this. Okay, so now what happens is with the help of Node.js, you can run JavaScript anywhere. Okay, and you can even make use of JavaScript to do server-side programming. So this combination of V8 engine and Node.js runtime environment provided a strong foundation for building scalable and high-performance server-side projects using JavaScript. Okay, so that's some history about Node.js and how it came into picture. Okay, so you can see over here in the Wikipedia article, Node.js represents a JavaScript everywhere paradigm. So earlier, it was just in the browser. You can see Node.js is a V8 JavaScript engine and executes JavaScript code outside web browser. Okay, so this is what Node.js is. So if you want to run Node.js onto your system, you can download Node.js, you can boot up a server, and you can run JavaScript onto your local machine. You can even do server-side programming like I said. All right. Now, when we talk about server-side programming, okay, first thing that hits into your mind would be APIs, right? So let's talk about Express.js. So Express.js is a web application framework for Node.js. Okay, it's a framework. So Node.js is an environment that allows you to run JavaScript. Express.js is a framework for Node.js, and it simplifies building web servers, APIs by providing the set of tools and features that make handling requests and responses easier. Okay, so that's what Express.js is. Then you have React. So React, of course, if you are here to learn about JavaScript, you must have heard of ReactJS. So it's also a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Okay, so it's quite popular if you want to build single page web applications, and it allows you to create reusable UI components that you can reuse again and again. Okay, so this is the official website of ReactJS. Okay, and you'll also find some demos over here that talk about why you should make use of ReactJS. Okay, so the point over here I'm trying to make is this is also a library of JavaScript. Okay, then you have something called as React Native. Now, what is React Native? React Native is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using JavaScript and React. It enables you to create apps that work on iOS and Android both with a single code base. So you have to write the code once, you have to create the app once, and then you can deploy it on both Android App Store as well as Apple App Store. Both the app stores you can deploy it over there. Okay, so it's basically write once and run everywhere. You can see over here, create native apps for Android, iOS, and more using React. Okay, now what is React? It's JavaScript based, right? So basically it's JavaScript everywhere. And if you go to showcase, this is where you'll see the list of apps that are making use of React Native. Okay, so yeah, that's about JavaScript and its importance in today's world. Okay, I hope this gave you some good insights that that will motivate you to learn more about JavaScript and all the other technologies that exist in the world of JavaScript. So now what we are going to do is we are going to see JavaScript in action. So what I would recommend is open the browser of your choice. I'm here on Google Chrome. You can even make use of Firefox if you wish to. Just right click, head over to inspect, and here you will have an option to open up the console. Okay, you can resize this the way you want. Now this console is the browser console which is inbuilt, and here is where we can execute our JavaScript statements. So of course, the first statement that we are going to execute over here is console.log. You can see the auto suggest, and I'm going to say hello world. Okay, something like this. Okay, I'll make W caps, and over here I'm going to press enter. You can see hello world is being printed onto the console. Okay, so if you want to print anything to the console, you can make use of this statement console.log, and it's a part of JavaScript. We can even print more over here. So I can say console.log, and I can say I love JavaScript. Okay, something like this. So this will give me this output, which is I love. Okay, I should have closed it with a single quote, and you'll see the output I love JavaScript. Okay, so I opened it with single quote and tried to close it with double quote. That's why the error. Okay, but the statement works absolutely fine. I love JavaScript. Okay, you can even make use of this console as a calculator. So you can say 2 plus 4, and you'll see 6 as the output. 16 plus 16, you'll see 32 as the output. So it can be used as a calculator. You can even make use of the console to show alert boxes or pop-up boxes. And you must have seen a lot of alert box, pop-up boxes when making use of these web applications. So let me show you how you can trigger that. I'll first clear my browser console using this clear function. Okay, everything is cleared. Or you can even right click and say clear console. Okay, that should also do the job. Now over here, I'm going to bring in a alert box. So I can say alert over here. Okay, and I can say this is a alert box. Okay, now I need to close this, and if I press enter, you'll see this is a alert box. Now whatever message you type in or whatever message you add in over here, this is a new alert box. Let me say, okay, or let me make new in caps. Okay, you will see this come in as is over here in the pop. Okay, so whatever message you're passing in over here is coming in over here. So yeah, that's how you can run some JavaScript code into your web browser. And these were some of the JavaScript statements that we have. Hey there everyone. So to run JavaScript, we are going to do some setup on our local machine. All right. Now, of course, you can run JavaScript by right clicking like this in the browser and heading over to the console and writing JavaScript statements over here. But this is not ideal if you want to write long, large scripts for production grade web applications. Now, this is where you need a setup on your local machine. So what we are going to do is we are going to make use of an IDE. If you're not aware of this term IDE, it stands for Integrated Development Environment, which gives you the set of tools to write code and execute it. So I'm going to search for Visual Studio Code because that is what we are going to make use of. Now, if you have Visual Studio Code installed already onto your system, or if you're aware how to install it, well and good. But I'm going to assume that you don't have it installed onto your system to benefit the students who are not aware of this process. So I'm going to head over to this particular website, code.visualstudio.com. Okay, a little bit of zoom in. Now here, the screenshot that you see is how Visual Studio Code looks like. Okay, and you can see there is a syntax highlighting, you can see. So interface is being highlighted in a different color, button props is being highlighted in a different color. So these are all the benefits of the IDE. Okay, you can see the nice folder structure on the left hand side. There's a terminal below with all the color coding and all of that. It offers a lot of benefits to the developers. So if you scroll down, you can see Visual Studio Code supports, as I'm recording this video, it supports so many programming languages. Okay, you can even add extensions. Now what are extensions? Extensions basically extend the ability that Visual Studio Code has by default into it. Okay, so if you want to add some support for Python, okay, some more support for Python, so you can add this extension. If you want to add support for GitHub Copilot, or you want to make use of AI while programming, you can add GitHub Copilot. C, C++, you can see there are tons of extensions, and there's an extension marketplace from where you can download and install all of this, and it's free. Now you can see GitHub Copilot, a little bit of, so it's all highlighting different features. You can customize the color themes, settings, profiles. There are a lot of stuff. Okay, it has really good integration with version control system and all of that. Okay, so you can take a look at this website and you can browse through as to what all it has to offer. But if you scroll up at the top, here you're going to see this download for Windows button. Okay, now if you're on Mac or Linux, you're going to see the download option for your appropriate operating system. Or if you're not seeing for some reason, you can go to other platforms and you can see what all platforms are supported over here. Okay, so I already have Visual Studio Code installed onto my system, so I'm not going to install it, but the installation is very straightforward. It's like any application that you install on the system. There's no complex configuration that you have to do. Even for Mac, it's easier. And you can see over here, there are multiple versions. Like if you're making use of Intel chip, you can install this one. Apple Silicon, you have this one over here. And also for Linux, Ubuntu based systems over here, you have option to download and install. Okay, now I definitely have this installed onto my system. Okay, so here I have it installed, as you can see. Okay, so if you install it and open it for the first time, this is what you're going to see. This is how it's going to showcase you. Your view might differ a little bit because I'm already a Visual Studio Code user, so I'm seeing the recent projects that I've used. So I'll just close this. Okay, and here it's asking me that, hey, you have not opened any folder yet. So yes, you can open folders here into the left sidebar, and it is going to show you the tree structure. You can create files and manage it from here itself, or you can even clone a repository. And like I said, it has a really good integration with Git or version control systems, so you can make use of that as well. All right, now what I would request you all to do is just head over to your folder structure and create a folder when you are going to practice JavaScript. Okay, so this is my folder where I'm going to practice JavaScript. Okay, and just open this folder over here in Visual Studio Code. Now to open the folder, you can say open folder and you can navigate to the folder that you have just created. Or alternatively, here on Windows, you have an option. You can right click, you can say show more option, and you can say open with Visual Studio Code over here, open with code over here. This is what it is. So this is Visual Studio, which is not Visual Studio Code. It's different. So you have to take a look at this logo. Okay, this one. Okay, and if you say open, you'll see the folder open up over here. Okay, just maximize it. Okay, you can see now I have two instances or two windows of Visual Studio Code over here. Okay, this is my folder that I had created called JavaScript, and this is where I'm going to create all my JavaScript related files and everything that I'm going to learn about. So that's about it. I hope you have been able to do this setup successfully onto your system as well. Now, I think I should address this. I believe a lot of learners will have this question that, hey, why are you making us or getting us to install a new IDE, which is Visual Studio Code, for web development? Why can't I use something that I have already been using and I'm comfortable with? Well, there's a very good reason for that. Now, most of the Java developers or a lot of developers make use of JetBrains products, right? So if you're a Java developer, you will be making use of IntelliJ. If you're a Python developer, you would be using PyCharm as well, all right? Now, what happens is if you come over here, let me show you IntelliJ IDEA. I'll open this in a new tab. It has a really good support for Java, okay? And it's one of my favorite IDEs out there, all right? But if you go to features, overview, you'll see list of all the features, okay? Everything that IntelliJ has to offer. Now here on the left hand side, you have an option called web development. So these are all web development related features, okay? Now if you come over here, you'll see that, hey, you can see it supports TypeScript. You can see it supports Vue. You can see it supports JavaScript over here, okay? So it's supporting HTML, CSS. Why are you asking us to set up a new IDE? So if you select Community Edition over here, and if you go to web development again, you'll see all those features are disabled. Okay. Now, what is Community Edition? Okay. So if you go to pricing, so I'll open pricing in a new tab. If you have access to IntelliJ IDEA Ultimate, well and good. Okay. It's a paid version. If you have access to that, you can make use of it for web development. Okay. Now, if you don't have access to the paid version of IntelliJ, okay, if I select individual use, okay, then it's likely that you're making use of IntelliJ IDEA Community Edition, which is a free version, right? It's a free version of IntelliJ IDEA, which does not have these features that get grayed out when you select Community Edition. You can see. So if you have free version, it's likely that you don't have access to these features. All right. And that is why I recommended Visual Studio Code, because when you talk about web development, the front end development, a lot of developers, almost all I have seen around me, make use of Visual Studio Code. And there's a very good reason for that. It has really good community, a lot of extensions. And you can see over here, it's free, built on open source, and it runs everywhere on any sort of operating system. Okay. So it's pretty good, and it's also a Microsoft backed product, okay, and it comes in with a lot of features. So that is why I recommend Visual Studio Code always, and I personally use Visual Studio Code for web development, like whenever I have to write HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or any sort of front end, I make use of Visual Studio Code, even for React, okay. So yeah, that's the reasoning behind why not IntelliJ or why not PyCharm. So if you're a Python developer, then if you come over here, okay, on the JetBrains website, if I go to jetbrains.com, if you scroll down, you have PyCharm over here. And in the same way, if you go to features over here, okay, you can see, okay, they don't have a web development option over here. They don't have web development option. Okay, the UI is a little bit different over here. But if you go to pricing over here, you'll see they have PyCharm Professional, okay, which is for individual use as well. If you select individual over here, okay, and they have a free version. So if you select web development, so you can see, so they have a free version which you can make use of. So for web development, you can see clearly over here, it's a 30-day free trial, right? So it's paid, and I'm not sure how many of you would want to buy paid IDs for your development purposes, okay, when there are options like Visual Studio Code that are really, really good and are being used in industry wide, right? So yeah, that's why I recommended Visual Studio Code, and I hope this is pretty clear. So now it's time that we begin writing some code in JavaScript. So I hope in Visual Studio Code you have been able to open this folder of your choice, okay, wherever you want to write the JavaScript programs. So I have this folder open, and beside this folder name, you'll see this icon called New File. So the first file that we are going to create would be an HTML file, okay. So I'm going to call this as index.html. Now, why am I creating an HTML file? It's because we'll be making use of HTML to load JavaScript and execute it into the browser. yes, we are going to run JavaScript into browser and see the output. Okay, so here you can see this index.html, and also make a note that here in Visual Studio Code, you also see this tag appear, this tag icon, which represents the type of file that you are creating. Okay, now this file is created. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say exclamation. Okay, so the moment you say exclamation, Visual Studio Code has good support for HTML, right? I've been saying this constantly. So it is going to help us generate some boilerplate code. And for that, you have to press exclamation, and you have to press enter. So you'll see some boilerplate code being generated. You can see this. Okay, so I'll just collapse this by clicking on this icon. And here you can customize this. So I'm going to call this title over here as JavaScript course over here, something like that. Okay, and over here I can write in some code. Now this file is not saved. How do you know that? So here you can see this dot appear. If you hover on this, cross will appear, but you can see this white dot appear beside the file name. It means that the file is not saved. Okay, so be sure to save whatever changes you are doing in Visual Studio Code. If you're seeing this icon, it means that it is not saved, and you won't see the changes that you have done into the file. Okay, and you would keep refreshing and seeing why you are not getting the desired output, but actually you have not saved the code. All right, so this happens quite a few times. So you have to just say Control S and you'll see that I can go away, right? Now what I would do is within body, I'm going to add h1. Okay, and I'm going to say JavaScript course over here. Okay, and I'm also going to add console.log over here. Okay, now console.log is a JavaScript statement. So how am I going to do that? So I cannot write it in HTML tag. Okay, so for that I will have to make use of special tag called script tag. Okay, so here after body I'll say script. Okay, and here I'll say console.log, and here I'll say hello world, something like this. Okay, so this is JavaScript and I have saved it. So basically how you write JavaScript within HTML is with the help of script tags, right? Now what we need to do is we need to see the output, whether we are able to run this properly. So I'm going to right click over here and I'm going to say reveal in file explorer. Okay, so this will open file explorer. On Mac you'll see reveal in finder. So this opens up file explorer. You can see this index.html created. What you can do is you can open this in the browser. So make sure you have a browser, your favorite browser or your preferred browser of your choice open over here, and the folder also open. And what you can do is you can drag drop this file over here onto the browser. Okay, so what this is going to do is this is going to open up this file over here, and you can see this is a path of the file, and you can see JavaScript course being shown over here. Now why is it coming over here? It's because you have added this in the header tags. You can right click, say inspect, and you can go to console and you'll see hello world up here, right? So this is the console log that we have shown over here. Okay, so I'll just minimize this over here, and what I would do is I would actually have this side by side view, okay, which is something that I prefer whenever I am coding in or whenever I am doing web development. Okay, so this side by side view is what I'm going to use, and you will also have some good clarity as to what output you're getting and what change we're making and why are you seeing this output. Okay, so whatever change you make, if you add a couple of more exclamation, if you hit save and if you refresh over here, you'll see the output being reflected. Okay, but be sure to save the file. Okay, it should not be like you have not saved it and you won't see the output. You'll just keep refreshing and you'll say, hey, why am I not getting the output? Okay, also be sure to make use of the exact syntax that I'm writing in over here. You can see console, everything is in small. Log also, everything is in small. If you try to write C caps over here, if I save this and if you refresh, you'll see it's not defined. Okay, this is not defined. That won't work. And it's also telling you where the error is. Okay, so I'm also going to show you how you can read errors over here. You can see reference error, console not defined, and the error is on 12. Okay, so this is line number 12 here, right? And it's the 5th position is what it's telling you. Okay, the 5th position. If I change this to small c, and if I say refresh here, it should show me the output. Okay. Also, we are adding semicolon in the end because that marks the end of the JavaScript statement. All right. So yeah, that's your first JavaScript program that you have written, and you have loaded it with the help of HTML. So I hope this was useful. So let me talk a bit more about JavaScript over here. So here, if you take a look at this particular file, this is an HTML file which has JavaScript in it. All right. Now, these things over here are known as tags, and for JavaScript, this is known as statement. So JavaScript does not have something called as tags. Tags are there in HTML, but JavaScript will have something called as statements. And statement is just a single line of code that can be executed. Now also, you'll notice that JavaScript code is written within the script tag. Okay, and we have added this in the end of the file. Now I would like to highlight one thing over here. You can get rid of this from here, and you can also add it at the top within head. That is also possible. If you save this and if you run this over here, okay, if you see it running, you'll see the output is same. Okay, if I try to make any sort of change, okay, like this, and if I refresh, you'll see the output come in like this. Okay, so there is no issue as such, but it's always a good practice to have this script tag in the end, which means that you should load JavaScript in the end after all the HTML elements have been loaded. Now there are reasons for this. Number one reason is to avoid any sort of unknown errors. So JavaScript, like we know, adds behavior to our web pages, which means that it works with the elements defined on the HTML page. Now there is a possibility that the JavaScript might even try to alter the elements depending on the state, right? If you click a button, it might want to show some information, or it might want to do something with the elements on the page. Now, if you add this script in the head over here, within the head tags, the problem is this script might be executed even before all the tags of the HTML are loaded. So there is a possibility that JavaScript might not be able to find the tags that it wants to, and it might throw error. So it might lead to error, and that is the reason the script tag is always recommended to be in the end of the HTML file. And the reason is pretty clear, so that all the HTML tags have been loaded. Okay, this is one reason. Another reason is to speed up the website. So if the script tag is added at the top in the head section, okay, what would happen is if there is a lot of script, right now we have only one line of code, right? So it's fine. But if there is a lot of script that is written, then the script might take a while to execute or load. Okay, and HTML elements below the script or after the head tag would load only once the script has fully loaded, which might lead to slow response time on the web page. And this is not good from the user experience standpoint. And that is why it is always a good practice to load JavaScript at the end of the page so that these issues are avoided. Now, JavaScript programs can also have multiple statements, of course. I can add one more line of code over here, and I can say refresh, and you'll see the output over here. All right. So yeah, that's some more information about the JavaScript program. So now let's talk about how can you enhance your development environment. All right. Now, what is happening as of now is we have this HTML file. Within this, we are loading JavaScript, and we have this JavaScript code available in the browser. Now, what we have done is we have actually opened this HTML file to see the output over here in the browser console, right? Now, there are better ways. Now, what happens is if you are making any sort of change over here, like for example, I'm adding one more full stop over here. Okay, if I save the file, this change won't be reflected over here. I have to do a refresh to see the change. Okay. Now, if you are constantly doing changes and constantly testing it, this could be a little bit cumbersome. if you're working on large projects, this could irritate, So things can be much more simpler, and there are some good set of tools that you can configure within Visual Studio Code that can make your life as a developer or a programmer easier. Now, let me take you through some steps over here that you can do to enhance your development environment. So here on the left sidebar, here you'll see this option called extensions. Now, in Visual Studio Code, you can add or install something called as extensions that can extend the default ability that Visual Studio Code has. Okay, so I do have quite a lot of extensions already installed. Okay, I'm going to talk about the ones that I recommend for JavaScript, HTML, or web development. All right. Now you can see over here, I have this extension for dev containers. Okay, so I work a lot with Docker as well. Okay, so I have this extension installed, but this is not needed for web development. Okay, so I'll just talk about the ones that are relevant. So this first extension that you're seeing, auto rename tag over here. Okay, now if you see this HTML file, it consists of tag. Okay, one is the opening tag, other one is the closing tag. So if you want to like rename the tag, so let's say if this H1, I want this to be H2. So if I do H2 over here, you can see the closing tag was also renamed automatically. How is this being handled? This is being handled because of this extension. So if I disable this over here, okay, and if I come over here, now if I rename it, so let me just collapse this a bit. Okay, if I rename this to H1 over here now, okay, it's still working. I believe the changes were not taken into effect. Okay, but let me like rename this to H2. Okay, so now after restarting extensions, if you see, if I rename this to H2, this is not being renamed. Okay, so if you're working on a large HTML file, and let's say if you rename this tag, then you have to rename the matching tag as well. Otherwise, you're going to get error. So if I refresh this, okay, there's no error that is being thrown. Okay, but the output is not what you would desire. Okay, so probably this might be shown in H2 or H1. Okay, so this is not what you would desire. Ideally, a opening tag should have a closing tag as well. So that is what this auto rename tag helps you. Okay, I realize I have not saved the file, so I'll just save the file and I'll do a refresh. Okay, so this is what this auto rename tag enables you to do. So I have this installed for the convenience over here. Okay, so I've enabled this right now, and if I rename this to H1, I'll just save it. Okay, so that is what this auto rename tag helps you with. Okay, there is description over here that you can go through. Okay, so this is one tag. Bracket pair colorization. So what does this extension do? So if you're working on a large file, okay, then you might have like these curly braces to segregate a block of code, right? Now you might want to see the color coding. So this helps you give you the color coding of the opening and the closing pair. You can see over here in the icon itself. So that is what this does. Okay, I have some other extensions like dev container, Django, Docker, some related to Python, Jupyter notebooks. All right. Then there is this another extension which is called as live server. This is also installed onto my system. So you can search for extension over here. Okay, so all these extensions I forgot to mention. If you are liking any of the extension, you can search over here in the market. You can select them and say install. That is it. It's pretty simple. Okay. So live server is an extension that enables a small or a lightweight server onto your development environment. Okay, so by installing this extension, you get this thing over here. You can see this at the bottom, go live, this button. Okay, so if I disable this and if I restart, that button goes away. Okay, if I enable this, you'll see that button appear. So if I say go live, what would happen is this is going to give me a live server. You can see port 5050. So this has given me a lightweight server on 5500. It's not 5050, it's 5500. Okay, this is a port, and if you can run this on your local machine, if you try to access this, then the file that you have will be running on the local server. You can see this. This is now running on the local server. And now if I try to make any sort of changes over here, okay, so if I add let's say question mark over here, a couple of 4 question marks, okay, and if I'll open the console before saving the file so that you all can see what is happening. Okay, it's failing to load a favicon. If I save this, you'll see that just after saving the changes, you are seeing the changes being reflected live. So it's very helpful. It's really convenient. So you don't have to press the refresh button again and again. It will take care of showing you the output without you having to do a refresh. So it auto reloads the changes that you do. Okay, so it's really helpful, this extension live server, and yeah, I use it all the time. Prettier. So this is a code formatter that will help you format your code. So that is what it does. I have it installed here. So that's it. That's it for HTML and JavaScript code. These are the extensions. I have a lot more other extensions like Tailwind, Python. Okay, so I do all sorts of programming. So you'll find a lot of extensions in my Visual Studio Code, and I keep deleting them, reinstalling them, or installing the new ones, trying out new ones. All that stuff I do. All right. So yeah, this is about the extensions that can help you make your development environment better. So I would recommend you switch over to a live server if you're making use of an HTML file to see your JavaScript code, because it can help you see your changes in real time. So now it's time that we understand how can you write JavaScript in a scalable way. Now what I mean by scalable way is, right now what we are doing is we are writing JavaScript within the script tags, right? Now whenever you are working in a real world scenario or in a production grade applications, you won't have JavaScript of 2 lines, right? It would be, the files are really lengthy, like there is a lot of JavaScript involved in some projects. So in that case, it's not good to write your JavaScript in this way. It's best if you could separate the JavaScript code from HTML. So that is what I'm going to show you. So what you can do is, what we are going to do here is I'm going to create a new JavaScript file, and I'm going to call this as index.js. So you can see the moment I typed in .js, you can see the file icon over here. This is JS file and this is an HTML file. So this is a representation by Visual Studio Code that helps you identify which is the file type. Okay. So what I will do is I'll cut these 2 lines of code. I'll move it over here. Okay. And right now, if I save this, okay, you won't see any output. Okay, because there's no JavaScript over here that is written within this HTML file or not even linked over here. So if you're not writing JavaScript in the HTML file, you can actually link it and write it in an external file, which is a .js file, which stands for JavaScript. So what I can do is I can basically take this on the same line and add over here an attribute. So there is an attribute called src for the script tag, which enables you to specify the file name. Okay, so I can say index, and you can see the auto suggest over here, index.js. So this is auto suggest from Visual Studio Code, and I can say save. And the moment you say save, you can see over here, hello world, and it's coming in from index.js. And you can actually make changes over here if you wish to, and see the changes being reflected over here. Okay. So yeah, that's about it. Now, one thing I want to mention over here is about live server. So if you want to close the server, you need to click on this button. So that is going to dispose this server. And if you refresh it, then okay, it just won't reload. You can see. And if you want to go live again, you can start it and it will open it up. All right. So yeah, that's how you can separate the JS code from the HTML. Now let's talk about comments. What are comments? So comments are like notes in your code. Now these are the set of statements that are not executed and are ignored, and they are just as a reference for you. So if you're coming from any other programming language like Java, Python, it's likely that you are aware of this concept of comments and you know what they are. Now in JavaScript, there are 2 types of comments that are supported. One is a single line comment and other one is a multi-line comment. So I can have 2 / over here, and I can say this is a single line comment, something like this. Okay. Now if I save this, okay, there's literally no impact on the output because this is never executed. I can even comment this line of code, and if I save this, that one line is commented out and it is not executed. So So yeah, this is how you can make use of single line comment. Also, you can come over here in Visual Studio Code under edit over here. You will see toggle line comment. So this is a shortcut over here. So for the shortcut for me is control plus /. Okay. Since I'm on Windows, so I can keep my cursor on this line and I can say control and /, and you can see I'm able to toggle between the single line comment. Okay. I can even select this entire block of code and I can say control and /. Now, if you're on Mac or Linux, this shortcut may differ, but I'm just showing you the way as to how you can get the shortcut for yourself. All right. Also, there is something called as block comment, as you can see over here. Now, I told you that this is single line comment, or it is also known as line comment. Now, there is something called as block comment, or also known as multi-line comment. Okay. So you can comment multiple lines of code this way, okay, by having these two / on every line. But there would be situations wherein you don't want to go this way. Okay. So that is when you can make use of multi-line comment. So to do multi-line comment, we'll take a look at the screenshot, or sorry, not screenshot, the shortcut. So you can see Shift, Alt and A, or you can even select this option over here. So you can see these two lines of code that I had selected are now into this syntax, which is for multi-line comment, and they won't be executed. So if I save this file, you can see literally no output onto the console. Okay. So this is multi-line comment. Okay. And I can toggle this. So it was Control, Shift and A over here. Oops, I made a mistake. What was the shortcut? So it was Shift, Alt and A. I'm sorry. Okay, so I can select this and I can say Shift, Alt and A onto my system. Oops. Okay, it's not working for me. Shift, Alt and A. It should work ideally. But yeah, I don't know. The shortcut is not working for some reason. Let me try once again. Shift, Alt and A. Okay, it worked. Or probably I was not doing it in the right way on the keyboard. Okay, it worked. And I'll save this. So you can see the lines are back. Okay, so this is single line comment. And if I take this to a new line, and if I say something like this over here, okay, this is multi-line comment. So I'll add this line over here. Okay, so this is multi-line comment. Okay, now there is one more way of enhancing the way you comment, which is known as doc comments. Okay, so it is also called as documentation comments or doc comments, and it consists of annotations. Okay, now what happens is normally you would have a lot of code like functions, classes, objects created in the code, and you would want to have description of what sort of parameters anyone using this particular function is supposed to pass and why these parameters are needed and all of that. Okay, so basically with the help of doc comments, you can make use of annotations and specify all this information. So I'll just add a simple example of doc comments over here. Okay, so here you can see we have a function. Okay, if you're not aware of this concept of function methods, don't stress out. But if you're coming from any other programming language, you must be aware of things like functions, methods and all, right? So I'm just using this to show this example. Now here you can see this is doc comment. This is the syntax. Okay, and you can see over here what this function does essentially is it adds two numbers, and I've also specified the parameters. So I'm making use of @param annotation over here. Annotation is something that starts with @. Okay, so that is what annotation is, and I'm specifying that this is a number and the name is A, and this is the first number, and again I'm describing the second parameter, and then what is the return type of this function. Now if you hover on this, okay, if you hover on this function, you'll see this documentation is actually being shown. You can see in this pop-up. So anyone trying to make use of this function in some other file, he can see what all you have written or much more information about this particular function. That is what it means. Okay. Now the question is, if you are looking at the syntax, you will be a little bit worried. You will say, hey, I have to add these asterisk marks on every line. So the answer is no. That's auto generated for you. So what you can do is you can have / and you can have 2 times asterisk over here. So if you add 2 times asterisk, the IDE knows that you want to add the doc style comments. and you can actually like add things that you need. Okay, and you can make use of the annotation over here. You can see. Okay, now whenever you press enter, a new asterisk is added. Okay, so you don't have to worry about adding it on every line. Okay, so that's the reason why people use ID. That's another reason. Okay, you can do all of this that we are doing in Notepad as well, but you won't get access to all of these features. These suggestions and auto generation of asterisks and all of that won't happen in Notepad, and that is why people make use of IDs. Okay, so another use case of documenting code this way is tomorrow if you want to generate an API documentation. So let's say you have written an API in JavaScript or some library in JavaScript, and you want to generate a documentation for the same. So you can make use of tools available. There are external tools, like one tool is JSDoc 3. Okay, and you can make use of that, and you can generate the documentation, and the documentation is generated using this. So if you have added this around like all the functions and all the APIs, whatever you have defined, it is going to give you the documentation which you can share with your front-end developers or whoever you want to share it with. Okay, now I would also ask you, if you're interested to know more about this style of documenting things, I would request you to refer to this website, jsdoc.app. Okay, and this is standard, essentially, I would say, or a style to document your JavaScript code. And here, if you see, you will see a list of multiple annotations or multiple tags over here. You can see we were making use of param, which you should see somewhere over here. Okay, you can see param. All right, and there are lots of things that you can make use of. If you click on them, you'll have access to more details as to how it can be used. Okay, and yeah, this is what it is. You can click over here on the right hand side top, and you can head over to their GitHub repository as well to know more. Okay, so yeah, this is about JSDoc that you can explore more if you're interested in this. Okay, but yeah, this is about comments, and I'll get rid of this over here for now. All right, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. Hey, what's up everyone? So let me showcase how you can make use of Node.js to run your JavaScript code. So far, what we have been doing is we have been running our JavaScript right from the browser itself. And here I'm making use of VS Code with live server extension. And I actually don't need extension except for live reloads. But yeah, live reloads just makes my life convenient, as a developer. You can even open this HTML file directly into the browser and see the output in the console. But you'll have to refresh for every change you make every time, okay, which is not convenient in my opinion. So what's Node.js? Node.js provides a runtime environment for JavaScript. So if you just Google Node.js, you will come over, or you'll see this link, nodejs.org, which is the link of the official website. Now, how Node.js came into picture? So what happened is, one engineer named Ryan Dahl, what he did is he took the V8 engine of Google that enables JavaScript to run in Google Chrome. So in Google Chrome, you see JavaScript is being executed. How it's being executed? With the help of V8 engine. So Ryan just took this V8 engine and he created Node.js. So Node.js essentially is this V8 engine that enables you to run JavaScript anywhere. All right. Now to get this or to run Node.js without the help of, not Node.js. So if you want to run JavaScript without the help of browsers, you need to install Node.js onto your system, right? And you can simply come over to this website. You can either go to download, or you will see this download link here on the home page. Okay. Just hit this download button and it will get downloaded onto your system. Or alternatively, you can go to download and you can select the version. Be sure to select the latest one, which operating system you are on, okay, and just get it onto your system. So you can even install it using these command line utilities, all right, or you can have a pre-built installer as well. Okay, so there are different installation options. I would recommend the installer. You should make use of installer. So just download it and run it. So it's pretty simple to install. It's just like any other software that you would normally install on your system. All right. Now, once you're done installing, I'm not going to show you the installation steps. It's pretty standard. So just head over to terminal or any terminal outside Visual Studio Code. If you wish to prefer your native operating system terminal, you can do that as well. But since I'm making use of Visual Studio Code, it has an inbuilt terminal functionality, okay, which will help me open up this terminal over here. Okay. Now in the terminal, you can run this command node-v, which is going to actually print in the version of Node that you have onto your system. So it's very likely that you might see a different version number being printed over here depending on when you're watching this video. But if you have any version number being printed, that's completely fine, okay, as long as it is getting printed. Okay, it should get printed. Otherwise, there is some problem with the Node.js installation onto your system. Either it was not installed properly or it's not installed at all. Okay, so before installation or before downloading this, I would also recommend you should run this command and check whether Node exists onto your system, right? So it exists onto my system. I know that I had installed early on. Now, once Node exists, what I would do is I'll clear this. I'll say np or I'll say node over here. Okay, so this is a command and I would pass in the file name for JavaScript file. Okay, this index.js. But before running this command, be sure that you are in the right directory. So I'll check my directory over here. So right now I'm in this directory and this is a directory where my JavaScript file also resides. Okay, so I'm going to say node over here and I'm going to say index.js. And if I say enter, you'll see the output come in over here. Okay, so with this approach, you can make use of terminal and you don't need the browser console over here. Okay, and you don't even need the live server, right? So basically you write some code over here, which is plain JavaScript, and you see it being executed onto the console like this. Okay, there's no need of any HTML file, any live server, or neither the browser as well. Okay, because you're now executing JavaScript outside the browser. I explained what Node.js is and how it came into picture. Okay, so you're making use of Node.js over here. But I just wish to show this methodology to you all. Okay, I won't be personally using this, okay, because I want to show you how JavaScript works with HTML. So we'll stick to this method, but yeah, I wished that you should know the other methods as well, and that's why I decided to show it to you. All right, I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. Let us talk about DOM manipulation. Now, what do you mean by DOM manipulation? Now, if you're talking about JavaScript, you must have heard about this term called DOM. Now, DOM stands for Document Object Model. Now, whenever you display a web page in the browser, it is converted into a structure, right, that the web page displays. And this structure is what is known as Document Object Model or DOM. Right? Now, JavaScript can interact with this DOM and can even alter it. That is the power of JavaScript. When we say JavaScript add behaviors into the web pages, this is the ability that it brings to the table. So it can interact with the DOM and it can even alter it. Now, I'm just going to show you some capabilities on how it can alter things from JavaScript itself. Okay. So here we have this title, JavaScript course. Okay. Over here, you're seeing H1 JavaScript course. So what I will do is I will add probably a p tag over here. Okay, let's say it's a p tag. I won't add anything. I'll add an ID. Okay, and I'll say this is name over here. Okay, so I've added a p tag and I've given it an attribute called ID, which has a value of name. Okay, now why have I given it ID? Because we want to access this p tag from JavaScript, and to access any tag from HTML, it should be picked up by JavaScript using an identifier, and ID is that unique identifier. So if you hover on this, you'll see defines a unique identifier which must be unique in the whole document. So this is the entire document, and this should be unique for JavaScript to pick it up in the right way. Okay. Now over here, what I'm going to do is so if you, first of all, if you refresh this, you're seeing like there is no output over here because we have literally not added anything, right? This is an empty p tag. So here I can say document dot get element by ID. Okay, so we are saying from the document, get this element by ID. Now, which element are we asking for? Okay, so we are asking for name. That is the name of our element over here. Okay, now using from here, I can access its property. So I can say inner text is equal to, I can add in hello over here, something like this. Okay, and I'll add a semicolon and I'll save this. Now you'll see hello appear over here. Okay, so this hello is being added into the HTML document or into the HTML code with the help of JavaScript. And you can see this is the line of code that does that. Okay, and it's pretty straightforward as well. We are saying document. Okay, from the document, get this element by ID, which is the element. So you have to enter name over here. Okay, and you can see over here, this get element by ID returns a reference to the first object with the specified value of the ID attribute. That is what it does. And then we are saying inner text. Okay, so we are modifying the inner text over here, and we are adding hello over there. Okay, so that is what we are doing. All right, now I'll show you a few more examples. So what I will do is here, so within this HTML, what I can do is I can come over here. I have this p tag. I can change this p tag to h1. Okay, so that it's better visible. Okay, the size is bigger. Now over here, what I will do is it is displaying hello over here. Okay, I can again say document dot get element by ID. Okay, I'll get this element, which is name over here. Okay, and then I can say dot on click, or I can say dot inner text. Okay, or one second, let me also add a button over here. Okay, I missed adding button, so I'll add a button over here. So what we are going to do is, what I'm trying to showcase is, on click of this button, I'm going to change the text. Okay, so change text button. Okay, and this is just a button with the text change over here. You can see, I'll just minimize this a bit. Okay, so instead of name, I'll get change. So what was the ID? It is change text button. I'll just give it over here. Okay, and then over here, I'm going to say dot on click. So on click of this button, okay, you can see this on click over here. On click of this button, what I need to do is I'll have a function. Okay, this is a function, and the function state. Oops. Okay, so I cleared that out, and over here, within a pair of curly braces, okay, I'm going to tell what should happen on the click of this button. Okay, so on the click of this button, this text should change. So I'm going to copy this line over here, because this is the line that helps us change the text. And I can say, hello. I can say hello again over here, something like this. Okay, so I hope this is making sense what we are trying to do over here. All right, we are actually saying document.getElement by ID. We are getting this element. This is a button. And on click of this button, we are saying execute this function. What are functions? In case if you're not aware, functions are nothing but block of code that are designed to do a particular task. And the task that we are trying to do over here is just change the text of this particular element over here. And this particular element is a h1 tag. Okay, so we are getting that h1 tag, and we are changing the inner text to hello again. I'll end this with a semicolon. I'll save this. And now if you say change, you'll see hello again. Okay, so this is the power of JavaScript. Okay, you can see how powerful it is. We've just added an on-click listener, and with the help of a function, we are actually able to update the name, or essentially I should say, we are just not updating the name. We are actually altering an pre-existing element or a tag on the page. Okay, so that's the power of JavaScript here that you can sense. So it's just not about changing the text, but you can even update the styles on the fly. Okay, and to demonstrate that, let's say if I click on change, if on click on change, I wish to change the background color of an element to something else, I can even do that with JavaScript. So I'll just duplicate this line over here, and over here, let's say I want to change the style of this particular element to that of red, let's say, for example. So I can say, after getting this particular element, instead of inner text, I can say style dot, I can say background. You can see there are so many there are so many properties that you have access to. Okay, you also have access to text color over here. Okay, not text color, sorry about that, it's just the color. Okay, so we're talking about background color, so I'll just get the background color over here, and here I can say red, and I'll save this. Now on click of change, you'll see the text also changed and the background color is now red. Okay, if you want, you can even change the color, the text color, to that of white. Okay, so I can simply duplicate this line and I can say color can be white. Okay, and you can say over here, right? So white, because on red, black was not looking that good to me. Okay, my preference, but this is something that is possible with JavaScript. You can see how it can add a lot of behavior into HTML elements, and a static HTML page, it now has behaviors and things that are updating dynamically on the events that you're performing onto the web page. Okay, so I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. Let's start talking about what is a variable. Now, if you're coming from some other programming language, it's very likely that you would be aware of variables as a concept. A variable is like a storage box where you can keep a piece of information to use later. Now, what does that mean? Now, if you're building some large programs in any sort of programming language, it is very likely that you would want to store some sort of information. For example, if you are building a calculator, you might want to store numbers and the result so that you can display it to the user. You might also want to store numbers. The reason is you want to do calculations on those numbers, right? So you might want to store it somewhere, and those numbers have to be accessible to you, right? So this is where the concept of variable comes in. It allows you to store the information during the execution of the program. So that's what the definition says. A variable is like a storage box. A storage box because it allows you to store information, right? So the next part says where you can keep the piece of information for them to use later on, right? You can think of it as a label that you stick on something you want to remember. So imagine this box over here, and let's say you have a box named or labeled name over here. Instead of label, you are seeing name over here, and inside the box you put the name Alice. Now whenever you want to use the name Alice, you can just refer to the name box and you can use it instead of typing in Alice every time. Now this is a very simple example. Of course, variables can store a lot of complex stuff as well, like sentences and all, okay, which you can use during the course of execution of the program, right? Now creating a variable in JavaScript is pretty straightforward. So we'll create our first variable, okay, and we'll see how we can make use of them. Now let us begin creating our first variable. So I'll say let is how you create variables in JavaScript, and you add the variable name that you want to have. So let's say I want to store the count for counting something. So I've created this variable named count, right? Now, after this statement, if I save the program, I have actually created a variable, but I'm not actually using it. So that is why I don't see anything in the output, right? Now I can say console.log over here, and I can straight away print or use the variable. So I'm using it means I'm simply printing it right now. Okay, I'm not performing any sort of operations on the variables. So I'll save this and you'll see undefined being printed over here. So this variable does not have anything in it. So you can think of it that the box that you have with the label on it does not have any sort of information. Why? Because you have not assigned any information to it. So you can assign information this way. So you can say count is equal to 0 over here. And if you save this, you'll see 0 being printed onto the console, right? You can make this code much more concise by combining these two statements. So this is the declaration and this is the initialization part of creating variables. So what I can do is I can actually combine these two. Okay, so let me press backspace and let me combine this. Okay, something like this. Now if I save this, the output will be same. It won't change. But right now, instead of 3 lines of code, I have 2 lines. So this is how you can create and make use of variable. Of course, the usage that I have shown over here is pretty basic. I'm just printing the variable. Okay. and you can use it as number of times you want during the course of execution of the program. It's totally up to you. So you can see over here, right? And you can even make use of it in arithmetic operations. So I can say console.log over here, and I can say count plus 10 over here. You can see 10 as the output. Okay. Now, if the count is 10, okay, you'll see 10, 10, 10 being printed, and you can see 20 as the output. You can even change the value of the variable. So here, somewhere in the middle of the statements, I can say count is equal to 40, for example. Okay. And I can save this, and you can see for 3 times, the count is 10 over here, and then the count is 40, 40, 50, right? 50 because I'm adding 10 to it. So this is the simplest explanation for variables. So to take away a few points, a variable is like a storage box where you can keep or store the piece of information that you want to make use of later on. You can think of it as a label that you are sticking on something you want to remember, right? So here I am remembering count and storing the value of count, and I'm actually making use of it during the course of execution of the program. Variable creation involves 2 steps. First is the declaration part, and then is the initialization part, right? Now here I am combining initialization and declaration together into one, okay? And you can make use of variables as number of times as you want during the execution of the program. You can even reassign the value to a variable as number of times as you want. So I can even reassign this again. Instead of 40, I can make this, let's say 80, and I can save it. Okay, you'll see the change in the output. Okay, so that's variables for you, and I hope this was pretty clear and the simplest possible explanation. Now, it's not like you can only create one variable in a program. You can create as many variables as you want in a program. So if I want to, let's say, store a counter over here, counter is 5, I can do that, and I can make use of it anywhere in the program. So in the end of the program, I can say console.log, and I can print the value. Oops, I'm sorry. You can print the value of counter over here. Okay. And you'll see 5 being printed. Now, if there is something that is allowed to create a lot, because variables you can create a lot in the programs, as many as you like, okay? So if there is something like this, then it's essential that the creation of these things should be governed by rules, right? So similarly for variables, you have some set of rules that you have to follow when creating and naming variables. So now there are quite a few rules, not a lot, but a few rules that you should keep in mind when making use of variables. Now, you're not supposed to by heart these rules, but generally with practice, you will get hold of them. All right. And IDEs, like if you're making use of any modern IDE like Visual Studio Code, the IDEs also make sure that they point out any sort of mistakes that you are doing or deviating from the rule. Okay. So if you're trying to name a variable that is not allowed, then IDE also help there highlighting the issue. All right. So we'll talk about rules one by one. So the number one rule that I have here on the screen is variable names must begin with a letter, dollar, or an underscore. Okay. So you can have a variable name. So let me clear this out a bit. Okay. So I'll just get rid of all of this. Okay. I'll just keep things clean. So here this variable is actually beginning with a letter. Okay. You can have a variables beginning with something like this. Okay. This is valid variable name. Okay. You can have variable called underscore name over here is equal to, you can say hi. Okay. So this is also valid. So these are all valid variable names. Now you cannot have a variable name using or beginning with a letter. So you can say one name over here. This is not valid. Okay. If you try to do this, you will get an error. You can see, like I highlighted, that IDs help you. You can see it's like saying identify. It's not able to get what you're trying to do. Okay. Now, why would you want to name variable this way? One name. That does not make any sense, right? So this is not allowed. I'll just comment this out. Okay. So this is one of the rules that you're supposed to keep in mind. And of course, if you don't remember this, don't stress about it. because modern IDs, like I said, if you're making use of any sort of modern ID, the IDs will help you pinpoint any sort of deviation from the rules, right? So this is rule number 1. Now, rule number 2 says that it can contain letters, digits, dollar, and underscore after the first character. Okay, so you can have variable. So you cannot have variable called user. This is not allowed. Oops. So it picked up user activation. Okay, you cannot have a variable called user, something like this, right? This is not allowed because it's starting with a number. But you can have a variable called user1. This is allowed because here the number is coming in the end or after the first character. You can have number after the first character as well. Okay, that is allowed as well. Now you can even have a dollar. So you can have a dollar over here, or you can have an underscore as well. Now underscore is helpful if you want to separate 2 words. So if I want to have first underscore name, this is where underscore can be used. Okay. So yeah, this is the second rule that mentions that you can, the variable names, not you, variable names can contain letters, digit, dollar, and underscore after the first character. Now the third rule says that variable names are case sensitive. Okay, so what this means is if you are having 2 variable names, so let me say if it's name over here, okay, name is, let's say, Alice over here. Oops. If it's Alice over here, and let's say you have one more variable name, which is name over here. Okay. And it is Tom, let's say. So these are 2 different variable names, and I can show it to you. So you can say console.log, and you can print name over here. Okay. And you can say console.log, and you can say name over here, something like this. Okay, if you see the output, you'll see Alice and Tom as the output. Okay, so this is the rule number 3, wherein variable names are case sensitive. The next rule says that variable names cannot make use of a reserved keyword. Now, what are reserved keywords? Now, in programming languages, generally there are words with a predefined meaning. For example, let is a keyword. It has a predefined meaning and it is used to create variables, right? So if you try to create a variable with the name let over here, okay, that's not allowed. You can see. So if you hover on this, it will say let is not allowed to be used in a name, in let or const declarations. Okay, so this is not allowed. Okay, so I'll just comment this out. So you cannot make use of reserved keywords. Okay, now you will be like, oh, I have to memorize all the reserved keywords. Not at all, because with practice, like as you start building programs, you will know what reserved keywords are. Okay, try is a reserved keyword, catch is a reserved keyword. You will know all of this as you learn new concepts, and it comes with practice actually. Even I have not by hearted the list of reserved keywords. Okay, as you keep practicing, you will learn like these are all the reserved keywords, and at places where you forget or don't remember, IDs will help you. All right, but this is a rule to keep in mind. Next rule says that variable names should not have spaces. If you try to add a space in between variable name, that is not allowed. So if I try to add a variable name as first name is equal to, let's say 10, okay, you can see this is not allowed. Okay, this is not allowed. So you have to combine them. It's a single word. You have to combine it this way. First name. Okay, and this convention over here, where where you have 2 words in a single variable name, and the second word has capital letter, is known as camel case. Okay, so here we are making n into capital, putting n as capital over here, so that it's readable. So there are 2 words. That is what we are highlighting. First is a word and name is a word. Okay, so this is a good naming practice over here. You should not have space in a variable name. So no spaces are allowed. And the last thing over here is use descriptive names. This is actually not a rule, but actually a good practice to have variable names as descriptive. For example, let's say if I have a variable name, if I want to store, let's say age over here. So, and if I create a variable name a over here, and I'm storing age as, let's say 22. I'm not 22 years old, but I'm just giving this an example. Okay, so let's say I'm trying to store age and I have created this variable name. Now, for anyone reading this code does not know what value a is holding. Of course, it's holding 22, but what it is actually an age, right? So a better practice over here is to have a proper variable name where the variable name itself conveys what kind of value the variable is holding. So here it's pretty clear that this variable is created to store age of a user, right? So if you're building an employee management project or something like that, okay, if someone reading your code comes across this variable age, it knows that, hey, this is representing the age of the employee. Okay, so it's always better to have variable names, descriptive variable names, I would say, and it's better practice to have descriptive ones, because having variable names like x, a, b, c, x1, x2, this is not a good practice at all. Okay, I'm totally against it. So yeah, this is the rule over here. Or this is not actually a rule. You won't get any sort of error if you declare it as a or x, but this is a good practice to follow. All right. Few more things I wanted to highlight about variable creation over here is you can declare multiple variables in a single line as well. So I can have a1, okay, a2, and I can have a3. So these are three variables being created in a single line, okay, and you have separated them by commas. You can even initialize them over here. So I can initialize them different values, 5, 10. And I have not initialized a3 over here. I can even initialize a3 as 15. Okay, and I can add console.log over here. So let me quickly add console.log and show you the output. Okay, this is a1. Okay, this is a2, and this is for a3. Okay, if I save this, you will see 5, 10, and 15. Now, if I get rid of a2 value over here, okay, and if I save this, a2 is undefined. Okay, so I'm bringing back the a2 value, which is 10 over here. So you can absolutely have multiple variables created, declared, and initialized in a single line. But normally this is not how people do. Okay, with JavaScript, the general convention is to go about this way. So you would want to have a1, something like this. Okay, and then have a2 on a separate line, and then have a3 on a separate line, something like this. So this is what is preferred over this kind of a syntax, because this is much more clear and easy to read. Okay, now you're seeing all red marks over here. Why? Because variable names in a single program has to be unique, okay, or at least in a scope. Okay, so within a scope, the variable name has to be unique. So you can see here, I'm trying to create a variable name a1, and you can see here a1 already exists, right? So if I add a11 or a22 and a33, I'm allowed to create them. Okay, so yeah, be sure to have unique variable names, and this is also one convention, or one rule I should say, that you should be aware of about variables. You can even chain assignments. So I can create variables like x, y, and z over here. Okay, and I can have x is equal to y is equal to z is equal to 30, for example. Okay, and all of them will have the value of 30. So if you want, I can show it to you. Okay, so it's x, okay, and then here it's y, and here it's z. Okay, if I save this, you'll see 30, 30, 30. Okay, so all of them have the same value. Okay, so yeah, that's about variables and naming, how you can name them, and the rules that you're supposed to keep in mind. So keep in mind these general rules as such. You don't need to by heart them. It's completely okay. Don't stress about it. But once you begin programming, okay, I don't want to be surprised that, hey, it's not allowing me to create variables with this name. Of course, it won't, because that is a rule that you should be aware of. All right. And modern IDs, like I said, always help you and are there to give you verbose error messages. So I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we talk about different ways of creating variables in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, you can create variables using these keywords. You have let, const, and where over here. Okay, or it's also pronounced as var. So var over here is an older way of creating variables. Okay, so you can make use of var, and you can say counter is equal to 100, and you can say console.log over here, and you can say counter over here. Okay, I'll add semicolon. Now you can see this being printed, but this is an older way of creating variables. Usually, as of today, now we only make use of let over here. So if you want to make use of, if you want to store counter over here, you can say 100, and you can say console.log and a new counter. Okay, so this is how you create variables today. Now, what is const? So if you're coming from some different programming language, you will be aware of constants. So const is the keyword that allows you to declare or create constants. Now, constant is something whose value never change. For example, here for new counter, I can reassign a value, right? I can say counter is equal to 200. Okay, and if I print counter again, I'm going to see 200 as the output. You can see over here. Okay, but there will be times or scenarios that you will face when you don't want the value of a variable to change. Okay, and in that particular case, you can make use of const. So you can say const over here, and let's say a value of pi. So you can say 3.14. That is what the value of pi is, right? Now I'll just copy this. Okay, and you can print in the value of pi. You can see 3.14. Now, if I try to change this value over here, if I say pi is equal to 400, okay, and if I try to save this, you'll see you get an error that assignment to a constant variable is not allowed, okay, and you don't see the output. And you're also seeing, so here you can also see how you can debug your error. So here you are seeing index.js line number 17, and this is line number 17. You can see in Visual Studio Code, it's highlighting your line number. Alternatively, you can even click on this. So you can click, this is a link. If you click on this, you will be taken to the code over here. You can see this is the line where the error is. And if you hover on this, you'll see this is a line that is causing the error. Uncaught type error assignment to a constant variable. All right. So back to console over here. So if you get rid of this line over here, and if you save, you get the output as expected. All right. So constant is where you don't want the value of variable to be changed, and there are many scenarios in which constants you will need to create constants. For example, if you are working on a banking application, you might want to create a variable, or you might want to store a value of interest rate. Now, interest rate does not change, right? It's fixed. So provided it's fixed for your bank, or right, or the project that you're working on, if it's fixed, then you might want to have a constant, because you don't want yourself or you to accidentally change the value of interest rate in the program later on. And also, if you're working on a team, you don't want anyone else to modify that value. So that is why you are explicitly mentioning const over there. Okay, and that tells everyone else that, hey, this is constant and not to be modified. Also, one convention over here is whenever you are declaring constant, it is normally you will see constants being declared in capital letters. Okay, so for example, pi over here is in capital letters. Okay, so yeah, that's about let, const, and where. Okay, so remember, you can create variables using all these three keywords. You should use let when you want to create a normal variable whose value you can change. Var is a older way of creating variables. It's not used today. Okay, I have not seen developers using them around me. All right, it's an older way, so just forget it. But it's good to know, because if you're working on a legacy code base, if you join a company, if you're working on a legacy code base, it's best to know. Okay, so that you can upgrade, right? Const, of course, if you don't want the value to change, to stay same, I mean, okay, you should make use of this keyword. So I hope this was useful. Hey there, welcome. And now it's time that we begin talking about data types in JavaScript. So data type is nothing but data types defines the kind of value that a particular variable is holding. Now, if you're coming from some other programming background like Java, Python, or something like that, then you must be aware of what data types are, right? And for those who are not aware, this is a definition. It simply defines the kind of value a variable is holding. Now, data types in JavaScript are broadly classified into two types. one is primitive types, and then we have reference types. So let's first begin talking about primitive types. Now these are the primitive types of data types in JavaScript. So you have number, you have string, boolean, undefined. Yes, undefined is also a data type, and you have null. So number, like it says, represents both integers and floating point numbers. Okay, so if you want to like numbers, we are all aware, like 1, 2, 3, and even floating point numbers, the numbers with decimal points like 1.1, 1.2, these all fall into the category of number. Then you have strings. Now string is nothing but the sequence of characters like your name and all of that, city name, country name, all of this comes under string. Boolean, which has just two values, true or false. Then we have undefined, which means no value is assigned, and then you have null. Now null represents that the value is absent intentionally. Now let me demonstrate number over here. So here what I can do is I can create a variable called age. I can assign it a number. Okay, let's say age is 70 over here. Okay, any sort of number, and you can do console.log over here. Okay, and you can print in age. Okay, and you'll see the output over here. You can see 70 is the output. Okay, now if you want to print in what type of variable this is, then you can make use of type of. So I can say type of. You can see the auto suggest and add a space, and then you hit save. So you can see the type of this variable is a number. Okay, now if I change this to decimal, so if I say 70.5 over here, of course age cannot go in decimal, but I'll still do this for demonstration purpose. You'll see that the age, the type of age is still a number. Okay, so unlike other programming languages like Java, in Java you have separate data types for floating point values as well as integer values. But in JavaScript, there is no such thing. Okay, depending on what kind of value it is holding, okay, but it can be a number. Now number can be a decimal value or even a whole number. So here, this whole number, this will also be a number like we saw. Okay, so this is what number is. And then we have strings. So here, if you scroll down, okay, I'll show you what strings are. So you can say let name over here, and you can add, let's say John or Alice, whatever. And then you can say console.log over here, and I can say name over here. Okay, now of course this is going to print in John, but you can say type of, and you can save this, and you'll see string being printed. And that is because the type of John is nothing but a string. Okay, now I'll create one more variable over here. Okay, I can create a city over here, and you can also assign, or you can even create a string using single quote. So here I'm making use of double quote. You'll see you can even make use of a single quote over here. Now city is San Jose over here. Okay, and I'll just copy this over here, this part. And instead of name, you can have city, and you can save it. You'll see still you are having a string being created. Okay, so string can be created in multiple ways. Okay, you can see like using double quotes and also using single quote. Now you can even concatenate a string. Okay, so you can say console, it's confirm, console.log over here, and you can say name. Okay, and I'll say plus, and you can say I'll add a space in between, and you can say city like this. Now you'll see John San Jose. Okay, now John San Jose does not make sense, but if you have separate variables for first name and last name, you can of course concatenate it this way to get a full name. Now many developers I see prefer single quotes for creating strings when working with JavaScript. Next data type that we have is Boolean. Okay, now Boolean simply represents two value, true or false. So I can create a Boolean over here or I can say has graduated over here, and it can be true over here, and I can say console.log, and I can say type of, and I can say has graduated. Now you'll see Boolean as the output over here. Okay, you can just type in has graduated also, and you'll see true as the output. All right, Now, Boolean data types are actually used a lot when you're doing decision making. Okay, decision making meaning like if a student has graduated, then you can probably issue him a certificate, right? Or you can stop calculating the attendance. If the user is admin, so you can have a boolean called is admin. If a user is admin, then grant him access to a certain features in the app. If he is not admin, then restrict him from these all things. So depending on the value of the variable is admin has graduated, the decisions are taken, and this is being used a lot in decision making. All right, so that is the use case for boolean. It simply represents true or false. Then you have undefined. So undefined means that the variable has been declared but has not been assigned a value yet. Okay, so you can say console.log over here, and let me create a variable first. Okay, so I'll have a variable let area, and let's say I don't have any value for this. Okay, I'll add area over here. Okay, and you'll see undefined being printed. Okay, now if I say type of, then you'll see undefined being printed. Okay, so this is undefined, wherein no value is actually assigned to the variable that has been created. Now the next one we have is null, that represents intentional absence of a value. So let's say you have a variable that you have created and you don't want to assign it a value yet. So I can create a variable called empty value. Let's call it empty value itself. Okay, and I'll have null assigned to it. Now if I say console.log and if I say empty value, I'm going to see null being printed onto the console. Okay, now I can say type of and save this, and you'll see the type of this is object. So null is actually of object type. Okay, and but this is actually a type, data type in JavaScript. Okay, so yeah, that's about null over here. Okay, I'll just get rid of this and we'll have this being printed. Now, before moving on to reference type, I just want to highlight one small thing over here. When we said type of empty value over here, which is null, we saw object being printed. But actually, this thing is having null inside it, right? So it should ideally be printing null if null is a data type. Okay. Now, I want to just highlight a Stack Overflow article over here. Okay, which says why is type of null object. All right, now over here this was proposed ideally, so if you go to this link over here, this was proposed changing it to, okay, one second, not this one, but this is the one. Okay, so this was proposed to change it to null over here. Okay, so this is the entire article over here, and this is the Stack Overflow thing. Okay, so this was proposed to change, but it was actually rejected. So if you run this code over here, you'll still see object, okay, as the output, but that does not matter. Okay, just remember, like, you can have null values in JavaScript, you can have variables with null values. That is what matters. Now let's move on to the reference types. So we'll talk about two. One is object, and then we have something called as arrays. Now what is an object? Now object is actually used to store complex data in the form of key value pairs. Okay, now why do we need to store complex data? So let's say I am building an application, and in my application I wish to keep track of a user. All right, now I'll say let user. So let's say I wish to keep a track of user's age. Let's say user's age is 22, and I also wish to keep track of user name over here. Okay, and let's say name is John, let's say, for example. All right, now I have two variables that is representing single user. Now let's say if my application scales and I have hundreds and thousands of users, what would you do in that case? Would you create those many variables? Absolutely not. Okay, then a good thing is to group this. So these two properties or these two variables belong to a single user, right? So why not group them and store them as object? So what you can do over here is, a better approach is to have person. Okay, because, or instead of person, I'll have user, because we are talking about user over here. Okay, I'll have equal to. Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a pair of curly braces, something like this. And within this, I'm going to have key value pairs, which will be the attributes of this particular user. Okay, so I can say first name. Okay, name is John over here. Okay, and then I can have age, and age is, let's say, 22. All right. Now what I can do is, if you scroll down, I can say I can actually access individual properties. Okay, I can say user dot, and you can see name and age. I have access to name and age, so I can access it this way. Okay. And one mistake I made over here, I said it's a key value pair, but I'm actually having equal to being used over there. That's not right. So I'll just change that to colon, and you'll see over here, okay, console. I missed .log also. What am I doing? So now you can see 22 being printed onto the console, right? User.age. You can also print in and access name over here. This is name, right? If you wish to change the name, you can change it user.name, and you can change it to, let's say, Alice. Okay. And then if you try to access this again, you'll see Alice as a new name. You can see here, right? Now this is what you can do with the object. Okay, you can group related attributes together. Now this is slightly different from programming languages like Java. In Java, you cannot create an object directly. You first need to have a class, right? So you first define a class which acts like a template, and then you instantiate the class and you create an object. And then you can have variables or class members within that particular class. But that's not how it works in JavaScript. In JavaScript, you can directly create objects like these, and they can have key value pairs, and this is really convenient. All right. Now let's see what happens if you try to print in. So I'll do Control V, and I'll just try printing in user over here. Okay. Now if you try to print in user, you'll see that you're seeing the entire object being printed. Name is Alice, age is 22. Okay. And you can even access the individual properties. Now, one more thing I wish to highlight over here is, I said you can access individual properties like this, right? This is what we saw. Now, this way of accessing individual properties is known as dot notation, because we are making use of dot over here, a period over here, the symbol. Okay, and you're using it with the object, and you are trying to access its attribute. So that is what you're trying to do. All right, and this syntax is just known as dot notation. All right, so this is something that you can keep in mind. All right, but yeah, the crux remains that you can create objects like this in JavaScript. You can also have more attributes, like I can have attribute like city over here. I can say San Francisco. Okay, something like this. Okay, and you can see over here this being printed, and I can access city also using dot notation. All right, so that's objects in JavaScript. Let's move on to talk about arrays. Now, what are arrays? Now, arrays is a reference type in JavaScript that is used to hold multiple values. So let's say you are building a program and you want to store a list of values, okay, or multiple values, let's say. Now, if you're willing to store a list of fruits, for example, okay, I'm just taking an example. So how would you do it with variables? You will have a fruit variable, fruit1, and you'll assign it a value here, right? If you want to store 10 fruits, you'll create 10 variables, but that's not how it's supposed to be. That's not convenient, right? Managing 10 variables. Instead, if you want to store 10 values or multiple values, more than one, then you can create a single variable. You can call it an array, or you can call it whatever you want, fruit, and it will be of type array. So here I'll make use of square brackets over here. And within these square brackets, I'll have the list of values one by one. So first is, let's say, apple. I can have, I can have a banana over here. Okay. And I can have, let's say, strawberry. Okay, something like this. So this is an array over here. Okay. And I can say console.log over here. I can say fruit. And if I print this, you'll see apple, banana, strawberry. Okay, and let us take a look at the type of fruit. Okay, you'll see that it is an object over here. Okay, so yeah, here is how you can create and make use of arrays in JavaScript. Now let's talk about statically typed and dynamically typed programming language. Now, first we'll talk about statically typed. So what is statically typed programming language? So in these kind of programming language, you need to declare the type of each variable explicitly. And once you've declared the type of the variable, then the variable's type cannot be changed during the course of execution of program. And a very good example of this is Java. So if you have programmed in Java, you'll know, or even if you have not programmed, I'll just give you a very simple example. Let's say if you want to store age of a user, okay, so age 30, this is a Java code that I'm trying to write, okay. Now over here, you cannot just declare variables this way. You need to specify the type here, okay. So you will say integer age is equal to 30. Now you cannot assign a string, okay, to this particular variable. All right, this is just not acceptable in Java. Okay, it will straight away give you an error that, hey, age has been declared as integer and it is expecting an integer. So during the course of execution of the program, you cannot change the type. This is not allowed. Even if any sort of string, okay, if you add like Java over here like this is not allowed because this is still a string. So this is an example of how statically typed programming languages behave. If you try to do something like this, they would give you a compile time error. All right. Now, when you talk about JavaScript, JavaScript is dynamically typed programming language. Now, what does this mean? So in JavaScript, variables can change their type during the program's execution. All right. Now, first of all, let's acknowledge that in JavaScript, you don't need to declare the type of the variable that you are creating. So let's say if I have a variable named my variable, and let me like say, okay, I'll say right now I have not assigned it any sort of value. Okay, so I'll say console.log over here. I'll say my variable. We can see it printed. It's undefined, right? Now, if I make use of type of operator and if I try to print the type of this variable, you'll see type is undefined. All right. Now, let me assign this particular variable. So wait a minute. I'll just duplicate this. Okay. Now let me assign this particular variable a integer. Okay, so I'll scroll down here for better visibility and let's say assign it 1. Now the type of this variable is number because it is holding a number in it, right? So the type has changed to number. Now let me show you one more magic. If I change this over here, okay, and if I modify this to be a string, you'll see the type is now string, which means it is holding now a sequence of characters. And the string can be anything. It can be string like JavaScript over here. Okay. And you'll see this. And if I duplicate this line, let me duplicate this as well. Okay. So if I get rid of this, okay, and if I save this, you'll see JavaScript being printed. Okay. And it will print number as well, like a normal thing. Okay. So you can see how the type of my variable, which is a variable that we have created, is changing dynamically during the course of execution of program, right? And this is a feature of dynamically typed language, right? And JavaScript is classified as dynamically typed language. And this is the example or an evidence of how it behaves. Now over here, let me give you one more example. If instead of string and number, if I try to assign it a Boolean, let's say, okay, if I save it, you'll see it's Boolean and it's true. Now, one point to note over here is I'm not creating new variables. It's the same variable which has been created once and it is being reused and assigned different kinds of values, right? So it's changing on the fly during the course of the execution. So that's JavaScript. So you need to remember that in JavaScript, variables can change their type during the program's execution. Okay, and when declaring a variable in JavaScript, you don't need to specify the type. So it's dynamically typed language. Now we've used this type of operator. It's an operator first of all. Okay, we have used this type of a keyword, I would say, quite a few times. And the use of type of keyword, you know, like it's used to get the type of a variable over here. That is what we are using it for, right? Now, one thing I would like to highlight over here, this type of is an operator within JavaScript. Okay, so it's an operator. I have used this term like we'll make use of type of operator and all. I don't want students to be confused. So that's why I'm explicitly mentioning that this is an operator in JavaScript. All right. And I hope this example is pretty clear as to how JavaScript is a dynamically typed programming language. And I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we talk about a few more concepts like expressions, literals, and operators in JavaScript. Now, what are expressions? Now, expression is any valid unit of code that produces a single value. For example, over here, if I write on the console, okay, if I say 3 plus 3, I get output as 6. Now, this is an expression, okay, because of the statement, it produced a single value, right? So this is an expression. What is a literal? A literal is a fixed value that you are writing directly in the code. So here 3 is a literal. Okay. So when I say let a is equal to 30, for example, 30 over here is an literal and this entire thing is an expression, right? Because this is an assignment thing over here. Okay. So what is happening over here is the value on the right hand side is being assigned to the variable on the left hand side. Okay, so that's what a literal is. Now there are multiple kinds of literal. For example, there is something called as I can say there is something called as, if I zoom in over here, there is numeric literal. So this is numeric literal. There is string based literal. So I can say JavaScript over here. This is string over here, right? You can even have Boolean literals. Okay, so I can say true over here. This is a Boolean literal. Okay, so literals can be of many types: numeric literal, string literal, Boolean literal, and it depends on the type of the value that you are adding in the code. Okay, now I'm adding this in the console, but actually you would be using this in the code. So if you say let a is equal to true, so true over here is a Boolean literal. I hope this is making sense, right? So that is what a literal is. Now we're clear about expression. So expression is anything that evaluates to a single value. So for example, if you're doing some sort of arithmetic calculation, or if you are initializing something, any sort of calculation or initialization that is giving you one value, that is what an expression is. Now, what are operators? Now, operators in JavaScript are symbols that would perform operations on the operands. Okay, so a couple of terminologies over here. So plus is an operator over here. Okay, division is an operator. Minus is an operator. Multiplication, which is represented this way as a asterisk symbol, is also an operator. So these are all operators that we are also using in real life to do addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication, right? So these are also operators in programming languages like JavaScript. Now, whenever you want to make use of these operators, what you would do is you would say 3 plus 3, right? Or you might make use of variable, right? So you might say a plus b, where a and b have some values respectively. Okay, so here what is happening is you're making use of this operator. So your plus is the operator, but these two values on which the operation is being performed is known as operand. Okay, I repeat over here. So here plus is an operator. It's a symbol. It is talking about the kind of operation you want to do. You want to add two things, right? Now the two things that you're adding, 3 over here, 3, 3, and over here a and b, these are operands because the operation of addition is being performed on these two values. I hope this is making sense. All right. So over here, if you see 3 plus 3 produced 6. So 3 and 3 are operands and plus is an operator, right? So that is what this says. Operators in JavaScript are symbols that perform operation. What is the operation being performed? Addition. It performs the operation on operands. What are the operands? 3 over here in this case and a and b in this case, right? And they are symbols, it says. So it's a symbol. Plus, division, minus, multiplication. These are all symbols, right? Now, this is what operators are, all right? And depending on the programming language that you're learning, operators will have classifications. So there are types of operators in JavaScript, okay? The first type is arithmetic operators. Now, of course, these operators basically are used to perform arithmetic calculations, right? Like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, you have modulus, you have increment, decrement. All these are arithmetic operators, okay? Assignment operators, okay? So assignment operators are equal to, if you are assigning something, you are doing an addition assignment, you are doing a subtraction assignment, multiplication assignment, or division based assignment. Now after assignment operators comes the comparison operators, right? Now what are comparison operators? Comparison operators, like the name suggests, it is used to compare two things, right? Or compare operands. So you have equality, strict equality, inequality, then strict inequality, greater than, less than, greater than equal to, less than equal to. Okay, these are the few comparison operators that exist, right? Logical operators. Now these are used to perform logical operations. So and, or, not, right? You have unary operators, which is increment, decrement type of, logical not, and so on. And then you have ternary operators, okay, which has this kind of a syntax. Okay, so if you're coming from some other programming language like Java, you would be aware of what ternary operator is, and you have a similar one in JavaScript. But if you're not aware of any other programming language, that's absolutely okay. We'll be covering this all right? Now, these are the classification, all right? And this is what the concept was of expression, literal, and operators. So I hope you have been able to follow along so far, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we'll go through the arithmetic operators in JavaScript. So this is a list of operators that are classified as arithmetic operators. Of course, you must be familiar with quite a few of them, like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Like we have been using this in our real life too. So I'll paste an example over here, okay, that will give us an idea of how like addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division can give the result. So if I save this, you'll see over here, okay, let me just zoom out a bit, okay, so you can see the result properly. So you can see addition result is 8, subtraction result 7, multiplication 24, and division is 5. Okay, now if I change this to, so of course this is clear, addition result 5 plus 3, okay, 10 minus 3, it is giving 7. Okay, if I change this to 13, you'll see the output go to negative. So that is also possible. Okay, if you scroll down over here, multiplication result is straightforward. Okay, it will be positive number unless and until you are trying to multiply by 0. The output would be 0. Okay, if you scroll down, division result, you're getting a number over here. Okay, because 20 is divisible by 4. Now if I change this to 7, let's say, you can see the result of division here is in decimals. All right, so if it's not a whole number, you will get a decimal result as the result of the division. All right, now this is about multiplication, subtraction, addition. These are the standard arithmetic operations that we also do in our day-to-day life. What is modulus? So if you're coming from programming language like Java also, you must be aware of modulus. But just in case, if you're not aware of what modulus is, I'll just give you a demo. Okay, so I'll have modulus over here. Okay, and the modulus operator is represented with the help of a percentage symbol over here. Okay, and here I'll have modulus written. Okay, something like this. Now let us see what modulus is. Okay, so modulus over here, and I'll print in the output as modulus result. Now instead of division, I'll change this to percentage. Okay, because we are making use of modulus operator over here. So it is also, sometimes some people pronounce it as modulus, modulo. Okay, there are different ways of saying this. So you can see modulus result is 0 right now. Okay, so what modulus will do is it will give you the remainder after performing the division. What division does is it divides and give you the result, but modulus will perform the division and it will give you the remainder. That is what it does. So let's say if you say 20 is clearly divisible by 4, so the output will be 0. It is also divisible by 5, so output will be 0, you can see. But with 6, you'll get the output as 2. Okay, because 18 is divisible by 6, right? 6 3s are 18. And then 2 is the remainder. So you're getting the remainder as the result, 2 over here. Okay. If you try to divide this by 7, you should get 6 as the output. You can see 6. Because 14 is divisible by 7. 7 2s are 14, right? And then 6 is the remainder, right? So the 6 is what you're getting as the output. So basically what modulus does is it gives you the remainder after performing the division. All right. Now you would ask me like why you would want such an operator, like why you want a remainder after performing the division. Okay, there are multiple use cases and scenarios or requirements in which you would want to perform or want to get the remainder of the result. One example I can give you over here is identifying the odd and even number. Okay, so let's say if you are writing some code or a program when you want to identify whether the given number is odd or even, what you would do normally is you would make use of this remainder operator over here, modulus. Okay, so 7 modulo, and you will do it with 2. Okay, so you will get the output as 1. So this is an odd number. Okay, 6 modulo 2, you will get 0 as the remainder. Okay, so what this means is it means 6 is a even number. Okay, so this way you can make use of modulo. Okay, and you can get the result. So this is about modulo. You also have something called as increment. Okay, so I'll get rid of this. Okay, this is incorrect now. Okay, now I'll show you something called as increment. Now increment operator is used or represented something like this, plus plus. Okay, so let me scroll down and let us say if you have a value, let's say I have a variable x is equal to 5. Okay, and I can say console.log over here. I can print the output of x. Okay, or the value of x. You'll see 5 as the output. Okay, now let me also get this over here. Okay, I'll get this and I can say incremented result. Okay, now this is not incremented yet. You are assigning 5 and you are getting 5 as the output. Okay, but what you can do is you can increase the value of, let's say if you want to increase the value of x by 1. So there are 2 approaches. You can either say x is equal to x plus 1. Okay, this is doable. If you save this, you will get output as 6. Okay, but there's an alternative way wherein you can simply make use of this increment operator and you can get the same result in a shorthand manner. So this is a shorthand version of this statement over here. You are saying x is equal to x plus 1, but actually you are just incrementing the value of x. So why not do it this way? All right, and you can increment it as many times as you want. So I can increment it 1 more and you'll see the output as 7. All right, so this is what increment operator is. It's a shorthand version of incrementing the value of a variable. All right, this is about increment. Then you have something called as decrement. Now decrement also works in a similar way. Okay, so here let me just simply copy this. Okay, so instead of x, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an example of y over here. Okay, and let me give you the long form version of this. Okay, so what I would do is I would get rid of this and I would say y is equal to y minus 1. Okay, so this is not a shorthand version. Okay, and here I'll say decremented result. Okay, and I'm printing the value as y. All right, now if I save this, you'll see the decremented result is 4. Right, now I can make use of decrement operator over here. Okay, and I can say over here y minus minus. It'll give me the same result. I can do this 2 times or as many times as I want. Okay, so essentially it is similar to increment operator. Okay, but it is used for decrementing the value. All right, now increment operator is used to increment the value in a shorthand manner like we saw, and decrement operator is used to decrement the value in a shorthand manner like we are seeing over here. All right, so these are the arithmetic operators that exist in JavaScript. All right, I hope this is clear, and it's important from all of this you understand. So rest of the operators are simple, but I would say it's important that you understand how modulus works. And I would recommend like you also try out some examples in the browser console. You can directly type in. You don't need Visual Studio Code for that. So you can directly type in over here and you can see how this operator behaves with different set of values. Okay, so I hope this is useful and you have been able to follow along. These are the assignment operators that we have in JavaScript, and let's start talking about each one of them. So this first one is something that we have seen quite a few times until now. It is used to assign the value on the right hand side to the variable on the left hand side. Now I have added a very simple example illustrating what this assignment is. Okay, it should be very easy and not at all difficult for you to understand. Okay, so I'm just assigning a value of 5 to this variable a, and we are just printing this value. All right, then we have addition assignment. Okay, so what this does is it also performs the addition along with the assignment. So let me give you an example of this. So I'll add some code here. You can see addition assignment here in practice. So I've created a new variable calling it b, and what I'm doing over here is I want to add 3 to b. Okay, so one way is I will do something like this. Okay, so let me show you this first. Okay, and I'll comment this out. Now if I save this, you'll see the output as 13. It was initialized to 10, but the output is now 13. All right, now if I comment this out and if I uncomment this, this is same as writing this. The output would be same. So what this does is it is equivalent to b is equal to b plus 3, right? So it adds 3 to b first, and then it assigns the total value or the result to b variable. Okay, and then we are printing it to see the output. So this is how addition and assignment work together. This is essentially a shorthand or a convenient way I should say to perform addition or adding a number into a particular variable. Now, like we have addition assignment, we also have subtraction assignment. What this does is it essentially does the same job of what addition assignment did. So let's say if we have this variable 15, and if you want to subtract 5 from it, okay, so you can either have a statement like this. All right, I'll save this and you'll see 10 over here. Okay, or you can comment this out and you'll see the same output over here using this shorthand subtraction assignment. So it is essentially performing the subtraction first from the variable, and then it is assigning the value to the variable, and we are then printing it out. All right, so that is what subtraction assignment is. Next come multiplication assignment. Okay, it is also a similar version, like a shorthand version of multiplying a value into itself. Okay, not itself. Essentially, you are actually multiplying a value to a variable, and then you are assigning that value to the same variable. Okay, now this is equivalent to, as you can see here in the comments I've written, d is equal to d into 2. So I'll just demonstrate this first. Okay, you'll see the answer is 12. Okay, but if I comment this out and if I uncomment this, you'll see the output again as 12 itself. So what this is doing is it expands to d is equal to d into 2. Okay, and this is just another shorthand version of performing the same thing, but in a short and concise way. You have something called as division assignment, if you see over here. Okay, it is a similar way in which it allows you to divide a value or divide a variable, a value in a variable by something, and then assign the result to the variable itself. Okay, so if I save this, you'll see the output as 5. Okay, so these are all the assignment operators that exist in JavaScript. So now it's time that we talk about the comparison operators in JavaScript and see what each operator means. So we'll go through the list and we'll see a few examples. So first, we'll talk about the equality operator. Now, what is equality operator? Of course, equality operator compares two operands and returns a Boolean output. Now, one thing I wish to highlight over here, all the comparison operators will give you Boolean as the result because they are used to do comparison, right? That is what the category says, comparison operators. So whether the comparison is true or false, that is what the output will be. Now, as an example, I can say console.log over here, okay? And I can say 5 is equal to 5 over here. You can see the value is true. Now, if I do this with 6, of course, it is going to give me false. Now, this can even work with variables. So let's say if we have A and if we have B over here, okay, and B has 6, okay, and if I duplicate this line, this can also work with the variables over here. So I can say B over here, and this can be A. So you'll see the output is false, okay? But if I change this to 5, of course, the output is going to be true, okay? Now, this is how a comparison operator works. Now, what happens if you have a string in comparison, okay? So let's say if I'm doing console.log 5 is equal to 6, if I convert this to a string, let's say this is not a integer, but actually this is string, right? Now let me also show you that it is also a string. So console.log over here. Okay, and I'm going to make use of type of here. You can see this is a string, right? So if I do a comparison this way, you'll see I get false over here. Okay. Now what happens if I convert this essentially to 5 like this? This is going to give me true. Okay. I'll just move this to the end. Okay, so that it's easier to see on the console. So the output is true over here. Now why is it true? Because here you're making use of number. Oops. Here you're making use of number, and here this is a string. Why is it true? Because what happens is internally there is a conversion that is happening from a string to a number, and that is how this thing is being handled. All right. So that would be the output. All right. I hope this is making sense. So this is about equality. Okay. Now you have something called as strict equality. Now this is different from other programming languages like Java. If you're coming after learning Java, this is something that will be new for you. Okay. So what happens is we said if 5 is equal to string version of 5, it is printing as true, right? Now what happens if I make use of strict equality operator, which means equal to 3 times. All right. Now if I save this, you're going to get false as the output. Okay. So what happens is how strict equality works is it will also check, it will compare the value, and it will also check the type, which means there is no type conversion that is performed. And if the values are of different types, the comparison will immediately return false. Okay. Because even though the values are same, the type is different. So that is going to fail. All right. Now, if this is 6, for some reason, this is also going to give you false. Now for this to be true, so if this is 5, for this to be true, this has to be of same type, and that is when you get true over here. All right. Now keep this thing in mind. All right. This equality, strict equality, like this thing over here, the implicit conversion over here, or the automatic conversion over here from string to number. Okay, keep these things in mind, because whenever you're writing actual JavaScript programs, actual JavaScript code, then you will be making use of these comparison operators a lot within the conditions, and that is where this would matter. All right. So this is strict equality. Remember, strict equality is strict. All right. The name says it's strict, and it checks for type as well as the value. So if the type is same over here, because both are string, if I change the value, you see this is false now. Okay. So I hope this is making sense. Okay. What is strict equality? And equality is not strict. Okay. Because there's no strict in its name. So it's actually going to see the value, and if the value is of different type, it will convert, it will do a conversion, and then it will display the result. All right. So that's the difference between two. Then you have inequality. Now inequality is pretty straightforward. Okay. So I'll give you an example. Okay. I won't create variables, but I'll straight away give you an example over here. So is 5 equal to 3? What do you think would be the output? 5 is equal to 3. Output would be false, of course. You see false over here. 5 is not equal to 3. Not equal to 3, not 3. I'm sorry. So if you convert this to inequality over here, okay, and if you save this, you'll get true as the output, because this is just the reverse of equality. Okay. So here we are checking whether the values both are not equal to each other. If they are equal to each other, then this is going to result in false over here. All right. I hope this is making sense now. Okay. So this is inequality. Then you have something called as strict inequality. Now what is strict inequality? Of course, we saw a stricter version of equality. This is a stricter version of inequality. Simple. Okay. So here, if you see, okay, let me duplicate this line. Okay. So if I duplicate this line, now this is going to give us false, of course. Okay. But if this is a string, then too, this is going to give us a false. Okay. Because they both are not equal to each other. Okay. Now what happens if I switch over to strict inequality? Okay. If I do something like this, you'll see this returns true. All right. Now here, of course, when we were doing in the normal inequality way, okay, without using strict, okay. So here what was happening is only the value was being compared and not the type. But here the type is also being compared. So the value is same, but the type is not equal. So that is why it is returning true. That is how it works. I hope this is making sense, okay. And if I duplicate this, all right, over here, then you're going to see if I change this to 5, of course, okay, you'll see true again, okay. But if this is 5 now, okay, if I change this to 5, something like this, you'll see false over here, okay. So this is strict inequality, okay. This is the stricter version and this is the loose version. So normally on the internet you'll see different terms used with this: loose equality, loose inequality, strict equality, strict inequality. All right. Then you have greater than, less than. Okay, so greater than, less than are pretty straightforward. Let me copy these. Oops. Let me copy these both. Okay, I'll come over here and I'll convert this to comments. Okay. Now let us take a look at this. Okay, so this is pretty straightforward. Console.log, okay, is 5 greater than 3? Is it? So after comparison, what this greater than operator will do is it will return a Boolean result. So is 5 greater than 3? Yes. So it will return true, right? You can see true over here. Okay. Now if I add a larger number on the right hand side, okay, so let's say that here we have 7, and if I save this, it is going to return false because 5 is no longer greater than 7. This is greater than. Of course, less than is exactly reverse of this, okay, and I'll just add less than over here. Okay, you can see the condition is now reversed. So the earlier condition is false and then it's true because 7 is greater than 5. Is 3 greater than 5? No. Sorry, is 3 greater than 5? Yes. So it's not actually, right? So it's less than, in fact. So that is why it is giving false as the output. All right. So I hope this is making sense. Now over here, this is a version of greater than and less than. Okay. So this is actually having equal to symbol in it. Okay. So it will also compare for the equal to version. Okay. So if you take this example over here, okay, and if you have 5 on both the sides, okay, what is the output that you can expect? Okay, you can see here you are getting output as false over here. Okay, false because they both are actually equal. So this condition does not match. But if you update this to equal to over here, okay, less than or equal to, this is going to return true. You can see, okay, you can even make use of this over here, okay, and you can see this is returning true. Okay, so I hope this is making sense as to how this thing works, and I hope you're clear about comparison operators. So keep in mind, comparison operators will return a Boolean value after performing comparison of the operands. Now there are multiple comparison operators like equality, inequality. We have stricter version of these which also take type into consideration because the normal version does not take type into consideration, right? Then you have greater than, less than, greater than, equal to, or less than equal to. All right. So I hope this made sense and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about the logical operators. Now there are 3 logical operators that exist and that is what we are going to explore. So what are logical operators first of all? So logical operators are used to work with Boolean values, which is true and false, and they allow you to combine or invert these values. All right. So there are 3 of them. You can see logical AND, which is represented using this particular symbol. You have logical OR, which is represented this way. Logical NOT, which is represented using an exclamation. All right. So let us talk about logical AND operator. Now, what is logical AND operator? Now in comments, I have added some points about logical AND. So the logical AND operator checks if both the conditions are true. Okay. It works on 2 conditions first of all. So that is what you have to note over here. Both the conditions, meaning it is working on 2 conditions. And if both are true, then the output is true. Okay, so you can see it returns true only if both are true. Otherwise, it will return false. Okay, now if I have to demonstrate this in the form of example, I'll say console.log over here. Okay, true. And you can make use of logical AND over here, and you can simply hard code the Boolean values. Okay, now you can see true as the result. Okay, now if I duplicate this line, and if 1 is false over here, in this case, you'll see false as the output. So to get true out of this, both have to be true. Okay, now either one of them is false, it is going to result in like false as the output. Okay, so if I say false over here, you'll see it gets false because both are false, right? Now if the first one is false, even though you'll get false as the output. So we are getting true only in one case, when both are true. Okay, now this is very useful if you want to evaluate two conditions. Okay, now these two values or two operands that we are operating on can be any sort of expression that evaluates to a Boolean value. Okay, now let me give you an example. Now let us say you're building a program, and let's say it's a website that is for managing a concert. Okay, so imagine like for logging in to the concert, you need to have both your tickets and the ID. Okay, so what I will do is over here, I will have example written over here. Okay, example. Okay, now let's say we have has tickets as one of the Boolean variables. Okay, let's say its initial value is true. Okay, and let's say I have one more variable which is has ID. So whether the user has ID or not, and whether the user has tickets or not, that is what this is helping us keep track of, right? Now I'll say console.log over here. Okay, I want to have a mandate that the user should have both of them. So if there is a mandate, like both the conditions should be true, or if both the things should exist for the expression to be evaluated to true, that is when you make use of AND operator over here. So I'm going to say has tickets and has ID, and I'm going to save this. Now you're going to see true as the output over here because both are true. Now if either one of them is false, so let me like update has ID to that of false over here. Okay, I'll say he does not have ID, let's say, and I'll print the result again. So you'll see false over here. Okay, so this is how it works. Now here we are making use of variables. Okay, now this can be any sort of expression over here. Okay, this can be any sort of expression that evaluates, of course, to a Boolean value. Okay, if I have to give you an example, okay, let's say here, instead of having this has tickets, let's say I have 5 greater than 3. Okay, is 5 greater than 3? Yes. Okay, and let's say if I have one more example over here, or one more expression over here, 5 greater than 6. Is 5 greater than 6? Absolutely not. Okay, so this is going to give false as the output because this second expression is returning false, and if I save this, you'll see false as the output. Okay, so this is how logical AND can be used in expressions and complex decision making. All right, now when you start writing complex programs, of course, you'll be making use of these logical operators a lot. Okay, so it's best you understand the concept. So logical AND, we are done. What is logical AND? To summarize, logical AND will check if both the conditions are true. It operates on two Boolean values as the operands, and those Boolean values can be derived from the expressions as well. Okay, now this is about a logical AND. Now let's talk about logical OR. Now what is logical OR? So I'll add some comment over here as the definition of logical OR. So the logical operator, the OR operator, okay, the logical OR operator says it will check if at least one condition is true. Okay, so the operand that it is working on, at least one should be true for it to return true. So AND was very strict. Okay, AND said that both should be true, but OR is a little bit lenient. It says at least one condition should be true, and I'm okay with that. Okay, so it returns true if at least one of the condition is true. If both are false, it returns false. All right, now to demonstrate this, I'm going to like copy this example over here, this typing that I've done. Okay, and we'll replace everything with OR over here. Now OR is essentially two pipe symbols. You can see this pipe symbols. I'll add this. Oops. Okay, and this is done. Now this first thing, this will give true. This will also give true. This will also give true. Now these three statements will give us true because at least one of the operand is true here in this case. And this is going to give us false because both are false. Okay. So if I save this, you'll see true, 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 and then it is giving us false. Now, how can this be used? So imagine you're building a program which is helping you decide whether you should play outside or not. Okay. And let us say you will go to play outside either if it's sunny or if you have a raincoat. A very simple example. Okay. Now we are making use of or operator over here because the statement says I can play outside if it's either sunny or if I have a raincoat, right? It's not saying if the weather is sunny and I have a raincoat. If it says and, only then we'll make use of and operator. But right now it's saying either. So of course the choice is the logical operator. So I'm going to say let over here is sunny. Okay, is it sunny outside? I'm going to say false. Okay, and is not is, has raincoat. Okay, then I'm going to say true over here, something like this. Okay, and I'm going to do a console.log over here. Okay, and I'm going to say is sunny and has raincoat. Okay, pretty simple. What would be the output? The output should be true. I can go to play because the condition was either it has to be sunny or either I need to have the raincoat. So the output is true. Okay, here I can say if I change the value of has raincoat, let's say, to that of false. Okay, so now I don't have, now there is no raincoat and it's not even sunny. So in that case, it is going to return false. Okay, so in case of decision making, this is going to be used a lot. All right, I hope this is fun. The third logical operator that we have, we should talk about is logical not. Now, logical not operator inverts the value of a boolean essentially. So if it's true, it will change it to false, and if it's false, it will change it to true, like the statement says. Okay, let us test this. So if I say console.log over here, okay, now if I say true over here, it is going to print in true, as you can see, right? It is going to print in true. But let's say I want to invert this using logical operator. So this is going to say false over here. Okay. So now the question is, why would you want to make use of this not operator? Okay. What are the use cases? So I'll give you an example. All right. There are plenty of scenarios in which this operator can be used. So let's say you want to stay inside if it's not raining. Okay. And you want to go out if it's raining. Let's say that is something that is a decision you want to make. Okay. And I'll have let is raining because everything depends on rain, right? My decision. So I'll create a variable. I'll assign it a Boolean value. Okay. And I'll say let should stay inside. Okay. Something like this. Now the value of this would be not is raining. Something like this. Okay. And I can have console.log and I can have should stay inside. Okay. So is it raining? No, it's not, because this value is false. So should I stay inside? Yes, you should. You can see. Now if it's raining over here, should you stay inside? No. You can see. So this is how Boolean not, or logical not, I should say, logical not operator works. All right. And it works in a way which helps you reverse a particular condition. This is also used a lot in decision making. And as you start writing JavaScript code, you will see multiple use cases of this. All right. Now this is about not operator. I also want to highlight one more concept over here. Now the concept is about Boolean expressions. So what are Boolean expressions? A Boolean expression is an expression that evaluates to a Boolean value. Okay, so if you scroll up over here, okay, this is a Boolean expression. Okay, you have this as a Boolean expression, this as a Boolean expression. This entire thing is a Boolean expression because it is evaluating to a single Boolean value. All right, so these all are Boolean expressions that are constructed using logical and, or, and not operators. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we start talking about ternary operator. Now, what is ternary operator? So you can see over here, conditional operator. So it's a very shorthand way of making quick decisions or choosing between two values. Okay. And here you can see this is its syntax. So let me demonstrate this with the help of an example. Okay. So let us say I have a variable, let's call it X. All right. So X has a value of 10. Okay. And let's say I have a Boolean expression. Okay. So I can say Boolean over here. And or let me not create a Boolean expression. I'll straight away have a message over here. Okay. So let's say if X is greater than 5, I want to print X is greater than 5. Else I want to print X is not greater than 5. All right. So what I would do is I would have a condition over here. Okay. We would follow the same syntax. Okay. I'll copy this. Okay. What is the condition? Condition is X greater than 5. That is what we are checking for. Right. So if X is greater than 5, this part says if this condition is true, then this will be evaluated or this will be used. If this condition is false, then this will be worked on or this will be used. Okay, whatever is there over here. Okay, so condition is something that we have added over here. Condition is added. What is value 1? So if X is greater than 5, I wanted to print a message. X is greater than 5. Okay, for now. And if it's false, I'll have X is less than 5, something like this. Oops. So here. Okay. And what I will do is I'll say console.log and I'll print in message over here. Okay. Now what do you think would be the output? X is 10, so it should be X is greater than 5. If I save this, you'll see X is greater than 5. Okay. Now if the value of X reduces to that of 4, you'll see X is less than 5. Okay. So we are making decisions over here. Okay. I'll just add space over here. We're making decisions over here with the help of the ternary operator. Okay. Now here in this entire expression, I don't need this to be enclosed within a pair of round braces. So you can see over here, this is also fine, but it's normally a good practice to like have the condition that you're writing in a parenthesis, or I should say round brackets over here. Okay. If you save this, you'll see this is the output and the output is not impacted. All right. Now here, instead of an expression, a Boolean expression, you can even have a value that is Boolean. Okay. So I can simply type in true over here and you can see this is X is greater than 5. And if I say false over here, you'll see X is less than 5. Okay. I'll just do Control Z and we'll bring back our Boolean expression that we had. Okay. So this is what ternary operator is. Okay. So if the condition is true, the true value is returned. This is a true value. And if the condition is false, then this is returned. Okay. And all of this resides between a question mark and a colon. Okay. You can see the syntax over here. Okay. So yeah, this is what a ternary operator is. Now let me give you one example. Okay. Let us write a simple program that will check if the value is Boolean or not. Oh, sorry, not a Boolean. A value is even or not. Okay. Or a number is even or not. All right. So that is where we can make use of the ternary operator. So let's say I have this number 4. Okay. And what I would do is I would have result over here. Now what is result? Okay. So result actually will have the remainder after division by 2. Okay. So what is an even number? Even number is a number that is divisible by 2, right? So I'm simply going to say number over here. Okay. Percentage 2 is equal to 0. And I'm making use of strict equality. Okay. So this becomes now a Boolean over here. Okay. I'm not storing remainder over here now. I'm just storing a Boolean value, which is the result of this expression. Okay. And 1 second. So here I can say let exp over here. Okay. This is what it is. Okay. And now what I can do is I can say if exp is true, then you can give the output as even, okay, or you can give the output as odd, something like this. And you can save this, and this should return. Okay, we are not printing result over here, so I need to print result as well. Oops, I need to take this on a new line. All right, and I need to bring in result. Now the output is even, and if this is 5 over here, for example, the output would be odd. Okay, now instead of having exp as a variable, you can actually cut this entire expression over here, and you can actually bring it over here. Okay, this is also doable. I'll get rid of this. Okay, now this is doable. All right, you can see how this output is working fine. Okay, so yeah, this is what the program is. We are actually evaluating whether the number is true or not. Okay, so decision making is really important part of program. Let's say if you're building an e-commerce store, and if you want a discount to be applicable only to some privileged members, so you can have this kind of decision making. So if a member is privileged, then this is a discount value. If he's not, then this is a discount value. So all these kind of decision making form a large part of your JavaScript programming, and not just JavaScript, any programming. Okay, decision making is all about this. Okay, so I hope you are clear about a conditional operator, or ternary operator, I should say. Okay, this is also known as conditional operator, by the way. Okay, at some places, but I prefer calling it ternary. All right. Now, one more thing I want to talk about over here regarding ternary is you can even have nested ternary operator. Okay. So what is nested ternary operator? Okay. So I'll add an example over here. So let's say if we are building an application and we want to evaluate age at multiple levels. Okay. So if the age is less than 13, okay, we say that the person is a child. Okay. If the age is less than 20, okay, then we say the person is a teenager. Okay. And if the age is less than, you can say, or greater than 20, okay, we say that he is an adult. Okay. So here actually this won't be less than 20, but this will be between 13 to 20. Okay. So if the age is between 13 to 20, he's a teenager. And if the age is greater than 20, he's an adult. How would you do this with the help of ternary operator? Let me show you. Okay. So first I'll say let age is equal to, I'll have a value of age. Let's say it's 16. Okay. Now what is the syntax of the ternary operator? This is the syntax. I'll get this syntax. Okay. And I'll have, so we'll call this as categorization, child, teenager, and adult. Okay, so I'll say category over here is equal to, okay, and this is syntax. So the first condition is age less than 13, right? So if age is less than 13, it's better to have this in like round brackets. I'll do that. If age is less than 13, what do we say? We call this as a child over here. Okay, so this is a child. Right now, I'll just turn this caps, and this is T. Okay. Now, what is value 2? Okay, value 2. Instead of value 2, you can actually start another ternary operator over here. Okay, let me show you how. So here you can say another condition over here. Okay, is age. Okay, is age less than 20? Okay, so one thing is confirmed that if you are executing this part of the code, he's not less than 13, right? That part is confirmed, correct? If this part is executed, then he's lesser than 13, right? So what you would do is you would come over here, okay, false. If his age is greater than 13, okay, you would check if it's less than 20. Is it less than 20? If it's less than 20, then you say he is a teenager, something like this. And if it's not, you would say he's an adult. Understood? I hope this is making sense. Okay. And let me see if you can if I can bring this on a new line. Okay, so this is now readable in a single go. Let me show the category over here. Okay. Okay, so I'll add the category here. Okay, now the age is 16, so you can see he's a teenager. Okay, let me make the age as 10. He's a child. Let me make age as 22. He's a adult. How's this working? So we are first checking for the age over here. If the age is lesser than 13, okay, he's a child. Okay, and if this is false, if age is greater than 13, then we are checking is the age less than 20 or greater than 20. Okay, because now this condition is done, right? This is false. So if it's coming in the false bracket, we are checking if he's greater than 20 or less than 20. If he's less than 20, we say teenager. If he's not, we are saying he's an adult. And that's how it works. And this example over here is an example of nested ternary operator. You can go on nesting over here also. Here also you can add one more ternary operator and you can just keep on doing that. All right. But it's not a good practice to nest a lot of ternary operators. One or two is fine. Okay. One is fine. In fact, I would say this is okay. All right. But beyond this, I would say it's not readable and it's not a good practice. All right. But yeah, this is about ternary operators or conditional operators. And I hope you are clear. Ternary operators helps us evaluate conditions and perform some actions in our code. So I hope you have been able to follow along and I hope this was useful. All right, so now it's time that we talk about one of the interesting topics called arrays. Now, there will be scenarios when you are writing programs wherein you want to just not store a single value, but instead you want to store multiple values of similar thing. Okay, now let me give you an example. You can create a variable to store one student information. For example, you can create a variable called roll number to store a student's roll number. What if you want to store 1,000 students' roll number? Are you going to create 1,000 variables? Absolutely not. And that is when you can create arrays. So arrays allow you to store multiple values in a single variable. Okay, and you can create arrays with the help of square brackets like this. So we are going to talk a lot more about arrays. So let me create an array for you. I'll create array called numbers over here, and I'm going to have 1, 2, 3, and 4 over here. Okay, and you can like print it this way. Okay, you can say numbers. Okay, this is going to give you the output as 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you can even create arrays on the console directly. This is a JavaScript console. So you can say num is equal to, I can add this. Okay, and you can print in num over here, something like this. You can see, right? So this is also a way to do. Okay, but we'll stick to Visual Studio Code. Now this is how you can create numbers. Okay, numbers array, and you can even create a array of strings. So I can say let fruits. Let's take an example of fruits, and you can have apples. You can have a banana. You can have orange. All right, and you can just do console.log over here. Okay, so I'll do console.log and I'll print fruits. Oops. And I'll do save this. Okay, you can see like the output over here. Now the thing is, we have created arrays, and creating arrays is relatively simple. All right, now how do you access elements in an array? All right, now if you are having these many elements, okay, this is a list of elements in the array. Now I want to mention over here that the elements in arrays can be accessed with the help of something called as an index. Okay, so index meaning the position of the element. So 1 is at position 0. Okay, because the indexes are beginning from 0 always. Okay, so you have 0, 1, 2, and then you have 3 in our array. Okay, now how can you make use of these indexes or position? It's actually position. All right, that starts from 0. Okay, they are zero based. It follows zero based indexing is what they call. Okay, but the question is, okay, this is a position, this is the index that I have. All right, how do I make use of it? So you can say console.log over here. Okay, and let's say if I want to access numbers, and I want to access the number at position or index 3. Okay, so you can see 4 being printed. Okay, I can have it fruits. I can save it. Okay, so there's no fruit at position number 3 because 0, 1 and 2. Okay, so that's why we are getting undefined, but you can have 1 over here and you'll see banana over here. Okay, so JavaScript has a 0 based indexing. Okay, and this is common for a lot of programming languages out there. If you're coming in from Java, you will be aware of the indexing over here. Okay, you can even modify the array elements using indexes. Okay, so for example, like I showed you, you can access the elements in the array using indexes. So you can say fruits, and let's say the fruit at index 1, I wish to have instead of banana, I wish to have cherry, let's say, for example. Okay, and then if you try to print it over here, you're going to see cherry as the output. You can see, so we have modified the element at the first index over here, which is the second position in the array. Okay, so this is about array. You can even have array within an array. Okay, so you can create a sort of matrix over here. Okay, so I can say matrix, let's call it matrix itself. You create array with the help of square brackets, right? Now within this, you're going to have square brackets again, and you can say 1, 2, 3. Okay, you can have one more, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and you can have 6 or 7, sorry, not 6, it should be 7, 8 and 9. Okay, and you can print this. Okay, we're getting an error, cannot read. Okay, it's probably because I've missed a comma, so this has to be comma separated, and you can see the issue went away. Okay, so don't forget the comma if you're trying to create a nested array, and you can print in matrix over here, something like this, and you'll see the output here. Okay, so this, you can see it's array of arrays. Okay, so you can print it this way, 0, and you'll see like the array at the first index being printed. Okay, you can even print the first element, so you can use something like this, double indexing, and you can get 1 over here. Okay, if you say 1, oops, not Q, 1, you'll see 2 being printed. Okay, so this is 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2. Okay, so this 0 first is representing the row, and this is representing the column. All right, so this will be 2, 2. All right, I hope this is making sense. All right, so this is how you can make use of nested arrays, or this is also known as multi-dimensional arrays. Now let's talk about some methods that are provided to us when we are working with arrays. Now let us talk about some of the methods that are available for developers like us to make better use of arrays in JavaScript. All right, so you can see there are multiple methods like push, okay, which is used to add an element at the end of the array. Pop, which is used to remove the last element. Shift, which is used to remove the first element. Unshift, which can be used to add element into the beginning of the array. Slice, that copies a portion of an array. And then we have splice, that can add or remove the elements at the specific index. So let's take a look at each one of them individually. All right, so we'll begin with push over here. Okay, so push. Okay, now what is push? It says that it adds an element to the end. All right, now before we talk about push, let me also remind you of an interesting property over here that array has, which is of length. Okay, so you can get a length of the array in JavaScript over here like this. Okay, you can see 3 being printed, which means fruits has 3 elements in it. Okay, you can see it has 3 elements. All right, so now if you want to push an element into an array, what you can do is you can say fruits dot push. Okay, and I can push any element over here. Okay, I can say orange probably. Okay, like this. Okay, and I can say console.log over here, and I can say fruits. Okay, now if you print this, you'll see apple, cherry, orange, orange. So orange has been added twice over here. Okay, if I add banana over here, okay, you'll see apple, cherry, orange, banana. That is what it is. Okay, so you're pushing an element into the end of the array, and if you take the length over here of the array after pushing the element, the length is now 4. Earlier it was 3. All right. So this tells us that the arrays in JavaScript are dynamic, right? You can add and remove elements, and the size of the array can change dynamically. Okay. And length is an amazing property that can help us get the length of the array. Okay. So this is about push. It's pretty simple. It is used to push an element into the end of the array. All right. That is what this says. Then we have pop. Now what is pop? All right. So the definition says removes the last element. All right. So now let us see how it helps us remove the last element. Okay. So I can say, I'll copy this console.log over here. And before console.log, I'll say fruits dot, I can say pop over here. Okay. And earlier it had 4 elements. Now it will have 3. So you can see apple, cherry, and orange. Okay. You can even get this element that is popped into a variable. So you can say last fruit, for example. Okay. And you can even print the last fruit that you got. Okay. That is also possible. So it is possible to catch the last element. You can see apple, cherry, orange, and you got banana as the last fruit over here. You can see the definition over here removes the last element from the array and returns it. Okay. So it is also returning. Okay. If the array is empty, undefined is returned and the array is not modified. Okay. So this is about pop. And the next thing you have is shift. Now what is shift? All right. So shift removes the first element. Okay. So like pop removes the last element, it removes the first element. So I'll just get this over here. Okay. Or I'll just get this part over here. Okay. And this thing I'll comment for now, and you can say shift over here. Now if you run this, you'll see apple was first. Now you have only 2, cherry and orange. Okay. You can even get the first fruit over here. Like we got the last fruit. Let first fruit over here. Okay. Something like this. And let me print first fruit. Okay. Over here. You can see apple is the first fruit. All right. So like pop returns the last element, shift, if you hover on this, it removes the first element and it also returns it. Okay. That is what shift does. All right. Then you have something called as unshift over here, which is used to add an element into the beginning. Okay. So let me like get this method here. Okay. This is shift. You come over here and let us experience unshift over here. Okay. So what I can do is, let's say I have fruits. Now this is what fruits contain. Okay. What I can do is I can say fruits dot unshift, and I can add, let's say I can add apple again, something like that. Okay. And let us print, let us do a console log. You can see apple again being added. Okay. So earlier we had apple, which was removed. Okay. And then we have apple again. You can see over here. Okay. So this has added, unshift has added this particular element into the beginning over here. Okay. And you can see inserts a new element in the start of the array and returns the new length of the array. So it is actually returning the new length of the array. Okay. If you want, you can say new length over here. Okay. And you can say console.log over here, and you can print in new length, something like this. Okay. You'll see the new length of the array. Okay. Over here. Earlier it was a length of 2. Now it has length of 3. All right. So this is unshift. Now the next thing we have is slice. Now slice copies a portion of the array. Let us take a look at what this means. Okay. So this is slice for us. All right. Now let us say we have an array. Okay. So this is the array of 4 elements. All right. Let me like slice this. Okay. So let's say if I want to slice the elements from index 1 to 2. So from cherry to orange. Okay. Because there is 3 elements, not 4. Okay. So, or let me get an array of 4 element over here. Okay. So I can actually redeclare this array over here, recreate, or let me see. Okay. Here orange, and I can say cherry in it, or strawberry, something like this. Okay. So now we have elements with an array with 4 elements. All right. What I can do is I can actually have let, okay, I can have sliced array. and I can say fruits dot, I can say, so here you can see s, if you type in s, you have slice. We'll make use of slice 1, 3. Okay. And you can say console.log over here, and you can say sliced array. Oops, so it's saying, okay, this has been already been declared and we cannot use it again. So I can say new fruits over here. Okay, I should have used the new name. All right, new fruits, and I'll save this, and you can see banana orange. All right, so this is index 1, and then this is index 2, and you can see how it's sliced from here. Okay, so this is copying the element from index 1 to 2. That is what it's happening. Okay, so we are saying 1, 3. So what it's doing is from 1 to 2 over here. Okay, these both are being sliced in. All right, and if you hover on this, you'll see it returns a copy of a section of an array for both start and end. And negative index can be used to indicate an offset from the end of the array. So -2, if you say -2, refers to the second to the last element of the array. Okay, which means second to the last. So -2 will be orange over here. Okay, is the second last. All right, so that is how slice can be used. It is used to slice an array essentially. And then you have splice over here, which can be used to remove or add an element at a specific index. Okay, so let me try this. Okay, splice over here. Okay, now you have fruits over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say fruits dot splice over here. Okay, and what we are going to do is we are going to remove one element at index 1. Okay, so you can say one element. Okay, so if you hover on this, you'll see some documentation. Okay, so it accepts few parameters: start, how many values you want to delete. Okay, and string over here. So you can see start means the 0-based location in an array from which you want to start removing elements. Delete counts means how many elements you want to remove from this number. So if you say from position 1, I want to remove 2. So you need to add 1, 2 over here, something like that. So it will remove 2 elements from position 1. Okay, and the third thing, it returns an element containing. So this is what it's returning. Okay, it returns the array containing the elements that were deleted. Okay, so let us try this over here. So what I would do is here, I would say console.log over here first, and I'll print in fruits. Okay, now we are removing 2 elements starting from position 1. Okay, so if I save this, you'll see apple again only being printed. Okay, so this is the array that we had. So we are removing 2 elements starting from position 1. Okay, so you can see it had apple again and cherry and orange. So only apple again is left because 2 elements from position 1 means both the elements are removed in the end. Okay, now the documentation said that it returns an array containing the elements that were deleted. Okay, so you can actually get them. You can say let deleted items over here. Okay, and I can print deleted items essentially over here. Okay, so I can say deleted items, oops, over here, and I can save this, and you can see these were the items that were deleted over here. Okay, now one magic is after deleting, like we have used splice to delete the element. Okay, now this can also be used to delete as well as add elements at the same time. Now if I specify an element over here, okay, you can see items. So these are elements to insert into the array in the place of deleted items. You can see this automatically popped up. So you had start, you had delete count, and now you have a list of items. So I can say new item over here, and I can save this, and you'll see new item added. Okay, let me add one more item over here. Okay, I can add new item again, and you'll see. So in place of the deleted items, you can even add new items with the help of splice. You can see. All right. So yeah, this is how it works. Splice basically, and it's helpful essentially to modify the array as per your requirements. All right. So these are some of the methods that you have access to. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about objects. Now, what are objects? So objects in JavaScript allow you to group related data and even functions together. Yes, we'll coming to functions part, but for now we'll be talking about the data part. So objects allow you to group related data and functions together. An object is created using a pair of curly braces. So if you have to create an object, you'd create it something like this. You would say let, and let's say if I want to store some data related to a person, right? So I can say person over here. I can have a pair of curly braces like this, and then I could have key value pairs in it, okay, where each key is also known as property and has a value associated with it. All right. So I can say what would a person have? So a person can have a lot of information. Okay. So let's say I'm building a program and I want to store person's information. So either I can create multiple variables, like I can say let person 1, and I can say age person 1, name. Then for person 2, I can say person 2, age, and so on. But this is not the ideal way to go about it, right? So instead, what you would want to do is you would want to have an object where you can group related data to a particular person. So for person 1, I could say name, and I could have name as Alice, for example. Okay, I could have age, and age can be 25. Okay, now make a note over here. This is a string over here, right? This is a string. This is not a number. This is a number over here, and I can also have boolean over here. So I can say is person a student, and I can say true or false over here. Okay, so make a note that you can have data of multiple types over here. Okay, so coming back over here, an object is created using a pair of curly braces like we're doing over here. It contains key value pairs. So this is a key and this is a value. Okay, where each key is also called a property. So this is also a property of the object. So person has 3 properties, which is name. You can see if you hover on this, it says property over here. Okay, and it's called name, and the data type is string. If you hover on this, if I hover on this, it's property age and the type is number. If you hover over here, property is student and it's boolean. And if you hover on this, you can see the entire definition of person. All right, and you would see data type over here instead of the values. All right, so each key is called a property and it has a associated value with it. All right, so this is what we have done with by creating a person. And of course, to print it over here, you can print it something like this as well. All right, and you'll see this being printed onto the console. All right. Now, there are multiple ways in which you can access the object properties. All right. So here we are printing the entire object over here, right? But if you want to access specific property, okay, you can even do that. And there are multiple ways for doing that. So let's say I can say console.log. Now you can make use of something called as dot notation. So person.age over here. So we are printing age as 25. This is one way of doing things. Another way is I'll duplicate this. Another way is you make use of this kind of a syntax, like you have square brackets, and within this you have the name of the property. You can see, and then you can even access it this way, and you'll see the output onto the console. All right. So these are the 2 ways in which you can access properties of objects in JavaScript. Now the thing is, if you take a look at source code online, you'll see majority of the time this is what is being used. Okay, like anywhere in your production grade application, in your workplace, or anywhere, any sort of source code that you read about online, you'll see like this is the convention that is being used at multiple places. This is very rare, and the obvious reason for this is not that easy to look and even to type, right? So this is much more easy, the dot notation one, and that is why this is being used commonly. All right. Now, we spoke about creating an object. We spoke about accessing properties. You can even add or update the properties. Okay. Now, let us talk about update first. So first we'll update the age. So you can say person.age is equal to, let's say 66 over here. Okay. And then if you print in this over here, okay, and if you save, you'll see the person age is being updated to 66. And even if I print in the entire object, you'll see it has 66 as a value that it's holding. All right. Now this is about updating. This is how you update. It's pretty simple. You make use of dot notation, or you can even make use of this kind of a syntax over here with the square brackets. And you can update the property by assigning it a new value. Now, how would you add a new property? Let's say I want to add a new property wherein I wish to store the job of the person. So I can say person.job over here, and I can say engineer. Something like this. All right. And I can print in this object over here. And now if you print in, you will see it has a new property in it called job. So this property, first of all, did not exist when we created person. You can see it did not exist. It had only 3 properties: name, age, and student. You can see. All right. But then later on, what we did is we added a property. We said person.job, and we assigned it a value called engineer. So adding a new property is as easy as accessing that new property using dot notation. So if you add any new property name using dot notation, you can assign it a value, and that will be added into the object over here. Okay. You can even access it using the dot notation if you wish to over here, like you are accessing the other properties. You can see engineer over here. All right. So this all is the possibility over here with when you want to create or when you want to add or update the properties. All right. Now, like you can add a property into an object, you can even delete a property. How would you do that? Okay. So let us take a look at deleting properties. Okay. So let's say I wish to delete is student over here. Okay. So right now I can make use of delete keyword, sorry, not del, it's delete keyword. You can see in auto suggest, you can see person dot, and you'll have the list of properties over here. Now, which one do you want to delete? I want to delete is student. Okay. And then if you try to access is student over here, and if you save it, you'll see it gets undefined. All right. And if you just print in the person, you won't see is student as a part of this. You can see earlier it is student was there in this particular object, but then later on you don't have is person over here. Okay. So that property is actually being deleted with the help of delete keyword. All right. So it's possible to add properties dynamically after the object is created, and also you can delete the properties after the object has been created. So that all is possible. All right. Now it is also possible to check if a particular property actually exists in a given object. All right. Now there will be scenarios, of course, wherein you might want to update a property if that property exists. So let's say if job exists in this person, then you might want to update the job. Okay. If you don't add that check, then what would happen is, if a job does not exist in person, it would be added, it would be newly created, and you don't want that to happen. You want to update only if it exists. Okay. So first thing, what we can do is, okay, check, 1 second. So we'll check if property exists. Okay. How would you do so? So I'll just scroll down over here. Okay. And I would say console.log, and I can say name in person. Okay. Now this is going to result in a Boolean value. Okay. You can see true over here. Why is it giving true? Because name actually exists in person. You can see we've added name over here. And if you take a look at the previous console.log statements, you'll find name being present. Okay. This is one way to check it. There is one more way. So you can say console.log over here. Okay. And you can say person dot, and you can say has own property, something like this. And then you can say age over here. Okay. You'll again get true over here. Okay. So this has own property determines, you can see the documentation over here, determines whether an object has a property with the specified name. All right. Now, if I change this to age 1, if I change this to name 1 over here. Of course, these two don't exist. So if I save this, you're going to get false over here, right? Because these two does not exist. I'll just do Control Z over here and I'll save it so that I get true printed onto the console. All right. Now this is really useful. Like I said, if you want to perform updation of properties depending on whether the property exists or not into an object, you can make use of any of these syntax. Okay, and you normally use this with conditional statements, and if it's true, you then probably would update the property. All right, and yeah, this in thing over here that you're seeing is an operator over here. Okay, and with the help of this, it allows you to check. Essentially, you're seeing what is the use case of in over here. All right, so yeah, this is about checking if the property exists. Now there is something called as nested objects. Okay, which means an object can contain another object as well, or other objects as well. Now over here, the object definition that we saw, object has key value pairs, right? It does not have something nested into it. So there will be scenarios wherein you might want to store some sort of complex data, wherein you might want to have an object within an object. All right, now let me give you an example. Let's say you are creating objects to keep a track of students, and let's say you have an online academy that you're building wherein a student enrolls into courses. So what you would do is you would have student over here. Okay, I would have an object to store student information, and I would have name of the student. What's the name? Name is, let's say, Bob over here. Okay, now I want to have a list of courses that student has enrolled in, so I can say courses over here. Okay, and within this courses is an object because it is going to be a list, right? So you can have math over here. Okay, now here you can say true. Okay, you can have science, you can have false over here, and so on. All right, now if you wish to print in this, so you can say console.log, and you can see student over here, something like this. So you can see name and then courses is again nested over here, which you can expand, name and science, maths and science over here. All right, now the question is, you have an object within an object. It's nested object, right? How would you access the property math? So let me show that to you as well. All right, so over here you have student. You can say student dot, and you can see suggestion. So name, if you want to access age, of course you can say, you can make use of dot over here. Okay, age does not exist, so I can make use of name over here and you will get access to Bob. Okay, now if you want to access courses, you can say courses over here straight away, and you'll get access to this JSON, which is the nested object over here. You can see math true, science is false. All right, and if you want to get access to any one of these properties, you can make use of dot notation further, and you can say math over here, and you'll get true. Okay, so you can like chain these dot notations in this way. You can say student dot courses dot math. Okay, so you are saying student dot courses dot math over here. All right, and it's giving you the output as true. All right, now like the outer object, inner object can also have properties with different data types. Right now we are making use of Boolean. Of course, you can store strings, you can have numbers. All right, it's totally up to you as to what you want to store, and it's totally based on your requirements as well. All right, so I hope this is making sense. So that's about objects, and before closing, I want to show you one interesting thing when you're working with object, which is known as object destructuring. All right, so what is object destructuring? Now, object destructuring is a concept, or a convenient way, I should say, to extract multiple properties from an object and assign them into variables. Now, take a look at this object over here. It has multiple properties, right? Any object that you create in JavaScript is going to have multiple properties. So there will be times wherein you might want to extract these properties and assign them to individual variables. Now that is possible using object destructuring. So we have an object over here. Let's try it on this. So you have two properties like name and courses. All right. So what I'm going to do is I want name. I want to have a variable called name over here, which will have name value over here for this object, and courses will have the courses value. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say let. I'm going to make use of this kind of syntax over here. I'm going to say name and courses over here. Okay. And then I'm going to assign it student. All right. What do you think would happen? This is absolutely valid over here. Okay. But what is actually happening over here is this object is actually broken down and the properties are being assigned. The value of properties are being assigned to these variables. All right. So if I want to print in console.log over here, and I can say name. Okay. You'll see name being printed as Bob over here. Okay. Which is actually the name you have assigned. And then you can have, instead of name, you can have courses, and you can save this and you'll see the output over here. Okay. So I hope this is making sense. Now, if you change the variable name from name to name2 over here, let's say, for example, and if you save this, you'll see name is undefined. Now, why is it undefined? Because in order for destructuring to work perfectly, so name should get assigned to name over here, then this name has to be actually match the name of the name inside this property, inside this object, I'm sorry. Okay. So for example, if I change the name of courses to courses2, for example, you'll see it's undefined. Okay. So the name has to be similar to that of the property. The name of the variable has to be same as that of the property for destructuring to work. If you skip any of the variables over here, okay, so if I skip courses, you'll see courses is not destructured. All right. So yeah, that's what object destructuring is. And this is all about objects in JavaScript. And I hope this video will help you understand any code that you see which is making use of JavaScript objects in future. Good luck. So now it's time that we talk about type conversion in JavaScript. Now, what is type conversion first of all? So whenever you create a variable, you store values in it. The variable has a type, right? So either you might store a string, a boolean, or a number, right? Now, type conversion is a process wherein you convert a value from one type to another. Okay, so if you're converting string to numbers, numbers to string, that is what is known as type conversion. Now, one thing you need to know is, which you already know, of course, JavaScript is a loosely typed language, which means that you don't need to declare the type of a variable, right? And the type of the variable can change dynamically depending on what values you are storing. Okay. Another thing is JavaScript supports implicit and explicit conversion. So what implicit means is, implicit conversion is a type wherein JavaScript itself automatically converts the value from one type to another. And explicit is where you as a programmer are instructing to convert a value from one type to another. All right. So let's take a look at type conversion. Now, let me give you an example over here. So let's say I'll have X. Okay. And let's say I'll have 5 plus 1. Okay. Now I'll do console.log over here. Okay. And I'll print the value of X. All right. I'll also do console.log over here. Okay. And I'll say type of, I'll say X over here. If I save this, you'll see the output is 6, of course. And the output is also number because this is holding the value of type number. Now let me experiment a little bit. All right. Now let's say I convert this value 5 into that of a string by adding single quote. Okay. You can even add double quotes. That's absolutely okay. What do you think will be the output? Will it be 6? And if you think it's 6, then what do you think this will give as an output? What will be the output of type of operator over here? If I save this, you'll see the output is 51. and then you have string over here. Okay, so what is happening over here is you have 5, which is a string. Okay, you have plus operator. You're making use of plus operator on 2 operands. So one operand is a string and other operand is a number. So what happens is this is not a valid addition, right? So what JavaScript implicitly or internally does is it converts 1 into a string. Okay, so then it becomes, so this equation becomes 5 essentially. I have 5 over here plus 1 over here in this form. Okay, so what is 5 plus 1 over here in this case? It becomes 51 because both of them are string, right? And a string concatenation is being performed. So if you have let, or if I say console.log over here, and if I say hi, okay, over here, plus hello. So I'm going to get output as hi, hello, because a string concatenation is being performed over here. Okay, that is how plus operator behaves with strings, and with respect to numbers, it is going to add those 2 numbers. Okay, so this is an example of implicit type conversion. All right, I'll just comment this out. Okay, now let me give you another example. Okay, so let's say I have example 2 over here. Okay, and let me call this as example 1 over here. Okay, so something like this. Okay, oops, something. Okay, so this statement is not yet complete. That's why I'm getting an error. Okay, so let's say example 2. What is example 2? Instead of having 5 as a string plus 1, okay, so let me have this as an integer first. So I'll have minus 5 minus 1. Okay, I'll copy these 2 lines of statement. I'll paste them over here, and this becomes example 2, of course. Okay, this is also 2. Now if I save this, you'll see the output is 4 because 5 minus 1 is of course 4, and the output is number over here as a result of the type of operator. Okay, that is what you see. So now let me change this to a string. Now what do you think would be the output? Okay, because here if you change this to string, this became 51, right? You can see it's printing 51. What do you think will be the output over here? Okay, any guesses? So if I save this, the output is still 4, and the type of example 2 is still a number. Now why is this so? So here, if you're making use of plus operator, okay, this was converted, this was as is, and this was converted into a string actually. And the output as a result was a string. You can see the output over here. Okay, but in case of minus, this changed, right? This is not, it's not how it's behaving when you used a plus with the same operands, right? So the answer to this is the behavior of plus and minus operators with strings and numbers are different. And that is why you're seeing a behavior change in the output. Okay, so let me explain this. When you make use of plus operators with strings, all right, with strings, there is an option for JavaScript to do concatenation. Okay, JavaScript can do concatenation with strings, and JavaScript can do addition when plus operator is used with numbers. Okay, so if you're using this with numbers, it knows, okay, I have to perform an addition. If you're using this with strings, it knows I have to perform a concatenation. But when you're making use of mixed type, what it will do is it will convert number to string. Okay, now in this case, minus does not have a role or a behavior when used with strings. Can you print in hi minus hello? Okay, that does not make any sense, right? So here, since this converting 1 to string did not make any sense, what JavaScript did is it converted 5 to an number, right? And it gave you the arithmetic operation as a result, which is 4, and the type of the final output was also 4 over here. Okay, and this is something similar, and this is how it will work if you're making use of multiplication as well. All right, so let me show that to you as well. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate this over here. This is our example 3, example 3, and example 3, and I have 5 into 1. What do you think will be the output? Does string 5 in string multiplied by 1 in string make sense? No. So of course this is going to be number. Okay, so yeah, this is how things work. And as you can imagine, internally JavaScript is doing an implicit conversion over here in this case, wherein it is automatically converting the value of 5 over here, which is a string representation to number over here. Okay, and as you can see, you're getting an output over here. Now, of course, if you duplicate this, let me duplicate this and let me show you one more example. Okay, if I scroll down, if I change this to example 4, sorry, not 5, this is 4, this is also 4, and this is also 4. Okay, now instead of 5 over here, let's say you have, let me get rid of this, let's say you have a true. Okay, and you can say true plus 1. Okay, what do you think will be the output? So the output would be 2 over here because true is considered to be as 1. So if I save this, you'll see 2 and the output is number. Okay, if I say this is false, you'll see output is 1 because false is 0. Okay, so I'll just stick to true over here. Okay, and you can see the output. Okay, so this is how things work, and you can very well see how implicit conversion is behaving over here. All right, now let's talk about explicit conversions. All right, so I'll come over here. Okay, and we'll talk about converting values explicitly. All right, now there will be scenarios. First of all, okay, there will be scenarios wherein implicit conversion won't be enough and you want to do things explicitly, right? So let's say you're asking user to enter an age, for example, or enter marks. Now these things are always entered as numbers, right? And your JavaScript program is getting this from HTML. Okay, so what you would do is you would want to make use of this for certain calculations. Now let us say if you have num over here, okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so in my example that I was talking about, wherein you are accepting things like age and marks, okay, you might want to do explicit conversion wherein you know like the number being entered is a number actually, but it might be given as an input to your program as a string. So you might want to convert it explicitly, right? So let me give you an example. Let's say you have number over here and let's say you have bool over here. Okay, this. Okay, so I have 2 variables. Okay, now in order to do some type conversion explicitly, JavaScript offers a set of functions over here that you can see. So when you're working with strings, these are the functions. You have toString and string over here. You also have number, parseInt and parseFloat if you're working with numbers. And if you want to work with Boolean data type, then you can make use of Boolean over here. So let's explore how you can make use of them individually. So first we'll talk about strings over here. Okay, now I have a couple of strings created already. So what I would do is I would just move them inside this block over here, not block, after the comments. Okay, now let me convert, or let me show you how to make use of string function. So I can say let num to string over here, and I can say string like this, and I can say num. Okay, so you just pass a parameter over here. Okay, and I can say console.log over here. I can say num to string. I can add a comma, and then here I can say type of, and let's print type of num to string. Okay, now if I save this, you will see 1, 2, 3 and string as the output. Okay, so yeah, this actually is a number and it's being converted into a string. Now the value is same 1, 2, 3, but it's in string format right now. Okay, now this is one thing. How can you make use of Boolean over here? So Boolean also you can convert. Okay, so let me create a new variable over here. Let's say bool to string over here, and I can say string. Okay, I can say bool over here, something like this, and let me like copy this, and you can say bool to string and bool to string type of. You can see true, and it is now being represented as string. So this is how this string works over here. You can see. All right. So this is about string. Now you have toString as well that you're seeing over here. So you can actually say let. So let me say num to string, or let me copy this actually. All right. I'll just copy this entire thing in fact. Okay. And over here, I'll call this as 1. This also has 1 over here. This also has 1. I'll append 1 in the end. Okay. And instead of string over here, I can say num dot to string. Okay, like this. And for bool also, I'll say bool dot to string, like this, and I'll save this. So you can see the output is same. Okay, so either you can make use of to string over here or just a string in this way. All right. Now let us talk about numbers. Okay, so if you have a value in string, let's say str num, okay, you can't use it for calculations. So let's say you have 4, 5, 6 over here. Okay, you can't use this for calculations. You might want to convert this explicitly into number so that you can make use of it. All right. And let us say you also have a decimal based value. So I'll say str float over here. Okay, or you can say call it decimal, whatever you want to. And let's say this is 12.55, for example. All right, you can take any random number. Okay, so let us take a look at number first of all. Okay, so you can say let str to num over here. Okay, you can say number, you can see number, and you can pass in str num, sorry, not float, str num over here, like this. Okay, now let me print in the value over here and also the type. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and paste it over here. And if I save this, you'll see 456 is the output, and this is of type number now. All right, so this has been converted into a number, as you can see. Okay, now I can duplicate this line. Let us duplicate this line and let us see an example with parse int over here. Okay, so if I make use of parse int, you can see int over here. Okay, str to int, and I'll replace this with parse int and I'll save this. Now you can see this is again a number. Okay, so this is actually converting it, a string, into an integer. Okay, now what happens if you add str float over here? Okay, if you add str float, you'll see it is truncating this decimal part. You can see only 12 is being printed. 12.55 is not being printed. Okay, so this is useful if you want a whole number. All right, but what would things look like if you want to maintain decimals as well, and also want to have conversion to number, and also want to maintain decimal for accuracy? Okay, because here there's a data loss, right? The decimal value is lost. So that is where this parse float comes into picture. So what you can do is, let me duplicate this over here, str to float over here, and I'll paste this over here and I'll save this. And instead of parse int, I'll say parse float. If I save this, you'll see 12.55. So the decimal value is also being preserved, and this is being printed as a number. Okay, so there are three things to remember: number, which is used to convert a string to number; parse int, which is used to convert any value you have into an integer. Then you have parse float, which can help you get the entire value or store the entire value along with the decimal. Okay, now one thing I want to mention over here. Okay, if you try to convert a string to a number, that won't work. Okay, so you can say str invalid, okay, or num invalid num, let's say. Okay, because this is going to be invalid, I know. Let's say I say number. I won't create a variable here, but I'll directly have number, and I can say hello. Okay, now this is not valid at all. Okay, so you can take this and you can print it over here, but this is not valid. Okay, if I save this, you will see it's not a number. NaN meaning not a number, NaN, and the type is number. Okay, but the value is lost. It's NaN. All right, so yeah, if you're doing a typecasting or a type conversion to number, make sure that the source actually is holding a valid number. Okay, if I add characters into this, into 456, I say 45A6, then it would be NaN again, because it's not a valid number, right? I hope this is making sense. Okay, now let's talk about Boolean over here. So we'll create 0. Okay, and I'll also have let non-empty boolean string over here, or let me remove boolean from here, it's getting longer. Okay, and then I'll have hello. Okay, and let's see how you can make use of boolean. So you can say let 0 to boolean. So let's convert 0 to boolean first. I'll say boolean over here, and I'll say 0. Okay, what do you think will be the output? Okay, so let me get this statement here, console.log. I'll replace this invalid num with 0 boolean, and you'll see false. So 0 is actually translating to false when converted to boolean. And now if I okay, I added 0 accidentally over here. This should be 0. Okay, output will be the same, but if you convert this 0 into 1, this is going to give you true. Okay, if you say 156, any random number, it will stay true. So it's false only for 0 over here. Okay, I hope this is making sense. All right, now if you have this string over here, what happens if you try to convert this to boolean? Okay, so let me copy this over here. Okay, I'll go to next line, and instead of 0 to boolean, I'll say string to boolean, and here I'll have non-empty string. Okay, and I'll copy the string to boolean and I'll add it over here. Let us see what the output is. You'll see true. Okay, so any non-empty string if you have, and if you try to convert it to a boolean, you're going to see true as the output. Okay, so values like 0 or empty string or null, undefined, and nen are falsy, which means they're converted to false. So even if in place of 0, if you have an empty string, okay, it will be false. You can see if it's nen, let's say nen, and if I save this, it will be false. Okay, if it's null, it will be false again. Okay, but I'll stick to 0. Okay, and everything else apart from like 0, empty string, null, undefined, nen, these are all false values. If these are converted, they'll translate to false in boolean, and everything else apart from this is true, right? So I hope this made sense as to how type conversions explicitly work in JavaScript. Okay, okay, this was a mistake over here. So I hope this is useful. I want to talk a little about JavaScript conventions. So here I am on developer.mozilla.org. So you can come onto this link if you search for developer Mozilla. So let me show it to you. Okay, you can say developer. Okay, developer Mozilla JavaScript, and you can say conventions. Okay, if you search for this, you'll see this link, guidelines for writing JavaScript code examples. Right, and this is the link that you will come over. Now this is general guidelines for writing JavaScript code, and here you have some navigation options. Like you can see general guidelines. These are all general guidelines. Comments, how are comments to be written? Okay, now there is a good example as well as the bad example over here. Okay, you have functions, loops, objects. You have guidelines for strings. Okay, you can see over here how are guidelines, how are strings to be used. Okay, variables, you can see over here, good variables, bad variables. Okay, so all of this you can keep in mind over here. Okay, you can see if variable will not be reassigned, prefer using constants. All these general stuff that is supposed to be followed when working with JavaScript, that is what is written on this single page document. Okay, so you can keep this handy over here. These are all general guidelines for writing JavaScript code, and it also has good examples in it. And the best part I like is it has good example as well as a bad example. Okay, so that's about this document. There is one more repository that I want to point out to you. So if you go to github.com, over here in the search bar, if you search for JavaScript conventions, okay, you'll come across this website, or sorry, not website, this repo by this person over here. Just click over here, then you'll see over here, this particular repository has different templates for naming conventions. Okay, you can see C#, Git, JavaScript, PowerShell, R, SQL Server. Okay, now this is licensed under MIT, so be sure to adhere to that. And over here, you can, if you click on JavaScript, okay, you can have this handy always. So this has some good examples in a tabular format. So you can see function name has to be camel case, local variables have to be camel case, constant has to be Pascal case, and so on. Okay, so you can follow this convention over here. There are some good examples also that you can take a look at. Okay, so yeah, these are JavaScript conventions. This one is this. You should also check out this one. Like I said, developer.mozilla.org. Okay, so I hope this was useful. So let's build a color generator using JavaScript and HTML. All right. So here I'm on index.html. So I have this file index.html and index.js. This is a JavaScript file where our JavaScript code will reside. I'll add one more file and I'll call this as styles.css. So we'll do a little bit of beautification, not much, a little bit, but we'll make our web page look a little bit decent. All right. So now here in index.html, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type exclamation and I'm just going to get the boilerplate code for a HTML page over here. All right. Now you can see I have device and everything here. Okay. And here I'm going to add the document title or the web page title. All right. And this title will be random color generator. Something like this. All right. Now over here under the body, I'm going to have h1 tag because this is where I'm going to start writing in the code. So I'm going to say random color generator, and actually instead of typing, I can directly get this. Okay. This is done. And how this app will function is we will have a button that will generate random colors every time you click the button. All right, so we need that button. So I'll add a button over here. You can see this button element. All right, I'll close this and I'll call this button as generate color over here. Okay, this is done. And then we need to also display the color codes. All right, now the color that is being generated, that will be in hexadecimal code. Okay, that will be a hexadecimal code that we can display also to the user. All right, so we'll display the color code. I'll say p tag over here. Okay, and we'll have some color code printed over here. This is done. All right, and now we need to load the JavaScript as well. So what I can do over here is I can like load the JavaScript file. So we have the JavaScript file created as index.js. So I'm going to come outside the body tag over here and I'm going to say script src and I'm going to say index.js over here and I'll close this tag. All right. We don't have any linking done for CSS yet, but we'll look into that shortly. All right. I'll close this console. We don't need to see the console anymore. All right. Now over here, if I save this, okay, this should actually display this HTML over here. You can see random color generator and generate color. All right. Now we'll head over to index.js. All right. And this is where we are going to write the JavaScript that will work with these HTML elements and add life to it. So if you click on generate color, like I said, it should generate a new color code and the background of this entire web page should be set to that particular color code. And we should also display the color code over here to the user. All right. So what I'm going to do is here, if you come, okay, here we have this p tag. Okay, we have some elements and we also need to display the color code over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to assign an ID to this. Okay, because I need to reference this from the JavaScript. Okay, so I'm going to call this as color code over here, something like this. Okay, and I'll save it. Okay, and or let me just remove this code from here. Okay, I'll just have color. I'll come over here, okay, and what I'll do is I'll say document. So I need to get this p tag where we want to display the color. So I'm going to say document.get element by ID. So I'm getting the element by ID from the document. Now here I'm going to mention the ID of the element. So the ID of the element is color or color hyphen code, whatever you have added over there. Okay. And we can assign this to a variable. Okay. So I can say color and I can say paragraph. Okay. Para. And I'll save this. Okay. So we now have access to the p tag. Okay. And if you want, you can just do console.log over here. Or instead of doing console.log, what I would say is you can say color para dot text content, and you can add test over here. Okay. And if you save this, you should see test being added over here. Okay. Which means that you are able to access the paragraph tag, which is a p tag, using this ID. Okay. And if you hover on this document.getElement by ID, you can see returns the reference to the first object with the specified value of the ID attribute. So the ID attribute is color in this case. Okay. And we are able to access the element. Now you can have a default color code also being displayed over here. Okay. So I can add a color code as hash. So color codes start with hash, and I can say FF. Okay. So you can add a default color code, which is actually displayed when the page loads. All right. Now, once you have done this, what you need to do is on the click of this button. So on the click of this button, what should happen is the color code should be generated. And the way we are going to generate it is we are going to have a random generation. All right. So what I will do is I'll come over here, and we need to get access to the button, because on click of this button, some code should run, right? So what I'm going to do over here is I'm going to assign this an ID over here. Okay. And ID can be generate. Okay. E won't be there. Okay. This is there. And here I'll copy this, and I'll say document.getElement by ID generate over here. Okay. Now once we have access to the button, I'm going to say on click of this button. Okay. So we need to instruct on click of this button. I need to add a function over here. Okay. Now this is the syntax for defining a function in JavaScript. Okay. And we are going to define a function. Now within this, what happens is this block of code. What this function means is this block of code that we are defining here is executed when the button is clicked. Okay. Pretty simple. So I'll say let, and I'll have a random color being generated. Now, how are we going to generate a random color? Because this is a random color that we would also be displaying. Now to generate this random color, we are going to make use of a formula. Now, whenever you are representing color codes, it starts with hash, and then you have a hexadecimal value like FFCCFF, something like this. Okay. So we need to get this hexadecimal value randomly. Hash you can append manually, right? So what I would do is I would come over here. We are going to make use of the formula. Okay. And we are going to make use of something called as math object. Okay. So I'm going to say math over here, and I'm going to say dot. Now within math, or math object in JavaScript, gives access to a lot of functions. Okay. Within JavaScript, one of the functions is random. Now using this function, you can generate random numbers. Okay. So if you hover on this, you'll see returns a pseudo random number between 0 and 1. Okay. Now every time this is executed, it generates a random number. So let me show this to you over here. Okay. So I'll go to console. You can say math.random over here. Oops. Math.random, something like this, and you can generate a random number. So every time you run this, it is going to generate a random number. Okay. Now what we are going to do is we are going to make use of this, and we are going to generate a hexadecimal number. How? So I'm going to generate this random number generated. Okay. So let me copy this random number that is being generated. So this is a random number that is being generated. I'll clear the console, and I'll multiply this random number with a number. Now this number is 1677215. Now, why am I multiplying it with this number? The reason I'm multiplying it with this number is because this is the maximum value, okay? This number represents the highest possible or the maximum value for a 24-bit color, okay, in hexadecimal. So that is what I'm going to multiply it with, okay? And then once we are done with the multiplication, we get a result. Then I'm going to make use of math.floor. Now, what is math.floor? So I've copied this value after multiplication. What is math.floor? Math.floor is a floor function that will give you, so if I have a decimal value of 1456, so the output would be 1. Okay. Now, if you have 1, so any number you have, it will give you the lowest value in the decimal. Okay. So if you have 1.44636, it is going to eradicate or ignore this value over here. Okay. So 1 is the output. Now, if I paste this over here, it is of course going to give me 8228937 over here. Okay. And then I'm going to take this value over here, and I'm going to convert it to hexadecimal representation of string. Okay. To a hexadecimal string is what I can say. All right. So I'll say this number dot to string, and I'll pass in 16 as the argument, which means that I need hexadecimal value of this. Okay, so it has given me an error over here. Okay, let me see. Okay, so this has to be, for this to work, it has to be in the string form. Okay, so I'll copy this again. I'll say hash over here. I'll paste this. Okay, and then I'll say to string, and let me try this 16 over here. Let us see. Okay, invalid or unexpected token. One second, let me try again. So this should work ideally. Okay, so this works. You can see. So for some reason it is not working on the console. All right, but let me show this to you on the ID itself. All right. So here we said we are going to get a random number. I'm going to multiply it with 16777. Okay, to 1. 5. Oops, this has to be 5. All right, and this entire thing, okay, this entire thing has to be in a pair of round braces, and then I'll pass this thing to floor over here. Okay, so we get the float value. All right, now let me do console.log over here, and let me, or instead of console.log, what we can actually do is we can actually display it in color para.text content is equal to random color. Okay, so we can see the output here itself. All right, now if I refresh, or let me see what's happening over here. So it will be triggered if we click generate color. So you can see these numbers are being generated. Okay, but right now this is not the hexadecimal representation. All right, so what I would do over here is I would come over here. I would say dot to string over here, and I would say a value of 16. Something like this, and I would save this. Okay, now I'd say generate color. Now you can see these values are being generated. You can see these hexadecimal values. Okay, you need to prepend this with hash. Okay, so I'll say hash over here, something like this, and I'll say plus. Okay, so now you have color codes being generated over here. I'm not sure why it's not working on the console. If you know, please let me know. All right, but it's working here perfectly fine, as you can see. All right, now this is done. Okay, and what we need to do is we are actually displaying the random color. What we also need to do is we can change the background to the color that is being generated. So I can say document dot body, and I can say dot style dot, and I can get the background color. Oops, background color over here, and the background color will be random color. And if I save this, you can see, fun, right? So with simple JavaScript, like how many lines of JavaScript you have written? Not even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines of code. You are able to generate so much of magic. All right, you can see. So with this formula, we are generating a color code that we are displaying to the user, and we are also setting it as a background color. Now comes the style.css. All right. So what I will do is we'll come over here. Okay. And I'll start styling over here. Okay. So I'll say font family over here. And I'll add font family as Arial. Okay. And we can say text align. I'll have text align to center. Okay. Margin over here. Margin we can set to 0. Oops. And then over here I'll have padding. I'll have padding to 20 pixel. Okay. And I have background color. I can have background color to hash over here, and F5, something like this. Okay. So yeah, this is first CSS. Okay. But we need to also link the CSS to HTML file. Only then it will reflect, right? Which we haven't done. So what I can do is I can say link over here, rel is equal to style sheets. Okay. Style sheet over here, and I can have href, and this will be styles.css, and I'll close it. Something like this. Okay. So you will now see CSS being applied here. Okay. Now body is done. All right. We can style it a bit more. Okay. Now h1 tag. What I can do is I can add a color over here. Color can be, okay, instead of this, I can add 333 over here. Okay. Then we need to style the button. So what style can we give to the button? Okay. So let's give it a bluish color. So I have a color code in mind. So I can say, I can have blue over here, blue sort of color, you can see. Okay. Now scroll down. Color, oops, color is white, F5. Okay. And border, I can say none over here. Okay, border is gone. We can add padding now to make it look decent. So I can say 10 px and 20 px, save it. Okay, looking decent. You can reduce the padding if you want. Okay, margin, I can have 10 pixels of margin. Okay, and I can have font size as that of, let's say, 16. Okay. We can have cursor pointer over here. Okay, border radius. Okay, border radius can be 5 pixel over here. Okay, and then I can have transition over here. Transition of background color 0.3 seconds over here. Okay. So this is it. You can see the CSS being applied. Okay. And if you zoom in a bit, so you'll have to zoom in a bit. Okay. So this is button CSS. You can have button hover as well. Okay. So button. Okay. Hover. Okay. And here you can say background color, and you can add dark blue. Okay. You can see the CSS in action. All right. So this is done. You can even have the display where you're displaying the, you're actually displaying this color code, right? So you can get that style as well. So, okay, I accidentally pressed something else. Okay. So we are displaying it over here, color. Okay. So what I would do is I'd come over here, hashtag color. I'll get this, I'll refer to this ID and I'll say font size of, you can say 24 over here. Okay, font weight is bold over here. You have access to bold. Okay, and you can say color over here. Color, you can add, okay, you can just keep 333. You can see over here. Okay, and then you can have margin. And margin of 20 pixel and then 0. Okay, this is done. Now yeah, this is what it is. I don't think should we add okay, so this is done, and we can have more if you wish to, but for now we'll stop over here. Okay, this is pretty much it. All right, and it's a very simple color generator. You can see how with the help of simple JavaScript, like hardly 5-6 lines of code, we have been able to add so much of life to our static web page. All right. So yeah, you can even choose to use Tailwind if you wish to, but yeah, I just choose to write a little bit of raw CSS. All right. So I hope this gives you some insights as to how you can make use of selectors over here, and how you can add listeners to buttons, and how you can get a piece of code executed after adding listener to your JavaScript code. All right. So yeah, I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So let us take a look at how you can build a currency converter application. All right. So we are going to work around 3 files over here, like index.js, index.html, and style.css. All right. So we'll begin writing the code in the HTML file. Now, what all this application is going to have is, it is going to have an drop down, which is going to help users select from where he wishes, or in which unit he wishes to convert the temperature in. All right. And then we'll also have a text box where the user can enter the temperature he wishes to convert. And along with that, we'll have a convert button, okay, which user can click and get the temperature converted. So let's go. I'll just have exclamation over here, and I'll just get some boilerplate code ready over here. All right. Now, once we have boilerplate code, I'll update the title. So I'll say temperature converter over here. Okay. And then within the body, I'll again have the h1 tag. So I'll just copy this entirely, and I'll just rename this to h1. All right. So you have temperature converter. Okay. Here you can see. So now what we need to do is we need to add an input. Okay. So the input is of type text over here. Okay. So type text, and I'll have a placeholder as well. I'll say enter temperature. Okay. And I'll close this. Let's add an ID element also over here. So the ID for this can be, oops, over here. So this is, so the ID for this can be temp or temperature, whatever you wish to. I'll just keep it short for temp. Okay. Now if you see, you have this enter temperature text field over here. All right. Now this is done. Now we need to have a select, which is a drop down. I'm going to call this, I'm going to assign this a ID of unit, and within this I'm going to have option over here. Okay. Now option will be of type value, and the value is C. Now the display is Celsius. Okay, something like this. And if you come over here, you're going to see Celsius up here. Okay, I'm going to like duplicate this over here, and instead of C, I'm going to have F over here, and I'm going to have Fahrenheit, something like this. Okay, so if you come over here now, you're going to see Celsius and Fahrenheit, which is good enough. All right, now depending on the selection, C and F will be passed to the application, or whatever selector, or wherever you're passing the value. Okay, now over here you can have a button. Okay, I'll add button as a convert over here. The ID is convert, and I'll add text as convert over here. Okay, and then we also need to display the converted value. So I'll say converted temperature over here. So what is the converted temperature? I'll add a span to display the temperature. Okay, so I'll say span over here, and we'll have 0 initially, and I can add an ID of converted, something like this. Okay, this is done. So you can see over here, this is what the interface looks like right now. All right, now we can quickly link it to our application. So I'll say script over here. I'll say src, and I'll say index.js, and I'll close it. Okay, we'll also link the CSS part. So I'll say link rel, and I'll say style sheet. Okay, and I'll add href over here. as styles.css, and I'll close this. Okay, so this is done. So far so good. You can see this is the application. Now we need to begin with the JavaScript part. All right, so now what we need to do is first on the click of this, the code should be executed, right? So we need to get that button. Okay, so we can say document.getElementById, because we are making use of ID over here. Okay, and I can say convert over here. All right, and what should happen? So on click of this, we want to execute something. So I'll say on click over here, and I'll execute a function. The function does not have a name. It does not have any sort of parameters. And I'll end this with a semicolon first. And now within this function, we can add whatever we want to, or whatever code we want to display, or whatever code we want to execute basically on the button click. So I'll first create a couple of variables over here, temperature, and I'll get the unit also. Now we first need to get the temperature as well as unit. Okay, so I'll say document.getElementById, and we need to get temp.value over here. Now why temp.value? Okay, so here this is temp. So we are getting first the value that the user has entered. And then we also need to get the unit that the user has selected, right? So what I would do is I would copy this over here, or wait a minute, we need to complete this. So the value that we are getting over here will be in string format. I don't want to make use of string. So we need to preserve the decimal values as well. So what is the right choice over here? Yes, as you can see, I'm making use of parse float. Why am I using parse float? Because user might enter a decimal value. So I need to get the decimal value as well for precision. All right. Now I'll get this document.getElementById over here, and I'll get the unit over here. Now, okay, so this has to be as a string. Okay, so I'll say unit, something like this. Okay, this is done. So far so good. Okay, and once we have the unit and the temperature, what we can do is we can actually write some code on the basis of which the conversion will happen, right? Now what should be that code? So we'll have to make use of decision making over here. All right, so if the user selects Fahrenheit, one formula is applied. If the user selects Celsius and clicks convert, another formula is applied. So depending on what is selected over here, the formula application changes. All right, so let me show you the formula first. Okay, so the formula is to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit, we'll say temperature into 9 divided by 5 over here plus 32. This is the formula that we are going to make use of. So this is going to convert C to F. Okay, and then to convert Fahrenheit to Celsius, we are going to say temp minus 32, and we are going to say into 9 divided by 5. All right, so these two are the formulas. Okay, let me also mention this over here. So this will convert F to that of C. All right, now how do we know which formula we want to execute? All right, so I'll say, so what I will do is I'll say if unit is equal to C. Okay, so if unit is C, right? So if the user has selected Celsius over here in the drop down, what should happen is we should convert C to F, right? Because then, so we should execute this, right? Or if it's not true, then we can execute this. All right, and we can have this part in the pair of round braces, and even this part in the pair of round braces for clarity. All right, something like this. Okay, and then I can assign the output of this to converted temp over here, which is a variable. Okay, and if I come over here, oops, so if I come over here, I can, so we have this converted temp, we can display this converted temp. So how will I display it? I'll copy this text, and we need to display it in ID converted, right? Is that the ID that we give? Okay, So the ID is converted. Yes, we need to display it in the span, right? So converted dot, I'll say text content, and I'll say converted temp dot. I can just display converted temp. Let us see what is the value that we see. So let's say the temperature is 100. I select Celsius. So this is Celsius, right? So I need to convert it to Fahrenheit. So this is 212. Okay. Now, if you want to verify this, you can just Google Celsius to Fahrenheit and you'll come across this calculator on Google itself, Google search. So you can enter 100 and you can see the output as 212. All right. We can do the same for Fahrenheit. If you select Fahrenheit and say convert, the temperature in Celsius is 122.4. And you can verify this over here. I have Googled now Fahrenheit to Celsius. So this is Celsius to Fahrenheit. This is Fahrenheit to Celsius. So if I say 100, I get, okay, so there is something, 1 second. So there's 100 Fahrenheit and I'm converting. Okay, so my conversion, it seems, is wrong. So it should be actually 37 degrees Celsius. Okay, but I'm getting 122. So if you come over here, maybe something is wrong in the formula. Okay, so this cannot be, okay, so this should be not 9 by 5. This should be 5 by 9 over here. And now if you come, if I enter 100 Fahrenheit, convert, you can see 37.7778. Okay, so now it's proper. All right, there was a mistake in the formula, so be sure to make use of this formula. All right, so now this is not looking good, right? It's 7 7 7 7, a lot of 7s and then 8. So I would want to move it to fixed decimals or fixed position of 2 places. So what I can do over here is I can say converted temp dot to fixed, and I can say 2 over here. You can see number of digits. So this allows you to mention the number of digits after decimal point and must be in the range of 0 to 20, inclusive. So if I save this and if you come here, if I enter 100, Celsius is fine. Okay, it will give 00. If you add Fahrenheit, you'll see 37.78. All right. So this is how the temperature converter is working. Pretty simple. All right. But with the help of JavaScript, we are able to do a lot, right? Now, let's take a look at the styling over here. Okay, we'll keep the styling as really simple over here. I'll just type in a few, I'll just type in like a few styles. Okay, like style, I'll just type in few style elements. So I'll just add a few style elements over here. So font family, let's select this one over here. Okay, text align, I'll keep center. And margin as 0, and I'll say padding as 20 probably. Okay, and I'll add background color as probably we can add a background as let's say Azure. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, does it look good? It's okay. Azure is looking decent. Courier is also looking decent. Okay. Or you can update the font family if you're not liking this. Okay, so font family can be, okay, you can select Arial, Helvetica, Sans Serif. You can see this is also okay. All right, depending on your choice, you can choose the font family. Come over to H1 over here. Okay, now for H1, I'm going to say color. What is the color? You can select probably go down and okay, so you can have blackish. I can update it as well, so you can update it to something like this. Okay, totally up to you, or you can stick to black over here. So I'll just get rid of this. I'll just keep black. Simple. Okay, this is done. Now over here we can say select and the input. Okay, so I can say input for type as text. Okay, and for select over here. Okay, this is a CSS. Now over here I can say padding of 0 pixel. Okay, I can say font size over here of 16. Okay, Then you can have a margin over here for 10 pixels. All right. You can have border radius of 5 pixels. All right. You can have border over here of 1 pixel solid, and I'll say #tt. Okay. And then you can have width over here of 200 pixels. Let us save and see. You can see this has changed a bit, right? Looking pretty much decent, right? You can add more padding if you wish to. Okay, I can increase the padding to, let's say, 10. Okay, padding was not looking that good, but now it's looking decent. You can see. Okay, and now let's move on to, so on this, the next is button over here. So let's take a look at button, what all we can add. Okay, so for button, I'm going to say button over here and scroll down a bit. Okay, so for button, we can say background color of, let me add blue. Okay, I can say color of white, and border is none, and I can add padding over here, 10 pixels, 20 pixels, something like this. And you can say font. Okay, not font size. Font size can be 16, should look decent. We'll modify this if it doesn't. Okay, cursor, pointer over here. I can say border radius is of 5 pixels, something like this. And yeah, I think this is it. If you come here, okay, it's looking pretty decent. You can add a hover effect if you wish to. Okay, so I can say hover on button. Okay, so button hover can be background color, and I can say dark blue. You come here, you can see this effect, right? Pretty much it. All right, and now you can add a styling for p tag. Okay, I can say font size, and 18 pixels, a little bigger than button. And the font weight is bold, and then color is 333, margin of, you can say 20 pixels and 0. If you come here, okay, now let us add, so this thing we have which is converted, we'll add something to this. Okay, I'll come over here and here converted. So for this, I'll say color of we can say, I'll add it blue. Okay, depending on your preference. You can say font size, I'll say large, and font weight bold. Let us see how it looks. So you can see pretty decent. All right, standing out. You can convert it. Okay, so this is our temperature converter, and how it worked is we built out, or we wrote some HTML, simple HTML, simple tags we used. We linked like JavaScript and CSS. Within JavaScript, we are getting the convert button, and we are adding it an on-click listener, okay, which is triggered when you click on it. And then you have these values that you're fetching, because on the basis of this, you're going to perform the conversion. Be sure to get the temperature value as float. All right. Then we are converting the temperature with the help of, you can see over here, with the help of ternary operator. Right. So you are first checking, this is a condition. Okay. You're first checking if unit is equal to Celsius. If it's equal to Celsius, then you need to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. If the current unit is not Celsius, if it's Fahrenheit, you need to convert from Fahrenheit to Celsius. And these are the formulas. And then you're displaying the converted result by like truncating the decimal places to up till 2, right? And then you have some basic styling added for beautification. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about template literals and understand what they are. So whenever you work with strings, okay, how would you create a string? So, all right, sorry for the caps. You can create string in this way. So you can say let name is equal to, with double quotes, you can assign a name over here. Okay. Now instead of double quotes, you can even make use of single quote. Okay. So I can select the text and I can type in single quote. So this is also a valid string over here. Okay. Now this is one way of creating strings, and another way is with the help of template literals. Now what are template literals? So they allow you to work with strings in a more flexible and more readable way. Now what does more flexible and more readable mean? Okay, this is also flexible, right? But this is good with simple use cases. Now there will be use cases wherein you might want to do, let's say, you'll have to create one more variable. Okay, I want to create one more variable. And I wish to say hello, okay, and I wish to have name over here, right? So I'll have to say something like this over here. Okay. Now if I do console.log over here, I can say greeting. Okay. So you'll see hello Alice over here. All right. So if you want to like concatenate two strings, you'll make use of plus over here, right? Now this is one way. But if you want to do multiple if you want to create string on the fly, and if you want to make use of multiple variables when constructing a string, because here we are making use of only one variable, right? We are not making use of multiple variables. So this is still okay. But if you have multiple variables wherein you are using multiple variables to construct a string dynamically, then this approach is not at all easy and it's not at all flexible or readable. All right. So in that case, you can make use of template literals. So I'll show you what template literals are. So here we are making use of single quote, okay, and we were making use of plus over here to add the variable in the end. But over here, when you use template literal syntax, you can say hello, and I'll make use of dollar over here because I want to add name over here, right? And I'm going to say name. Okay, so template literal is essentially a syntax that you're making use to create strings on the fly. All right, now this won't work. I have not saved the file. This won't work because it is still in single quotes. So to get the template literal to work, okay, let me do control Z. Let me have this same syntax. Okay, if I save this, you will see hello dollar name. So this value is not being substituted yet. In order to get this value substituted, I'll have to add backticks instead of making use of single quote. You can see backticks, and now you have some sort of syntax highlighting over here. Okay, and you can see name over here. Okay, now this works with any sort of variable. So if I have a variable called student name, okay, I can have student name over here, and here I can say let age is equal to 17, let's say, for example. So hello student, okay, and I can say you are I can make use of so I want to print in age now, right? So I can say dollar age, okay, and you are year old. Okay, so here you will see hello Alice, you are 17-year-old. Can you see this? Okay, if I zoom out a bit from the editor, you'll see this being printed. All right, so this is how template literals can be useful. Now imagine doing this with the help of the concatenation operator, the plus operator that we were making use of. All right, it is not good if the string is a bit complex. It's constructed in a little bit complex way, okay, and it's not straightforward. If you're making use of multiple variables, then creating strings without the help of template literals is not convenient. Okay, so you can see how convenient this syntax is. It is readable as well. So the definition over here says it's readable, right? And it is readable. So anyone reading your code will know what you are trying to do over here. Okay, and IDE also does a great job of doing syntax highlighting over here. So the moment you add dollar and these curly braces, this is highlighted in a different syntax. All right. So what are template literals? Template literals is a syntax using which you can construct strings and work with it in a more flexible and I would say a more readable way. And what is the syntax? So normally you can create a string using single quotes or double quotes, right? And you can concatenate using the plus operator, right? But over here, you are making use of backticks. So when you make use of backticks, you are telling JavaScript that, hey, I'm wanting to make use of template literals, and this string might have expressions in it. All right. Now this is an expression wherein the value is being substituted over here. All right. So this is a single line string. Now there will be also scenarios wherein you want to create a string that is multi-line. Okay. So let me give you another example. Okay. I'll add a comment here. Let's take a look at multi-line string over here. Okay. So I'll have multi-line and okay, one second. So I'll have multi-line string like so. Okay. And I can say this is a multi-line string. Okay. Now the moment you do this, you're going to get errors. This is not right. Okay. Because you cannot create a string like this in JavaScript. Even if you add single quotes, it is like not going to work. Now, how do you create a multi-line strings, right, in JavaScript? So you can make use of template literals, like I said, and make use of backticks. So this won't give any sort of error, all right? And you can simply say console.log and you can print in multi-line string. So you can see this is a multi-line string, right? Now, okay, now I can even take every word on a new line. That is also doable over here. If I save this, you can see this is a multi-line string, right? So this is the power of template literals, and the syntax essentially is you will have backticks over here, okay, something like this, and you'll have normal string, and it can have expressions over here, okay. So you can say expression like this. So this is a syntax, okay, and let me type in. It is syntax over here. Okay, so this is how we can make use of it. Now let me show you multiple use cases. All right, so now over here we are like just substituting variables, right? But you can even have expressions. Okay, so you can say expressions, and you can make use of expressions within template literals. All right, so let me say, let's say I have let a is equal to 5 over here. I have let b is equal to 10, for example. Okay. I'll say let result over here. Okay, now I'll have backticks. I'll say the sum of, all right, and I'll say a and I'll say b is, now what is the sum? Okay, we have to print the sum, right? So I'll say a plus b over here. All right, and then I'll say console.log and I'll say result. So you'll see the sum of 5 and 10 is 15. Okay. So we are now embedding expressions within the template literal. Okay. So this is working absolutely fine. And you can see how expressions are also evaluated on the fly and the string is constructed. All right. So this is also possible. We can even make use of template literals with JavaScript objects. So let's say if I have a user object over here, okay, which has like first name, and I'll have John as a first name. Okay, I'll just have two properties and last name. Okay, sorry, instead of equal to, this is going to be key value pairs. All right, so John and I'll say Joe over here. Okay, now this is a JavaScript object, right? So what I can do is I can say let user info over here. Let user info be user info. And I'll move to next line. I'll say name is, okay. Now what is the name? So I'll say dollar and I'll say user dot first name. Okay. And I'll say dollar user dot last name, something like this. Okay. And then I can say console.log. You can say user info. Something like this. All right. And you'll see user info colon name is John Doe. Now, if you have more user information, like for example, you can say age over here. Okay. Let's say he's 33, for example. All right. You can still add one more line over here. You can say age is dollar and user dot age, something like this. You can see age is 33 over here. Okay. So yeah, this can also work with things like objects. All right. Now, the thing is, if you have, how would you work with strings that already have backtick in it? Okay, so let me create a string. So let's say you have a string E, which says like this is a backtick. Okay, it is like, it's just printing a message and it says this is a backtick. Okay, now you'll see this is a backtick is being printed over here. Okay, but now as soon as I convert this into a string literal, or sorry, template literal, you'll see like there's a problem. Okay, so it's thinking that this is the closing backtick. How would you work with this kind of a string? So in that case, you need to escape the meaning of this. So to escape, you can add a backward slash over here. Okay, or and once you save this, you'll see this is a backtick, right? So this backward slash is not considered, but it nullifies the meaning of the backtick over here. And this thing over here is known as escaping. Okay, so you are actually escaping backtick over here, which means you are actually escaping the meaning of backtick and you're making it part of the string. All right, so this backtick is considered and not this one when closing the template literal over here. All right, so yeah, that's about template literals. If you are working with JavaScript, then you will see a lot of template literals in the code. If you're reading or if you are building your own projects, you'll be making use of this concept a lot. All right, if you're working with strings in JavaScript. All right, so yeah, that's template literals for you. Hey there. So now it's time that we begin talking about console.log. All right. Now we've used, or if you have seen any sort of JavaScript code, you must have already seen or must be aware of what console.log is. All right. So it's used to print things onto the console. So if I say hello world, and if I save this, I'm going to see hello world over here as the output. So whatever I give in over here, between these two quotes or a single quote, I can use single quote as well, I'll see that thing as an output over here. Okay, and I can also, so if I say console.log, okay, 1 2 3, and if I save this, I'll see 1 2 3 being printed. Okay, so this is basic form of logging that you are doing, and log is one of the methods or functions you can say available on this console object. So console is an object actually. Okay, and you're making use of log to get values and print them to the console. All right, now what we are seeing over here is basic logging, right? You can of course log multiple values. So how would you log multiple values? Okay, so let us take multiple values. So you can say console.log over here. Okay, and I can print in name. Okay, and I can say over here I can add Alice. Okay, and then I can have age, something like this, and I can say 25. Okay, now this can also be substituted with variables. Okay, you can see name Alice, age 25. Okay, and I'm separating everything with the help of comma. I can even make use of plus over here. So if I copy this, okay, you can add a plus. So instead of this, you can say plus. Okay, it is going to give a similar output. You can see. So yeah, this is a way of printing multiple values, and of course these values can be substituted with the help of variables as well. All right, so you can make use of variables like I said. Okay, so you can say let x is equal to 10 over here, and let y is equal to 20. Okay, and if I have to print in, I can say console.log over here. The value of x is, okay, and I can add x. Okay, you can see it's variable coming in over here. All right, you can even like have expressions. So you can say sum is, okay, x plus y. You'll see 30. You can see. So this is how different things work. Okay, you can also make use of template literals over here. Okay, so I can literally come over here, instead of making use of double quotes, I can make this much more readable over here. Okay, and I can say dollar, something like this, and I can have this. You can see the sum is 30. Okay, so you're making use of template literals and you're getting the values. All right. Now, if you have an object created, you can log the object as well. Let me show that to you. Okay, so logging objects. All right. Now, let me create an object called person over here. Okay, and I'll say name. I'll say Charlie. Okay, and I'll say age is, let's just say, we'll say 28, and I can say the profession is developer. Okay, so he's a person called Charlie, age 28, and profession is developer. Okay, now I can simply say console.log. Okay, I can say name, person.name, and this will print in name. Right, you can see Charlie. Now I can just get rid of the name over here and I can simply print the entire person object. That is also possible with console.log, right? You can see. You can even have C style, or you can even have formatted output. Okay, so this sort of formatted output you must have seen if you're familiar with C programming. Okay, so if I say console.log, okay, and let me get this. If I say value of, okay, or value of x over here, x is %d. Okay, and if I save this, you'll see value of, okay, value is, it should be, the statement is incorrectly framed, so it should be value is %d. Okay, or you can have value of x is over here %d. So you're making use of %d, which is acting as a placeholder to substitute the values, right? Now, if you are making use of this placeholder, only one placeholder, and if you add multiple substitution values over here, okay, and if you run this, you'll see it's just being appended in the end, okay, and yeah, this is how it works. Now you can have multiple placeholders as well over here. Okay, so you can say console.log, okay, and I can say hello %s. Now %s is for string, %d is for decimal values. Okay, you are %d because age is %d, and I'll say years old. You can see hello %s, you are %d years old. Now I can have Alice over here, okay, and I can have 22 over here. If I save this, you'll see hello Alice, you are 22 years old. All right. So this is how console.log can be used in multiple ways. Now log is a method or a function, I told you, right? It's a method available with console object. Now there are multiple other methods. Okay, so console methods. Okay, now there are multiple other methods. What are they? So we have console.log, which we have seen. You have console dot error over here. You can see error is also a method. And I can say this is an error. You can pass in any sort of error message and you'll see this is an error. You can see how it's coming in, right? I can copy this and instead of error, I can have warning over here. This is a warning. And if I save this, you'll see this is a warning, right? So, and if I duplicate this, you can also have informational message over here. So I can say info. So this is information. This is informational. And if I save this, you'll see this is informational, right? So warning is being displayed this way. Informational messages are being displayed this way. And error is being displayed this way, right? So yeah, these are multiple ways in which you can make use of console methods. Now you can also make use of console table. Okay, so this is another amazing thing. All right. Now let's say I have this object called person. Okay, and if I say, okay, let me say console.log. If I use console.log and if I say person, you'll see the display is not that good. It's displaying in JSON form, key value pairs, right? Which is expandable. I want to have this as an output in the form of table, right? So I can say console.table over here, and I can pass in person over here, and I can add a semicolon. If I save this, you'll see index is name, value is Charlie, index age, value is 28, index is profession, value is developer. You can sort it as well. Okay, so a little bit of functionality also over here, and this is the object, just in case if you wish to see it in JSON form or the object form. All right, so that's the functionality of table, which helps you print complex things like object data structure or object variable onto the console. All right, and you can see this is how it appears. All right, so indeed console is very valuable. You can make use of log. Okay, you will make use of it very frequently. You can use it to print objects, template literals, substitute values, construct strings on the fly to display as an output. You can make use of a formatted output format if you are coming in from programming background like C, C++. All right, you can this formatted output is also a thing in Java. Okay, you can also get this kind of formatted output in Java as well. All right, and then you can have different console methods to print error messages, warning messages, info messages, and in the end you have table, okay, to have things like objects being displayed in the table format. All right, so I hope this is useful, and I hope you enjoyed exploring console object. Hey there, so now it's time that we begin talking about functions in JavaScript. Now, what is a function first of all? Now, a function is essentially a block of code. So it is multiple lines of code that is grouped together, and it is designed to perform a specific task. The best part about function is that it can be reused multiple times across the program. Now, let me show you how you would write functions and why would you write so. Okay, so let us say we have a very simple task of greeting a user. Okay, so I'll say hello, and let us say I'm greeting a user. A user name is Alice over here. Okay, I'm doing this. Now let's say I wish to do this greeting 3 times. Okay, so of course I'll copy paste this 3 times. So I'm greeting it 3 times, right? Greeting the user 3 times. Now let us say I wish to change a message over here in the greeting, right? And it should be reflected across all the messages. So let's say the change I wish to do is add one more exclamation. Okay. Now I have to make sure that I update this at all the places wherever I am making use of this greeting. And if I save this, I'll see the output appear. All right. But now this is okay if the group of statement, like over here, the task is only to greet, right? It's just a single piece of statement, and any change over here is manageable because the code base is not that huge. Now, what I would want to do is I would want to head over towards convenience, right? And we can ease this with the help of function. Now, let me show you how functions can make your life easier. So first of all, I need to create a function over here so that we can use it. So I can make use of this function keyword. You can see, and you have 2 options, function statement and function over here. If you select function, it will bring in function for you, the keyword, but I would want to have the function statement. So you can see this appeared. Now it has automatically added a placeholder for name, params, and it has added these curly braces, right? So I'll update the name over here to greet. Okay. And in place of params, I'll just remove this for now, and I'll within the body. So this curly brace, okay, within these curly braces, you can have the function body, right? I use this term function body. Now, what is function body? Function body is the block of code that can be executed when this function is called. Okay, so let's say I move this code over here. Okay, And now I don't need to call the greeting this way or greet the user this way. Okay. Instead, what I can do is I can call this function, right? So now I have this function greet. Okay. The name of the function is greet. So every function that you create must have a name. Okay. And you are assigning it a name because you need to call that function later on, right? So now if I want to call this function, I'll say greet, and I'll have round brackets opening and closing. Now, if I save this, you'll see hello Alice is now being printed over here. Okay. If I want to greet the user thrice, like my original requirement, I can have this called thrice, and you'll see it appear thrice. Now, if I want to change the message, so let's say if I want to get rid of this extra exclamation that was added, I have to make that change at only one place, right? And it is reflected everywhere, and it's reflected everywhere essentially wherever this function is being called. Okay, because it's the single block of code that is being reused and called multiple times. Here in this approach, what you're doing is you are duplicating the code. You're duplicating console.log thrice to make this task happen thrice, right? But over here, you are not duplicating the code. You are having console.log written once. But if you want to do this task thrice, you are calling the function thrice because this console.log statement is within a function now. All right. So let's come back to the definition. A function is a block of code. Okay, you can see this is a block of code. Now you can have multiple statements over here. Let's say I also want to greet the user and say you are now logged in. Okay, something like this. I'm displaying these kind of messages. Okay, you can see hello Alice, you are now logged in. Hello Alice, you are now logged in. Hello Alice, you are now logged in. It's coming in 3 times each message. Okay, so it's a block of code. Now within this curly braces, you can have multiple lines of statement, right? Multiple lines of JavaScript code, which is a part of this function, and it is invoked or called whenever this function is being called. Okay, and the next part says it is designed to perform a specific task. So you are essentially grouping multiple statements together and you are naming it as function, and this is designed to perform a particular task. For example, over here, it is designed to greet the user, right? And you're making use of this function keyword over here. This is something that is not to be missed if you're creating functions this way. All right. And it can be reused multiple times. So you are now calling this block of code thrice over here, right? Not once, thrice. And you can call it n number of times, like the number of times you want to call it or the requirement is. All right. So that's a function for you in JavaScript. Now, if you're coming in from any other programming language like Python or Java, you must be aware of this concept of function or methods. All right. So it works the same way in JavaScript, but the syntax is a little bit different. All right. So I hope this was useful. So right now I have a function named greet, which is used to greet users. And here in this block of code, I'm having the entire operation of greeting the users. And the operation is there are a couple of print statements like console.log statements that are printing 2 messages, 2 distinct messages onto the console. And I'm calling this function thrice. And as a result, you are seeing 6 messages being printed onto the console, right? Now over here, the message that you're seeing is pretty static. What if down the line or in future, I wish to customize the message for every user? And what if I want to call every user by their name? Because this function right now is only being used to greet Alice and not any other user. So in that case, JavaScript allows you to pass function parameters just like any other programming language. So let's say I wish to have name as dynamic. Okay, so I can accept name over here. All right, I'm not specifying the data type. Please make a note over here. And then over here, instead of Alice, what I'm doing is I'm having a dollar. Oops. So I'll have to add dollar and I'll say Alice. Sorry, not Alice. I'll have name. And then this will be a template literal. Okay, like this. All right. And then if I save this, okay, I'm going to get error saying undefined, okay, because this name is not yet being initialized, right? So we'll be doing that shortly. But the point I want to mention over here is this thing that you're passing over here, name, is a function parameter, okay? Now, to call the function in the right way with parameters, you need to pass in something called as arguments, right? So over here, we'll now have to pass the function arguments because the name is going as undefined. You can see undefined. It's printing thrice and all the 3 times it's undefined, right? So I'll pass in the name over here. So I can say Alice once, then I can say John, and then I can say Lucy, right? And if I save this, you'll see hello Alice, hello John, and hello Lucy, right? So this thing over here is argument, okay? These are function argument that I'm passing to the function parameters. So why are we passing the arguments? Because the function is accepting parameters, and here you can see name is the name of the parameter that we wish to initialize over here, okay? And then this is being used within the function in whichever way the function wishes to make use of it. So I want you all to remember the difference between parameter and arguments. They both are not the same, alright? So most of the programmers get confused and they don't know what is the difference between a parameter and the argument. They think they are same, right? So this thing over here is a parameter. If you hover on this, it will say parameter name. And this thing over here is a argument because this is a value that you're passing in, and using this value, the parameter is actually initialized. So this is an argument, alright? So this function argument in use, and this is function parameters that are being declared. All right. Now, this is function with one parameter. Now, there will be scenarios wherein you want to pass in multiple values, multiple arguments into a function. All right. So in that case, you can, of course, have multiple parameters. So here I can add age over here. Okay. And I can add one more console.log over here. Okay. You are from, or you are, I'll say, we'll print the age. Okay, something like this, and I'll get rid of the inverted commas over here, and I'll add backticks. All right, now I can save them. Okay, once you save this, you'll see undefined being printed. Now this function accepts 2 parameters, but we are passing in only 1, right? So we need to pass in the second parameter also. So I can say 22 over here. This could be like 21. And you can pass in any age over here. This could be 29, something like that. And once you save this, you'll see like, hello Alice, you are 22 years old, you are now logged in. Hello John, you are 21 years old, you are now logged in. Hello Lucy, you are 29 years old and you are now logged in. So what does this tell us? That the function can have multiple parameters, that it can define a function. Okay, so you can define a function with multiple parameters, and if you're having a function with multiple parameters, you need to pass in multiple arguments as well so that it can initialize it really well. All right. Now, one thing over here I want to make a note of, I want you all to make a note of, is this part of the parameter. Like the first parameter over here, name, is a string and this is a number. Okay. Now in the end, what I can do is I can add a type of over here, type of, and I can simply say age over here. Okay, and I can do the same for name as well. All right, so let's do for name, type of, and I'll say name. And once I save it, you will see hello Alice, string, you are 22 years old, number. Okay, so one function parameter over here is a number and the other one is a string. All right, now what if I change this to string? Let me save this. Oops. So let me save this. Now you'll see for Lucy, hello Lucy, it's so Lucy is a string and you are 29 years old is also a string over here. Okay, but for the rest, the first parameter is a string and the second parameter is a number over here. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm getting the type of age being changed for every function call over here. All right, you can see over here, and this is possible because JavaScript is dynamically typed. So you don't need to have a data type declared or defined when you're creating variables. And these parameters are essentially variables, right? These are variables that are only existing within the function block. So this is a function block over here. Okay, this curly braces that you're seeing, 2 curly braces, this is what a function block is. And this name and age are only existing within this. So if you try to make use of name over here, okay, sorry, not this. So I can say console.log and let me say name over here. If I try to do that, I won't see any output. Even for age, I won't see any output. You can see. All right. So name and age are only existent within the function block and now not outside that, right? And these two are variables that are parameters for this function. Okay. And you can dynamically change the type of the parameters is what you can see over here, right? So yeah, this is completely dynamically typed. Now another thing that I want to highlight over here is the order of the parameters and the arguments matter. Okay, so for example, if I change this age over here and if I change name over here, okay, so age I made first. Now if I save this, you will see hello 22 number, you are Alice years old, okay, which is absolutely wrong, right? Because we interchange the order over here, right? So if I do Control Z over here, you can see like it's all correct now. Okay, and also this has to be passed in the order. Okay, so it is initialized in order. So this first parameter will be initialized with Alice, 22 will be initialized with each. So order matters a lot. Okay, so if you're having 10 parameters, you can have as number, like you can have multiple parameters. Here I'm just giving example of 1 and 2, but you can have 3, 4, 5, 10 parameters. That's absolutely okay, right? But if you're having those many parameters, then be sure that you're passing the values in order and you're not messing up with the order, because the output that you'll get will be messed up totally. So I hope this is so far so good. All right. So now I want to talk about default parameters. And for that, what I will do is I will simply duplicate this function. I'll just copy paste. Okay. And you can see, I'll just rename this function. Okay. I'll say greet person over here. And I'll have just one parameter over here, just for the sake of demonstration. All right. I'll get rid of all the other statements over here. We'll keep things simple. All right. So this is my function, which is greet function. Greet person it's called. All right, not greet function. So another thing over here that you can notice is a single JavaScript program can have multiple functions defined for different purposes, of course, right? So here I'm creating another type of greeting. All right, now let me call this over here. Okay, if I save this, you won't see any error. Okay, now let me call this greet person and I've called this function. Okay. Now, the moment you call this function without any argument, what are you seeing? You are seeing hello undefined. Why are you seeing hello undefined? Because this name is not yet defined. Okay, it does not have any value because you have not passed the argument. All right. Now, there will be scenarios wherein you wish to set some sort of default values for parameters because the caller or whoever is calling the function might not pass the values always. And in that case, you might want to have a set of default value with which the parameter is initialized. Now, one way is to have a default value over here. Okay, but this is not good. All right, I can have a default value like guest over here. Okay, and I can save this hello guest. Okay, but this is not a good way of doing things. If I actually pass a value, that value will be overridden. And if I don't want that to be overridden, I need to add unnecessary checks over here. Okay, but JavaScript provides a simple way to do so. All right, what you can do is when declaring the parameter over here, you can actually initialize the parameter with a default value like so. Okay, something like this. And if you save it, you'll see hello guest being printed over here. All right. Now, if you're not passing any parameter, you're seeing this output. If you pass any sort of parameter, so if I say hello Ron, all right, if I save this, you'll see hello Ron being printed. Okay. So if you're passing in any sort of parameter, you'll see that parameter being, if you're passing any sort of argument, not parameter, if you're passing in any sort of argument, you'll see that argument being used. But if you're not passing any sort of argument, then the default value will be used, provided you have defined a default value over here. Okay. So this is an example of a function with default parameter. value. All right. So this is how, this is very helpful. People, like, there will be scenarios, like for example, this is a greet person, right? So if we don't have the name of the user over here, okay, we can have a name being initialized to guest over here, right? And then what can happen is guest is being used if the name is not available. If you don't want to use guest, then you need to pass in the name, actual name of the user. Okay, so irrespective, user will see a decent output. He won't see hello undefined, right? So it will be a decent output, right? Now this is a function with default parameter value. All right, I want to talk about function with rest parameter. Okay, so function with rest parameter. All right, now what does a function with rest parameter mean? All right, so let's say I have a function called calculate sum. All right, let's say, and here in the place of parameter I have a comma b, two parameters. All right, and what this function does is it will say console.log. It will just do a plus b over here. All right, now the thing is, I wish to call this function. All right, so what I will do is I'll say calculate sum. I'll pass in 10 comma 20. All right, pretty simple. So it will print 30 as the output as expected, right? Now the scenario is, or the problem statement is, this will work fine, or this will do the job if you know like how many arguments you are going to pass, right? Now, if you're not sure of the number of arguments that you're going to pass into the function, then in that case, you can make use of variable number of arguments, right? So you need to change the syntax over here for that. And you need to add 3 dots like this. And you can say numbers, right? Now what this tells is that numbers is the name of the parameter, okay? But it's of variable number. Right, it's the count is not fixed. All right, now the question is, how are you going to use this inside the function if the count is not fixed? All right, so for that we'll have to make use of a for loop. Okay, so I'll say let sum is equal to 0. Okay, and I'll say for. So if you're coming in from some other programming language, all right, like Java, C++, or any sort of programming language, then you it's likely that you must be aware of what loops are, right? If you're not aware, then that's completely okay. Just stick with me. We'll cover everything as we go. All right, but for now I'm adding this for loop, and I'll say sum plus equal to, and I'll say number over here. Okay, and then in the end I can do console.log over here. Okay, and I can say sum over here, something like this. Right, now over here I've passed in 10, 20, which is giving me 30 as the result. Okay, I can pass in 10, 20, and then 30. It will give 60 as the result. I can copy this again, and I can pass in 10, 20, 30, and I can pass in 80. You can see it's giving me 140 as the result. All right, so this will keep on going. All right, because the number of parameters that this function accepts is variable because of this syntax. Right, so you can pass in any number of arguments as you like, depending on your requirement. All right, so this is something that you should be aware of. This is known as the rest parameter. You can see over here, this is rest parameter over here. All right, so yeah, this is done. Also, one example I wish to show you is of a boolean, right? So you can even pass in boolean parameters. And how can you use boolean parameters? Okay, now let us say if I want to check if a member is eligible for a discount or not. All right, and a user is eligible for a discount if he's a member. Okay, so I can say function over here, check eligibility over here. Okay, parameter is let's say I can say, or I can say is member over here. Okay, I'll keep it simple, and I'll say console.log over here. Okay, and within this I'll have a ternary operator check. Okay, so I'll say is member. If this is member, then in that case eligible, else print out what will print, not eligible, something like this. Okay, and yeah, okay, so I made a mistake in the syntax. It would be something like this, and over here it would be colon. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Okay, so what you're doing is over here, let me take this to new lines so that it's much more readable. You can see what I've done. I'm actually checking the eligibility for discount with the help of this Boolean variable. So if he's a member, he's eligible, else he's not. Okay, and very simply you can call this, you can say check eligibility, you can say true. Okay, so you can see he's eligible, and if you change this to false, he's not eligible. All right, so that is what you see as the output. All right, now these were variables based functions. All right, you can even have functions with object. Okay, so functions with objects as parameter. All right, so in that case, I'll create a function over here, and let's say we wish to print the address. Okay, so address can be complicated, right? And in that case, let's say we are let's say we wish to have street over here. I'll have city and I'll have zip. Okay, these things I'll have. Okay, and I'll say console.log over here, and with the backticks I'll say address. Okay, and then I'll print in address. Sorry, if this will be street, then this will be after street there is city and zip. Okay, so I'll say city, and then this will be zip. All right, so I have this function, okay, that is having three parameters, or it's having a single object with these three properties over here. Okay, now how would you call this over here? Okay, so in order to call this, I can call simply print address. Okay, and I can have let address over here, and I can say street as street 1. Okay, something like that. You can have any sort of dummy address. I can have a city 1. Okay, I'm adding all dummy addresses. You can say zip, and you can say over here something like that. Okay, so yeah, this is what it is over here. And I'll close, I'll have a semicolon, and then I'll pass in address over here. Now if you see the output, you can see address street 1, city 1, and you can see this being printed over here. So I'm actually getting the output on multiple lines because I've like added line separation. So I'll just go back and I'll move everything to single line, and you can see the output now. All right, so this is how you can get the objects passed. All right, you can even have a print address over here. This is also another syntax. Okay, and you can directly create the object over here. So you can say street colon ABC. Okay, this way also you can pass in. All right, you can see street is being passed in now, and the rest two are undefined, right? So it's important that the key is right for all the key value pairs. All right, so here you can say city 22, save. You can see the output here. Okay, so you can pass in or create object dynamically like this also over here. All right, and also one more thing I wish to highlight over here is arrays. Okay, so functions can also be used with arrays as parameters. All right, now in this case what we will do is we'll have function. Okay, I'll say print numbers, and I'll have numbers as the parameter over here, and I can say console.log, and I can say numbers, something like this. All right, and I can call this function. Okay, so let me call this. So I'll say print numbers, and let me call this. I can say 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, if I save this, you'll see the array being passed into the function. So this is also an example of function with array. All right. So this is all I had to talk about different parameters. The function parameters and the function arguments. All right. I hope this concept is clear. The distinction between parameters and argument is also cleared, and I hope you have some clarity as to how you can create functions that accepts different arguments, and you can make use of it in JavaScript. All right. So I hope this was useful. Now let us say I have a function that can help me get a square of value. Okay. Now SQUARE. All right. And for this, I'll accept a number over here. All right. And what is a square? A square is a number multiplied by itself. Okay. So I'll say let result, and I'll say number into number. Okay. Now this is done. I can do a console log over here. Okay, console.log. I can say result. All right. Now I'll call this function. I'll say get square, and I'll call 4. Now what is the square of 4? It's 16. So you will see 16 as the output. All right. Now what is happening over here is we are passing in this argument 4 to this parameter, to this function. And this parameter is initialized with 4, and then the calculation happens where the result is initialized with 4 into 4, which is 16, and then you get 16 as the result, right? Now this 16 or the result is not accessible outside this function, right? Now there will be scenarios wherein you might want to do certain sort of processing, all right, certain sort of operations where you're processing some data, some information, and then you want to get that processed value. Over here, we are not getting the processed value back from where we called, right? So here we are asking the function to get the square of 4. But what if I want to make use of square over here? I cannot access result over here. Okay, so if I simply move this statement from here to here, it won't work, right? You can see result is not defined. And the reason is result is created inside this function block. So it exists over there itself, right? You cannot access it outside the function block. So how do I get the processed data from the function? Now this is where you can return the values, right? So here what I'm doing is instead of printing it over here, I can simply say return. I can make use of this return keyword over here. You can see this return, and I can say result. Okay. Now what will happen as a result of this? The result would be returned. Okay. And where is it returned? From wherever you call the function. So from wherever, whichever position you are calling the function, there this result is returned. But the thing is, you're not seeing it over here, right? So to get the result, you need to catch it. And how do you catch it? You can say square num over here. You can create a variable and you can catch it this way. Okay. And you can print this variable. So now you'll see 16 as the output. So what we are doing essentially over here is we are creating a function get square to process or to get the square of a number, and it can be any number, and we are getting the result over here. Okay, and we are logging it over here, right? Now this thing, this way of doing things is known as returning the value from a function, and here we are getting that value and we are doing some further processing, right? So yeah, this is how you can return and use the values from a particular function. Now the thing over here is here we are just returning single value. Of course, you can have functions that return multiple values as well. How would you do that? So I can have function, okay, over here, and I can say get user info, okay, and I can say name comma age, okay, I can say return, I can say username colon name over here, okay, and I can say user age, and I can say age over here. Okay, so this is done, and okay, so this is done, and I'll have so instead of adding this, what I can do is I'll get rid of this and I can have this initialize it this way. Okay, so I'm having name test and I'll have age as test. Okay, now how do I get this value into the place wherever I'm calling this. Okay, so what I can do is I can say console.log. Okay, I can straight away over here say, I can say get, sorry, not get. I can get, oh yeah, it starts with get actually, get user info, and I can just call it this way. And you'll see the user info being printed over here, right? Instead of printing it onto the console, what you can also do is you can unpack this, right? So here there are two properties coming in, username and user age. So you can unpack this and assign it to separate variables. How would you do this? So you can say let over here, you can say username, and you can say user age over here. Okay, is this okay? You're creating over here and you're calling get user info. All right, and now if you do console.log over here, user name, comma, user age, you can see name is this and age is this. Okay, now what we are doing is when we are getting the value, so when the value is returned from get user info, it is returned in the form of object. So this is actually object over here, key value pairs, right? And this is how you can return multiple values from a function. And we are getting an object as a return type. So what we are doing is we can either print it onto the console. Okay, we don't want to print it, we want to handle it in a custom way. So what you can do is you can unpack these values and you can assign it to separate variables using this syntax. Okay, so you have the list of variables over here and make sure they match the name over here, because if I say username 1 and if I save it, you'll see username is not okay. Over here I'll have username 1 and I'll save this. You'll see username 1 is undefined now. Why? Because the name of the property is username, and here you are unpacking it into a variable with different name. Okay, so name is being matched, you can see, right? So this should work. And this syntax where we are creating variables this way from object is known as destructuring. Okay, and you will often read this term, object destructuring. We are destructuring the objects. What is destructuring? In simple terms, we are unpacking the objects. Okay, object comes in this syntax, right? It has username attribute and user age. You are unpacking it and creating a variable called username. You are assigning it this value, right? This value here. And then you're creating user age and you are assigning it this value. Pretty simple. We are unpacking it, and that is what is object destructuring. And here, actually, in the hindsight, not in the hindsight, actually, it's pretty clear that this particular syntax or this particular concept is being used over here to destructure the objects. All right. So this is how you can have function returning multiple values, okay, as objects, of course. Okay. Now this is how you can return a object. All right. And I also showed you how you can make use of object from the place where you're calling this. Now another way of doing things or returning multiple value is you can have a function return array, right? So you can also do that. Now how would you do that? So let me show that to you. So you can say function and you can say get dimension over here. Okay, I won't accept a parameter. So let's say we are creating a function to get the dimension. I'll say return, and we can straight away have an array over here. I can say 200, 300, 500. Okay, and I can simply call console.log get dimension over here. Okay, and you can see the output over here. Okay, so this is also doable. Okay, now you can even destructure the array over here into individual variables. Okay, how would you do so? Okay, we are already aware, by the way, okay, how destructuring works. So I'm going to say here I'm returning 200, 300, 500, right? So I can say width, okay, I can say height, I can say depth over here. Okay, I'll get rid of this and I'll get this. I'll say is equal to get dimensions. Okay, and I can say console dot log over here. I'll say width, height, and depth, something like this. Okay, Oops. So this is undefined. Let me see where the issue is. So the syntax is a little bit different over here. Instead of curly braces, there will be round brackets. Okay. Sorry, not round, square brackets. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So if you save this, you can see 200, 300, 500. This worked, right? So this is about arrays over here. Okay. One thing I want to talk about is over here in this function. Okay. Let me copy this over here. Okay. I'll comment this. I'm not removing this code so that you can see what changes we are doing. So this is the code. Okay. Here what I'm doing is I'm actually creating a variable. We don't need to create this variable over here. I can simply cut this and just return the calculation, something like this. This is also fine. Okay, there's another way of doing things. You can see 16. Shorthand way is what it's called. All right. So yeah, this is how you can return a function. Or sorry, this is how you can return values and different kinds of values actually from the function. Now you can also have a function with no return over here. Okay, so I can have function called say hello. This is something you're already aware, or you must be already aware. And you can say, so I want to show you how things work if you try to accept a value from a function that is not returning anything. Okay, so I have say hello. This is not returning anything. Okay, I can say hello over here. Okay, you'll see hello printed. Okay, now if I say console.log over here, and if I say message, okay, and if I try to accept message as the return of this particular function, this function is not returning anything, but still I'm creating message and trying to accept whatever it is returning, you will get undefined. It's not returning anything, right? So of course you'll get undefined, right? So yeah, this is about it. All right, you can also have so I want to show you one more case over here. So here I'm returning number into number. Okay, now let me add a statement after this. Okay, I'll say hi. Let us see what happens if I save this. Okay, you'll see this statement is never executed, and you will also see that it's grayed out. Can you see this? This is not grayed out and this is grayed out. Okay, if you hover on this, you'll see unreachable code detected. What does unreachable code mean? Okay, so what happens is actually, if you are having any sort of statement after the return statement, I repeat, if you're having any sort of statement after the return statement, then that statement will never be executed, right? How will it be executed? Because you are actually returning from here. You said return. Return means you are coming to the place from where you called the function, right? You're coming to the place from where you called the function. So this is never going to be executed. So this is of course unreachable code, right? This will never be executed, right? Now let me make things a little bit interesting. All right, so you can have function with multiple return values or return statements. Not values, I should say return statements, because values already we have seen, like how you can return multiple values in the form of objects and arrays, right? So let's say I have a function wherein I want to check age of the user. Okay, I'm checking age and I'm accepting age over here. Okay, now I can say age, if age is greater than 18. Okay, then I'm making use of ternary operator. I'm saying okay, return adult, something like this. Okay, so it's returning adult if the age is actually above 18. Okay, and oops, so this is not allowing us to return over here ternary operator. So I'll have to make use of if statement over here. Okay, so I'll say if age is greater than 18, then in that case, okay, I'll want to return adult, right? I'm returning adult. Okay, else what I'll return is minor, let's say. Okay, so yeah, this is done, and I'll have semicolons. Okay, So here what is happening is, observe this carefully, people. Okay, I'm having a function where I'm having two return statements: return adult, return minor. Okay, so this is absolutely valid. Okay, because these two return statements are not executed at once. Either of these will be executed depending on the condition, right? So if the condition is true, this will be executed. If the condition is false, this will be executed, right? And this is how the if statement works. So we are first checking this condition and then we are executing this, right? So you can have multiple return statements. This is absolutely okay over here. All right. And if I try to run this over here, I can say console.log over here. Okay. And I can say check age. Let me pass 14 over here. Okay. I'll copy this and I'll save this. You'll see minor as the output. If I run this again with age of 24, you'll see adult. All right. So here we are making use of return with if statements, and this is absolutely valid. Okay. There is no issue as such. All right. So I hope this is making sense now as to how function can return values in multiple and different scenarios. All right. So I hope this is useful. So now it's time that we talk about function expressions. So let us say I have a very simple function which is used to say hello, all right? And I can call it like this, okay? Nothing magical over here. We'll see the output as hello, okay? Now another thing I want to highlight over here is at the top, if you add a function call like this, you'll see the output even before the function is declared. Okay, so even before the declaration of the function, if you try to add say hello or call the function that you're going to declare, it will still work. You won't get any errors. All right. Now coming to the topic of function expressions. What are function expressions? So you can have a variable created, okay, like this. You can say let greet over here, and you can assign a function to it. All right. So that is something that you can do. All right. So what I will do is I will cut this. I won't create a new function. Instead, I'll cut this and I'll add that thing over here. Okay. And yeah, this is absolutely valid over here. Okay. This is something that you can do in JavaScript. Okay. You can call greet something like this. And you can see, okay, say hello. Okay. So this needs to go away over here. The name say hello needs to go away. All right. And once say hello goes, you need to like comment that out. Okay. And you can see like you are now able to call this particular function using greet. Okay. So what we are doing over here is actually we are having a sort of variable that is now pointing to this function definition. And when you are referring to this variable, you can call the function using this variable itself. Okay. So this is an example of a function expression. Now how this entire thing works is what happens is first a anonymous function is created. Okay, anonymous function meaning a function without a name is being created because we are not adding a name over here. Okay, so function without a name is created and it is assigned to this variable called greet. Okay, and then you can make use of greet to call the function. Now if I copy this function call and if I add it at the top, you will see that greet is not yet initialized or greet does not exist. All right. So unlike say hello, where we were able to call the function with its function name, we are not able to call function with greet because greet is essentially a reference that we have created that is pointing to this function. Okay. So this is something that you need to be aware. Okay. You cannot call greet before its definition in the code. You must define it before you use it. All right. So yeah, this is about the function expression. Now this thing over here, what we are doing when we are assigning the function this way, we are actually creating an expression. Okay, so this is an example of function expression. You can even add a function, all right, which returns something. Okay, so let me also say let multiply. Okay, let's say we want to have a function to multiply something. Okay, I'll add function over here. Parameter is a comma P over here. Okay, and I'll say return A into P. Okay, because this function is multiplying the two numbers and returning. Okay, now you can say multiply over here. Okay, in 10, 20. Okay, and if I save this, okay, so it's simply returning. We need to print the value if we wish to use it, okay, or display it to the users. It's still not giving the output because of this line at the top. We are getting an error there. So if you save this after commenting that, so you'll get multiply over here. You can see, and you can see the multiplication result over here. Okay, so this is also doable wherein you are having a function that is returning something and you are assigning that function to a variable. Okay, so this is an anonymous function or unnamed function that you are assigning to a variable. All right. Now, one more thing I want to highlight over here is functions in JavaScript are objects. Okay, so they are objects, which means like if you have a function. Okay, so let me create a function over here. Okay, so here I'll say functions are objects. All right, and I'll have a function definition. Okay, I'll call this as greet. Okay, no parameters. I'll say console.log and I'll quickly say hello over here. Okay, so yeah, this is a function. Now what you can do is we have this function. Okay, greet has already been defined, so say hi. Okay, or say hello would be all right. So if you call say hello, it will work, of course, nothing magical, right? Now hello again, I'll print something hello again over here so that we know it's coming in from this function. Okay, so hello again is coming from this function. All right, now what you can do is you can have a variable. Okay, you can say a over here. Okay, and you can assign say hello over here. Okay, so what is happening over here is this function or this variable, I should say. All right, this variable is also referring to this function now, right? And you can simply say a and you'll see hello again. All right, so you can see you are assigning a function essentially to a variable, and this is possible because functions are objects in JavaScript. Okay, and you can make use of a to call this particular function. All right, I hope this is making sense. All right, so these are a few concepts that I wish to touch upon. I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we talk about arrow functions. Now what are arrow functions? Now arrow functions is a syntax, and the syntax provides a more concise way of creating and writing functions in JavaScript. All right. Now if you have to create a function, what would you do is you would say function, say hello, and I would just say hello over here. Okay, so I would say console.log and I would say hello. Okay, this is a function. And of course, if I have to call it, I will simply call it this way, say hello. This is a basic way of creating functions in JavaScript. Now, you can make use of function expression, all right? And you can say let greet is equal to, and you can get rid of this kind of a syntax over here, okay? Or let me actually keep this syntax over here at the top. Okay, so that we see how we are progressing, and I'll get rid of this over here. All right, and this is also another way of creating function, but here we are making use of function expression where we are assigning a function to a variable. Okay, so now this variable is pointing to this particular function. Now in JavaScript, you can improve or make this even more concise. All right, so what you can do is you can say over here greet, and I'll say greet arrow. So we'll see what arrow function is. So you can skip this function keyword over here first of all. All right, so you can get rid of this function keyword. And since our function is just having a single statement, I can simply like get rid of the curly braces, and I can simply say, or I can simply do something like this. All right, so I'm making use of arrow over here to define the body of the function or the definition of function. Now I can say greet arrow over here, and I can save this, and you'll see hello being printed onto the console. All right. So this syntax over here is the syntax of the arrow function. And you can see this is a function creation in a normal way. All right. With like just the normal syntax. This is function expression where you are assigning a function to a variable. And here now what you're doing is you are making this syntax or function expression even more concise, and you're making use of arrow over here. So this is arrow functions, all right, wherein you can create functions this way. Now, of course, this is much more concise. Like if you're just creating a function to do one line of operation, for example, any one line of operation like printing something or logging something or processing something in just one line, then this way, like the arrow function is much more concise than doing things this way or this way, right? It's just an option, all right? And you will see a lot of code out there that is making use of arrow functions, all right? Now, the question is here, this function is one line, right? So is it like arrow function is just used for a single line of statement? Absolutely not. So if the function body has multiple statements, so here I can say create arrow multiple, all right? And I can say over here, okay, so here I'll add a body, something like this, and I can say over here, I'll copy this and I'll paste this hello 2. Okay, so this is hello 1 and this is hello 2, all right? And I just need to call this, so I can say create arrow multiple, and I'll simply add this over here. So you can see hello 1, hello 2. So you can have multiple lines of code as well in the arrow functions, all right? Now, let us quickly create and see different like arrow functions in different scenarios, all right? So how would arrow function behave if there are parameters, right? So we saw like this is how you can create without parameters, right? So with parameters, you'll simply add a parameter over here, all right? So for example, over here itself, I can update this example over here. Okay, let me duplicate this over here. Okay, now here I can say param1. Okay, so it is having one parameter, so I can say name over here, all right? And I'll simply convert this to template literal, okay, because that's more convenient. And I can say dollar and name over here, right? And now I need to pass in name here, okay? So I'll say greet arrow, and I'll say param1, okay, and I can say John. Okay, and if I save this, you'll see hello 1 John, right? So this is how you can pass in the parameters, all right? You can even pass in multiple parameters if you wish to. So I can say param2. So here we are passing in 2 parameters. So I can say age as well over here, all right? And here I can simply replicate this syntax, okay? Here I'll make use of template literals, and here I'll say age, okay? And here I'll just copy this. So we'll say param2, and I'm passing John as well as 34 or 32. I'll save this, and you can see hello 1 John, hello 2 32, right? So you're passing in multiple parameters, okay, and you're also having a function body, right? You can also get this one, okay, so let me get this with a single statement over here, okay, get arrow, I'll say 1, I'll pass in name over here, okay, and I can add name here, something like this, okay. Now if I call this function get arrow 1 or greet arrow 1, okay, so greet arrow 1, and I can pass in Nadar, okay, and if you save this, you can see hello Nadar, right? So here this is a single line function. Actually it's not going on like multiple lines. This function is just having single line, and you can even pass in a parameter over here, right? So you can have single parameters, multiple parameters, you can even return values, right? So let me write in the example over here, okay. So what I can do is I can say let sum, and I'd say is equal to, okay. So let me first create using normal syntax, okay, so that we'll will deduce it then to arrow functions. Okay, so here I can say sum, and I can say sum, and here I can say a comma p, and this simply returns e plus p. Okay, that is it. Pretty simple. And now here I can say sum, right? I can say 10 comma 20, right? And I'll put this entire thing in console log. Okay, so because we are simply returning and we are not printing anything, right? So it won't be shown on the console. So you can see we are seeing 30 over here, right? Now if I have to convert this into a function expression, I can say let, and I can say sum over here. Okay, I'll keep the name same. I'll just get rid of this. Okay, now this is a function expression. You can see 30. Now if I have to convert this into arrow function, how would I do so? So here I can say I can get rid of function first of all. Okay, and then I'll start seeing red marks over here, right? So you can see arrow expected. So here I can say arrow. Okay, and this is it. You can see this is arrow function, and I don't even need this over here. Okay, because it's just having single line of code. So you can see how this is, and you don't even need return keyword, by the way. If you're returning and it's just having a single line of code, you can see this is it. This is it. I'll just add space. This is it. So how clean is this? You are seeing let sum. This is a parameter, arrow. You're saying a plus b. There is no return keyword, so this is automatically being returned. Okay, it's understood that it will be returned, or this value needs to go back, right? So how concise is this as compared to like doing things the old way, right? It's pretty simple, pretty easy, and it makes the syntax a lot more readable and concise, as you can imagine over here. Okay, so return values is what I'll write over here. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope arrow functions explanation was useful. So let us talk about how you can make use of functions inside objects. Now, let's say I have this object over here called person, okay, and I'm going to have a couple of properties over here. Okay, so I'm going to say Alice over here, okay, and I can say age. Okay, age is 33. Okay, I missed a comma. Okay, I can say console.log over here. Oops. And I can say, so this is person dot age. Okay, now I can add backticks over here. I can convert this into template literal, and I can say hi, I am. Okay, and I can actually add an expression over here. Okay, now this will be name. All right, because name is what makes sense. And if I save this, you will see hi, I am Alice. All right, so what we are doing is we are referring to the properties within the objects using dot notation over here, right? Now you can have functions inside objects. Now, if you are adding functions inside objects, they are known as methods. All right, so here I can simply keep on adding statements over here. Like I can say my age over here. I can print in my age, person.age over here. Okay, but this is outside the object. So I can add this thing inside the object with the help of function, like I said. So I'll just cut this over here. Okay, and I'll first add a comma, because methods that you're adding, like I said, a function inside a object is known as method, right? So if you're adding a method over here now, okay, this should be comma separated because it's a attribute, right? Or a property, I should say. So I'll say greet over here. I'll say function like this, and I'll add it over here. Okay, if I save this, nothing happens because I need to call this. So I'll say, oops, it won't be greet. I'll say person dot greet over here. Okay, I don't need to call console.log over here because I'm already doing console.log within this method over here, right? So I'll say person.greet, and I'll save this. You'll see hi, I'm Alice, right? I'll just get rid of this one over here. Okay, so this is doable. Now I'll call this object as person Alice. I'll replace person Alice over here as well as over here. This is working fine. Now I'll add one more person over here, okay, which is the replica of this object over here, and I'll say person John over here, okay. I'll copy his name, person John, and I'll duplicate this over here, and I'll say person John. You can see, hi, I'm Alice, hi, I'm John. All right, so this is working good. So far, so good. All right, now the way we have created functions over here is with the help of function expression, right? So you can get rid of the function over here, the function keyword, and you can convert this into arrow function. Okay, so what I can do over here is I can simply get rid of this, and I can add this sort of a syntax over here. Okay, I can get rid of this, and I can make use of this kind of a syntax over here. Oops, this kind of a syntax, right? So this will work fine. And if you save this, it will work fine. No change in the output. So these methods have been created. All right. Now I can get rid of the curly braces also, and I can make it look even more concise because I'm making use of arrow functions now, right? So I'm going to move to this syntax. Okay. And in the end, I'll remove the semicolon. Okay. If I save this, no change in the output. All right. Now, I also want to talk about one keyword that exists, okay, which is this keyword. Now here I'm saying person Alice, which is this particular object name, right? But actually what I'm doing is I'm actually referring to name attribute or name property using this object name. This is not required. What I can do is I can simply make use of this over here. This is a keyword in JavaScript that is used to refer the current object, all right? So if you hover on this, okay, you'll see this keyword type of global test. If I save this, okay, all right, it does not work because both are converted to arrow functions. All right. So one thing you need to remember is if you're making use of this keyword, it won't work in arrow functions. So you need to say function over here and you need to save it. Okay. And I need to get rid of this. So I'll have to do a little bit of reversing because this keyword won't work inside this particular syntax over here. Okay. So I'll switch over to this kind of a syntax again. Okay. So you can see, hi, I'm Alice working over here. Okay. So you are now making use of this. If you hover on this, you'll see this is referring to name, age, and greet. Now, if you change this over here, of course, it won't work because you just saw it won't work inside arrow functions. And if you hover on this, you are seeing like it's referring to global this. Okay. But this one is referring to this over here. Okay. The other attributes in the object. All right. So you can see the output. The output is not proper. Okay. So I'll stick to person John over here. So one thing that you can take away over here is if you're making use of this, or if your method within the object involves making use of this, then you should not make use of arrow function within the object over here, right? The syntax should not be used. You should make use of this kind of a syntax. All right. So I hope this is useful. Now you can do a lot with the methods within the objects. Okay. So if you come over here, what I will do is I will have a counter example over here. Okay. Now what is counter going to do? It is going to teach you how you can pass in the parameters and how you can return it from the object, right? So I'm going to say const, or I can simply say let over here, counter. Okay. And I'll say value. So this counter has initial value of 0. Okay. And I can say increment over here. So this is a function that I'm creating, increment function, and I'll say return value. Now value needs to be incremented. So you can see this dot value got added, and you can increment the value over here. So I can say this dot value plus equal, and I can say 1 over here. Okay. I can save this. So far so good. Now if I scroll down, I need to invoke this over here. So I can say console.log over here, and I need to say counter dot, I need to say increment. You can see it incremented by 1. Okay. I can copy this. Okay. I can increment it by 2, increment it by 3, increment it by 4, and so on. Right. Now, this is an example of how you can return values from a method that is defined within the I should say object, right? I'll show you one more example where you can accept the parameter and return as well. Okay, so let's say I want to increment the value by a certain amount. So I'll duplicate this. I'll add a comma here. I can say increment by, and I'll accept a value as num over here, and I'll add that value num over here. Okay, and I'll return the value. Now here, what I should do is here, if I come, I can say increment by, and I can add 10 over here. So ideally the output should be 14. If I save this, you can see the output is 14. So you are passing in this parameter and you're getting this as the output. All right. So this is how you can like pass in the parameters, and you can also get the return values from the methods. Like functions within the objects are known as methods. So I'm referring to them as methods. Okay. But if you're creating methods within counter, this is how they'll work. All right. Now, one more example I wish to give you over here is of dynamic objects over here. Sorry, not dynamic objects, but I would call this as a way in which you can define methods dynamically. Okay. So defining methods dynamically. All right. So let's say I have a method. Okay. I'll call this dynamic method. Okay, and this is an example of how you can create dynamic methods. So I have this, and let's say it has an attribute. I'll add one attribute just like that. I'll call it value 0. Okay, what you can do is you can do console.log, and you can say dynamic method dot value, right? So this will give you 0, of course. Now I've not added a method inside. You can add method dynamically after the object has been created. You can do that. Yes. How would you do that? So here you can come, you can say dynamic method dot. Okay, let me scroll up so that it's visible. So dynamic method dot, I can say, let's say hi over here, and I can say function. Okay, and I don't need any sort of parameters. I'll say console.log over here, and I'll say hello dynamic, right? And oops, I'll come down and I'll say dynamic method dot, I'll say hi. Okay, something like this, and you'll see the output hello dynamic over here. So this function, or the method I should say, method was added to the object dynamically after the object was created. So this is absolutely possible. Methods can be added to objects at any point in program, not just at the time of object creation. Keep this thing in mind. All right, you might see code wherein things are this way, so don't get confused. Okay, this is normal in JavaScript. All right, now this is about normal objects. I want to talk a little bit about nested objects as well. Okay, so how would functions work in nested objects, right? For that, we'll take an example of car. Okay, so I'll create a car object quickly, and let's say the car has a attribute called brand. It has brand as Toyota. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll say it has a nested object over here called specs. I'll call the attribute within specs to be speed, and I'll have a function called display specs, and so this is a method actually, not function, sorry. Okay, so terminologies, don't mess up with terminologies. I have a habit of doing so, but I hope you would call it method, okay, always, because they are called methods within objects. All right, so you can say speed is, or you can just simply display speed over here. So I can say speed, and I'll add, you can say this dot speed. Okay, now this is done. Now how would you call this display specs, right? So it's an object within object, right? So I don't need to do console.log. I'll just get rid of this, but I can say car dot specs dot display specs. You can see. So you'll see speed is 120. So this is how you can refer to methods that are created within nested objects. All right, objects within objects. So that is how you can do things. All right. So I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along as to how things work with methods within the nested objects. All right. There is also one shorthand version. Okay. Now let me show that to you. All right. So what I would do is I'll make use of existing object over here. Okay. I'll make use of existing object. Okay. So shorthand version over here. So this is I'll say person shorthand. Okay. And I'll call this person as shorthand. All right. And now over here, what we can do is, instead of having this kind of a syntax over here, I can simply have function like this. Okay. So I'm not making use of arrow functions here. Keep this in mind. All right. But I'll add a semicolon and this. Okay. And yeah, this is it. And you can make use of person shorthand over here. All right. And this should work absolutely fine. You can see. Okay, it's saying, hi, I'm John, because this is referring to person John. So you can see this over here. Okay. So you can see, hi, I'm shorthand. All right. And this is a shorthand version. Like you might also see this kind of a syntax when working with objects. Okay. So methods created this way. All right. So this is one way. All right. Another way is using arrow functions, and then you also have function expression like this kind of a syntax. All right. So these all are valid, and they would work absolutely fine. All right. So I hope it's clear to you all, and I hope this was useful. Now, when you're working with arrays, there are a lot of inbuilt methods that JavaScript provides. And you can make use of these methods to work in a better way or to do a lot of tasks when working with arrays. All right. Now, we'll take a look at quite a few methods that exist, and you'll get a better understanding of what these methods are and how you can make use of it in your day-to-day programming. So here you can see this list. All right. So there is this map, filter, reduce, forage. We'll go through each one of them. All right. And I'll explain everything one by one. All right. So first we'll talk about map over here. All right. I'll just take this down, and I'll just take this to the new line over here, and I'll just zoom in a bit. All right. Now what is map? Now map method transforms each element in an array, and it will simply return a new array. Okay. So how does this work? Now this transformation can be any sort of operation or any sort of transformation that you want to do on every element of the array, and you want to collect all the transformed elements again back in a array. All right. Now let me give you an example as to how you can make use of map. All right. Now let us say I have an array called numbers. All right. Let's say it's a simple array. Okay, it's having elements like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 over here. All right. Now, let's say I have a requirement wherein I want to double every element in this array. Okay, so there are these many elements, and I want to double each element that exists. So 2 becomes 4, 1 stays 1, or 1 becomes 2 actually. Okay, 2 becomes 4, 3 becomes 6, 4 becomes 8, and 5 becomes 10. All right. So what I can do is I can have a function over here. Okay. So I can have a function called double over here. Okay. And parameter can be num over here. Okay. And I can say return num into 2. Now this is a function that is going to help me double every element. Now, how am I going to apply this function to every element of the array? Okay. So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say numbers. Okay, which is our array over here. I'm going to say dot. The moment you say dot, you'll see that these are all the methods that you have access to, right? And you have one method over here, which is map. So we'll say map over here. Okay, if you hover on this, you'll see calls it defined callback function on each element of an array and returns an array that contains the result. Okay, so I'm going to say map, and I'm going to pass in the function over here. Okay, I'm going to simply say double over here, right? Now what this is going to do is it is going to apply this function to every element of the array. All right, now the return over here is an array again. So what I need to do is I need to collect the doubled elements back in an array. So I need to say doubled or double numbers, something like this. Okay, and then I can say console.log over here. Okay, oops, so I need to say console.log and I need to say double numbers, something like this. All right, and this should give the result. Now you can see over here 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, right? So every element has been doubled. How did it work? It worked with the help of map method within arrays. So we applied this particular function called double that we have created over here, right, to every element of the array. Okay, so you can even have a console log over here. You can say console.log and you can say over here you can print num over here. Okay, so you will know against which number this is being called. So you can see it was called on 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, if I change this to 14 over here and if I save this, you will see this turn to 14. So it is being called for every element that exists in the array. Okay, we don't need this console log. Okay, we just added this for additional information, but this is how it will work. All right, so I hope this is pretty clear as to how this is working and how map can be useful. Now here we have a separate function over here, right? This is a named function. You can actually convert this into a nameless function or a anonymous function. Okay, so you don't need a separate function declaration for this. Now what am I saying and how would you do that? Okay, so I won't delete this, but actually I would copy this thing over here. Okay, now this is an example of using anonymous, right? Anonymous function, right over here. So this is how we got the double numbers, wherein we were applying this function to every element in the array using map, right? So I'll say double anonymous. Okay, and here instead of passing in this function over here, what I can do is I can actually get this entire definition over here. I can copy this and I can paste it over here, and instead of double this will be function. Okay, it will be function keyword. Okay, so let me scroll down a bit and let me zoom out a bit. So you can see this syntax over here. I'm saying let double anonymous. So this can be any variable that you have, okay, which can do the job of collecting arrays. Okay, arrays as in this entire operation will return an array, right? So you need something to collect it, right? So I'm saying numbers dot map, and instead of passing in the name of the function, I'm directly creating the function over here. So I'm saying function num return num into 2. That is what I'm doing straight away. All right, and then I can simply get this console log over here and I can simply say double anonymous and I can save this. The output that you get will be same. You can see this is the output from the earlier piece of code and this is the output from the current piece of code. Okay, there is no change in the output, but there is a like the syntax that we have written this in, this one. Okay, this is very concise. Okay, concise than the first one. Okay, so yeah, this is an example of anonymous function wherein we are creating a nameless function just for the sake of this operation. So when would you use this kind of a syntax and when would you use this kind of a syntax? So if you want the function to be reused at multiple other places apart from this array, okay, then you should have a separate function and you can make use of this kind of a syntax. But let's say if you are creating a function just for the purpose of the array transformation, then you can have that function like this. This is much more concise and much more readable. Okay, you can go a step further over here. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this entire thing over here. Okay, you can go a step further and instead of like over here anonymous function, I can say arrow function. So here I'll show you an example using arrow function. Okay, so here you can say arrow. Okay, map function, and over here we are saying num, right? So this entire syntax will be converted into arrow function. So this function keyword is not needed. Okay, and then this becomes the arrow function sort of syntax. Okay, and then instead of printing double anonymous, I'll print double arrow. Okay, you can see the output is same, right? Now this syntax can be reduced even further. Okay, we don't need curly braces because there is only one statement, right? There's only one statement. So curly braces are needed? No, it's not needed, right? So I'll come over here, I'll get rid of curly braces, and this goes into a single line, right? Return is also not needed now. Okay, so I'll get rid of return, you can see, and this parentheses like round brackets are also not needed. I'll get rid of them as well. You can see how concise this is. All right, so you can see just in this expression or just in this statement, we are actually transforming the entire array over here. If you save this, the output does not change. You're getting the same output, but look at the syntax, people, right? This is the first syntax. Observe carefully. Separate function. You are passing in the function name over here. You're applying this function for every element in the array, right? You get the transformed element, you're printing it. You're making use of anonymous function where you are actually passing in this function over here. Okay, this is an anonymous function without name. You're applying this function for every element in the array. And then finally using arrow functions, you can see like the syntax is much more simplified, concise, and easier to read. Okay, so you will see this kind of a syntax being used a lot. Okay, and a lot of people get confused and they don't understand what is happening over here, especially people who are new to JavaScript. All right, if you have good experience in JavaScript, then you might know what this is. But people who are new to JavaScript and coming in from different programming languages like Java, C++, Python, okay, it's often difficult for them because this entire thing, this entire thing got reduced to such a small expression over here, right? So I hope this is pretty clear. I purposely went step by step. I showed you how this is being done first, how you can pass in a named function over here. You can see how you can have an anonymous function and how you can directly have arrow function. Most of the tutorials cover directly arrow functions. Okay, so if you happen to learn about map method within arrays, they will directly cover using this syntax, right? But I wanted you all to understand and go step by step. All right, now we can apply this kind of a syntax to all the rest methods, right? Because you've understood one, so you will find it really easy to understand the rest, right? So this is about map. You can do any sort of transformations, people, any sort of transformation. Like if you want to make this 3x, okay, or make this 10x, for example, you'll get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, okay, any sort of transformation, right? So this is about map. Now the next in the line or the next in the queue is filter. Okay, now what is filter? I'll just take this down. Okay, so filter will return a new array with elements that pass a condition. Now there will be scenarios wherein you want to filter out elements in an array based on a certain condition, right? So in that case, you might want to filter out, right? And that is where filter comes into picture. Now, filter is a method that offers a very concise way of doing so. Okay, so let us say we have this array num, okay, with 2, 4, sorry, this is not the element. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? This is what the array is. So let's say I want to get the list of even numbers. So I can say constant even numbers over here. And I can say numbers dot, I can say filter, something like this. And here I can say num, okay. And I can say num modulo 2 is equal to 0 over here. Okay, and then you can simply print in the then you can simply print in the even numbers over here. So it's something like this. Okay, so I get an error that n is not defined. Okay, it should not be n, it is num. I missed typing in num. Okay, so you can see this is a list of even numbers. So what is happening is this is a test that we have mentioned over here, right? This is a test. So whichever element is passing this test is returned and added to this new array, or it's filtered and added to this new array, right? And you're printing in this new array, right? So the entire array is filtered and you have a filtered array that is matching this condition, right? Now let's say if you have 3 over here, so you will only get numbers which are divisible by 3. You can see 3 over here. Okay, so this is how filter works. Okay, Next method I have is about reduce. Now what is reduce? Reduce will do the job of reducing the array to a single value, right? Now this it does by applying a function, okay? And there can be many use cases, like if you want to add, let's say, the sum, if you want to get the sum of all the elements in an array, then you can make use of reduce over here. So I'll stick to our example of array, and let's say we want to get the sum of all the members in the array, right? So I can say numbers over here. This is what our array is. I can say reduce over here. So I want to reduce this array. Okay. Now I'll have to pass in the accumulator. Okay. So I'll say accumulator. You can see the syntax over here. You can get the previous value. Okay. And you can get the actual number. So I'm going to call accumulator over here, and I'm going to say current value. Okay. So this is what I'm going to say. Okay. And you can see the documentation. A function that accepts up to 4 arguments. The reducer method calls the callback function one time for each element in the array, right? So I'll say accumulator. Now what is an accumulator? So accumulator will accumulate the callback's return value. Okay. So with every iteration, okay, with every iteration, we will have access to the current value, right? So let me scroll up. So when the iteration is with 1, okay, it will take 1 into picture, it will add it to the sum. Okay, then with the next iteration, it will add 2 to the sum, and whatever the sum is with every iteration, that is being holded by accumulator, right, over here. So we are saying accumulator, current value, and over here I'm going to say accumulator plus current value. Okay, that is it. And then I'm going to say console.log over here. I'm going to log to console, and I need to collect this into a variable. Let's say let sum. Okay, and I'm going to have sum over here. Now if I say save, you will see 15 as the output. All right, so I hope this is making sense as to how this is working. All right, and you have some good clarity over here. Okay, so I took this to a new line, and just so that it's actually visible to all of you, but it was not. All right, but yeah, this is what the entire method for reduce is. All right, now then we have for each. Now what is for each? So for each will execute the provided function once for each array element. Okay, so what I can do over here is I'll just go to the new line. Okay, something like this, and now I can say number. Okay, numbers dot for each, I can say. Okay, so for each element in the array, what I want to do is I want to print it, let's say. So I'll get the output to the console, and here I'll print this. Oops, I missed removing this. I'll save this. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is our array, right? So this is how for each works. Any sort of function you can apply to every element in the array. All right. We have something called as find over here. Find will return the first element that will satisfy a particular condition over here. Okay. So that is what find is. Okay. And how can you make use of it? So let's say we want to get the first even number in the array, right? Let's say that is what the requirement is. So I can say numbers dot find over here, and I can say num over here, and it will be num %2 is equal to 0, something like this. Okay, and I need to collect this into, so I need to collect this actually, right, into a variable. So I can say let first even, I'll call this as first even number, and I'll say log over here, console.log, and I'll say first even. Save this, and you'll see the first even is 2 over here, right? So this will get the first element that satisfies a particular condition. All right, I hope this is clear. We have sum over here. So sum will check if at least one element passes a particular test. All right, so that is what it will check for. And over here, I'm going to just make use of it. Okay. Now the definition for sum says it will check if at least one element passes a particular test. Now this is a test that you have to define as the function over here. And if the test is passed by at least one element in the array, then you will get a boolean true, right? So this returns boolean. So I can say numbers over here dot, and we can make use of sum over here, okay, and I'll say num, okay, and the condition that I want to check for is num less than 0, let's say, for example, okay. So this is going to return boolean, so I can say let and has negative, okay. So if it has negative, it is going to give me a boolean true or false. I can log this and I'll say has negative. If I save this, you'll see false. So this array does not have any sort of negative numbers, okay. You can actually replace this to get an array of negative numbers. So you can say -1, 2, 3, 3, 4, and so on, right? So this has negative numbers, right? I'm creating an array on the fly. If I save this, you will get true as the output. So I hope this makes sense as to how this can be used to check at least one element passes a test. Now this is helpful in scenarios if you want to run a quick check on the array and get a boolean yes or no, and based on that boolean yes or no, you might want to do something into the application, okay. So that is where it is useful over here, okay. Every is just a version of sum. So sum will check if at least one element passes a test, but every will check if all the element pass a test. So I can actually duplicate this over here, okay, and I can say has, or I'll just say every, all right, and I'll print this has every over here, and instead of sum I'll have every. So is every element less than 0? The output is false. No, because one element is every element actually, so the condition is every element less than 0? So this is false. Sorry, I got confused a little bit. So because we have 3 elements that are not less than 0, one is less than 0, right? So this is absolutely fine. Now if I remove negative from this, okay, you'll see that it still gives false over here, and that is because not all elements are less than 0. So to get true over here, I'll have to make all of them negative, and if I save, you'll get true because now all the elements are negative over here, okay. So you can run these kind of check with the help of every. You have concat, all right. So this is another interesting thing, okay. If you want to combine 2 arrays into one, you can make use of this. So let's say I have more numbers over here, let's say, okay, and more number is 6, 7, and 8 over here, right? So what I can do is I can say numbers, or let me say, okay, numbers, I'll say numbers dot concat over here, and I can say more numbers, right? And I can assign this to new array, right? So I can say let new array, something like this, and I'll print in new array, okay. So I'll say console.log over here, and I'll say new array. I'll save this, and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. All right, I can also add 8 over here. I don't know why I missed it. So yeah, you have this, right? So yeah, this is concat. It will concat 2 arrays. Slice. So slice will return a portion of an array. All right, let me show this to you. So I can say let sliced num over here, okay, and I can say numbers over here, numbers dot slice, okay, and I can specify over here that I want the beginning index, like from index 1 to index 3 part of the array, okay. Now I can log it over here. So I can say slice num. You can see 2 and 3, okay, so 2 and 3 over here. So you're just slicing the array, okay. Splicing. Now what is splicing? This will help you remove or replacing the elements, okay. Now how does this work? So let me show this to you. So let's say I have a array of fruits, all right. So let me scroll down. So I can say let fruits over here, okay. I can say apple, I can have I can have banana, Okay, and I'll have, let's say, orange over here. Okay, this is done. And let's say I want to remove banana and add a mango. So I'll say fruits dot splice. Okay, I'll say at one index. Okay, so I'm specifying at one index delete one. Okay, you can see delete count. So starting one index, delete one element and add mango, something like this. Okay, and then if you print in fruits, you'll see the output as apple, mango, and orange. You can see. So yeah, this is how it works. Join. Now, what does join mean? So sometimes there will be a requirement wherein you want to join and get all the elements within an array into a string. So you can absolutely do that. So I can say let all fruits. Okay, I can say fruits dot join. And how do I want to join? So this is a separator that I want to add over here. Okay, so I'll add a comma. Okay, I want all the fruit names to be comma separated. Okay, and I can say all fruits over here. You can see apple, mango, orange. Now whatever I add over here, if I add exclamation, you will see exclamation being added for all the elements, right? So I'll stick to comma because that is what looks natural over here, right? Reverse. Now reverse is pretty simple, pretty straightforward. You can get a reverse of an number with the help of this method. So I can say numbers dot reverse, something like this. Okay, and over here I can say console.log and I can say reverse number. You'll get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, and sort, of course, as the name says, pretty easy to identify and understand as well. Okay, you can sort the elements in an array, right? So you can say sorted, and you can say numbers over here dot sort. Okay, and you can actually specify over here. So I'll just end this over here. Okay, I won't add any logic. Okay, and then we'll add the logic and we'll see what are the issues that we are solving. Okay, so if you make use of sort this way, okay, actually the function that we have created is actually already sorted, right? So let me update numbers over here. Okay, so I'll update numbers. I'll say 3, 1, and I'll add 10 over here and 2, for example. Okay, and I'll save this. Now you'll see it's not sorted actually in the ascending order. Okay, now this is because it is by default as string. Okay, so this comparison, because what is happening is the comparison is happening in the form of string. So the numbers are not sorted in the right way. Now in order to get this sorted in the right way, what we can do over here is we'll add 2 arguments, okay, using the arrow functions. So I can say a and b over here, and I'll make use of 2 arguments and I'll say a minus b over here. Okay, this way. And if I save this, you will see 1, 2, 3, and 10. So it is sorted over here now. But what magic did this logic do to this sorting thing over here? Okay, and how did it work? All right. So what happened is A and B are the 2 elements of the arrays that will be compared at any given point in time, right? And this comparison will be done by sort method over here. Okay. So these 2 arguments are passed first. Okay, 2 arguments are passed in these parameters, and then what has happened is A minus B is calculated. Now if A minus B, now let's say if this is working on 3 and 1, right? A is 3 and 1 is B. Okay. Now A minus B is 2. The number is positive, right? So B will be sorted before A, because if the number is positive, it means that B is smaller than A. So B will come first. If the number is negative, then what will happen is A will be moved before B in that case, right? And if the return is 0 over here, then they both will be considered as equal and they will be treated equally. Okay, so this is taken care by sort over here. You just have to pass in this, because with the help of minus over here, they are treated as numbers and not as strings. All right, so this is how sorting will work when you're making use of sort over here. All right. So that's about the functions, or I should say methods in JavaScript with respect to arrays. All right. And this is how you can make use of it. So you can see how we started initially. We started with the basics, like how you can pass in a function reference over here into a map method. Okay. And then we converted this into anonymous, and then we converted this anonymous into map over here. Sorry, not map, arrow functions, I should say, right? And then we saw all the functions, all the methods that exist with arrays, right? So you can see sort, reverse, all of these are useful at some point in time when you're programming and working with arrays. They save you a lot of time and a lot of code as well, making your code much more readable by helping you do things in a much more concise and readable way. All right. So I hope you have been able to follow along this step-by-step guide, and I hope this was super useful. All right, so how are you all doing? So it's time that we build a unit converter that is going to do a job of converting a value to different units. So it's going to convert from one unit to another. If, for example, I enter 100 over here, or let me enter 110, okay. And let's say I want to convert from meters to feet. I can get this converted, and you can see 110 meters is this many feet. Now I can say 150 over here. I can get this converted from kilograms to pounds. You can see this is now in pounds, and I can even get this converted from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So you can see 150 Celsius is 302 Fahrenheit. So this is a simple unit converter and pretty simple interface as well, nothing too fancy or jazzy. All right, so let's go and build this out. So here I'm quickly onto VS Code, and we have this HTML file, the CSS file, and the index.js file within a folder, right? So these all three files exist in the same folder. I have this HTML code over here, and I'm going to start modifying this code over here. So the title of this particular page will be unit converter here. Okay, I'll just get rid of this. Okay. And I'll have the same unit converter text appear over here as the h1 tag. All right. Now, what I need over here is, first thing, I need a input. All right. So I'm going to say input, from where I'm going to enter the value that I wish to convert. So this input is going to be a number over here. Okay. The type is number. ID is input value, because I need to refer this from JavaScript, right? So that I can get the input values that the user has entered. So I need to have an ID over here. I'm going to have a placeholder called enter value. Oops, something like this, right? And I'm just going to close this. So input is done. Now what I need to do is I need to have a drop down, and for that I'm going to make use of select over here, and I'm going to say ID as conversion type over here. So what sort of conversion I wish to do. Within this, I'm going to have option. Okay. Now, option is meters to feet over here. The value. So I'm going to have value over here. The value is M2FT. Right. So I'm going to have individual values to this, which I can make use of. So here I'll say meters to feet. This is going to be kilograms to pounds. Kilograms to pounds. Okay, and this is going to be kg to lb. All right, and then this is going to be C Celsius. Okay, what I mean is Celsius to Fahrenheit, something like this. Okay. Oops. So, yep, I've corrected the spelling, and yeah, this is what it is. So it will be C to F over here. Okay, this is done. We have this unit converter, the text box, and this drop down over here that you can see for selection of values. Right now, once this is done, after selection and everything is done, I need a button over here. Right, so I can say button ID is convert. Okay, this will be the ID, and I can have a text called convert over here. Okay, so this is a button that is being displayed, and after this I need to display the converted value as well. So I'm going to have a p tag, which is going to say, I'm going to have, so I don't need ID over here, but I can simply say converted value is, okay, and I'll display the value inside a span over here. Okay, and I'll have 0 initially. Okay, and I can have ID as converted value, something like this. Okay, so this is done. You can see converted value is 0. All right, so that's it in the HTML. Okay, there's not much that we'll be doing in the HTML. Just make sure that you have the JavaScript file linked like this, and you can also have the CSS file being linked over here. So I'll just have the linking for CSS, and I'll do it at the top. Okay, so within the head, I'm just going to have a link over here, rel, I'll say style sheet. Okay, and I'll say href styles.css. All right, this is done. Okay, and yeah, this is it. So this is it from the HTML part. Now let's head over to the JavaScript part and let us see how you can build a unit converter using JavaScript and add some life into this web page. This web page is pretty static right now. Nothing would happen if you enter values and say convert, right? Because there's no life. So who is going to add life? JavaScript, of course. Now first thing I need over here is different functions, right? So these conversions that I'm going to do, I need to have a way to do these conversions. And what I can do is for every conversion that I want to do, I am going to have a function created, right? So the first conversion that I'm having over here is meters to feet, then I have kilograms to pounds, Celsius to Fahrenheit. So I'll have 3 functions, right? And I need to have a listener over here that listens to the button click of convert. So that is something that we need to do. All right. So I'm not just going to have normal functions. Of course, you can do normal functions, but I'm going to have an object, and I'm going to call this as unit converter, and I'm going to have the methods created inside this object, right? So I'm going to say m2ft, okay, and I'm going to say function over here, okay, and I'll just get rid of this, and here the parameter will be, so if it's meters to feet, so the parameter will be in meters, right? And I can say return, I can say meters into, and how would you convert a meter to feet? So you need to multiply a meter by 28084, right? So this is a standard formula. There's nothing fancy over here. Okay, so yeah, this is done. I am getting an error. All right, marks. It's because I've missed an equal to over here. Okay, so this is done. This is first method that I have, m, which is meters to feet. I'm going to have kg to lb over here. Okay, this is going to be another function over here, and this is going to accept kilograms because we're converting kilograms to that of pounds, right? So I'm going to say return, I'm going to say kilograms into, and we are going to multiply this value with 2.20462. So this is a standard multiplier. If you want to convert kilograms to pounds, you can just Google how to convert kilograms to pound, and you'll find n number of formulas. I'm making use of this one. Okay, so this is a multiplier that you have, C to F. So this is for Celsius to Fahrenheit over here. I'm going to add function. I'm going to say Celsius. Okay, something like this, and then over here I'm going to say return. Now there's a formula to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. I'm going to first multiply it by 9 by 5 over here, and I'm going to say plus 32, something like this. Okay, so these are all the functions, I should say. So we have created methods within object, and of course you can have these methods created outside as well as functions. Why have I created within object is for logical grouping purpose. Now whenever you are having a JavaScript program, you might create objects for grouping purpose, right? So here I'm grouping these methods together, right? So this is done. So I'll begin defining the listener over here. So I'll say document over here. Oops, this got converted into document. Okay, I'll say dot and get element by ID over here. Okay, and I'll say convert. Why convert? Because this is the ID that we have defined over here in the HTML for button, right? So that is what we'll need to refer to if we are referring to button over here. And I'll say on click over here. Okay, so on click of this, we need to make use of arrow functions, and I'll have the logic as to what happens on click. Okay, now logic can be as simple as like displaying an alert. Okay, if I save this and if I say convert, okay, there's no alert box being displayed. So it's not working because here the C for click cannot be caps. It has to be small. It's a small word. Okay, everything is in small on click. And now if I change this, it will work. You can see. Now we need to have the logic over here. Okay, so this is being triggered on the click of the button. Okay, so what is the logic? How will we define the logic? So first thing is we need to see which option is selected out of this. Okay, so out of this drop down, which option is selected, right? Then once we also have this, we need to get the input text value over here, because that is a value that we are going to convert. So the input text value and the option from the drop down, these two things we need to get over here. Okay, so I'm going to say let input value over here, and I can say document dot, I can say get element by ID over here. Okay, and I'll say input value. Okay, what is input value? Input value is the ID that you have assigned over here. That is what we are getting here. Okay, this is done, and we'll say dot value over here. Okay, so we have this over here. Okay, now this would be in string by default, right? You need to make use of this for calculation, right? Because you will be passing this value into this function. So what we can do is we can do an explicit conversion over here. We can say parse float, and oops, you can come over here, and here you can add this, something like this, right? So we have a float value of whatever user has entered into the text box. All right, this is done. Now I can say let conversion type over here. What is the type of conversion? What sort of conversion you wish to do over here? Okay, so I can say document dot get element by ID. Okay, again, and I'm going to refer to conversion type. Okay, now what I would recommend is over here you should copy. So here you can see this is the ID. You can copy this ID and add it over here. Okay, rather than typing, because if there is a single mistake, you won't get the value correctly. And I can say value over here, right? And then over here, once we have this, okay, I can display this in alert. I can say input value, comma, I can say conversion type. Okay, something like this. So you can see NaN. Okay, so I can enter 100. You're seeing 100 over here. Or let me concatenate these two. Okay, so I can say something like this. Okay, so if you add 200, you'll see 200 and meters to feet, right? If I switch to kilograms to pounds, you will see kg to lb, right? Because you're getting the value over here. What is the value? The value is something that you've defined over here against the option. So every option has a value and you are referring to the value over here in HTML. You can see Celsius to Fahrenheit, C to F. So you're getting everything perfectly. Even if you enter, let's say if I enter a floating point value, you'll get that entire value over here. Okay, so far so good. So we are able to retrieve whatever the user is entering into what we call the form over here, right? Now what I will do is I can say I can add a variable over here. So I can say converted value. So what is the converted value over here? Okay, so I can say converted value Okay, and converted value is equal to. So I can make use of conversion type over here. Now I'll have a condition if conversion type is equal to M to FT. Okay, if conversion type is equal to M to FT, okay, I'll say unit converter dot M to FT, because this is a function or the method name I should say. I'll pass in input value. Okay, else what I would do is here. Okay, else I would say I would have another check over here. So I'll say conversion type is equal to, I'll say kg to lp. Just be sure to have these keywords correctly. If you want, you can copy it from the HTML file, but any sort of typo will get the condition wrong. Okay, so you can say unit converter dot, you can say kg to lb over here, and you can pass in input value. Okay, something like this. Okay, this is done. I'll have a colon over here. Now over here, if both are false, if there is no match for both, I'll have unit converter dot c to f, because this is what is remaining, right? So it has to be this thing selected. So this formula is done. Okay, this condition is done. What we are doing over here is we are having a check over here whether the conversion type is meters to feet. If that is true, with the help of ternary operator, we are doing this call over here, this method call. If this is not true, then we are having another ternary operator over here, which is nested. So we are having another check if this is true. If this is true, then this is executed. Else, like this is executed, because this is what is left, right? So it has to be either one of these three, right? Now over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and over here I'm going to say converted value. Okay, why converted value? Because we have this ID for span, so we are going to get this converted value. Okay, I'm going to say dot text content, something like this, and I'm going to say converted value over here. Okay, because that is a variable that is having this value created, right? So this is done. I can now what I can do is I'll save this and let us test this. So if I say 100 meters to feet convert, you can see this is the output. Kilograms to pounds, this is the output. If you have Celsius to Fahrenheit, this is the output. You can see. Now one improvement you can do is there are like 3 decimals, or there will be n number of decimals because there is no restriction. So you can add dot to fixed over here, and you can say 2 over here, something like this. So now it will be fixed to 2 decimal places over here, 220.46. Okay, something like this over here. All right. So yeah, this is about this is how you can build a currency, or sorry, not currency, this is a unit converter. I'm sorry. All right, you can have some validation over here. So you can say if this is not equal to, not a number, okay, sorry, is NaN, okay, then I need to pass in input value over here, and then you would run this. Okay, then you would run this. So you will move this closing brace in the end over here, something like this. Okay, and I'll add this over here. Okay, this is done. And if this condition fails, then you can display an alert. Okay, please enter a valid number. So a small validation over here, validation check that will make sure that that whatever user is entering over here is a valid number. Okay, that is what this check will do. Okay, so let's say if I enter 100 over here, it will work fine. But if I enter 100s or anything else over here, okay, I'm not able to type anything over here because this type is number. Okay, but still I've added this check over here. If by chance this is not a number, okay, if NaN condition, so it returns a Boolean value that indicates whether the value is a reserved value NaN, not a number. if it's NN, if that is not equal to, so if this condition is true, then only this will be executed, else you'll get an error over here, which is an alert. All right, so this is done so far. Now we'll switch over to styles over here. We'll add some basic styling and we'll make it look decent over here. Okay, so I'll just start with body over here. Straight away, I'll say font family. I'll select sans serif over here. Okay, something like this, and then I have text align over here. I'll say center. I'll say margin. Margin will be 0. Let me save this. You can see everything is centered now. Margin is also 0. Padding, I'll say 20 pixel over here. I'll say background color is, I can have this Alice blue. You can select whichever you want. Okay, little bit of bluish theme I have. Okay, if you want white, you can select white smoke. It's totally depending on your choice. All right, you can select whatever you want over here. Okay, this is done. I'll add a space here. Now after body, I'll come to H1. H1 is where we are displaying that unit converter heading over here. So I'll say color, and I can have black. I should have black over here. Okay, I'll just stick to black. You can customize this if you wish to. All right. Now for input where the type is number. Okay, so okay for this, and I'll add a comma for select over here. Okay, for both these, like I need to add let's say padding. Okay, so there's no padding. So if you enter 100 over here, there's no padding. So I'll say padding colon 10 pixel. Okay, you can see some decent amount of padding. You can add margin over here. Okay, margin of 10 pixels. Okay, you can see a little bit of spacing there now. Okay, and you can say border over here. So border is 1 pixel solid, and I can say #TT. So this is one color code that I use for border. You can see it's grayed out sort of. Okay, and I can say border radius. So I'll just give it a round sort of a feeling. Okay, so I'll just add 5 pixels. So the borders will be rounded now, little bit, slightly rounded by 5 pixels. Sorry, slightly rounded by 5 pixels over here. I'm sorry. Okay, this is done. Width, I'll add. Width can be 200 pixels over here. Okay, so it's done for both of these. Okay, for button. Okay, button looks raw right now. So let's do something for button over here. Oops. For button, I'll say padding first. Padding of I'll say 10 pixel and 20 pixel. Okay, then I can have background color. Oops, so this needs to be semicolon background color. Okay, background color can be, I would say, blue. Let's save this. You can see blue, but the borders look bad. Okay, I should say. So I'll have border as none, maybe. Save. Yep. Border is none. I can say color is white. White. Where is white? Over here. You can see convert white. You can see you can have border radius. Okay, border radius I can say 5 pixel because I've given that for the other elements. Okay, now cursor, if you hover on this, I want this to be changing, so I can say cursor pointer over here. So now if I go over here, you can see cursor turning it for pointer. Okay, this is done. I can also add a hover effect. So button colon, I can say hover over here. And I can say background color. Okay, and I can have dark blue. So if you hover on this, you'll see dark blue. Okay, sort of an effect. All right, now this is done, and we can have a styling for the display, which is for p tag. That can be font size. So I'll just increase the font size to 18. I'll just change it to 18, and I'll have margin of, let's say, 10 pixels. If you save this, you have this over here. Okay, now I'm zoomed in a bit. Okay, so I'm zoomed in a bit. You can see over here so that it's students can see it properly, but you can see the output over here. Okay, so it's looking pretty decent now. I also opened the application in the full screen mode, so So you have a better view. Okay, 2200, and you can see the conversions over here, right? So this will work fine. Okay, it's looking pretty decent. You can customize the CSS based on your requirement. You can change the color depending on your color preferences. All right, so that's about the unit converter using JavaScript. I hope this was super fun. Alright, so it's time that we talk about to-do list application using JavaScript, HTML and CSS. So here you can see this application that we are going to build, and you can see there is one to-do already added, learn JavaScript functions. Alright, I can add more to-dos from this input box over here. I can say learn Spring Boot, and I can say add task. I can say bring groceries. Okay, something like this, and you can add the tasks. You can hover on these and you can mark them as done as well. All right, so this is a simple application that we are going to build. We're going to make use of JavaScript, HTML and CSS. All right, excited? Let's jump right in. So here I'm in Visual Studio Code, which is the editor that I'm going to use. I also have this browser open in the side with live server. I have 3 files open: index.html, style.css and index.js. Now before moving forward, just make sure that these 3 files reside in the same folder. All right. Now I'll begin with the HTML file first. I'm going to add an exclamation. Oops, I'm actually in JavaScript file. So I'll come to HTML file. I'll add an exclamation and I'll get some boilerplate code over here. All right. So over here, I can give the document title as to-do list application. Okay, something like this. All right, and you can even have a h1 tag over here as a title. Okay, so I can say h1, and you can say to-do list over here. Okay, something like this. All right, now we are going to need 2 things over here. One is input and other one is a button. Okay, so I'll create a div first and I'll have an input over here like this. I'll call this as type as text over here. Okay, ID is so the ID is task input. I need to assign it ID because I'll be referring to this element right from JavaScript so that I can get what user has actually entered over here. Okay, I'm going to say enter your task, something like this. All right, now on the next line after input, I'm going to have a button over here, right? So button will say ID. I'll call this as add task over here, something like this. And then this will be add task, something like so. Okay, this is done, and then I think we are all good over here. Okay, let me see. We are not seeing any sort of output here. So I see the output now after a refresh. All right, and yeah, so this is the input and the button. We're going to keep HTML very simple. Okay, I have input, button, and I'll have a unordered list created over here, which will be used to render the task list. Okay, so I'm going to call this as task list over here, something like this. Okay, now over here, script under under script tag, I'm going to have src, and I'm going to call this as, I'm going to link it to index.js over here. Okay, and at the top, I can have style sheet over here. So I can say link rel, I'll say style sheet. Okay, and I'll close this. I'll also mention href tag and I'll say styles.css. So far so good. Okay, so HTML is done. We've kept it really simple. You can see like this is the container over here, which is holding the input type and the button. Okay, I can assign this an ID over here so that we can later use it for styling. I can say task container over here. Okay, so this is the container of the task over here where I'm having input and button. This is where all the action happens. And then I have a unordered list where I'm displaying the list of items or this list of to-dos. This is done. Now I'll come over to index.js. Okay, this is a JavaScript file where we are going to write some code that will help us bring some life into this HTML. Okay, so this literally does nothing as of now. All right. So first thing, what we will need is we'll need a way to store and manage our to-do lists, right? And we'll also need a way essentially to listen to this event. So whenever the user clicks on add task, okay, we have to make sure that the task is added into the application. Once the task is added into the application, we'll have to also render it. Okay, so things like rendering, addition of task, okay, marking the task as complete, all of this will be managed within the application itself. So what we will do is we'll have an object. Okay, so I'll begin by creating an object. I'll say to do app over here. Okay, and this is how I'm going to create it. Now over here, I'm going to have an array. Okay, because the application can have multiple tasks, right? So I'm going to have an array which is going to be used to store tasks over here. Now I'm going to have few methods over here. One is add task. Okay, so this is the first method over here. Okay, then I'm going to have another method which is toggle task. This is going to be used to toggle. So if you say this task is done, if you click on the task, it is going to be marked as done. If you click on it, it is going to be marked as not done. Okay, so it's basically toggling over here. And here this function or this method is going to accept index over here. This is done. I'm going to have remove completed tasks. Okay, so this is also we can have so I can say remove completed tasks. Okay, and I'll have this. Okay, so this is going to help us remove the completed tasks. Okay, and I'm going to have a method for rendering tasks all over here. Okay, so I'm going to say render tasks, something like this, and over here this is how it will be. All right, so this is done. Okay, this is how the object will be. This object will have the attribute for task, for storing task, and all the methods basically to manage tasks. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say document over here document dot, I'm going to say get element by ID over here. Okay, and I'm going to say add task over here. What is add task? Add task is the button over here. Okay, you can see this is a button. So we are getting the button, and on the button I'm going to say on click over here. Okay, I'm going to make use of arrow functions like so, and here I'll have the logic as to what is supposed to happen when a user clicks on the task over here. Okay, on the button I mean. Okay, so here first of all I can display an alert. I can just test this whether this listener is working fine. It should. So if I say add, okay, it's not displaying. It's because the C is capital. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so here you can see hi. Okay, it's working fine. So this is getting triggered on the click of the button. So far so good. Now what are tasks that we need to do within this listener? First thing, we need to get what is entered in this task. How will we get that? We'll get that from this input. We have this ID task input, right? Then once we have the text that is entered over here, we are going to call add task and get that task added into the tasks array, right? And then we are going to reset this input box to an empty string because it's cleared because the task is added, right? So what I will do is I'll say let task input over here. Okay, I'm going to say document dot get element by ID, and let me get the task input over here. Okay, so I'm going to say task input. Be sure to have this ID reference. This ID reference should be same as the one that you have defined over here in the HTML. All right, so this is done. This is taken care over here. Okay, now what I need to do over here is okay, this is done. I'll come over here. I'll say to do app dot add task, and I'm going to say task input dot value over here. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm saying task input. So this is the element that I got, and I'm saying dot value here. Okay, and then I need to reset this over here, this field over here, right? So I'm going to add an empty string, something like this. This is going to clear the input field, right? So I can say test add task. Okay, you can see it's being cleared, but it's not being added right now. Why? Because this function or this method has literally nothing. It's an empty method. Okay, we need to define all of this. We are yet to define all of this. All right, So now what I'll do is I'll begin with the if statement over here. Okay, so if there is a task, okay, or I can if you want to validate, you can add a check over here wherein you check if the task exists, or what you can do is you can straight away say this tasks dot push over here. So we need to push or add this particular task to this task over here. Okay, and here I'm going to say text colon. Okay, so this is the task, and I'll say completed. Is it completed? I'll say false over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, and once this is done, I need to call render. Okay, so this dot render, something like this. Okay, because the UI needs to refresh, right? This UI, once the task is added, the list of the tasks should refresh, and that is why I'm calling this dot render over here. Okay, this is done. So basically, every individual task in this array has two things. One is task itself and whether task is marked as completed or not. So far so good. We need to now toggle the tasks. Okay, so what we will do is we'll say this dot tasks. Okay, I'll get the task from the index over here because we have access to the index. I'll say dot completed. Okay, so this will be the reverse of whether it's completed or not. So I'll say this dot tasks, and I'll say index over here dot completed value. So I'm just reversing this value over here. Okay, so whatever the value is stored in the completed attribute of that particular task is reversed and assigned again. That is what is happening. That is it. Now after making this change, okay, I need to render the interface, right? So render the UI over here. So I'm going to say this dot render tasks, something like this. Okay, this is done. Now I need to remove the completed tasks. Okay, so what I would do is I would say, so we can make use of filter over here, right? So you can say this dot tasks over here. Okay, and you can say this dot tasks dot filter over here, and I'll say task over here, use arrow function, and I'll say if task is completed. Okay, something like this. Okay, so whichever task is completed will get removed, and I'll say this dot render tasks, something like this. Okay, now how would you render the task, right? So for that, what we will do is we need to render the task over here in task list, right? So what I would do is I would simply copy this to save some time. Okay, and over here I'll say task list. Okay, and the ID over here is task list, right? So I'll add task list over here. Okay, task list is added. Now what we need to do is, okay, so over here I'm going to I'm going to actually clear the current list. Okay, first we need to clear the current list. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Okay, it will be clear to you in a short while. HTML is equal to, so I'm clearing the current list first because we are rendering the task again, right? So if you don't clear the inner HTML, if you don't clear the current task list, the list will be duplicated, right? I hope this makes sense. Now what we need to do is we need to say this dot tasks dot for each over here. Okay, and within this I'm going to have a function, and I'm going to say task index. So task and index over here is something that is going to be passed. Okay, and I'm going to have arrow function. Okay, and within this I'm going to say const li. Okay, and I'm going to say document dot get element by id. Sorry, it won't be get element by id because we have not created li. So within ul you will have li elements, right? So I'll say create element over here. So I'll say create li over here. Okay, because we want to render it as a list, and then I'll say li dot text content, and then I'll say task dot text over here. Okay, and then I'll say li dot on click over here. Okay, we also need to add on click to the list over here because on click of that the task should toggle. So I'll say this dot toggle task. and I'll pass in the index of the click over here. This is done. Okay. Now I'll say if the task is completed over here, okay, then you can add the, I'll say li.class list. So I'm adding the class over here. Okay, dot add, I'll say completed. Okay, so I'm adding a class to this HTML element if the task is marked as completed. Okay, so here you are adding class like ID class over here for CSS. That is what I'm adding here from the JavaScript. So you can say element dot class list. You are adding this to the class list completed, and then we can have CSS against this. I hope this is making sense. And then over here you can say task list over here dot append child, something like this, and I'll append this into the UI. Okay, let us test this. So I'll say test. You can see test is being rendered 100. This is also being rendered. Okay, so this is being rendered twice over here. There is some so this was rendered twice. Okay, so there is a problem. Okay, so the issue is the inner HTML is not getting cleared over here. Okay, so I hope you get the importance of this statement over here now. This is not working actually, and you can see the entire list is getting rendered again. So if I add 200 over here, you can see test 100 200. It's re-rendering everything. Okay, whenever you are adding the task. So it won't be this dot inner HTML. It will be task list dot HTML. If I save this, I can say test. It's added test. If I say 100, it will add 100. You can see it's working fine now. All right. Now the tasks are also being marked as completed, but the completion thing you will have to handle in CSS because there is a class that is being added. Okay, over here. If you take a look at the class, okay, let me show you. So here you are seeing the li over here. It's 100, right? Now if I click on this 100, okay, okay, the class is not being added here yet. Okay, it should get added. So actually on click of this, completed should be added as a class name over here dynamically, but this is not happening. Let us see what the issue is. So on click, we are seeing that toggle tasks, and for every completed task, the class list should be added. This is okay. Okay, over here I see this is capital C. This is not right. This should be small. Okay. Now let us see what happens. So here there is no task over here. Let me add a task. I'll add test. Okay. I have one task. Now if I click on it, you can see class is completed for this. You can see. Now if you add whatever CSS for the completed class, you can add the CSS of strike through. So it will appear as strike through, okay, because you have applied that CSS. So you just need to say for class, for elements having class this completed, okay, you need to add that sort of completed effect in the CSS. All right, so it will be managed. Okay, so application is almost done. Okay, we are done with the application. You can see like everything is being done. All the functionality is working fine. Okay, now we'll head over to CSS. Okay, and we'll add some basic styling into our application. All right, now we'll begin with the body tag over here. Okay, of course, font family, and we'll say Arial, Helvetica, and sans serif. This is okay. Okay, text align. I'll say center over here. I'll add not max resolution but margin over here. I'll say 0. Okay, and let me add padding. I'll say 20 pixel. Okay, let me save and see what happens. Okay, little bit of change. Oh, you can add background color or whatever you want. I'll add Alice blue. Okay, it looks a little bit bluish. If you want something else, like over here, you can see. So antique white. Okay, you can add this also. Okay, depending on your choice, whatever you wish to. Display, I'll keep display to flex over here. Okay, flex direction is I'll say column. Okay, and then align items, I'll say center. I'll save this. Okay, this is done. H1. Okay, so H1 I'll just explicitly assign it a color. I'll call this color as black. Okay, this is done. All right. Now let us come over here. Okay, I'll save this. If you come over here, there is this task container. So I'll get this task container ID over here. Okay, I'll say hash. This is how you refer to any element's ID in CSS with the help of hash. Okay, I'll say display flex, and we need to say justify content. I'll say center. Okay, so this now comes in single line. Okay, as you can see over here, and I'll say margin bottom. Okay, and this will be 15 pixels. Okay, so this is actually not a full screen view, but if you head over to the full screen view over here, if I refresh, you can see this is how it's appearing right now, and I can just add the task. You can see. Okay, so yeah, this is how it's looking right now. Margin bottom. Okay, this is done now. I can add some styling for input over here. Okay, and I'll say type. Type is equal to text, something like this, and I'll say over here padding. Say 10 pixel. Save this. Okay, I'll say width over here. Width is 200 pixels. Okay, I'll say border. Okay, border can be 1 pixel. Okay, there's no border now, you can see. Okay, now one more thing is I think I should also optimize it for smaller screen size. Okay, so what I will do is I'll add media query over here, media, and say over here, so it will be max width. Okay, something like this, and it will be so max width of 600 pixels. Okay, so I'll add some styling over here for the same. All right, so I can say hashtag task container. Okay, I'll say flex direction. I'll say column over here, so that it becomes vertically aligned when basically the screen size is smaller. Okay, so button and input box is vertically aligned now because it was not looking good. Okay, horizontally in basically side by side view, right? So I just added this, so it's horizontally aligned over here when vertically aligned when the screen size is small, but horizontal like this if the screen size is wide. Okay, so when the screen size is small, this CSS is applicable. Okay, I can even add CSS for this over here. Okay, so as input type text, width is okay, padding I don't need, I'll skip padding. Width is 100% over here. Margin over here, so I'll say margin is 5 pixel and 0, like this, and I can say UL. So the unordered list can be width 90%, something like this. Okay, so this is done. Okay, this is for small screen size. Okay, I'll come back over here. Okay, so I was saying border of 1 pixel. Okay, I'll say solid over here, and I'll have this border over here. Okay, this looks fine right now. You can see it's looking fine. Okay, we need to add some more things like radius. Okay, border radius of 5 pixel, for example. Okay, 5 pixel looks decent in my opinion if you save this, right? And I'll add margin. Some margin over here, margin of let's say 10 pixels. Okay, this is done, I guess. All right, input is done. We'll now style the button over here. So how do we style button? Okay, so button we can say padding. I'll say 10 pixel and 15 pixel over here, and background color of blue. Okay, and then color of white. If you save this, you can see, but border is not looking good, so border will disable none. Okay, border gone. I can have border radius over here. Okay, 5 pixel like this, And then I can have a cursor pointer. So right now it's not turning itself into a pointer, but if you hover now, you'll see this cursor is becoming a pointer. Okay. And I can even add button colon hover effect. Okay, so I'll say background color is dark blue. Okay, so if you hover, it's going to come as dark blue. Straightforward. Now I'll add some styling for unordered list. I'll copy this. Okay, and here we'll have width as 50%, and I'll say list style type as none over here. Okay, so I don't want those dots to come over, so I'll say list style type none. That does not look good. I'll say padding as 0. Okay, width is 50% and margin is 0 auto. Okay, this is done. And yeah, I think this is it. We just need to add one CSS for completed. Okay, so I'll say completed item over here. I'll add this task and I'll click on it so that it's marked as completed. All right, so I'll say completed. Okay, so I'm referring to completed class like this dot completed. That is how you refer. I'll say text decoration. So I need to strike through, right? So I'll say over here line through. That is what the property name is. Okay, so both get strike through. I guess both are marked as completed. So I'll say test. Okay, this is not completed, and I can say completed task over here. These are some dummy tasks that I'm adding. If I click on this, you'll see this is completed. Okay, if I mark this as completed, you will see this is completed. Okay, so this is working fine. Text decoration completed. I'll say color as gray. Okay, something like this. This should look decent over here. Okay, I guess this is looking okay now, right? I can add more. Okay, so the task is being added. Okay, you can see. We also can add styling for each task over here. Okay, so what I can do over here is after UL over here, I can add li. Okay, and I can say styling for every task could be padding 10 pixel. Okay, I can add border over here, border of 1 pixel, solid, and I could call this as white smoke. You can see. Okay, this is actually not looking that good. So I have a color code TTT. I'll add that. Okay, but this is not then looking good on the background if you take a look. Okay, so what I can do is I will scroll up over here and I'll change this background to hash. I can say F4, 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 something like this. Okay, a sort of white bluish color. This looks decent now. Okay, so over here I need to add radius. This is looking too square to me, too squarish, right? So what I can do is I'll add a radius of probably 5 pixels. Let's see. Okay, radius of 5 pixels over here. Save this. Okay, and then I can say margin over here 5 pixels and 0 over here. So this is looking decent now. Okay, you can see. Also, if I hover on this, ideally I wish to have the cursor pointer. Okay, so I'll say li cursor pointer. Okay, you can see cursor pointer coming in, right? So it's looking great now. Okay, at least decent, I would say. Okay, I'll just refresh this, and you can have default task also added over here if you wish to. So here in JavaScript, what I can do is I can say I can call the method. Okay, so I can say to do app dot add task over here. Default task is learn JavaScript, something like this. Okay, you can see. So it's added now. Whenever you load the application, this would be the default task that is added. Okay, and you can add task learn C#. Okay, for example, learn Java. Okay, you can mark them as complete. So I hope this is useful, and I hope you enjoyed building this to-do application with me using, of course, JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Hey, what's up everybody? So it's time that we talk about if statements in JavaScript. So an if statement is used to execute a block of code if the specified condition is true. So yes, the center of if statement is the condition that you specify. And depending on the condition, it's decided whether the block of code should be executed or not. Now, why do we need something called as if statement? Now, there will be scenarios wherein you might want to do conditional execution, right? Now, what is conditional execution? Conditional execution meaning how programs are executed is you have like console.log, you have line 1, okay, line 1 of code, okay, and then you have line 2 of code, okay. So this is not conditional. It is being executed one after the another. Now let's say I want to execute line 1 of code only in a certain scenario. And that is where if statement comes into picture. Okay. So I might want to execute or I might not want to execute a line 1 depending on whether a certain condition is met. Right. Now a condition could be, let's say if the temperature is greater than 25, right, or greater than a certain amount, then I would want to show a message to a user that it's hot today, right? So you cannot just print it's hot today. You have to first check the temperature, and if temperature is about a certain threshold, only then you have to show the message. So this is where conditional statement comes into picture, right? This is if is not the only conditional statement that exists, all right, but I'll show you how you can make use of if. So you can say if over here. You have this suggestion if statement. You have if else as well, all right, but we'll stick to if for now. You have to specify condition that evaluates to boolean. So let's say I'll say true over here, okay, and I'll move line 1 inside if statement. Now this curly brace represents a block of code, and within this curly brace you can add any number of lines of code that will be executed if the condition is met. Now if I save this, you'll see line 1, line 2, and if I convert this to false over here, you will only see line 2. So this will never be executed because the condition within the if is false. All right. So that is how if statement works in a nutshell. Now let us come back to our example where we say if a temperature is above a certain threshold, we want to show a message to the user. So for that, I'll need a variable. Okay. So I'll say temperature. Okay. Now let's say if the temperature is 30 recorded today. All right. So I can have a condition over here. So I can say if temperature is greater than, okay, if it's greater than, let's say 25. Okay. So if it's greater than 25, I wish to print it's a hot day, something like this. All right. So this can go in, and over here, this is outside if, right? Right. So you can see, or I can just print have a nice day. Okay. So you can see it's a hot day and have a nice day is being printed now. Okay. If the temperature is 22 over here, then you'll just see have a nice day because it's not a hot day, right? So I don't want to print that. All right. Now, what this means is this block of code is executed if this condition is met, right? Now, there will be scenarios wherein you want to execute some block of code when this condition is not met or this condition is false. And that is where else statement comes into picture. Okay. So you have if and then you have else over here. Okay. So I can have, let us have a variable over here. I'll say is raining over here. Or let's deal with the same example over here. Okay. So I can say it's hot today and I can say else over here. Okay. And you can add over here console.log over here. And I can simply copy this over here. It's not a hot day. Okay. So you can see it's not a hot day. Have a nice day. And if this is 26 over here, for example, it'll say it's a hot day. Have a nice day. All right. So this is an example of if else statement. Let me give you one more example. Okay. We'll pick an example of a rainy day and we'll have a variable is raining over here. Okay. Now, if it's raining, what we need to do is we need to say console.log over here, and I need to say take an umbrella, right? Something like this. Okay. And otherwise, I need to say, Okay, I need to say no need for an umbrella, right? So here I'll say no need for an umbrella. I'll save this. So you can see, take an umbrella because it's raining, and if it's not raining, you can see no need for an umbrella. All right, so pretty straightforward, right? Now here what we are doing is we are having two blocks of code that is being executed if this condition is true or false. So this condition is controlling everything over here. So this condition is important. So if you're writing if else statement, be sure to have this condition right. Okay, many people make a mistake that the condition, they don't get it right. Okay, there is some logical error and then they don't get the right output. So just keep attention to this condition. Now there is one more form of if else, which is if else, and then you have if, and then you again have else. So this is also possible. Okay, so you can say if over here, you'll see if else statement. All right, now I can say now using this syntax over here, if else, you can actually chain multiple conditions, right? So let me show you how. Okay, so let's say I have a variable over here called score. Okay, let's say I'll assign this a value of 75. Okay, now I'll have score over here. Okay, so I'll say score if score is greater than equal to 90. Okay, let's say we want to print something. What are we printing over here? Okay, we want to say excellent. Okay, now what actually we are building is we are actually building a condition over here that is going to print different messages depending on what your score is. Okay, now let's say I want to have a message that prints good job if your score is above 75, and if it's above 50, you want to say you passed. Otherwise, if it's lesser than 50, better luck next time, something like that. Okay, so I got this. Okay, I got this right. I'll print excellent if the score is greater than 90. Okay, now over here I want to evaluate one more condition if the score is greater than 75, right? So what I will do is I'll get this, and here I'll add this condition. Okay, so I can do this. This is completely valid. And here instead of 90, I can have 75 over here. Okay, and instead of, oops, so let me copy this properly. Okay, so I can paste this and I can say good job, something like this. Okay, now I want to have a condition which says if the score is greater than 50, I need to say you passed. So I'll just paste it over here, and if the score is greater than, let's say, 50, I can say you passed, something like this. Okay, and let's say if the score is less than 50, okay, you need to say better luck next time. So if the score is not matching any of this condition, I need to say else over here, and I can just say console.log. Oops, I just need console.log. Okay, so I'll get console.log and I'll say better luck next time. Something like this. Okay, so you can see over here I am actually chaining multiple conditions. This is condition number 1, the condition number 2, condition number 3, and then you have the else block. All right, now if I save this, okay, you can see good job is printed. Okay, because the score is 75 and it is matching this condition. Score is greater than equal to 75. Okay, if it's 80, you'll see good job being printed. If it's 95, you'll see excellent being printed. If it's 51, you'll see you passed being printed. And if it's 44, let's say, you'll see better luck next time being printed. Okay, so multiple conditions have multiple blocks of code, and multiple blocks of code are being executed depending on which condition is true. So this is known as chaining. Okay, chaining if else. Okay, so you're actually chaining the conditions over here to form a sort of chain, and depending on the condition, the right one is executed. Okay, now beyond chaining, you also have something called as nested if else. Okay, so what you can do is, let's say I have an application. Okay, and within the application, to enter, the user needs to have age greater than 18, and it also needs to have permission. Okay, So let's say permission is just a flag right now. Okay, so I'll say has permission over here, true for now. Okay, it's just a flag, and this flag is being derived from some conditions in our application. Okay, and age, let's say, is 20. Okay, for example. So in our application, to enter, we need to have age greater than 18 and also the permission. So I'll say if over here, I'll say age greater than equal to, oops. So it's greater than equal to 18 over here. Okay. And then I can say, so this condition is evaluated. Now, if this is true, I need to add one more if over here. Okay. To check if he has permission, because he also needs to have permission to enter, right? And then if he has, I can say console.log, you are allowed to enter. Okay. You can say you are allowed to enter over here. This is done. Okay. Now, here you can even add else over here. Okay. And you can add a console log over here. You need permission to enter. Permission to enter. Something like this. Okay. And you can add, so this is the if block, out of if block. You can add a else block here also. Okay. And you can paste it over here. You can say you are not old enough to enter, something like this. You can see. So you can see over here, you are allowed to enter because both these conditions are matching. Okay. If I change this to 17, you'll see you are not old enough to enter. Even though he has a permission, he's not allowed to enter because this condition itself is failing. So this internal condition is not executed. We just ask him that, we just tell him that you are not allowed to enter or you are not old enough to enter. Okay. Now let's say if he is 20 and if this is false, then in that case, you'll see you need permission to enter because even though he's matching the age bracket, he's not having the permission. So here what you're doing is you are nesting. Okay. You are nesting if else, and nesting meaning you are having one if else condition within another over here. Okay. Now you can even simplify this over here. Okay. You can simplify this condition with the help of logical operators. Okay. So what you can do is you can make use of or and operators. Oops, not this one. And operators in if condition. Okay. So I can say let is weekend. So let's say we have an app that is keeping track of holiday and whether we can relax today or work today. Okay. So I can say is holiday. Okay. And over here I can say false, something like this. Okay. So I can say if is weekend. Okay. So if it's weekend and if is holiday, okay, then I need to show a message that you can relax today. Okay. So you can relax today. Now what we are doing is we are having you're actually checking two variables over here and you are using or operator. Now the output of this is Boolean, right? So the output of the condition over here should be Boolean for if statement to work fine. All right. And that is what we are doing over here. And we are having an else block and we can say it's working day today. Okay. It's working day. Something like this, right? So you can see you can relax today and you can see over here. So if I say if this is false and if this is false, you'll see it's working day. Okay. So yeah, this is how it works. You can even make use of and operator over here. Okay. And you can actually see the output over here. Okay. So this is an example. All right. Then there is something called as ternary operator. Okay. So ternary operator you will be aware of. Okay. Which is question mark and colon. So these two things get you a ternary operator. Okay. So let's say if I have a number over here. Okay. And if the number is 7. Okay. I can say let result over here is equal to number percentage 7 or sorry, not 7, 2 over here. And if this is equal to 0, then I'll say it's even. Otherwise, it's odd. Okay. And I can just print console.log over here. Okay. So over here, I can say result. You can see it's odd, right? And if I make it 8, oops. So if I make it 8, it will be even over here. Okay. Now the same condition you can even write with the help of if statement. So you can say if, all right, and what is the condition? This is the condition, right? So you'll get the condition over here, okay, and then you need to like return this or assign this to result, right, over here. What I will do is I won't assign this, but I'll actually take console.log directly and I'll just have a result. Okay, oops. So I'll say result over here and I'll say even over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, and if that's not the case, then what you can do is you can print odd. Something like this. You can see even. Okay, so it's the same condition actually written with the help of if statement, but in cases ternary operator gives you a more concise syntax. Like for example over here the condition is pretty simple, so ternary operator is looking much more concise. But now if the condition is very complex like this one or nested condition, then it's advisable you don't make use of ternary operator, because either you will end up making mistake or the person who is reading the code, he won't understand what's happening, right? Because it won't be readable, it would be a mess. So for simple conditions, ternary operator is advisable, okay, but for complex ones, of course, you need to make use of normal if else, right? So that's something that you should be aware of. Of course, you can even move this to functions. Okay, you can even make use of if else in functions. So functions. So you can say function check even odd, something like this over here, and I can have this condition over here, okay, and number is needed, right? So you will get number over here, all right, and you can call this, you can say check even odd, okay, and you can pass in 10, for example. 10 is even. You can pass in 11. You can see 11 is odd. So this is also possible. Okay, you can have if else in functions as well. You can make use of if else with arrays also. Okay, let me show that to you. Okay, so let us say you have array of fruits. Okay, and you're having apple. Okay, I'll just create a few fruits, banana. Okay, and let's say orange. Pretty simple. Okay, now let's say I want to check if my favorite, okay, fruit exists in the array or not. Okay, so let's say my favorite fruit is apple, for example. Okay, so you can say if, all right, and okay, one second, let me get this template. So you can say if, what is the condition? If fruit includes, okay, you have includes over here. Okay, if this includes your favorite fruit, okay, then what you can do is you can log over here. Okay, you can say, I'll just say yes. Okay, otherwise what you can do is else. Okay, you can say console.log over here, and here you can say no. Okay, so I'm just printing simple yes or no. You can have good messages, of course. So you can see yes over here. Now let's say if it's strawberry, my favorite fruit, then it's not there in the list. Okay, so this is how you can make use of arrays with if else. All right, you can have operations that return Boolean value, and that could be evaluated in if else conditions. Okay, you can even do this with objects. So let me show you an example over here. Okay, so let's say I have a user over here, user. All right, oops, I must equal to. Okay, within user, let's say you have like a name of Alice. Okay, let's say you have is admin as false. Okay, so here this is a Boolean value inside, like a Boolean attribute. So you can say if, okay, I'll get if else template. You can say user dot is admin. Okay, if he's admin, you can say console.log over here. Okay, and you can say welcome admin. All right, this is possible. Okay, and otherwise what you can do is you can come over here and you can say, or you can make use of template literals over here. Okay, you can say user.name. All right, and then this needs to go in backticks. Okay, if you save this, you'll see welcome Alice. Okay, so is user admin false, right? So you'll see welcome Alice. If this is true, welcome admin. All right. So I'll keep this as false and we'll have welcome Alice. Okay. So summary is if else statement is one of the important control structures in JavaScript. Okay. It comes under, so there are categories. Okay. So you will have so control structure, meaning you are controlling how your your code is executed, right? So if statement comes under that, okay, and it is used for conditional execution. You can see here we are executing code conditionally. If you're making use of if statement, there is no guarantee that the code will be executed because it would depend on the condition, right? And the values involved over here. If you have complex condition, you won't know, right? So if else is very fundamental. Okay, you will be using if else a lot, whether you learn JavaScript, React, all of that. All right, and there are multiple forms like we saw. You have basic if, you have if with else, you have if else chained together, you have nested if else. You can make use of logical operators to create more complex conditions. You have ternary operator as well, which is a shorthand version of if else statement. So ternary operator is often called a shorthand version of if else statement. Okay, and if else can also be used with functions, arrays, objects, and so on. All right. So I hope you are clear as to how you can make use of decisions in your code with the help of if else statement. And I hope this was super useful. So now it's time that we talk about the switch statement. Now, let us first understand why switch statement exists at the first place. Now, the problem is when you are dealing with multiple conditions with if else, there can be a problem that they become a bit more lengthy and hard to read. And this is a case if you are doing condition evaluation on the same variable. All right. So when dealing with multiple conditions for the same variable, if else can become lengthy and harder to read. This is where switch statement comes into picture, wherein it offers a cleaner and more readable alternative. All right. So let me give you an example of what multiple condition on the same variable mean. So take a look at this example over here that I have added. Here I have a variable called fruit. I'm evaluating this variable, okay, across multiple conditions and giving the output over here. Okay. Now, if I save this, of course, I'm going to get the output as apples are $2 per kg. Okay. So I'm getting the price over here, but the conditions are multiple. Okay. For one or two condition, if else statement is great, but when conditions grow like this, okay, it can become difficult to manage. And this is where switch statement comes into picture. So how do you write a switch? So you can say over here, let's say I have, okay, here I have fruit. Okay, I'll create another example. I'll call this as fruit type. So the variable will change over here. Now I'll have a switch on fruit. Okay, so actually if you type switch over here, you have this template that you can select. Okay, you can see the syntax automatically added over here. Now switch statements consist of keys and values. Okay, so here you can see this key. So what is a key over here? Key is actually the expression that I wish to evaluate. All right, so here in my case, the expression is fruit type. Okay, so this fruit type now will be evaluated against multiple cases. So case 1 is over here apple. Okay, so I can say apple over here. Okay, and if it's apple, then what I want to do, I want to print in this statement over here. Okay, something like this. All right, so if fruit type is apple, this will be executed, this case, because it's a matching value. Okay, and it will print this to the console. Okay, I can replicate this for other things also. Okay, so for example, I can have it for banana. All right, so here I can say this is banana. All right, and I can have the console log over here for banana. Okay, you can see. Okay, and I can do similar thing for other fruits also. Okay, so I'll add this. Okay, oops, so this indentation, I messed up with the indentation. All right, but after banana there is orange. Okay, so I'll say orange over here. And what is the console log for orange? So oranges are $1.5 per kg, like you can see. Okay. Now default is the default case, okay, when no match is found. So you can get this printed, okay, over here, okay, something like this. All right. Now if you save this, you can see apples are $2 per kg. If I make this as strawberry, okay, you'll see, sorry, we don't have that fruit. If I say orange, oops, not over here. If I say, okay, so if I say strawberry, actually I changed that wrong place. You should not change at the case place. I'm sorry about that, but it will be strawberry. Okay. If you save this, you'll see, sorry, we don't have that fruit. If you say orange, okay, oranges are $1.5 per kg. Okay. If you say banana, the banana one will be executed. You can see. So this is a better alternative, I would say, easier to read, okay, and it's easier to manage as well. So if you have more cases or more fruits being added, you can simply add a case statement. It's easier to read. But over here, if you have multiple conditions, okay, it might be cumbersome to read. So that's the benefit over here. Okay. Now you can have fall through in switch as well. Okay. So let me copy this entire thing. I'll come over here. Okay. I'll show you fall through. Okay. So I'll say fall through. Okay. And I'll get rid of this. This is duplicate actually. Okay. So let's say I have this switch statement. Now I want to group multiple cases to execute the same block of code. Okay. So what I can do is, if the fruit type is apple, then I want to execute these two cases. Okay. So what I would do is I would remove break over here. Okay. Now if I say, okay, so let me change this to, okay, I'll move this to a normal variable, and over here I'll say fruit type is equal to apple. Okay. Now if I save this, you will see apples are $2 per kg and bananas are $1 per kg. You're getting both of this printed over here. But if you say banana, only one will be printed. Okay. So why both were printed when you said apple? Well, what is happening is, here you don't have this break statement. So break in a switch case is responsible for breaking the loop over here, or breaking the condition. So here, once this is executed, this part, break statement is encountered and the control does not go to the next case. Instead, it comes out of the switch. So break is essentially used to exit from switch, right? So if you skip break, it will go and start executing the next case also. If I remove this, okay, it will go again and start executing the next case. You can see. Okay, so that's the importance of break, and this behavior over here without break is known as fall through in switch. Okay, so just remember this. If someone asks you, or if you read this anywhere, okay, this is known as fall through, omitting of break. All right. Now you can even have a switch with expressions. Okay, so let me say switch with expressions. Okay. All right, I made a spelling mistake over here. Okay, so let's say I have a number over here which is initialized to, let's say 9. All right, now you can say switch over here. Okay, now I can say true. Okay, because so this expression is now true. Okay, so now what you can do over here is case. You can have number is less than 5. So if number is less than 5, okay, you will say console.log over here. Okay, here you can say number is less than 5, something like this. Okay, you can have similar thing for you can have similar thing for this part over here. Okay, so you can say here number is greater than equal to 5 and number is less than 5. Sorry, number is not less than 5, it's less than 10. So here you can see number is between 5 and 10. So you can see number is between 5 and 10. All right. So this way you can make use of expressions in case statements as well. All right, over here. Now I want to talk about differences between switch in JavaScript, Python, and Java. All right. So in Java, so this examples that you're seeing is similar to the ones that we have in Java. Okay. So in Java also it works the similar way. Okay. And in Java, case values must be constant. like integer, enums, or strings. But in case of JavaScript, it can be of any data type like strings, numbers, and it can even include expressions like we are seeing over here, right? And with respect to Python, okay, so Python does not have a traditional switch statement, but it uses if else if. All right, so that's something in the latest version of Python. You also have match case, which is a more powerful construct than JavaScript's switch. All right. So yeah, this is what it is, and the syntax will be much more similar to the other programming languages. But one thing you should remember about switch is when should you use it. So if you have multiple values to compare against a single variable like we are doing over here, it's better to use switch because they are much more easier to understand and write also. You will be making less mistakes, and someone reading it, it will be much more easier for them also. So I hope this has been useful and you have been able to follow along. So now it's time that we begin talking about the for loop in JavaScript. Now, JavaScript for loops work like any other programming language. All right. So let's say I can write a for statement like this. You can see this syntax that got populated. All right. Now you have this index, which will be like a counter that will help you go through a list of elements, right? So I can have I over here as the index. Okay. I can start from 0. Okay. So I is equal to 0. And so I can come over here, all right, and I can have less than 5 over here. Okay, let's say let's say 10. I want to print numbers from 0 to 9. Let's say I want to print 10 numbers, right? I have I++, and I can simply come over here and say console.log over here, okay, and I can have I printed like so. All right. And if I save this, you will see 0, 1, 2, 3 until 9. So 10 numbers are being printed, and we are actually making use of for loop for the same. Now, if you have an array, basically, so for loops can be beneficial in iterating through the arrays as well over here. So if I say numbers over here, and you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Let's say we have 8 numbers. So I'll copy this. All right. And over here, I can say numbers.length. Now this is a array, and we have this length property along with this. Okay. And you can access the array over here. So you can say numbers in I. If you save this, you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 over here. Okay. So we have this array being printed. Now what is happening is this is the initialization part. We are initializing the variable. This is the conditional part where we are evaluating the condition whether the for loop should move forward or not. And this is the increment part. So first the initialization takes place, then condition is evaluated. So is 0 less than numbers.length? Okay, so 0 is less than 8 over here. The length of this array is 8, right? So numbers.length will be 8 because we are trying to get the length of the arrays using the length property, right? So since it's true, we'll come inside and you will print numbers of 0, right? So which means 1 gets printed. Then you increment I, and then you evaluate the condition again. And then you go inside. If the condition is true, you go inside and execute this. So this way, this for loop keeps on executing until the condition over here turns out to be false. All right. And the loop is exited. Okay, so this is how the for loop works, and this is the counter part, this is the initialization part, and this is the increment and decrement part. So initialization is just executed in the beginning of the for loop, right? Later on, just these two things are taking care whether the loop should be executed or not. All right. So this is about a for loop, and you can even make use of for loop for printing reverse over here. So I can go reverse. Let me copy this. So this was a forward printing loop. I can actually make this as 10 over here. I can reverse the condition that it should be greater than 0. And I can have I minus minus. If I save this, okay, and let me comment this so that there is a little bit of less log onto the screen. You can see over here 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right? So we are going reverse now with the help of this for loop. So it's helping us go in the reverse order, and you can do the same with the array as well, right? You can print reverse, like print the array in reverse. That is something that you can do. You can even nest the for loops. Okay, so I'll just comment this over here so that we have a cleaner console and we can see the output over here. So let's say I have this array, okay, and let's say I wish to print a matrix sort of, right? So what I would do is I would come over here. I would also add a for loop over here, okay, and I'll just comment this. Okay, what I would do is I would start from 0. I would say I is less than, I can say, oops, sorry. So I is less than, let's say 10, I plus plus, something like this. Okay. Now I'll say I is equal to 0 over here as well. And this inner loop will match. So first of all, we need to change the variable name over here. This should be J. Okay. This also should be J, and this also should be J. Okay. So J is, until J is less than I, J plus plus, something like this. Okay. And you can print in J over here, like so. If you save this, you will see. Okay, so 0, 1, 0. Okay, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. So actually, we are not printing it in the matrix style, but we have a nested for loop that we are making use of to iterate through the arrays. Okay, if you have a matrix sort of a array, which is an array of arrays, then too you can make use of this kind of a syntax to iterate through it. All right. So that's about for loop. For loop is essentially, or loops in general are essentially useful when you want to repeat a particular piece of code for n number of times until a condition is satisfied. So that is where loops are being used, and for loops just happens to be a kind of a loop. I hope this was useful. So when we talk about loops, we also have something called as while loops, or while loop, I should say. All right. Now, what is a while loop? So while loop is a kind of loop that executes a block of code or a group of statements over here, as long as the condition evaluates to true. So once the condition turns out to be false, then in that case, the while loop is executed. All right. So let me give you an example over here of how a while loop would work in JavaScript. So let's say you have this variable. Okay. You can have a while statement. What do you want the condition to be? So let's say I would say I is less than 5. Okay. I can say console.log over here, and I can print I like so. Okay. And I'll save this. Now the thing is, this goes into an endless loop. You can see over here. Okay. Now this is not right, okay, because there is no break condition. The loop is never executed. Loop is never exited. So you should have some sort of a condition over here. Okay, let's say I have this condition. I also need to increment the value of I, and if I save this, okay, then the loop would get exited. So I just need to break this now. So now you can see that we have like 0 to 4 printed, which is 5 numbers, and last time it went into, so just now it went into endless loop because we didn't have the increment condition. Okay, so this is a syntax of while loop and how it's written in JavaScript. So that's about while loop. It's pretty straightforward and simple when it comes to JavaScript, right? I hope this was useful. So now is the time that we talk about callbacks. Now, what is a callback? So by definition, a callback is a function that is passed as an argument to another function. Okay, a function that is passed as an argument to another function and is executed after a particular event or an operation completes. Now, let us understand in detail as to why you need something called as callbacks. Okay, so let me give you an example. Now, there will be scenarios wherein you are working on some sort of a code wherein you need to like perform some sort of an external event or interface with some external system. Okay, which might take a little bit of time. Like it might not be instant like basic operations, but it might involve some bit of time that your system might need to wait to get the output. Okay, for example, an API call. So if you're doing an API call, what would happen is you would typically wait for the response from the API call. right? It's not like you trigger the API call and you get an instant response. It's not like that. You trigger an API call, you wait for the response, you get the response, and then you use the response. Okay. So let us simulate a scenario wherein we do an API call. Okay. So what I would do is I would simulate a scenario with the help of timeout function. Okay. So in JavaScript, we have something called as timeout. Okay. Which basically can be used to set a delay on your end. Okay, so let me give you an example over here. Okay, so let's say I have this message. Okay, so I can say console.log over here. Okay, and I can say immediate. Now this message will be displayed immediately, right? It's not like it would be displayed after a while over here, right? It would be displayed immediately. Okay, but there will be scenarios wherein I might want to cause a delay. So in that case, you can make use of timeout. So you can say set timeout over here. Okay, I can have a function like this. Okay, and this would be anonymous function, no parameters. I can say console.log. I can say delay, something like this, and I can even set the delay time. So let's say 2000. Now 2000 is milliseconds, which means like it will be delayed by 2 seconds. So I can save this. You can see immediate, and after 2 seconds you will see delay over here, right? So that's how it works. If I add 3 dots over here, if I save this, you will see immediate and then a delay. Okay, so why are we learning about timeout right now? Why are we discussing timeout? Because we are going to make use of timeout to simulate like an example of something that is dependent on an external system, like an API call, right? API call will take a little bit of time, right? Like you will trigger your request to the server, and then server will process the request. It will talk to the database, and it will get back to you with the data. Okay, so there is a little bit of delay, like 1 second, 2 seconds, depending on how fast things are at your end, right? So there will be a delay. And how do we simulate a delay? We will be simulating the delay in our code with the help of timeout, right? So let's say I have a piece of code over here. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function. Okay, so there's a function. I'll call this function as fetch data over here. Okay, I don't need any sort of parameters over here. Okay, and I'll have like set timeout here like this. Okay, and I can actually make use of arrow functions over here. Okay, instead of the older syntax, I can upgrade to arrow functions, and here I can say data fetched from the server. Okay, so I can data from server. Okay, and here I can add a delay of 2 seconds. Okay, so this is done. All right, and what we can do is we can call this particular thing. Okay, so let us say I have I can say function over here. I can say process data over here. Okay, and here I can say fetch data, something like this. Okay, I'm calling this, and I'm calling process data. Okay, I'm saying okay, so I'm saying process data over here, something like this. So what is happening is I'm calling process data first over here. As you can see, process data is then calling fetch data, and fetch data is doing some sort of an operation like talking to an API or something, and it is getting the data. Okay, if I save this, okay, you'll see delay and data from the server after 2 seconds. Okay, so for now I'm just going to remove this. Okay, or I'll just comment this out since we have understood what timeout is. But here what we are trying to do is we are trying to fetch the data, and the data is being fetched at the delay of 2 seconds. Okay, now let us say if we are fetching the data and we get some sort of a response that we want to catch. Okay, let's say if we are fetching the data and we get a response from the server that we want to catch. So I'll have a hypothetical return over here. Okay, which will represent, let's say this is the data that is being represented from the server. Okay, it's saying sample data. Okay, what would happen in this case is I can get the data over here. I can say let data over here. Okay, and I can do a console log over here. Okay, I can say data, something like this. Now if I save this, you'll see I don't get an output, I get undefined. Okay, this did not work because fetch data has a delay, right? So this thing took 2 seconds to return. Okay, but what happened is this got executed before this returned, right? This has a delay of 2 seconds. So this thing did not wait for this thing to finish executing and get back to it with the result. Instead, it executed this first, right? So what happened is we got undefined. So the data was returned, but like this code was executed, and this did not work as expected, right? Now imagine having an API call over here, a real API call instead of timeout over here. I'm having an API call and I'm fetching some response from the server. Now I need to wait to get the response from the server, right? I cannot just directly proceed to the next step, right? And this is where callbacks come into picture, right? This is a need of callback. So this example you can see, assuming that here you are having any sort of an operation that is causing some sort of a delay, okay, of around 2 seconds. And we have simulated that delay with the help of this set timeout function. So assuming that you are having a operation that is causing a delay, okay, this is how things would work without callbacks, right? So you need a callback, which is a function that is passed as an argument to another function and is executed after a particular event or operation completes. Now, what is the event in our case? The event in our case is this fetch operation or this delayed operation that we are having. Okay, so how would things work? Let me upgrade this example over here. Okay, so what I would do is I would have a callback here, something like this. Okay, and what we can do is rather than modifying this example, I would simply copy this example. Okay, and we would create, I would keep this example intact and I would have callback over here. Okay, and I'll say with callback here. Okay, so this I'm doing so that we have both the examples and we can differentiate as to what is the difference. Okay, so you can see over here fetch data, and I'm calling fetch data with callback. Okay, so fetch data with callback, I can have callback over here. Okay, this is a callback. Okay, now over here I'm calling this process data with callback. Okay, and this is being called from here. Now how I would modify this is I would take this data as the parameter over here. Okay, I would get rid of this over here. Okay, so this is the callback function that would be executed once this operation is complete. So this operation of timeout, once it's complete, what we need to do is we need to print the data, right? So I'm accepting data as a parameter over here, and I'm doing a console.log. Okay, now what I would do is whenever I'm calling this process data with callback, what I would do is instead of calling this, I would say fetch data with callback over here. Okay, I would call straight away this function over here, and I would pass this as an argument, this function like this. So I'm making use of callbacks now. And if I save this, okay, let me add something over here with callback. Okay, and this is done with callback, and I'm getting the data. I'll add a colon. Okay, now over here, rather than returning, okay, what I can do is I can say over here, so I have to create data first. Okay, so I'll say data is equal to something like this. Okay, so this is the data. So let's say this is the data that is being returned from the server. Now I'll take this data and I'll say callback, and I'll pass it to the data, something like this. And if I save this, you'll see the first one is undefined. You can see data from the server, and here you see with callback, right? So data from server is being printed twice because of this console log. So if I get rid of this and if I save this, you'll see data from the server. So this is one, and then you have with callback sample data over here. So I hope this is clear as to what is the use of callback over here. What is the use case? So here, this was a function that was supposed to be executed when the data was returned successfully. Okay, so over here, if you see, when the data was returned successfully, this function was being executed, like the code inside this, right? So instead of doing this, what we did is we are passing this function itself. So here you can see this function itself is being passed to over here to another function. Okay, this is a function that is interacting with the API or performing some sort of operation that is causing delay. Okay, and here this function is being passed as a callback. Okay, so once the operation is complete, the callback function is being called with the data, and data is coming over here and it is printing the data over here, right? So I hope this is clear. So instead of getting undefined now, what is happening is this entire operation is waiting. It is waiting for 2 seconds until the data is fetched, and then this process data with callback is being called along with the data that is received from the server, and then it is being printed onto the console, or whatever operation you want to perform that you can add over here. Okay, so that is how the callback works, and I hope it's clear as to why this thing matters. Okay, now one more thing I want to show you over here. You can have callbacks, like callbacks for success as well as errors. Okay, so that is something that I wish to show to you all. Okay, so what you can do is, or before going to callbacks with success and errors, I also want to show you one syntax over here, which is of anonymous callback functions over here. Okay, so here what we are doing is, here in this particular example, if I copy this, okay, this is anonymous, this is not anonymous, right? So let me update this to anon. Okay, I'll just say anon over here. Okay, and this one also anon, this one also anon over here. Okay, I hope everything is updated. All right, now what is happening is we are actually passing this function to this particular function over here, right? So we can like shorten the syntax. I can, what I can simply do is I can simply cut this. Okay, and over here I can simply say function. Okay, I can simply accept data over here, and I can simply, okay, oops, I didn't need a curly brace. I can simply paste this like this. Okay, now this is not needed. Okay, so this is how the syntax becomes, okay, with anonymous. Okay, so I can say with anon over here. I can save this, and you'll see data from server with callback with anon. Okay, and you can increase this to 3 seconds. Let us see how this operates. All right, so you can see data from server, data with callback, and data with anon. Okay, or if I update this to 10 seconds, it should work well. Okay, actually one mistake over here. This is calling fetch data from with callback. Okay, so it's still referring to the old function, but I'll update it to with anon over here. I was wondering why it's not reflecting the changes in seconds. So you can see over here, after 10 seconds now, with anon will be reflected over here. You can see. Okay, you can see. So it worked perfectly fine with a shorter syntax. So this is an example of anonymous callback functions. Okay, now I wish to talk about callbacks for success and errors. Now there will be scenarios wherein if you're doing an API call, okay, there is a possibility of things being successful and not being successful, right? So I'll copy this over here. Let's say this is an operation that we want to perform. Okay, I'll say with success error. Okay, something like this. So you can have 2 callbacks over here, success callback, and you can have error callback, something like this. Okay, so what happens is over here inside, okay, within set timeout, you can have some code. Okay, so let's say I have a code occurred. Okay, I have error occurred. Let's say I'll keep this to true. Let's say it's a boolean value over here. Okay, now if, okay, so if, oops, if error occurred, then what I need to do is I need to call success callback, right? Success callback with some data. I can pass in some data like error occurred, something like this. Okay, and if this is not the case, then I can say else over here. Okay, and instead of that I can say okay, so if it's not error, then probably you can have the normal thing going on like this. Okay, you can have this, and instead of calling callback over here, you will say error. Oops, this should not be error, this should be success callback. And actually if it's an error, you will call the error callback over here, something like this, right? So this is how the calls will be. All right, and you can see it's, so we'll change this to 4, okay, 4000 milliseconds over here. Okay, Now what you can do is you can have these two callbacks also created over here. Okay, so here I can say function. Okay, so function on success like this, and you can say data over here. Okay, and here below you can say not confirm, it should be console.log over here, and you can say success. Okay, and you can have like data being printed onto the console. Okay, now the same thing you can duplicate for error as well. So you can say on error, okay, like this, and instead of success you can say error, and it will display the data. Okay, so these are two functions. Now what you can do is when calling this, okay, when calling the fetch data, so if you say fetch data with success and error, you can say on success. Okay, on success first because you have success callback defined first, right? And then on error, something like this. Now if you save this, you should see on error being printed, because we have simulated the error situation. You can see error occurred, right? So you can see, and this is being printed, error occurred, right? Now you can upgrade this example to the anonymous function example. Okay, so first of all, this is an example of success and error. Okay, you can randomize this as well. So I can say, I can make use of math.random. So math.random over here. Okay, if you say math.random, okay, it's a method inside math object. So you can see it is giving me random values between 0 and 1. You can see over here on the console. Okay, now I can say math.random less than 0.5. It will give me a boolean value, true, sometimes false. So I can have this condition copied and added over here. Okay, so this error occurred condition is now dynamic, right? So if I save this, you can see like the error, you can see the error and success will be pretty much dynamic. Now if I save it again, so now it was error situation, it can be success as well. Okay, you can see success sample data, right? You can upgrade this to anonymous function. So I can cut this over here. Okay, you can say like this. Okay, and then you have this over here. Okay, so this is done. Okay, and then you can have the error one also. Now you can also chain callbacks. Okay, so let me show you how you can do that. Okay, so chained callbacks. All right, so let's say I have a function. Okay, so I'll have this function over here. Okay, let me call this. Oh, sorry, not let me copy this. So I'll say I'll call this function as step1. Okay, it has a callback set timeout, and here I'll have console.log over here, which says step 1 done over here. Okay, something like this. I'm having a callback as well over here, which does not accept a parameter. Okay, and instead of 10,000, I'll stick to 1,000 over here. So this is one function that I have with a callback. This is step 1. Let's say I have a step 2. So I'm doing a multiple set of operations over here. Okay, this is step 2. I'll say this is step 2 again over here. Okay, I'll come over here again. I'll say this is step 3, something like this. This is step 3 again over here. Okay, so over here, now what I can do is I can say step 1. So first I'll call step 1. Okay, within step 1, I'm going to have an arrow function like this. Okay, and here I can say step 2. Okay, so within the arrow function, I'll say step 2. Now, step 2 needs a parameter. So instead of that, I'll pass in an arrow function over here again. Okay, and then over here, I'll again have step 3, something like this. So I'll say something like this, like so, and over here, like so. Okay, And here I'll just mention console.log all completed. Okay, something like this, all completed. I'll say steps. Okay, I'll add a semicolon here and I'll say save over here. Okay, now you'll see step 1 done, step 2 done, step 3 done. Okay, and all steps completed. All right, in the end you see like success sample data, because this had a lot of timeout was longer over here, and this one also had a longer timeout, right? But here you can see step 1, step 2 and step 3 were completed. Okay, and this is how you can do an operation that involves multiple asynchronous operation. Okay, now also I would like to highlight one more thing over here, like this thing of chaining callbacks is also known as callbacks hell. So if you Google or if you're reading about JavaScript or callbacks, you'll come across this term called callbacks hell, and this is what it is, wherein you are chaining callbacks or creating a pyramid of callbacks wherein the callbacks are nested inside each other. So those are nested inside each other. Now, this is not a recommended practice, all right, because it is making the code harder to read and maintain as well. So anyone reading your code tomorrow, okay, it would be tough for him to understand what is happening over here. All right. And if you have more callbacks or more asynchronous operations, more API calls that you're doing, then it would be even more difficult and you might even make mistakes as a developer. All right. So yeah, this is what callback hell is. It's not a recommended practice, but I wish to explain and teach this concept to you all. Okay. Now you can even make use of callbacks. Okay. Use callbacks with array methods. Okay. So arrays have some good methods that are useful over here. Okay, let me demonstrate this to you. So I can say number over here, or I should say numbers. Okay, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 over here. Okay, now you can say, let's say we wish to double, or we wish to get a array with where every number is doubled in this array. So I can say let doubled numbers. Okay, and over here what I can do is I can say numbers dot map. Okay, so I'll have map over here, and here I can say function. Okay, so I'll have a function statement. This won't have a name. You can even create a function using arrow functions. Okay, but I'm doing it this way, and you can say return numbers into 2, something like this. So you are just doubling the number over here. Okay, and then over here you are seeing console log. Okay, so I'll just say log over here. Okay, and you can say double numbers, something like this. Okay, so now, okay, so we're getting an error that number reference is not defined. Okay, so function numbers. Okay, so this has to be numbers. Okay, or you can call this as number. Okay, not numbers. Numbers is the name of the array anyways. So if you save this, you'll see this is the output. Okay, so what is happening is this map function is taking callback as an input. Okay, because this is also function and this is also function. You can see. So that is how it's operating. Okay, so map methods takes a callback function and applies it to each element in the arrays. All right. So yeah, that's about callbacks. All right. Now coming back to the theory. Okay, what are callbacks? So you are pretty much clear now. Callbacks is a function that is passed as an argument to another function and is executed after a particular event or operation is completed. So they allow you to control the order of execution, handle multiple tasks, and also respond to events. All right, but keep in mind, excessive use of callbacks over here, like we saw, can lead to callback hell. Okay, and this is not a good practice. All right. So yeah, these are callbacks, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we talk about promises and how they can make our life easier. So like the definition says over here, promises provide a cleaner and a more structured way to handle asynchronous operations. Of course, what these methods are, we'll talk about them. But first, let's understand what promises are. So whenever you're doing asynchronous operation, one way to get them done is via callbacks. So if I paste some code over here, okay, this is a asynchronous operation that is happening, and I'm making use of callbacks over here. So you can see this is a function that is doing the operation, I'm accepting a parameter called callback. And I have this asynchronous operation wherein you can assume like I'm fetching some data from the API, and this is the data that I'm getting. It's an object. And then I'm calling this callback function over here once this data is fetched, right? Now, this callback function is actually this function that is being passed. So when I'm calling get data, I'm passing in this anonymous function with the help of arrow function syntax. And you can see this is being called once get data is done. So if I save this, you'll see like after 1 second, this data is being printed onto the console. So this is callbacks, but promises is a better approach whenever you're working with asynchronous operation, right? Because if you are doing a lot of asynchronous operations, then callback might lead to callback hell, wherein it might be difficult for you to manage different callbacks when you are using them extensively, right? So promises are a better approach. Now let me convert this example into an example with promises. Okay. So I'm going to write the same example where I'm actually getting this JSON data from, let's say, a server, and I'll do this with the help of promises. Okay. So I'll copy this function first of all. Okay. And I'll get rid of this part over here. Okay. Because this is what we are going to change. Now, instead of having this timeout and then doing a callback to, or doing a call to this callback function, what I will do is I'll remove this. I'll say return new promise. Okay. Promise, something like this. Okay. Now, if you hover on this, let me see if we get a documentation. Okay. You can see over here. So this is a promise. Okay. And you will have, so within promise over here, you're going to have a function. Okay. So here inside, I'm going to have a arrow function defined like this. Okay. Like so. All right. And I'll add a semicolon over here. Okay. Now this promise needs this function, and within this function, you need two parameters. Okay. Now what are these parameters? One will be resolve, and other one will be by the name reject over here. Okay. Now, why do we have resolve and why do we have reject? Now, whenever you are doing an asynchronous operation, there can be two states that can occur. One is that asynchronous operation was successful. And the second state can be that the asynchronous operation that you performed was not successful. Okay. So here, if you see a little bit of documentation, you'll see like you have two arguments, a resolved callback. Resolved means the operation was successful. So resolve is just a term used to say that the callback or whatever the operation happened was successful. Okay. And reject meaning that the error happened or for some reason the operation was not successful. So we are having two callbacks over here, resolve and reject. Okay. Now what we are going to do over here is I'm going to have the logic. So asynchronous operation comes over here. So what is my asynchronous operation? I'll take this asynchronous operation. I'll add it over here. Okay. Now one more change we need to make is here we are calling callback, right? So I'll get rid of callback over here. We don't need callback. And instead of callback, I'll say resolve over here, something like this. So what I'm doing is once the operation is complete, I'm saying resolve this particular callback. That is what I'm doing. Okay. And resolve will be called, and then where whoever is the caller, there we can perform the next steps. Okay. So what I can do over here is I can say get data like so. Okay. So I'll call get data, but now this is returning a promise, right? So I can say dot then. Now there are two methods that you need to be aware of, then and catch over here. Okay. Now what is then? So if you hover on then, I might see a documentation. Okay. I'm not seeing them, but then actually is the successful completion of this promise. Okay. And if you want to handle error, then you have to do it in catch. Okay. So here you can say data, and I'll have an arrow function over here. Okay. Something like this. And I'll say log over here. Okay. And I'll say data, something like this. Okay. And then I can copy this same thing over here. And here instead of data, I can say error over here like so. And instead of console.log, I can log the error in this format, and I can save it. Okay. And you can see the output here. Okay, you can see. So the output I'm getting is only one. Ideally, I should be getting two, one for this and other one for this one. But there seems to be a problem because the functions names are same over here. Get data, everywhere get data. Okay, so I'll call this one get data. Okay, I'll say with promise over here, something like this. Okay, and instead of calling get data over here, I'll say get data with promise. All right. So now there is some sort of separation in the names over here. This is get data and this is get data with promise. And if you save this, you'll see this one is from the first and this one is from the second. Okay. So it works absolutely fine. And you can see what happened over here. Okay. So what we did is we defined this function get data with promise with a return over here. So this is a return. It's returning a promise now. Right now inside the promise constructor. So when calling this promise or when creating this promise inside this constructor, we simulate an asynchronous data retrieval operation using set timeout. Okay, so whatever operation you're doing will go inside the constructor is something that you need to keep in mind. Okay, now once the data is retrieved over here, okay, once the data is retrieved, we call resolve over here. Okay, now resolve function is called over here to fulfill the promise with the retrieved data. So we are passing in the data also because we want to fulfill this promise now with the retrieved data. And then what is happening is when you're calling get data with promise over here, okay, you're making use of then and catch over here. So these are two methods that can help you handle the successful fulfillment of the promise or the failure of the promise. So then is being used to handle the successful fulfillment. So here if you scroll up, when the promise is fulfilled, and catch when the promise is rejected. So you can see if there is any error, the promise is rejected, then the catch will be executed. Okay, so you can see this is the syntax of promise, and in this way they provide a cleaner and a structured way to handle asynchronous operations in JavaScript. All right, just keep in mind that the operation that you want to do, okay, will go over here within the constructor. You can see this entire thing over here, this entire thing is within the promise constructor. Okay, so this is the promise, and then if I say Control C, you can see this entire thing is going within the constructor. That is what you're supposed to keep in mind. Now if this definition is getting a little bit complicated because it just says that it provides a cleaner and structured way to handle async operations. Okay, so you can think of promise as this way as well, that promises actually are representing a value that may be available now, it may be available in future, or it may never be available. Because so if it's available now, okay, it's available. If it's not available, then it's being fetched, right? So that is a state. And if it's never being available means an error has occurred. So these are the three states that normally a promise would have, right? So yeah, that's about the promise. Now let me show you the failure scenario as well over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here. I'm just going to duplicate this code here with promises, and I'm going to add a colon. I'm going to say success and failure over here, something like this. And I'm going to call this all as one. So one. So just differentiating the function name so that there are no conflicts as such. Okay, so we are working with this now, one. Okay, so get data with promise one. Now over here, I'll have a, let's say, I have a success or a failure rate defined. Okay, so within timeout, I can say let success. Okay, so I'll have a 50% success rate. So I'll say math.random over here. And if math.random is less than 0.5, okay, so it will give a true or false. So the success will have Boolean, whether it's true or false, right? And then over here, what I can do is I can say if statement over here, okay, and I can say if success, all right, then we are getting this data like so. So I'll move this inside, all right. And if it's not successful, then I have an else block over here, okay, and within else I can say reject, okay. So resolve, what is resolve for? Resolve is for resolving the promise, means the data fetch has been successful and please resolve this promise. Now if an error has occurred, you will call reject over here, and you'll pass a message. You can pass a message. You can provide any reason like error and some reason over here. So I'll just say some reason. Okay. You can add the reason depending on your scenario. All right. But this is how it will be. Okay. And I have if else and there's nothing else. Okay. So now if you save this, so you have success over here. If you save this again, let us see. Okay. You can see error some reason. So this condition failed and you're getting an error over here. So this promise failed actually. Okay. So this is how you can have success and failures handled. Okay. So if you have a scenario, so here we didn't handle this scenario. We just said resolved. Okay. So it just took care of the resolved. But now if there is an error or something like that, so for example, you might have a check on data that you're getting from the server. If the data received is null, then you might say reject and there is some error. Okay. So in that case, if reject is being called, then catch happens to execute over here, and whatever is there in the catch that gets executed. All right. So yeah, this is an example of success and failure with promise. Now there will be scenarios when working with promises where you might want to execute a piece of code irrespective of whether the promise is fulfilled or rejected, right? So in that case, you have this finally. Okay, you can say finally over here. Okay, and in the similar way, like you had the other two things defined, you can say console.log. Okay, and you can say finally over here. I would just add this message. Okay, you can have any sort of message over here. So this will be executed irrespective of whether there's a success or a failure. So if I save this, you'll see finally. Okay, and you can see there is a failure. Okay, if I save this again, okay, I'm getting the same output. Okay, this is again a failure. You can see this time it's success and you get finally as well. Okay, so finally is also a part. But yeah, main thing resolves around then and catch over here. Okay. Now let me show you one more scenario. Okay, wherein you might want to have multiple promises together. So let's take an example wherein we want to run multiple promises in parallel. Okay. So you can say multiple promises over here. Okay. Now let me create multiple promises. So I'll say let promise 1. Okay. How would you create this? You just call fetch data with promise. Okay, so fetch data with promise. Okay, let me copy this. Okay, it's not fetch actually, it's get data with promise 1. Sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, I called this. Okay, and on this call it will return a promise object. Okay, so I'm getting that over here. Okay, so this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. I need to rename this. It will be 2 and this is 3. All right. So 3 promises created. Now let's say I wish to have all these 3 promises executed in parallel. So what I can do is I can say promise over here dot all. You can see this all method, and here you can pass in an array with promise 1, promise 2, and promise 3. Something like this over here. Okay. And then over here you can say then like so, and you can have the results over here. Okay, so after this is done, let's say I wish to do this. Okay, so I'll have this, and instead of, you can say all done. Okay, so I'll have this message all done, something like this. Okay, or else you can add a catch as well. So I can copy this over here. And here I can add a catch. All right, and this will end with semicolon. So I can save this, and you'll see. So these 2 are executed. Okay, and wait, let me comment these 2 calls, because now we are doing a lot of calls. Okay, so you might get or let me add a console log in between. Okay, so what I would do is I would copy this console log over here. Okay, and here I'd say multiple, something like this. Okay, so now you would see multiple is being printed. Okay, and okay, it's asynchronous call, right? So it's being printed in the first. Okay, what I will have to do is I'll have to disable these calls. That would be the best, I think. Okay, so oops, I would disable this as well. Okay, and I would disable this one with success and failure, like so. Okay, and I'll save this. Okay, now you can see this one got rejected. Okay, so I'm getting this error. Let me get the success scenario over here. Okay, so I'm getting error only. Okay, all right, so you can see all done over here, and all the 3 promises were successful. You can see over here. Okay, so this is how it is. You can add if you want. We didn't add a custom message for the failure. You can see at least 1 promise failed. Okay, and if you save this, you'll see at least 1 promise failed. So one thing I would want to mention over here is if any 1 promise fails, okay, then the rest are also like marked as failed. You know, any one fails. If any one fails, you can see this in the output over here. So any one is failing, and that is the reason why you're getting this failure as the output. Now if I run this again, okay, let me see this. You can see now all 3 were executed successfully. So you're seeing all done as the output. Okay, similar way there is one more method, okay, which says which is race method. Okay, so now there will be a scenario wherein you want to make use, or wherein you want to get the output or find the first settled promise, right? So in that case, what you can do is you can say promise dot race, and like you had the array of promise over here, you can do this. Okay, and you can have a similar syntax. So instead of making use of all, you're making use of race over here. That is it. Okay, and here you can say this done. Okay, and here you can say race. Okay, so I'll just mention race everywhere so that we know that this output is from race. Okay, I'll save this. So you can see all done. Race, this is done. So this one was executed over here. This is from race. Okay, so you can see at 1 promise failed, error, and even race there was some one promise failing. Okay, so yeah, this is how race and promise works. Okay, race essentially will get you the first promise that resolves, and all will help you execute or fulfill all the promises in parallel. Okay, so these are promises, and I hope this has been clear. So in a nutshell, promises provide a cleaner way and a more structured approach to handle a synchronous operation. Okay, then and catch, and also finally are some of the methods that you can make use of. Okay, and these are the methods that help you work with promises. If you're enjoying this course so far, then you should also check out our complete full stack development mastery roadmap, the details of which are given in the description below. It comprises of multiple courses that you would have access to. Also, you'll find these details on the website as well. All right. The website is embarkx.com, and I would highly encourage you all to check this out to become a pro developer. So now it's time that we begin talking about async await. Now, async and await help us simplify our asynchronous code even further. All right. Now over here, I have an example already written wherein I have this function which is returning a promise. Okay, and within the promise, we are actually having this asynchronous code wherein I'm simulating a delay over here of 1000 milliseconds. All right, and I have a success rate over here of 50% randomly chosen, and there can be success or a failure over here. Okay, and I'm making use of this like this. So if a promise is resolved, then this is being used then, and if it's not, if there is any error, then we make use of catch. So this is a syntax when working with promises. Now the problem over here is this is still not readable. The way you are consuming this is not readable, and with the help of these two keywords, you can simplify this even further. All right, so let me give you an example. So I'll just comment this out. Okay, what I can do is, let's say I wish to consume this get data. Okay, so what I can do is I can say function over here. Okay, and I'll say fetch data or fetch data, let's call it. Okay, and I'll fetch it in async manner. Okay, now over here, what I can say is I can say let data, and I can say get data over here. Okay, so get data is the name of our function over here. Okay, so I'll also call this as get data instead of fetch data. Okay, so I have things this way now. Okay, and let me also add this log statement over here, console.log, wherein I'm printing data. Now this, of course, let's see what's the output over here. Okay, so we're not getting anything over here. Okay, so what I would do is I would call this function. Okay, I forgot to call this function in short. Okay, and I would save this. Okay, so you are getting a promise now. Okay, you are not getting the result. Okay, how would you get the result? So to get the result using async and await keyword, you can make use of async like this, and you can add await over here like so. Okay, and you would get the data now. You can see. All right, so this is syntax pretty much readable and pretty much simpler than this one. All right, so this still is not readable, and this thing simplifies it even further. Okay, now async and await are dependent on each other. If you try to remove async and if you try to save, you'll see this await is only valid in async functions, so you need to have async. If you try to remove await over here and if you try to save this, you'll get a promise. Okay, and you can see this is an error. Okay, so you need to make use of both over here to get the right output. All right, and you can even do error handling over here. So you can use error handling. You can do error handling with the help of simple try catch. Okay, and whatever error you are getting, you can log it this way, something like this, and you can move this code inside of it. Okay, and here you can say I can add error, something like this. Okay, now if there is a failure over here, you would see this error message. Okay, you can see error and error some reason. All right, now the benefit over here of the syntax is one, it's readable. Okay, another benefit is you can run multiple async operations in parallel. Okay, so I can like have one more over here. Okay, so let's call this as 1 over here. Okay, I'll say this is 1. Okay, and this thing I'll add over here. I'll say this is 2. Okay, and I'll quickly change the variable name over here. So I'll say this is data 1. This is data 2. Okay, this becomes data 1, data 2. Okay, and let me save this and let us see. You can see this is error. Okay, now one promise failed, right? So this got executed. Okay, the rest of the block was not executed. But if I run this again, you'll see 1 and then the second promise failed. Okay, so 1 was executed, but second promise failed. Earlier on, first promise had failed. Okay, let me save this again. You'll see 1 and 2. This time both were successful, right? You can have parallel operations like these. And as you can see over here, or as you can, it's pretty simple to understand, and the syntax is also easy. Okay, there is no complicated thing involved. Okay, so you can see first one failed. So of course, nothing will be executed in this block, right? So I'll save this again. Let us see. Okay, but let me instead of this, let me call this, or let me increase the success rate to, let's say, 90%. 1, 2, and 3. So I increase the success rate, and you can see all 3 were successful, right? So this is how it works. And coming to the documentation, async await simplifies the asynchronous code by making it look like synchronous code. So it's looking like synchronous code, normal JavaScript. Okay, easier to read and easier to maintain. And even for beginners, this is pretty simple, right? People can easily make out what is happening. Okay, so with the help of await, we are telling that wait for this operation to complete, because this is an async operation. So it waits, it finishes this, then it waits for this to complete, it finishes this, then it waits for this to complete. And because we are making use of await, we have to mark this function as async over here. Okay, so it improves the readability and makes the error handling straightforward with try catch. So over here, you had to make use of catch, right? Then and catch. Now over here, it's pretty straightforward, like standard JavaScript, try and catch. Okay, And you can use async await with multiple asynchronous operations, HTTP request, and more. All right, so all that is possible, and it's a amazing, like, these things are being used a lot. So if you're checking any JavaScript code, or if you're working with APIs a lot, which of course you will since you're learning JavaScript, okay, you will see these two keywords a lot. All right, so these two are important. Like if you want to go advanced into JavaScript, you want to use things like React and all right, these await and async is something that you should understand really well. All right, so I hope this is useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. Hello everybody, so let's start talking about the try catch statement in JavaScript. Now, try catch statement, to put it simply, allows you to handle errors gracefully when working with JavaScript code. So let us say I have a JavaScript code wherein I'm trying to refer to a function that does not exist. Okay, so let's say this is a function. Oops, this function already exists. So let's say I'm trying to refer to this particular function over here, and this does not exist. All right. So what would happen is I would normally see an error over here. You can see reference error, A is not defined, right? And I'm getting this at line number 5 over here. Okay, so this is a line number 5. You can see VS Code is highlighting the line numbers as well. Alternatively, you can click on this link over here as well. Okay, and if you expand this a bit, you're going to see where the error is happening. All right, so I'll switch back to console here, and I'll move it to the original size. All right, so just in case your IDE does not have line numbers, you can click on this link that you see over here. Now, this is not good. Okay, we are not handling this in the right way. Okay, so you can add a try catch statement over here. So you can say try, you can see error over here, and I can just log the error over here to the console. Okay, now try catch block consists of two things. One is the try statement, and then you have the catch. Okay, so within try, you have the code that is prone to errors, or it might generate an error and it might even not generate it, right? So there are two possibilities. And within catch block, you have the way to handle it gracefully. Now, if I save this over here, okay, so let me head over to console. So you can see the error over here. It says A is not defined, and this time it's handling it gracefully over here. I can even customize this, so I can say E dot message over here. Okay, so error is an object. Okay, and it allows me to get the message. Okay, for some reason it's coming over here. Okay, because I have a breakpoint set over here. Okay, but I'll switch back to console, and you can see A is not defined. Okay, so if I remove dot message, you'll see the output as this is the output if you're not adding message. But if you add message over here and if you save it, you'll see A is not defined. So you are able to retrieve or extract the message, I should say, from the error object. Now, when you have any error generated in the try block, all the subsequent statements within the try block are skipped and the control moves to catch block directly. Now, let me give you a demonstration of this. So let's say I log over here something. Okay, I log hi over here. Okay, for example. Now this hi won't be printed. Okay, I've saved this, and you can see hi is not being printed. The reason is the error is on line 1 over here within the try block, and directly the control goes over here, the execution comes over here. So this line of code is just skipped, right? Now, if for some reason, let's say I define function A over here, all right? Let's see, I have this function definition and I save this. So you can see hi is printed now, okay? Because this line is not generating errors anymore. So the execution goes to the next line, right? And the catch block is not executed. Why? Because error is not generated and there is no need to catch the error, right? Now, if I get rid of this over here, for example, okay, let me get rid of this. So if I comment this and if I save, you'll see that you are in the catch block now, okay? Now, catch block, try catch block, in short, also has something called as finally, okay? So this is the finally block, okay? So try essentially will have the code that can generate errors. Catch will have the error handling logic. And finally will be executed irrespective of whether the error was generated or not, okay? So let's say if I had this here, okay, you can have console.log, okay, and you can say I am in finally. I can see I'm in finally. Error is being generated. Still the finally block is executed. Error is not generated. Still the finally block is being executed. All right. So finally is executed irrespective of whether the error is generated or not. That's something you need to know. Also, when you're logging errors this way, like console.log is one of the most helpful things for developers to debug their code. So let's say if you have a JavaScript file, you can make use of console.log over here. Okay. And I would highly recommend you should use these kind of things like console.error over here. If you use this and if you have an error, it's logged in the error sort of a syntax. You can see over here. Okay. The red thing over here. Or you can even have a warn over here. Okay. So you can see it's displayed as warning, right? So yeah, that's about try catch. So try catch in a nutshell, it allows you to handle errors gracefully in JavaScript, and you can customize the error messages if you want. You can have your own error messages over here as well. Okay, so you can see it's printing the string over here. Okay, you can have any sort of error message over here displayed for your users. All right, so I'll switch this to log, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about debugging. Now, what is debugging? So debugging is the process of identifying and fixing errors or bugs in your code. Okay. Now, of course, it's evident, like if you're writing software programs, it's evident that you will of course face errors, and debugging can save you or save your time by helping you fix and identify errors. All right. Now we'll talk about a few things like logging options, debugging options in browsers, and breakpoints. All right. Now, first thing I want to talk about is logging options. Now, when you are working with JavaScript, console is a powerful tool for debugging and logging any sort of information during the course of execution of your program. You can use it to print errors, print messages, and even display the output of your JavaScript code. Now, let me paste something over here. Okay, so here you can see different options of console log over here. Okay, I'll just format this a bit. All right, so these are different ways in which you can make use of console log, right? So you can see over here I'm doing a general console log message. Okay, you can see I'm logging a console log. I'm doing a console log a hello world. It's a general message that I'm printing. This is a warning that I'm printing over here. Okay, and this is an error that I'm logging over here. All right, and this is a table that I'm displaying over here. So if I save this, you'll see the output, the general message, the warning which is being displayed in yellow, you can see, and an error, okay, which is being displayed in red, and you have some information being displayed in the table format. All right, so this console is one of the most powerful tools that developers often use, and you can add console log statements across your program, and depending on the output that you get, you can debug or identify the issue. So this is about console. Now I would like to show you some example over here and display something and teach you something beyond console. So here's a piece of code that I have. Okay, now this is a simple function called calculate sum. Okay, what it's doing is it is accepting two arguments over here as a and b. All right, and you can see here I have sum a plus b, console log, which is wherein I'm like displaying the result, which is sum, and I'm also returning the result over here. Okay, now I would save this, and you'll simply get sum as 15. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just comment this piece of code over here. Okay, all right, so this is done. Okay, you'll see sum 15. Right, so everything is good, but let's say I want to see how the program is being executed and I want to debug this code. All right, now the program is being executed in the browser, and all the modern browsers these days have a lot of debugging tools inbuilt. All right, so if I expand this a bit, okay, this browser window, here you can see tabs. Okay, if you're wondering how I came into this kind of a view, so this is my normal browser. I'm doing right click inspect. You'll see this view, and this is a console where I'm seeing the output. Now over here, you will have an option of source over here, right? And you can see some tools over here. So here you can see your source code. Okay, so this is a source code that we are working on. And here you can see more information. Okay. Now what I can do is I can actually see the execution of the program over here, and for that I can even stop the program in between. And what I can do is, let me click over here. You can see line 21. So you can see this line got highlighted over here this way. Now what I did over here is I have set a breakpoint over here. Now what do you mean by breakpoints? Now breakpoint is a point in the code which is when hit, the execution of the code will pause at that moment. Okay, so when the browser starts executing this line of code, it will just pause over there and hang in there, allowing you to inspect what is happening. Okay, so you are actually pausing the execution of the code at this point. Okay, and that is what I'm doing in browser. Now let me refresh. So you can see the code has paused its execution. Now if I go to console over here, I won't see any output because console.log is the next statement over here, and this is not yet executed, and the execution has paused over here. You can see it's highlighted in orange over here, and you can see over here this is what our breakpoint is. Now over here at the bottom right, you will see scope and watch. So scope meaning these are the variables that exist in the scope. Okay, in the global scope there is a lot that exists. You have in local scope you have A, B, and sum over here. Okay, watch meaning you can add any sort of variable over here or anything if you wish to add, if you wish to watch them over here. Okay, and what you can watch is you can keep a track of specific variables or even expressions. So let's say I wish to keep a track of sum over here. Okay, so you can see nothing is available. Okay, and if I set one more breakpoint over here, which I can of course do. Okay, so I'll set a breakpoint on the next line or over here, let's say. Okay, and you have this resume button over here. So right now the execution is stopped over here on line 21. I can say resume, and now the execution is on line 23. And I can see the value of sum over here. So the value of sum earlier was undefined. Now it's 15 because this has finished execution. One amazing thing that happens over here is in the source code over here, you can see like the values being displayed here on the right hand side. So sum has a value of 15, A has a value of 5, B has a value of 10, and so on. Okay, so this is pretty useful. And with the help of breakpoints, you can actually watch as to what is happening at every step in your code. Now, when talking about breakpoints, if you come over here on line number, and if you do right click, you have an option to add a conditional breakpoint, as you can see over here. Now, what is a conditional breakpoint? So, conditional breakpoint is only activated when a certain condition is met. Okay. Now for that, let me give you another example of code. So what I will do is I'll finish executing this code by clicking on resume. Okay. Now there's no breakpoint after this one. Okay. And I'll disable these breakpoints. Okay. You can disable the breakpoints by clicking on it again. All right. Now if you go to console, you will see the output as sum 15 because the program has done executing. All right. Now what I will do is I would simply comment this code here. Okay. I would add a new code, which is just a loop. Okay, now if you save this over here, and if you head over to console, you'll see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 being printed until 5. It's a pretty straightforward and simple for loop, right? Now I want to teach you about a conditional breakpoint. So what I can do over here is I'll come over here. Let's say I want to add a breakpoint over here on line 30 when the condition is 3. Or when I is equal to 3. Now one way is I can have a breakpoint over here. I can run the program and I can like watch the value of I over here. Okay, I can like get rid of this. Okay, and I can add a value of I over here. Something like this. I0, and I can try coming until the breakpoint, until the value of I is 3. This is one way. Okay, or another way over here is, another way is you can right click over here. You can say add conditional breakpoint. Okay, and it will ask you for the expression to check before. Oops. So one second. So I'll disable this. It will ask you to. It will ask you to enter the expression to check before pausing. Okay, and it can be any expression. You can see. So I'll say I, and this is my condition is 3. So when I is 3, I want this breakpoint to be activated, and you can see the condition oops, I just disabled it. 1 second. I'll add it again. I is equal to 3. Okay. So this question mark tells you that this is a conditional breakpoint, right? Now let me start the execution of the code. Okay. So it has stopped here, and it has gone from iteration 0, 1, 2, and it is now stopping at the value of I becoming 3. Okay. So you can see I is 3. If I refresh it, or if I start it again, and if I restart the program, you'll see it is stopping when I is 3. All right. So this is what conditional breakpoint is. If you don't want to like press resume again, and if you want your program to hold at a certain point when a certain condition is met, you can of course make use of conditional breakpoint. So I'll just get rid of this breakpoint. All right. And I will finish executing this particular code. You're clear on the watch expressions as well. You can add any sort of expression over here. Okay. I into 2, I into 3, and all of that. Okay. You can add those sort of expressions. So now let me give you an overview of these buttons that you see that can be helpful for the execution. All right. So here, if you comment this out, I'll comment this code and I'll add this code over here. Okay. Now over here, we have this code wherein we have this outer function. Okay. Wherein we are saying this is our outer function, and then we are calling this inner function. So this function is being called within this outer function, and we are doing a call to outer function. Pretty simple, right? Now, if you go to console, if you save this, you'll get this output sort of. Oops. So I should have extended this over here. Okay. So you'll get this sort of output inside outer function. All right. I'll come to sources over here. Scroll down. Okay. And let us say I have added a breakpoint over here. Okay. I'll delete this watch expression. Okay. I'll refresh this. So you can see right now the program has halted over here, console.log, and we are not seeing any output right now because we have not executed this line. We are just holding this. Okay. Holding the execution over here. Now what you can do is, let's say I want to go through the code step by step. So you can make use of these buttons over here. So this is the resume button, of course, which we can make use of to resume the execution of the code. You have, if you hover on this, you'll see step over the next function call. Okay. So this particular button will move to the next line without going inside the function. For example, here we have a function, right? We don't want to step into the function, so we can make use of this. The next button we have is step into the next function call. So this will step into or go inside the function call, and it will show you the step by step over there. Okay. And this button is for step out of the current function. So you can step out of the current function. And then this is for step. Okay. So what you can do is you can either make use of step over here. You can see you will go step by step. Okay. Inner function, and you can see inside inner function, inside outer function. Okay. And you can just finish the execution like this. Okay. So this is done. Okay. You're going inside inside this kind of file over here. Okay. We went in from here. Okay. So I'll just say resume, and I'll set the breakpoint over here. I'll just refresh this. Okay. So you are now stopping over here. Okay. Let's say I don't want to go inside enough function. So I can do step over. I can come over here, and I'll straight away. So you can see the program execution didn't go inside this function. It just skipped that, and you have the output over here, right? Let me do resume. Let me show you this button over here. This will allow you to step into the next function call. You can see you can step into. So right now you're debugging inside the inner function over here, right? I'll say resume, and I'll just refresh. You have this button over here which will help you step out of the current function. So if you say this, you'll just come to the outer function. You can see, and you have inside outer and inside inner because both of them were executed inside this function, and you just choose to step out of this, right? So yeah, these are some of the buttons that exist for assisting you in seeing how your code execution is flowing through. All right. So right now what I would do is I would say resume, and I'll finish the execution of the code. All right. Now, let me talk a little bit about this network tab, okay, where you can see your API calls happening. All right, so I would simply comment this out, okay, and I would paste some code that involves us doing an API call, okay. So if you see over here, okay, this code over here, we are creating a function over here called fetch data, okay, and we are making use of fetch over here, and we are calling this API. It's a real API. We're calling this API, and we are making use of await keyword. We're getting the response. We are getting the JSON from the response, okay, and we are just printing it onto the console, right? And we have this in try catch. If there is an error, we display the error. Now let me save this, and if you come over here, oops, so there is a breakpoint enabled. All right. Now if I resume, okay, there's no breakpoint now. Now if you come to console, you will see the data being printed on the console, right? This is all the data. Now what is this API? First of all, if you have that query, this is the endpoint that we are calling, okay? This is the endpoint. You can see. You can just hit this endpoint in the browser and you'll see this endpoint over here, okay? Now what is JSON placeholder.typecode.com? Did I build it? No, absolutely not. So it's a free API, okay, or a free fake API, mock APIs that you can make use of to learn something, okay? So you can see these are the different endpoints. Users will give you 10 users, to-dos will give you 200 to-dos, photos will give you 5,000 photos, and all of that. So if you are building something and if you want to make use of some dummy data over here, you can make use of this API over here, okay? So that is what I'm using, okay? Now here, if you come, you can head over to network tabs, okay? Network tab has these filters, all fetch or XHR. So if you filter this, okay, you will see all the fetch API calls that we are doing over here, okay? And here at the bottom, you'll see all the list, okay? So you can see, first of all, if I refresh over here, you'll see like the activity over here. You can see there are a few API calls happening over here, okay? Now if I just want to see the fetch API call, I can just select this and you'll see just one, which is users, okay? Now if I expand this over here, okay, let me, oops, I'm not able to expand. Yeah, so now I'm able to see things, okay? So I selected fetch over here and you can see users API being called. Now what is users? It's the endpoint that we are calling over here, okay? And here you'll see a lot of information as to how this network call happened. What is the response you got? So you can see this is a request URL that we did from our application get request. You got this as a response. This was a time when, or remote address, I'm sorry, not time, remote address when this happened, okay? You have access control origin, all the headers related information that you can see over here, okay? It's pretty long, okay? Everything that you can see. Preview is a preview over here. Response will display the response that you get from after making the API call, and that is it's also giving you a preview of the response, right? You have initiator, okay, timings. So all the information, a lot of information about the API call. So if you are making API call and if you want to debug as to what response you're getting from the server, whether the backend is sending the right response, let's say if you're working on like React projects or you're working on JavaScript stuff where you're doing an API call. So in that case, you can see if the backend is sending the data correctly to you and in the desired format that you expect. So these tools can assist you in a great way. It gives you everything like headers, preview, response. It will also show you the authentication information if your API is authenticated. All right. So yeah, that's how you can make use of network calls to fetch requests or details of any request, including request URLs, statuses, headers, and responses, and so on. Now, let me add one more piece of code over here. Okay, so we are done with this API call thing. So I'll just comment this out here. Okay, let me come here. I'll just paste this. Okay, so here we have few functions, and we are doing a nested function call. So within function A, we are calling B. Within B, we are calling C, and within C, we are calling A. Right? Sorry, within C, we are not calling anything. A is being called separately. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so A is where everything starts. Okay, so I'll save this. Okay, and on the output, you'll see A, B, and C. Now if you go to sources over here, okay, I'll add a breakpoint here, okay, and let me refresh, okay. Now there is this tab over here that you will see called call stack over here. So right now you are in A, function A, okay. Now let me set the breakpoint over here and over here, okay, and let me say resume. So you can see right now the call stack is A and then B, right? So from function A you have gone to function B. So function A, you have left the function A at line 61 over here, you can see, and in function B you are at line 65 right now, okay. If I say resume again, so you have left function B at line 66 over here, right? So this is how it's call stack can give you an overview of how calls are happening, and it can show you the entire function chain. It helps you understand how you arrive basically at a particular point. So here, how did I arrive at that point? I don't know. I'm checking out someone else's code. So I can go to call stack over here. I can put up a breakpoint and I can see from where I'm coming over here, right? So yeah, that's call stack. I'll just disable all the breakpoints. And yeah, I hope this is useful. Remember, debugging, it's important that you understand debugging, because there will be scenarios where you want to debug code, and you might also debug code just to understand what is happening. So if you have been given access to someone else's code, and if you are not understanding how this output is coming, so you might want to see step by step as to how the code is being executed. All right, I hope this has been useful. So now it's time that we start talking about closures and understand what are they. All right. Now, to put the definition simply, closures allow a function to access variables from its outer enclosing function's scope. All right. So let me explain what I mean over here. Okay. So let me first do something without a closure, and then we'll graduate to what closures are, because that will help us understand the need as well. All right. So let us say I have a counter over here. So let's say I say int let count. I set it to 0. Okay. And I'm doing count plus plus. Okay. I can log the value of count over here. Okay. This is pretty simple. You'll see 1 over here. Okay. Now I want to increment this counter again and again. So what I would do is, the next thing I can do over here is I can have this entire thing in a function, right? And I can say increment count, something like this. Okay. And I'll move this increment part inside over here. Okay. And whenever I want to increment, what I will do is I'll say increment counter, something like this. Okay. And the number of times I increment, you'll see things being incremented those many times. So it's 2 now, because I've incremented twice. And I'm going to do this, and I'm able to do this, I should say, because of this function, right? Now, the thing over here is, if I move this inside, let's say I don't want count to be outside, because it's then being accessible by everyone, right? So if I have count over here, I can have someone modify the count in my code over here like this, right? So this can happen, right? You can see. So count, you'll see 1000, right? This is not good. I don't want this to happen. So what I would do is I would move this declaration inside this particular function. Now the problem is, once I move this declaration inside, I'm not able to access it from outside, which means like I have to move the console.log also inside over here. Okay. And this is how things will function. Okay. You can see, but even if I move it inside, you are seeing like I incremented 10 times. Okay. It is not just preserving the value. It is like having a fresh declaration all the time, right? And this is not good. I want to have a counter in JavaScript with the objective of privacy also being met. So this is where closures come into picture. So closure allows you to encapsulate variables and its surrounding, right? And you can use that for your use. Okay. So right now what we have seen is a couple of things. Okay. We've identified a problem where the count did not persist because the value of count is being reset for every call over here, right? So you're calling increment count over here. You can see the value is not persisting across the calls, right? So every time you're getting 1. Okay. Solution to fix this is you might move this to outer scope over here, count. But the problem is then anyone can modify it like this over here, right? So these are the couple of problems that we have right now. Now what I would do is I would encapsulate the count in a closure to solve those both persistence and the accidental modification issue. Okay, to give you a flavor of how privacy can be implemented with the help of closure. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I am going to so let me comment this out. Okay, and let me come over here. Okay, so I'll have a function first of all. I'll call this as create counter. Okay, you can call this whatever you want to. Okay, but I'm calling it create counter with no parameters. I'll create count over here. Okay, all right. Now I'm going to have a function inside this function. It's an inner function that has access to the outer functions variable over here. Okay, so I'm going to say function over here. I'm going to say increment count, something like this. And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say count plus plus, and then I'm going to say log over here, something like this. And I'm going to say count, something like this. Okay, so this is done. We don't have any output yet over here after saving the file because we are not calling this yet, right? Now, after creating this function, what I would also do is I would return the inner function. Okay. Sorry, not inner function, it's increment count over here. Okay, but this is an inner function because it's a function inside a function, right? So here, now, how will we use it? So I'll just call this. Okay. So first, I'm going to say let counter is equal to create counter. Okay. So we're calling this and we have counter now over here. So I can say counter. This is holding the reference to increment count, right? So what are we returning from here? We are returning increment count function, which is an inner function. So when you call create counter and you are assigning it to a counter variable, this counter variable is actually holding the reference to increment count, right? So you can call counter over here. So if you call counter, you'll see 1, right? Let me call it again and let me show you a magic. You can see 2, right? You can see 3. Okay. So what is happening over here is basically we have moved count inside the create counter function. The moment we do this, the moment we move count variable inside this create counter, it becomes private to this particular function and variable count is no longer accessible from outside. Okay, so if I try to say over here count, okay, is equal to 1000 over here, and if I say console.log over here, and if I say count, I see 1000 being printed. But if I call counter again, something like this, you'll see it's 4. So this value change or this thing is not impacting this counter that we have over here. Okay, so actually we are encapsulating count inside this function over here. Okay, so that it cannot be directly accidentally modified outside this. Okay, also you will notice that in a function over here, increment count forms a closure. So this entire phenomena is known as closure that remembers the environment in which it was created. So this function remembers the environment in which it was created. So this is the environment in which it was created. Okay, so if you have more variables over here, it is going to remember that. Okay, so even after create counter has finished executing on this line over here, okay, the count variable is preserved because of this counter. You can see, and this counter actually it's actually a closure over here. Okay, and only way to modify or access count is through this function now, which is returned by the create counter function, and this ensures that the variable is only manipulated in the intended way. So you have a controlled access now. I hope this is making sense. Okay, so this is actually an example of closure. Okay, and the inner function that you have over here, function increment count, is a closure. It's an example of closure because it is being returned along with its lexical scope. Lexical scope meaning surrounding scope over here in JavaScript. Okay, so surrounding scope is this, and it is returned with its lexical scope so that you can use it over here outside the function. Okay, now this is one counters you have created, right? Now this is so powerful. You can have multiple counters being created. Okay, so for example, this is counter. Okay, I'll call this counter 1, for example. This is counter 1, nothing changes for us, right? Let me create a counter 2. So let's say I decide to create counter 2 over here. Okay, I'll name this counter 2. I can say counter 2 over here. Okay, something like this, and you'll see counter 2 has a value of 1. So this is independent. Okay, so this is the power of closure, wherein you can create multiple independent counters using the closure based approach. All right, so what we have done now is we have encapsulated count, like I said, in a closure to solve both issues like the persistence and the accidental modification, providing data privacy and controlled access. So this thing has controlled access. Nobody can accidentally modify this. And yeah, this is the power of closure that allows you to create multiple independent instances. Now here we are just returning a single function, right? You can have multiple functions as well. Okay, so let me add a comment over here. Closure example, something like this. Okay, and let me copy this entire thing until here maybe. Okay, or here maybe. Okay, and I'll just comment this out. Okay, and I'll have this code as well. Okay, multiple functions. Okay, now what you can do over here is I'll modify this example. It's the same example that I copy pasted so that we have the previous version of the example as well. Okay, now here I have function increment count. I can duplicate this. I can have one more function. I can say get count over here. Okay, and this can simply return the count. Okay, it's just used for getting the count. Now I want this also to be accessible, so I can have a colon, not colon, a curly brace, and I can return both over here. Okay, and then over here, if you save this, you'll start getting errors, right? Because you have multiple functions. Okay, so what I would do is I'll get rid of this, Okay, now to access increment count, you'll have to say counter 1 dot get count. Okay, so you're getting the count now. Okay, you can say counter 1 dot increment count, something like this. You can save, you'll see 1. Okay, let's move this get count below. Okay, so you can see how this is working now. All right, so we are just seeing one output over here. The reason is this is just returning the count, right? It's not printing it. So in order to get this printed, we'll have to make use of console.log over here. Oops, so I'll say console.log. Okay, something like this, and I'll get this printed. Okay, you can see 1 1 over here. Okay, so what we did over here essentially is by adding two functions, we've created two closures. Okay, so they both are closures, and we are making use of them over here in the code where we are calling here. And the context that is being used to create this is this. So within the create counter, whatever scope you have, that is what is being used to create this closure. So there are two closures over here. Okay, and you can create multiple instances of each and you can use it. So here we have, I've given an example of counter 1. You can have an example of counter 2 like this. Counter 2, this is counter 2, and you'll see 1 1 being printed. Now if I increment counter 1 twice over here, for example, okay, let's say I increment this twice, you'll see 1 2 2. Okay, this is being executed, and then you have 2 and this. Okay, so 1 1 basically, because we are calling the second object over here. All right, so this is how closures work. Now closures can also be used for creating something called as function factories. Okay, so function factories. Okay, now what are function factories? Function factories are functions that generate other functions. Let me give you an example. So let's say I have this function. I'll say create greetings, create greeting. Okay, I'll have greeting over here. Okay, oops. So I'll say greeting here. Okay, and over here I'll say return function. I'm returning a function over here. Okay, what is the name? Okay, I don't need a name of the function over here. And here, let's say I can add a name. Okay, and I can say log, console.log greeting. Okay, and this will be okay, and I'll add name over here, something like this. Okay, and then it will be like this. Okay, so I've created greeting here. Okay, now how would I use it? So I would say hello over here. Let's say hello, create greeting, and I'll say hello over here. Okay, so if you run this, okay, and if I say hello, and if I say Alice, right? So I have to pass in a name, right? So when you say create greeting hello over here, you can see I'm creating a hello greeting over here. So hello went over here, hello, and then I have this function that is being returned. Okay, the function is accepting name. So whatever greeting I've passed, I can pass in name when making use of it. So if I say hello Alice, it will say hello Alice. Understood? So if I can now greet multiple people using this, okay, instead of Alice, I can say John, hello John. You can see. So here, this is a function factory which is being used to create a function. Okay, how it worked? So you have this function that is being returned, right? So you have name, and greeting is coming in from this. Okay, so you are saying, so whenever you're saying create greeting hello, this is being created with hello as a parameter. Sorry, hello over here, not as a parameter, but hello over here in the log statement. And then when you call say hello, this function is being called with whatever name you are passing in. Okay, now you can create one more like this. Okay, so I want to say hello, I can say goodbye, something like this, and here I can say goodbye, like so. Okay, and I'll copy this, so it will wish goodbye to both these users. Okay, if I save this, you can see hello Alice, hello John, hello Alice, oh sorry, goodbye Alice, goodbye John, right? So we are making use of closures over here to implement something called as function factories, right? And this is one of the use cases wherein closures can be used. All right, so closures is a function that remembers its surrounding environment or scope. Okay, so whenever you are returning a function this way, it is having access to its entire scope, right, over here in which it is created, right? And then you can make use of it. So we have seen different examples of closure, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about the spread operator. Now what is a spread operator? So spread operator is an operator that looks something like this, the one with 3 dots in JavaScript. What does it do? It is used to expand the elements of iterable type like arrays, strings, or properties of objects into individual elements or properties. That is what spread operator does. All right. Now let me give you an example over here. Okay. So let's say I have an array over here. Okay. So I can say original array over here, something like this. Okay. And I have it 1, 2, 3 elements over here. Okay. And let's say I want to access this. Okay, so I can say console.log. I can say original array over here. Okay, now if I want to access, wait a minute, let me get the output of original array. You can see this. But if you want to get the output like one element, you can access it this way, right? Now, if you want to create another array, what you need to do is you need to access individual elements like this and copy it into the original array. Okay, but what spread operator would do is, okay, you don't need this kind of a syntax, but instead you can just make use of spread operator like this, and you can say save. So you'll see it just spreads the element, it just unpacks the element from its original form into individual elements. So this is what the original output was. You can see. Okay, and now it's just the individual elements over here. Okay, you can even take this and assign this over here to a copied array. You can say copied array, that's what I'll call it. Okay, you can do something like this over here. Okay, and you need to add this into square braces. Okay, something like this, and then you can take to console.log on copied array. Okay, you can see the array is duplicated, which means it's copied into all the elements are copied. So this is actually a copied array. So this spread operator is actually used to unpack elements. Okay, you can think of like opening a box and removing individual elements or individual items in the box into separate things. That is what it does. Okay, now it can also be used with functions. Okay, so let's say I have a math function. Math is math in JavaScript over here. Math is not a function. Okay, but math actually has a lot of methods inside it. Okay, so here you can say max, and you have 1, 2. Oops. So you have 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 4, 5. That is what I've added. Okay. Now this will give you the max. Okay, so I can say console.log over here, something like this, like so. So you get 5, right? Now if I say original array over here, okay, instead of this, if I add original array, you won't get any output. You will get not a number, right? Because you're passing in array and not the list of elements. So in order to add list of elements, you can make use of spread operator, and you will get 3 over here, right? So you can see 1 out of 1, 2, 3. 3 is the largest. Okay, so this is how useful it is. Now it just does not work with array over here. So if I have a string, okay, so I can create a string called my string, and I can say hello, right? Now I can say console.log, and I can say my string. You'll see hello being printed. Now you can make use of spread operator. You can say 3 dots. Oops, I accidentally placed my cursor at the wrong place, and if you do this, you'll see you have individual elements over here. Now you can collect this into an array as well. Okay, so if you don't want to do this, you can collect this into an array. So you can say let string array over here. Okay, and you can have 3 dots in this. Oops. So this you can do. Okay, and then you can have a log over here, and you can say string array, like so, right? So you can see it's converted into an array. So basically the elements of the string are unpacked over here, right? So this is what it does. So yeah, it can be used with normal arrays. It can be used with strings. It can even be used with functions over here. So you can use this to pass array as an argument, and you can unpack it into individual elements. That is also something you can do. You can merge 2 arrays. Okay, so let's say I have one array over here, original array. I have my string over here, right? 2 arrays I have. So I'll say merged arrays over here. Okay, how will I create this merged array? So I'll say spread. What is the name of the original array? It's original array. Okay, so I'll add this over here, and then I'll add spread operator again, and I can say my string, right? Or you can say string array also over here, something like this. Okay, you can add console.log over here, and you can say merged array, like so. You'll see 1, 2, 3 and hello together merged into a single array. Imagine without this operator how cumbersome it would have been to combine these two, right? So you can do this if you have any sort of function. Okay, so let me create a function. So let's say you have this function called sum, okay, which accepts let's say a comma b comma c, something like this. Okay, so there's a problem here, sum. Now I can say return a plus b plus c, something like this. Okay, all right, now this is a function. Okay, I'm passing in 3 elements. Okay, what I can do is I can say sum, okay, and I can pass in original array here, something like this. Okay, so it will unpack this into this array over here. Okay, so it will unpack this into individual elements. Okay, so you can see 6 is the output. Okay, and what is original array? It has values like 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's adding 1 plus 2 plus 3, which is resulting in 6 over here. Okay, this spread operator is also being used to work with objects. Okay, so let's say I have object 1 over here. Okay, name colon, I'll say let's say the name I want to have is Alice. Okay, and I have her age as 25, for example. Okay, I'll quickly have a second object over here, okay, called object 2. Okay, I'll have, instead of name, I'll have job, and job can be let's say she's an engineer, and instead of this I'll have city over here, and the city is New York, like so. Okay, Now what you would do over here is you can create let's say merged object over here. Okay, and you can say, so you can destructure this. You can say object1 comma 3 dots object2, something like this. Okay, and you can log this. Okay, so you'll have merged object. You can see name Alice, age 25, job is engineer, city is New York, right? So it's the merged object. So it is also being used to create or unpack an object also. Okay, now if you want to see what is the output of unpacking, okay, so I'll unpack object1 here. Okay, so you can see this did not work. Okay, I need to add something like this over here. But this does not make sense. Okay, this is what we are trying to do over here, because it will still return an object, right? So this is not right. But over here, you'll see like how we made use of this over here. Okay, to unpack the objects. All right. So yeah, this is what spread operator is, and these are the different use cases. Okay, so spread operator, like I said, it is represented using these 3 dots, and it is used to expand the elements of an iterable. It can be anything like arrays, strings, objects, not objectives, properties of objects into individual elements or properties. All right. So I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about the REST operator. Now the REST operator, as you can see the syntax over here, it is used to collect multiple values into a single variable. We'll understand what that means. So let's say over here you have a function. Okay, let me take an example of function. This function is used to add numbers. Okay, oops. So then we have parameters over here. So I can have num1, okay, num2, right? And what this is going to do is this is going to return, okay, num1 plus num2. Simple, right? Now it's pretty straightforward that if I wish to get the addition of 2 numbers and print it onto the console, I'll have to call sum over here, and I'll have to pass in 2 numbers. If I save this, I see 5 as the output. You can see over here. All right. Now the thing is, if I want to add one more parameter over here, I'll have to add one more parameter here as well, right? So I'll have to say num3, and I'll have to make sure that this comes over here. Okay, so now you have 9 over here, right? Now what I wish to do is, I don't know the number of arguments that I'm going to get. Okay, so I want to keep this as variable. So what I can do is I can have 3 dots, which is the REST operator over here. I can say I'm accepting numbers, okay, and then instead of making use of something like this, num1 plus num2 plus num3, I'm going to have a total over here, which I'll initialize to 0. And then with the help of a for loop, I'm going to say for, okay, const num of numbers. Okay, so I'm going through the numbers over here, and I'm going to say total plus equal to, shorthand version of saying total is equal to total plus num. Okay, something like this. And then I can return total over here, like so. Okay, now instead of calling sum this way, okay, we don't need to change. Actually, we should see the same output. You can see 9 over here. Okay, now I can duplicate this. I can have n number of arguments passed over here. You can see. If I save this, you'll see 48 printed over here. Okay, so what this does is, this is known as the REST operator. If used this way, it is used to collect multiple values into a single variable. So I'm passing in multiple values, and you're collecting it into a single variable. Okay, and this is helpful when working with variable number of arguments, right? So I hope this is making sense, right? So this is what the REST operator is. Now REST operators can also be used with arrays. All right, so let me come over here. Okay, I can say arrays over here. All right, now let us say I have an array over here of fruits. All right, let's take an example of fruits. I have apple over here. Okay, oops, I have, let's say, banana. Okay. I have cherry, something like this. I have, I'll add a couple of more. So I'll say date and I'll say fig over here. Okay. So I have this list over here. Okay. This is fruits. Okay. Now what I would want to do is, okay, let's say I'll have, I wish to have these two elements, okay, like apple assigned to a variable, banana assigned to a variable, and the rest of the elements assigned to a separate array. So I want to actually divide this list into, this should be into one variable, this should be into another, and the rest should be into an array. How would I do this? Okay, so there is one simple way of doing it with the help of this rest operator. Okay, so what I'm going to show you a syntax. I'll say let over here. Okay, so let, I'll say something like this. I'll say first, second, I'll say rest of fruits. All right, now let me show you the magic over here. So I'm going to say equal to, and I'm going to just assign fruits, something like this. Okay, what I'm doing is I'm creating first, which will have apple. I'm creating second, which will have banana. These two are variables, and then the rest of the elements are collected over here. Okay, so let me show how this is printed. Okay, so I have first over here. Okay, first, and I'll say, oops, I'll say first, something like this. Okay, what is there in first? You'll see first apple, right? Which means that this first variable has apple. Okay, I'll duplicate this over here. All right, and now instead of first, I'm going to have second, and I can have second over here, like so. If I save this, you'll see second banana. Okay, and here I can have rest. All right, so I can say rest of fruits. If I save this, you will see rest, cherry, date, and fig. All right, so to reiterate, what happened is apple was assigned over here to first, banana was assigned to second, and the rest of the elements were collected over here with the help of this rest operator over here. Okay, so that is how this worked. Okay, so this actually is collected as an array. So rest of the fruits is collected as an array. Okay, so this is how it can work with arrays over here. You can even get it to work with objects, I would say. Okay, so let me create an object over here. Okay, so I'll say let person over here. Okay, and you have name. I'll say Alice over here, something like this. You have age. This is 25, and this is city over here, New York. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is an object, right? Now what I can do is I can say let over here. I can have name and rest of person, something like this, collected over here. So I can say person. Okay, so what would happen over here is if you say console.log over here, and if you print in name, what do you think will come? The name, which is Alice. You can see. If I do console.log and if I say rest of, okay, not fruit, rest of person. If I save this, you will see age, city is New York, right? So you're actually destructuring the objects, okay, using the this spread operator, rest operator over here. Okay, rest. So yeah, this is what you are doing over here, and I hope you are clear as to how this is working. So you can even make use of rest operator with spread operator. Let me show that to you. Okay, so let's say I have a function over here which is showing names. All right, let's say I can have first over here. Okay, second name, and then whatever is there after this I can have in others. Okay, so I'm doing it this way. I can say let names over here. Okay, now what can be the names? So let's get the names of fruit. Okay, I have already created this nice array. Okay, so I'll add it over here. Okay, So these are names. Now this can be any names, like names of the person, names of the fruits, anything, right? So what I'm doing over here is within this now, I'll say log, something like this. I'll say first, okay. I'll say log over here. I'll say second, and then I'll have log over here, and I'll say others, something like this, okay. And if you call this, okay, so I can say show names. So here we are making use of REST operator, right? I can even make, I need to pass in names, okay? So I need to spread it. So I can make use of spread operator over here, something like this. You can save this. You'll see first is apple, then we have banana, and then we have cherry, date, and fig. Can you see? I can even, so I can even modify this. I can add one more variable or something like that if I want to collect the first three, right? So this is the REST and this is the spread operator, okay? So we are actually spreading the values over here, and here we are collecting the values, right, into an array. So both these operators, they look pretty similar, but this is how they can be used, right? So here the REST operator is being used in combination to the spread operator, all right? So I hope you have been able to follow along, okay? So to coming to the point, the REST operator is similar to the spread operator, okay? It looks similar, like 3 dots, but the REST operator is used to collect multiple values into a single variable, okay? But the spread operator is used to spread a list of values that a single variable might have into multiple variables. So that's the difference over here. REST is exact opposite of spread, right? And it is useful when working with unknown or variable number of arguments, right? It provides a concise syntax, which is easy to understand, read, and maintain. So I hope you have been able to follow along, and I hope this was useful. So now it's time that we begin talking about modules. Now, what are modules? So modules in JavaScript helps you break down a large code base into a smaller manageable chunks. Okay, now what does this mean? So let's say if you have written some sort of code, some sort of algorithm that calculates something really complex, and you need that same logic to be used across multiple parts of the program. Now, what you can do is you can have this part of the program that you have written, which is useful for other parts as well. You can have it in a separate file, and then you can reuse it across the program. That is what module is. All right. And that is what module allow you to do. So let us say to demonstrate this, I'm going to have, let's say a function. Okay. A very simple function. I'm going to have a function called add. Okay. I'm going to have a and b as the parameter, and this particular function, oops, not break, it should be b, and this particular function will return a plus b. Pretty simple, right? Now, of course, the answer would be very simple. If I call this one, okay, it is going to return, if I say 5 and 3, it is going to return 8 over here, right? So let us say I want to make use of this function across multiple parts in my code. So what I can do is I can come over here. I can add a new file. Okay. I'll move this particular function into a new file since I would be using this across a lot of files in my project, right? So I can say math.js over here. Okay. And this is the file where this code is going to be reside. So I'm going to cut this and paste it over here. Okay, so I've moved my code from one file to another. Okay, now the question is, I have this code over here. If I try to use it over here, let me save these both. Let me collapse this. Okay, so if I try to use it over here, it will say add is not defined. So what is happening is this exists in a separate file, and I'm not able to make use of it in this file. So to make use of it over here, I need to export this from here. And over here, I need to import it. Okay. So here, just before the function, I can say export. Okay. I can save this. So this is telling that I'm exporting this particular function to be used somewhere else. And over here, what I can do is I can make use of import statement. Now, at the top of the file, I can say import. Okay. You can have something like this. from, and I can have math.js. Okay, so be sure to add the file extension as well, and this is syntax over here. Okay, and we need to write, you can see the suggestion is add, so I'm importing this function over here. And now if I save this, okay, you'll still get an error. Okay, so the syntax is right, what we are doing, but we are still getting one small error. It says we cannot use import statement outside a module. So what we need to do is, if you're making use of HTML, over here in the script tag, you need to add this type. Okay, and oops, so this was src, so I can say type over here, and over here you need to specify type as module. Okay, and now if you come over here, you're going to see that the output is 8, right, which is 5 and 3. Now you can use it as many times as you like. Okay, I can add 15 plus 13, and you'll see the output as 28. All right, so this is what modules are. Now here we are exporting and importing a function, but what I would like to show you over here is we can even have some constants exported. So I can have constants. Okay, let's say we have a variable named pi, and I can say 3.14159. Let's say this is the value of pi that I want to make use of across my project. Okay, now I'm giving an example of pi over here. It could be anything. If you're working on a banking application, it could be as simple as interest rate, right? So you have interest rate defined in one file and you're using it across the program. I'll say export, right? And over here I can import. Okay, so I'll say comma, if I type in pi, and I can have console.log over here. Okay, and I can print the value of pi, something like this. You'll see the output over here, right? So you are actually importing whatever you are exporting from here. Okay, so both the statements are important over here. Now over here, what we are doing is we are having this export keyword, right? There is one more thing called as default exports. Okay, so let me have one more function. Okay, I'm going to call this function as subtract. Okay, so let me say let subtract, or let me create it using the normal function syntax. Okay, so I'll say sub over here. Okay, and over here I can say a comma p, and I can return a minus p, something like this. Okay, now over here I can just say export default. Now this is a default export for this module. Okay, and over here, instead of making use of curly braces, so here we were making use of object destructuring here, right? So when this module was being imported, it was being destructured like this. Okay, I can now for default exports, I don't need to make use of curly braces. I can instead say import sub. You can see the suggestion over here. Okay, but you won't get this suggestion. Okay, you can see for add, you'll get this suggestion, but curly braces will be used. Okay, but for sub over here, you don't need to make use of curly braces. Why? Because it's a default export. Okay, so this sub is being exported by default, and if you save it over here, you can make use of it in this file. Okay, you can say sub, and I can say, let's say 5 and 3, something like this, and you will get 2 as the output, right? Now I'll also explain you a couple of syntax over here. Okay, so here instead of having this export default defined this way, you can go to the end of the file and you can say export default sub over here. So this will also do the same job. Okay, instead of having export over here, okay, along with the function names, you can say export, and you can have let's say pi. Okay, so I have pi, I have add, something like this, and this is also the same. Okay, so you can see if you wish to have all the exports at the bottom, okay, that's absolutely fine. You can do so as well. Now you can even rename the exports and imports. So here where you are importing, let's say I don't want to have this name called add. Okay, I want to import it or use it in this file with a different name. So I can say import add as, I can call it as sum over here, something like this. Okay, now over here you can just call it sum. Okay, like so. Okay, you can see now if I try to make use of add over here, you will get an error. The add is not defined because you're importing it as sum. So you need to make use of sum over here and you'll see the output. Okay, so that is what it is, and you can also export it export as, you can say P over here. Okay, for example, now if I save this, you'll see the requested module does not provide an export name Py. So I'm exporting it as P. Okay. But over here, I'm trying to import it as Py. Okay. So I need to say P over here. Something like this. It is an alias. Okay. And if I save this, okay. Okay. It says, okay. Here also I need to update. And now it will work fine. Okay. So I hope this is pretty clear, okay, as to how things are working. So this is the concept of modules. Okay, you will hear a lot about import export if you're working on large JavaScript projects, React based projects. There is a lot of this that happens in such libraries. Now in React, for example, there is a concept of components. So you will be always creating the component in an individual component file. Okay. And then you would be exporting that component and importing it into some other file where you want to make use of that component. Okay, so this is going to be used a lot if you would be learning things like React. All right, I hope this is clear, and I hope this was simple for you all to understand. So now it's time that we begin talking about what is JSON and how you can work with JSON data in JavaScript. Now, what is JSON? So JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And what it is essentially just a data format in which data can be represented. Okay. So you can see over here, it's a lightweight data format commonly used for data exchange between client and the server. Okay. So it's a standard, and it's a standard because it's lightweight, right? So if you're working in programming, if you're working as a developer anywhere, it's unlikely that you've not heard, it's very likely that you've heard of JSON, okay, and you must have also used it. Okay, now how do you work or make use of JSON in JavaScript? Okay, so that is what we are going to talk about. All right, so let me also show you what how the format looks like. Okay, so I'm going to paste a JSON format, okay, or a JSON data. You can see over here, this is what JSON format looks like. So it starts with curly braces. Okay, it ends with curly braces. You have key value pairs, which is name Alice, comma, age 30, city New York. Okay, now if I take this same data, okay, I can actually get it formatted and validated online. So there are several tools that do so. So on Google, if you search for JSON validator, you will come across this tool called JSONlint.com. Okay, so this is JSONlint.com, very popularly used and commonly used in in the programming world. I'll paste the data over here. You can see, I'll just zoom in a bit. Okay, I've pasted the data. Okay, and I'll say validate JSON. The moment I say validate JSON, you'll see the JSON is valid over here, and you'll also see it has formatted it into this format. Okay, so this is the JSON format. Okay, now what I would do is I would first create a string over here, because we are talking about how can you work with JSON data, right? So we'll first understand how you can parse JSON strings and convert it into JSON objects. Okay, so what I would do is I would have a string over here. I would have a variable. I'll call this JSON string over here, and I'll assign this entire thing, okay, to this particular variable. Okay, like so. Okay, so I have this JSON string assigned over here. Okay, now if I do console.log over here, okay, if I say log, and if I print JSON string, okay, and if I come over to the console, you'll see that I'm getting this output. But this is not JSON. This is actually a string format, okay, which can be converted into JavaScript object, and you can make use of it. Okay, now to convert it into JavaScript object, what you can do is you can say let user object, since this string is representing the user information. You can say over here JSON dot, I'll say parse. Okay, and then I'll parse in JSON string. So you can see the documentation also says that parse converts JavaScript object notation JSON into an object over here. Okay, so I get this, and then what I would do is I would make use of console.log over here, and I would say JSON object over here, something like this. Oops, not JSON object, it's user object. I'll save this, and you'll see the format is different now. You can see it's JSON format, right? Now Now here we made use of JSON.parse to convert a string which had some JSON data, okay, from string format to the JavaScript object format. Now, like we converted the string to JSON, you also have a way wherein you can have JSON data. So I will copy this JSON data from here, okay, and I'll create a person object over here, okay. I'll say person over here, okay, and I'll assign this over here, okay. So this is person, and this is a JavaScript object actually, okay. So one thing I'll mention over here, that JSON is based on JavaScript object syntax. Okay, so if you see, this is how you create object in JavaScript, right? And this is how JSON format is also represented. Okay, so it's native to JavaScript, and that is why working with JSON data is pretty easy in JavaScript. Okay, so I have this JavaScript object actually, okay, which has key value pairs information, or information in key value pairs. What I can do is I can actually do console.log over here. Let me see. Let us do console.log and see what we get as the output. I'll say person here, and you'll see we get this object. Okay. Now, what you can do is you can convert this to string. So how would you do that? So you can say JSON over here dot stringify. Okay. Something like this, and you can see the tooltip over here. Okay. What does the tooltip say? Okay. Tooltip says converts JavaScript value to JSON string over here. You can see if I save this, you'll see this is now a string as the output. Okay, so you should know how these conversions work, okay, from object to that of string, and from string to that of object, and vice versa. All right, so these things you should understand, right? Because when you're working with APIs and when you're exchanging data between clients and server, it's really important that you understand what JSON is and how you can work with it. Because let's say if you're working with a server and it sends a data in the JSON format, let's say it sends the user object over here. Okay, we got this data from the server. Now we are printing it onto the console this way. Okay, we have got it converted into a native JavaScript object. Now how do you use it? Okay, so I can do console.log over here. I'll show you. You can say user object dot. Okay, you have access to properties. You have age over here. You can print in the age. Age is 30. You can see. You can print in anything like name over here. You can see Alice over here. Okay, so this way, using the dot notation, you can access the properties after you have converted the data from string to the native JavaScript format. All right, so this thing makes your life a lot easier. And if you're working with APIs in JavaScript, you will see this line a lot, JSON.parse, because you will always be passing data that you get from the server. All right. So I hope this was useful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. Now it's time that we begin talking about the Fetch API. Now what is Fetch API? Fetch API provides a way for us to make network requests in JavaScript. Okay, and it is also built into modern web browsers. So if you are making use of any sort of web browser like Firefox or Chrome, you don't need to add any sort of additional library or anything like that. It's inbuilt, right? And with the help of Fetch, you can make use of it to do network calls, which means like if you have a resource or any sort of file that is remotely located across the network, you can make use of it to do it, to get it. Okay, so this is what it means. It provides a easy way to make network requests in JavaScript. All right, and when you're making network requests, there will be multiple kinds of calls like get request, post request, put request. You can do all of that with Fetch. All right, now to simulate or to understand the working of Fetch, we will need a remote resource, right? So here I would like to introduce you to a JSON placeholder. Okay, so this is a website that provides a dummy API over here. You can see it provides a dummy API for testing and prototyping, right? So the website URL is jsonplaceholder.typicode.com. So if you Google this, you should absolutely land on this website. And if you scroll down over here, okay, if you scroll down, you'll see multiple endpoints over here. You can see, right? If you click on this, you will see the JSON response. So this is the JSON data that this endpoint is receiving, right? So you can make use of this. We'll be making use of this to play around with fetch API. They also have this code over here, which is a dummy code. You can run this and it will run and it will give you the response over here. Okay, and it also has a message over here. It says run this code here in a console or from any website, right? It is going to execute. So it's querying the JSON placeholder.typecode.com. All right. What I will do is I'll simply copy this over here. Okay, and we can come over here, right? And you can paste it over here. Okay, you'll see the output. You can see. Okay, or I can clear this. Okay, or we'll clear it this way. Okay, I'll paste it over here. Okay, and if you save it over here, you'll see the same output that you saw when we pasted it onto the console. Now let me break this down for you. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this first line itself. Okay, it's making use of the fetch API over here, and we are going to break this down a bit. Okay, so what I would do is I would just have this first line. Okay, I'll add a semicolon in the end. Okay, and I would assign this output over here to a variable called a. Okay, so no output yet. Okay, because we are just fetching, we are just doing the fetch call, and we are assigning it to a over here, right? Now what this fetch returns, let us see what fetch returns. So fetch actually returns a promise over here. So you'll see this is a promise, right? So it returns a promise that resolves to a HTTP response, right? Because going to the server, fetching the data will take a bit of time. So what it does is it returns promise because it is representing a value that will exist in future. So what we can do is we can say a dot then over here. Okay, and I would say response. Okay, and here I'm going to return. I'm going to say response dot JSON. You can convert this into JSON over here, something like this, right? This is done. Now here you can chain one more then. Okay, you can say then. Okay, and you'll get data as the, let's accept the parameter as data over here. And what I would do over here is I would say console.log here, something like this, and I'll print in data. Okay, so you'll get the similar response or the same response. So this is another way of doing things, okay, wherein we have broken down these steps. Okay, so here we are chaining things in a single call, but here I'm actually making a fetch API call. We are seeing what this output has. Okay, and we got to know that it's returning a promise. And then with the help of then over here, we are actually resolving the promise over here, right? So this is how it works. Now, this is a way to make use of fetch. Okay, but what I would say is today, if you learn about fetch over here, you will see the syntax of async and await a lot being used with this. Okay, so let me show that also to you. Okay, so with the help of async and await, what you can do is you can make the call to the remote resource and you can get the response. So let me show that. I'll copy this line over here where we are making the call. Okay, so this is the line, right? Now before this, I'm going to say await over here. Okay, so this is by using await and async. All right, so I got the response. Okay, I am saying await over here, and I'll say or I can say I can create a constant response over here, something like this. I have the response now, right? Now let me save this. I can do a console log. Let us do a log over here. Okay, and let us see what this response has. So you will see this is a response object over here. Okay, now if you open this, okay, you'll see there are a lot of things like body, headers. Okay, you have OK, which is true. So you can see OK is true. It means that the request was successful. Status is also 200. Okay, you have the URL as well. Okay, so all of this data you are getting over here. Okay, in the response object. So if you want to see whether the request was successful or not, okay, what you can do is you can have a if condition over here, and you can check for response dot OK over here, because OK is true. And if this request is not successful, for example, if I add 1 over here, if I make a URL like typo in the URL, you will see over here that we don't get response.ok. You can see, which means that the request has failed, right? So let me save this. Okay, we have response.ok, and you can handle the success scenario over here. Okay, whatever, in whichever way you want to handle. Okay, so you can do that. Now I'll get rid of this. Okay, but we get the response over here. Now what do we do with the response? Okay, so one thing we can do is we can convert this into JSON over here. Something like this we can. Okay, now over here I'll say await again, and here I'll say const data, something like this. Okay, so I have the data here, and I can say console.log data, save it. So you'll have the same data, okay, with the minimal syntax. Okay, so this syntax is much more simpler as compared to this one. Okay, and if you Google or read about fetch anywhere, this is what will be used. Okay, now here we have just made of await. Okay, if you are making use of any sort of function, you can make use of async as well. Okay, so let me show that to you. So I'll say async. Okay, async, and you can see function over here. I'll call this function as fetch data over here. Okay, and I'll paste the code that I had. All right. So I have this code, it's making use of await, I get the response, and yeah, I am actually getting the data, and I'm printing the data. That is what I'm doing. And I can call this over here, fetch data, something like this, and I can save it. Okay, you'll get the same response. Okay, so I'm getting an error, fetch data is not defined. Okay, so it should be fetch data, something like this. So you'll get the response, you can see. Right, so this is how you can make use of async and await to make API requests or make network requests using fetch over here. Now let's start talking about error handling when making network calls. It's evident that whenever you're making a network call, API request, there will be scenarios wherein you might face some errors. You might face network errors, or you might not receive the response, and so on. How do you handle them? Okay, so here what we will do is we'll develop this example further, and we'll do some sort of error handling over here. Okay, so what we can do over here is we'll handle for two scenarios. One is if the response is okay, and if the request was successful, and also if the response was not okay. Okay, so what I will do is first thing first, one way of error handling when it comes to JavaScript or any major programming language is to have try catch statement. So I'll have this try catch block. I'll move this entire piece of code within a try catch block. All right, so this is done. This is taken care of. Okay, now I have this response. Okay, now after I get the response, I'll have a check over here. I can say if response dot okay, so this is a boolean field in this object. I'll say if it's not equal to okay. All right, I'll say throw and new error, and I'll specify the message over here. I'll say network response was not okay, something like this. All right, this is taken care of. All right, I have this error that I'm custom error object or error object that I'm creating and I'm throwing. Okay, if I get the response and if this block is not executed, then what I will do is I will get the response as JSON, and I'm fetching the data over here. So I can actually fetch it this way. I can say fetched data, something like this. Okay, now if there is any error, thrown, what I can do is I can say console.error over here, and here I can say error, and I can just log the error, something like this. This is done, and you can see this is how it will work. Okay, let me make a mistake in the domain. Okay, all right, so it still got some response over here, but just in case we don't get any response, okay, then this thing will be executed. Okay, like we don't we encountered any sort of HTTP error, 404 error. So all of this will be handled by this particular code. And what we are doing is pretty simple. When we are getting the response, we are checking if response was okay or not, right? This is a Boolean field that exists in the response object. And if it's not okay, then we are throwing the error, we are getting the data, and we are logging it onto the console. So you can do any sort of processing that you wish to do because of this, with this error handling mechanism. So that's about the error handling with the fetch API and also using async await. So far, what we've done is we have done the get request. Okay, whenever we are making use of fetch, we are doing a get request, and this is how you do a get request or when working with fetch API and a remote API. Okay, so there will be scenarios when working with APIs. Of course, you might want to do a post request as well, wherein you want to post something to the server. So to do a post request, this particular website also provides. So if you scroll down here, you can see this. So here you have this get request, and here you have this post request. Okay. So if you call this endpoint /post, and you can pass in any sort of data. Okay. And you can do a post request essentially. You can go to guide over here and you can see. Okay. So this is how a post request is done. Okay. You can make use of this example as well. Okay. But what I'm going to do is so you can take a look. This is actually the exact syntax that we are planning to use. You have method defined as post, body, okay, and you have headers. So along with the fetch, you're passing in one more parameter. So you can see this is one more parameter, and you're passing in different things like method, body, headers, and so on. Okay, and you're sending it to the server. Now let us come over here and let us simulate this. So right now what we are doing is we are actually having fetch data. Okay, what I'll do is I'll duplicate this over here. I'll just comment this fetch data. Okay, and I'll have a new method created, a new function. I'll call this as post data, something like this. Okay, and I'm sending the request to, so not to do's, I'll send a request to post. Okay, over here. All right, and so it's the same API call, but over here what I will do is I'll add a comma. Okay, and we'll pass in additional information along with this request. What is the additional request? By default, what is the additional information? By default, it's taking in get. I'll say method over here is equal to, and not is equal to, I'll say post, something like this. Okay, so I'm specifying the HTTP method. I'll also specify the headers over here. Headers, colon, and here I can have a list of headers in the form of key value pairs. Now, one of the headers I can pass in is content hyphen type over here. Okay, and you can say application /JSON. All right, this is something that I'm passing, and over here in the body, so you can actually pass in the body as well. So in the body, you can say body, and I can say colon. Oops. So colon, you can say JSON dot stringify. Okay, and you can have whatever you want to post to the server. Now here you can pass in a new post essentially, because we are creating a new post. Now new post does not exist, so you will have to create it. All right. And here you can come outside, you can say constant or new post, something like this, and you can have the data being populated. Okay, so I can say post related data is title. Okay, and I can say new post, something like this, and I can have a body of the post as post body. I'll just call it post body. Okay, and you can have user ID over here. Let's say you have a user ID in your application, you can say user ID is 1. I'm just adding dummy information. So this is how you will post the data. Okay, and the rest of the thing remains the same. Okay, so you are checking if the response is okay or not. Okay, response was not okay. You are getting the data over here. So after making this post call, you are getting a response object, which you are passing it to JSON using await. and you're saying fetch data. So I won't say fetch data, I'll say posted data, right? And we are posting the error as well. Okay, now you can call this. So I'll say post data over here. Okay, and I'll save this. So now you can see over here, okay, this data is what is posted. Okay, you can see body, ID, title, and user ID, right? So this is what we are posting to the server, and this is what we are getting as the response. All right. So yeah, this is how you post data. All right. And remember over here, what we are doing is we have this function declared as async over here. We are marking it as async so that we can make use of await within it. Okay, and fetch call is awaited to pause the function until the request completes. And then we are making use of await again over here to parse the response to JSON. All right, and I have error handling managed over here. Error handling done over here with the help of try catch block. All right, so this is what we are doing, and this is how you can make use of or this is how you can make use of fetch to post data onto the server. I hope this is pretty much clear, and I hope this is starting to give you a sense of how powerful this fetch API is in JavaScript. So I want to talk about Axios, and if you're working with JavaScript, it's likely that you will hear a lot about this particular library. All right. Now I'll come over to Google first, okay, and we'll talk about what Axios is, okay. But by definition, Axios is a simple promise-based HTTP client for browsers, and you can even make use of it using with Node.js. Okay, so it's basically a very simple library, very simple but very powerful, and it's basically used for making network calls. So this is a website, axioshttp.com. Okay, if you search for Axios JavaScript, this is where you will land. It's likely that you will see a different interface depending on when you're watching this video. But let's go to get started. And here you will find everything that you need about Axios. So this is how you configure Axios if you're making use of HTML based application. And if you're making use of like something called as a node, you can make use of like if you're making use of npm package manager. And if you want to install it with node, you can make use of this. Okay, so these are different ways in which you can use Axios. Let's take a look at example. Now here, if you see, this is how a get request works with Axios. Okay, so you can see you have get method. You can make use of then because it's promise based, catch over here, and you have finally as well. Okay, you can do get request as well as the post request. Okay, and let us take a look at examples for the same. Okay, so I'm here. Okay, by definition, Axios is a powerful HTTP client for making network requests in JavaScript. Okay, there are two things. One is the get method. You also have post method, which is used to make post requests. Okay, now we'll make use of dummy API over here. Okay, this is like JSON placeholder. Okay, and we'll try to get the data. We'll try to get the data in, like we'll try to do a get request. Let's say I'll try to get one single post over here. So this is the endpoint that I'm going to use. Okay, this is what the response that I'll get. All right, so I'll get this. I'll take this endpoint and we'll make a get request. Okay, how do you make a get request? So you come over here. Okay, we have this endpoint. Okay, first of all, we need to add Axios. Okay, otherwise we are going to get errors. So I'll go to introduction over here. We had this script tag. So I'll copy this. Okay, I'll come over here and basically in index.html, I'll add the script tag over here, something like this. Okay, then I'll come over here. Okay, and I'm going to make use of get over here to get the data. Okay, so I can say Axios dot get. Okay, and let me cut this and paste it over here. Okay, so this is the endpoint that I'm making a call to. I'll say dot then something like this. Okay, I'll have response. Okay, and I'll make use of arrow over here and I'll say log, and we'll say get request over here. Get request. What is the output? So the output is response dot data over here. Okay, that is what we are going to do. So you can see the output over here. You can see user ID 1. Okay, the entire output that you saw over here in the endpoint. Okay, you can see, and this is what you'll see over here, right? So this is the data that we are getting. Okay, it's working perfectly fine. All right, you can even just print response. Let us see what this response object has. Okay, so if you see this response object, you have config. Okay, you have data over here, body, title, user ID. You can see the entire data over here in the JSON format. You have headers, you have request related information, you have status code, the status text, all of that you have. Now, if you want to get the data, just the data, you can make use of response.data over here. So this is get request using Axios. Okay, I'll end this with a semicolon. Let's take a look at the post request as well. So what I will do is I'll just duplicate this. Okay, we will tweak this syntax over here. Okay, so here what I'll do is I'll create post data first. Post data over here. Okay, something like this, and I'll have data like title over here. So I can say title post. Okay, and I'll have description, something like this, or let's have instead of description we can have a body over here as key value pairs. Okay, body post. Okay, that is it. So I'll have a couple of parameters here. This is our post data object. Okay, now what I can do over here is instead of get, I can make use of post over here. This is post, right? I have this endpoint over here. So actually if you visit the website over here, okay, this is the endpoint where so if I scroll down, this is the endpoint where the post request can be triggered. Okay, /posts. So I'll just remove one from here. Okay, this is not needed. It should be posts, and I'll post the post data over here. Okay, so you can see the simplification in the syntax over here, right? And you can see this is instead of get, this is post over here, and you can save this essentially. So you can see this is get, and here we are making use of post request, wherein we are getting the data that is posted. All right, so this is how post request works. Now you'll ask, okay, what is the difference? Why should I use Axios over fetch? Fetch is also inbuilt. Okay, I don't need to make use of any sort of external library. Okay, now the answer lies in multiple things over here. So you must have observed, like, the syntax is pretty much concise. It's easier to read, easier to make use of. You have to make use of methods and you are done, right? Also, the response that you're getting over here when you're making use of Axios is JSON by default. You don't have to parse. But when you work with fetch, you'll have to explicitly convert the data into JSON format, okay, using response.json, and that is when you get the JSON data. Okay, so it's an additional step that you have to do. Also, in terms of error handling, okay, you can make use of catch over here. Okay, so you can say over here dot catch. Okay, now you will get an error if there is any sort of errors. Okay, so I can say error log over here, console.log. Okay, and you can say error, and you can post the error object as well over here. Okay, so this needs to go away. Let me see. So yeah, this is what it is. Okay, so yeah, this is how you can catch the error. You can add this over here as well. So I'll add it. This is how you can catch errors. Okay. Now, when it comes to error handling, I must say that Axios provides better error handling mechanism. I must say better and informative. I'll tell you why. So when you work with Fetch API, errors will only be thrown if there is a network error, right? And HTTP status codes like 404 or 500 do not trigger a catch block. But with Axios, any HTTP status code outside the range of 2, like if it's 2xx, outside the range of, if it's not starting with 2, in short, it will automatically trigger an error that can be caught in the catch block, right? So these all kinds of benefits you have with Axios, and you will see a lot of code out there that is making use of this library. This library is pretty popular. Okay. Also, Fetch, it does not support Internet Explorer, whereas Axios is compatible with all major browsers, including older versions. So Axios in a way is a better choice if you need to support legacy browsers as well. Okay. So yeah, this is about Axios, and I hope this is helpful, and I hope you have been able to follow along. So I'm going to give you a quick demo of the application that we are going to build using JavaScript. So the application is called QuickPost, and this is what it will look like. Now here you can see that you have two input boxes, and from here you can create a post. Okay, so you can enter the title and the post content, and it is going to create a post for you. And when you say create post, it is going to post, or it is going to do a post request and create the post. So we'll have an API in place that is going to do the job. And all the data that you are seeing over here is post. These are all dummy posts that we are fetching. And this is all being fetched from a API. Okay. It has a remote delete button using which you can delete the post over here. Okay. So this is what the entire application is going to look like. Okay. And the question would come to you like in your mind is, which is the API that we are going to use? So I'm going to make use of a dummy API from this website called jsonplaceholder.typicode.com. If you Google JSON placeholder, here's where you land, and it provides free demo APIs to be used in your application. So if you scroll down, you will have like APIs like endpoints over here. Okay, you can see all the routes, posts, you can get the comments and so on. Okay, so yeah, this is what we are going to use, and yeah, this is entirely API driven. Okay, so we are going to build functionalities like displaying the post. How can you display the post? How can you fetch the post from the remote server? How can you create a new post using this form at the top? How can you delete the post as well? So ready? Let's jump right in. So here I am in Visual Studio Code, and I have opened this folder where I'm going to write all the code. I have 3 files created: index.html, index.js, and style.css. Okay, so ignore this mat.js. We're going to work on these 3 files that are open over here: index.html, index.js, and style.css. They all reside in the same folder. Okay, so I'll start with the HTML file. Okay, I'm going to add some boilerplate code over here. Okay, and we'll add the document title as QuickPost because that is what our application is going to be called. Under body, I'm going to add a h1 tag over here, and I'm going to add QuickPost again over here. Okay, so if you head over to the browser and if you refresh, you're going to see QuickPost up here. Okay, so this is QuickPost, and now I'm going to add a div. Okay, now this is a div where our form basically to create a new post will reside. Okay, so I'm going to say ID, and I'm going to call this, I'm going to give it an ID of app over here. I'm going to add div over here, and yeah, I'm going to give this an ID as well. Okay, let us call this as post form. Okay, this is done. Now over here I need a few things. Okay, so I need a input box. Okay, now inside input box, so not inside, actually we need to add few attributes like text. Oops, not tel, it will be text. I'll give this an ID of post title because this is going to accept the post title. I'll also add a placeholder called post title, and I'm going to mark it as required. Okay, this is done, and I'll duplicate this actually rather than typing in the entire thing, and instead of input I'm going to have a text area over here. Okay, I'll have so type is not required actually for text area. I'll just get rid of this. Instead of post title, I'll have post body over here. Placeholder as post body over here, something like this, or post content is better. Okay, and it is required over here. Okay, and I need a closing tag here. Okay, so this is done. I also need to add a button over here. So I'll say button. Okay, and I'll close this, and I'll have an ID over here. So we are going to need an ID for this button because we are going to refer it. Okay, in fact all the elements we need ID because we are going to refer it from the JavaScript, and we are going to get the contents. Right, now if you save this, you're going to have a basic post basic form over here. Okay, we are seeing some JavaScript here. It's likely we have done some mistake. So I actually just did a refresh and this fixed the issue. Okay, but the button is not coming in properly. So I'll have create post over here. Okay, and I can close this input box as well. Okay, so yeah, it's looking decent now. All right, and now within this app, okay, here, so this is a form div. Okay, here what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a unordered list over here, something like this, unordered list. Okay, I'm going to add an ID of post list, something like this. Okay, so this is where we are going to display all the posts that we fetch. Okay, now here in the end, I'm going to have script tag. Okay, I'm going to say src. I'm going to say index.js. I'll save this. Okay, and I also need to link the CSS file. So I can come at the top over here. I can say link rel over here, style sheet. Okay, something like this, and I'll say href and styles.css. Okay, so this is done. Okay, the linking is also done. There is no CSS or JavaScript defined right now, so it's not likely that we'll see any sort of output, but yeah, we will work on this soon. Okay, but for now we're done with the HTML, I believe. There's nothing more to be done over here. Now we can move to index.js. Okay, now here is where our JavaScript code is going to reside, and what all we need to add over here. So let me add a structure over here, and let me give you an overview as to what we are going to do. So first thing, we are going to have some logic that will help us fetch all the posts from the API and display them to the user over here. Okay, because here we have added an unordered list, so this is where our post list is going to be shown. Okay, so first we need to fetch the data. So this fetching is a functionality. Okay, and I'm going to group all the code for fetching all the data into a function. Okay, so this is a function that we are going to have. So I'm going to create this function called fetch post. Then after fetching, we need to display as well. Okay, so displaying meaning we need to render the post on the HTML page, and along with that we also need to add a delete button on the fly for each post. So this we need to build in dynamically. So what we will be doing is we will say delete, not delete, it will be display post. So this is another function that we are going to create. I'll also need a way wherein user can create the post. So if he enters all the information and if he says create post, the post is created, right? So I'll need a function for that. Okay, so I'll say create post, okay, or create post singular. Okay, so this is what we are going to need. Now when displaying the post, we will be adding or rendering the delete button as well. All right, so the delete button needs to be functional. Okay, so we are going to have a functionality for deleting the post. Okay, it should be triggered when the user clicks on delete button. So these four things is what these four functions is what this file is going to consist of. All right, and we'll go through each of the functionality one by one. All right, step by step. All right, now what I'm going to do is first thing, so I'm going to have a constant over here. Okay, constant. Now why am I creating constant? You will get this shortly, but I'm creating a constant called API URL because I'm going to do multiple API calls. Right, now one way is I hardcode the API URL in every call that I'm doing, or I have a variable created at the top of the file called API URL, and I have the endpoint defined over there. Okay, now the benefit of creating a variable like this is tomorrow if you want to change the URL, you have to just change it at one place. Okay, so you will come over here. I'm going to make use of this endpoint over here. Okay, this is what we are going to make use of. So here you can come and I'm going to like add this endpoint over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, so what is this? This is the base URL of API. Okay, so I can call it base API URL. Okay, so this is the API URL that we'll use, like I said. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to fetch the post, right? So I'm going to say async. I'm going to create a async function. Okay, function name is fetch post. All right, and I'm going to have all the logic inside. All right, now we'll begin with the try catch block. The reason for this is because we are making an API call, right? Now over here, I'm going to create a response object. I'm going to say await, and I'm going to make use of fetch over here. Okay, I'm going to say API URL over here. Okay, you can even make use of Axios. That's absolutely fine, but I'll stick to fetch over here. You can make use of if over here. I can say if response is not okay. All right, what we do is we throw an error over here. So I'll say throw new error over here, something like this, and I can say error occurred. Data error occurred when fetching data, something like this. All right, so this is how we are throwing the error. All right, and yeah, this is done. Now what we need to do is, if there is no error, I need to create post object over here. I need to get the response, and with the help of await, I need to convert it into JSON over here. Okay, so we have the JSON data now. All right, and then what we can do is we can display the post. Okay, so you can even log it over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, and over here you can show the error. So if there is error, okay, log the error to console. So you can just say error over here. This is done. All right, so yeah, this is done. Now what we can do is we need to call this particular function. How do we call it? Okay, so we are going to add an event listener to the entire document, because we want to load all the posts once the document is loaded, the HTML document or HTML DOM is loaded. Okay, so I'm going to say document.add event listener. Okay, and over here I'm going to say DOM content loaded. Okay, so you can see it appends an event listener for the events whose okay, this is about add event listener. Okay, but I'm not getting a tooltip for DOM content loaded. So once everything in the DOM is loaded, okay, it is going to trigger this function. So I can call fetch post over here, and I'll save this. Now you won't see any output over here, of course, because we are not rendering it to the HTML. But if you go to inspect and if you click on console, so you will see an array. Okay, so this was a huge array. Okay, it took some time to load. Okay, for a while, but yeah, you can see all the data over here. You can see how the data is coming in. You can even log, just so I don't want to make this very heavy, so I'll just log one post. That is okay. Okay, this means the API is working. All right, now what we need to do is we don't want to log this onto the console. So I just did this for testing. We actually want to display this to the users. So this is where we are going to make use of display post function over here. Okay, so we need to define this function. So I'm going to say function over here, display post, something like this. Okay, now where are we going to display this? So if you come over to HTML, we need to display it over here in the unordered list, and we need to fetch this ID over here. So I'll come over here, I'll say document dot, I'll say get element by ID, and oops, I'm going to fetch this particular list over here. Okay, so we have got this, and I can say post list over here, something like this. Okay, so I have the list where I wish to display the post. Now first thing is I will clear everything that is there over here. So I can say post list dot inner HTML. I'll clear all the data that exists. Okay, now once this is cleared, okay, so if there is any data loaded previously, that will get cleared using this. Now what you need to do is you have all the data, right? So I need to pass posts over here, all the posts. Okay, so I'll be making a function call to this. But whatever data you are getting over here, what you need to do is you need to iterate through the post. Like you saw, we are getting an array, right? So you can iterate through it, and you can actually create a li element. okay, because within UI or within UL, unordered list, you will have a list of element that is represented using li tag of HTML. So that is what we are going to do. So I'm going to say post dot, I'm going to say for each over here. Oops, so something like this, and over here I'm going to, so here what I need to do is I'm going to say post for every post, okay. For every post you come over here, I'll say document dot get element by ID. Okay, we cannot get element by ID, we need to create element, okay. So I'll be creating element because we have not defined li in the interface, right? So I'm creating this HTML element, this li tag, and I'll say const li over here, something like this, okay. So this element is getting created. Now I'll say li dot text content is equal to, okay, I'll add a dollar, and I'll add post dot, and I need to add title over here, something like this, okay, because we are getting title and I'm getting body as well, okay. So I'm going to add dollar, and I'll say post dot body, something like this, okay. And yeah, I think this is it, and let's see what we see over here now, okay. So we are seeing nothing because we are not calling this function, okay. So instead of logging over here, I'll just get rid of this. I'm going to say display posts, okay, and we need to pass in all the posts object, like all the posts over here. Now you won't see any log over here, but let me refresh, okay. You're not seeing anything. 1 second. Okay, you are not seeing anything. So we are not seeing anything because we are creating the element, but we are not appending it to the UI. Okay, so I need to append it to the UI also. So I need to say post list dot append. I can say append child. This will go in as a child, and I'll say li over here. I'll save this, and now you can see, okay, you have all the posts being populated over here, and this is coming in the form of bullets. You can see there's no CSS defined yet. Okay, so that is something you need to keep in mind. Every post is coming in this way, all right, and this is the data, okay. So yeah, you're seeing everything, all the data, okay. Data might not make sense, but that's okay. You know, this is all dummy data we are working with, but this is good. Now you can add delete button as well, so that the user can click over here and delete the respective post. So what we will do is, before appending over here, okay, before appending like this, I'll have a delete button added. So I'll say const delete button, something like this. I'll say document dot create element. Which is the element? The element is button, something like this. Okay, I'll add a semicolon. Now for button, okay, we need to set some attributes. Okay, so I'll say delete button dot text content. What is the text content? This text content is the property that is going to display the text on the button. So I'm going to say delete. We'll keep it simple. Okay. Here I'll say delete button dot class name. I had a class name also over here. I'll call this a delete button. Okay. Because this class name I'll be later using in the CSS. Okay. I also need to add an event listener. So I'll say delete a button in short dot on click. So I need to add on click event. Sorry, on click over here. Okay, now on click of this, what you need to do is, we'll have this short function defined. Okay, I'll say delete. Oops. So right now I'll just do console.log. We don't have delete post button, delete post function yet. So I'll just do console.log. Okay, I'll just log post dot id over here, something like this. So this will give us the ID of the post against which the delete button is clicked. All right, I'll do this, and I'll append this to the list. I'll say li dot append. Otherwise we won't see this, right, like it happened earlier. So I'll just append this, and let us come over here. You can see delete button. Now if you go to inspect console, okay, let us see on click if we see the console log. So if I say click, you're seeing 3. If I click again, you'll see 1, right? So if I click the second post, you'll see 2 over here. So clearly we are able to get the ID of the post that is being clicked. All right, so this delete button is working, except the fact it's not functional yet. We need to define the function yet. Okay, this is done, right? So far what we have done is, if you have to do a quick review, we are fetching the post, we are displaying the post. Okay, displaying means we are rendering the post to the UI. We need to have a create post thing over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say I'm going to have document dot get element by ID. Okay, why am I doing this? Because create post should be triggered when this create post button is clicked, right? So I'll say document dot get element by ID. I'll add this create post. If a user clicks on this, so if a user clicks, okay, so on click of this, I'll say async. Okay, and I'll have an async function like this created over here. Okay, now it's okay if I don't give a name to this function. No parameters are needed. Okay, I'll add a semicolon, but within the function I'm going to have everything that we need to create a post. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say constant title. Okay, I'll say document dot get element by ID. So this is the entire thing we need. Now we need to get the title, right? So I'll say post title, doc post title. Okay, and I'll say dot value here, something like this. Oops. So post title dot value. Okay, this is done. I also need to get the body, so I'll copy this. I'll have this body, and here instead of post title I'll have body, something like this, and I'll have value. Okay, this is done. So we have title and the body over here. Okay, and now we can do a log. Let us test this. Okay, so I'll say title comma body. Okay, if you come here, okay, let me go to inspect, go to console, let me say test title and test C. I'll create it, and you should see test T and test C. So this is test title and test content. That is what I typed in, and you are seeing that on the console, so it's clearly picking it up, right? So we are getting this over here in title and body. Now what we can do is, we need to create a new post object, because we need to send this to the server. All right, so I'm going to create a new post over here, and this is going to be an object over here. So I'm going to say title, I'm going to have body, I'm going to have user ID colon 1 over here. Okay, so this is the hard-coded user ID just for demonstration. Okay, now this is done. The object creation is done. Now after object creation, what we can do is, we need to send this to the server. Right, before sending it to the server, we'll incorporate a try catch block for error handling. All right, within the catch block, I'm going to have the error over here. Okay, something like this. I'm going to have error. Okay, then within the try block, I'm going to say const response, and I'm going to have await fetch. Okay, and I'm going to have the API URL like so, and then I need to add additional things for the post request. Now what are the additional things? I need to specify the method over here. So I'm going to say method, oops, not this one, method. I'm going to say post. So the method request, or the request type, is of post, right? I'm going to say headers. I need to pass in headers. Okay, and I'm going to have content type, and application slash JSON over here. Okay, I'll add comma, and we'll add body over here. JSON dot, I'll say stringify. Okay, and I'll convert this into a string like this, new post. Okay, and yeah, this is it. I'll add a semicolon over here. I'll add a if block. So if not response, okay, all right, then probably you can throw a new error. Throw new error. I'll say error when posting post, something like this. Okay, this is done, and we are handling the error as well. Okay, So this is done, and what we need to do is, after, like, if there is no error, then of course we'll come over here, right? So what we can do is we can have const post is equal to await response dot JSON. So we are getting the response as JSON, okay? And just to give a confirmation to the user, I'll say alert over here, okay? And I'll say post created successfully, something like that, okay? This is done, alert is done, and then I'll refresh the post, okay? Because after creating the data, any new data on the server, you need to refresh the list of posts from the server, right? So I'm calling that function over here, okay? This is done. I believe we are all set to test this. Let us test. Okay, so I'll say title, I'll say content, I'll say create. You can see post created successfully, and the data is refreshed. Okay, now you won't see the new data being added over here. I'll tell you why. Because it's dummy API, right? It's not like it's saving the data that you're sending to it, but it's giving you a confirmation that the post request has been received, right? And that is why we saw that pop up, because there was no error. The response was okay. All right. So yeah, the post is created, and now let's have the function or the ability to delete the post. So I'm going to have async over here, async function. I'm going to call this as delete post. And here I'm going to add a couple of parameters like post ID, which will tell us which post we are trying to delete, and I'll also accept the li element over here that we want to remove from the interface. I'll have try catch block over here, okay? Like always, within the catch block, I'll like print the error, okay? And then over here, I can copy the syntax. In fact, I'll copy this entire thing, okay? I'll paste it over here. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm saying const response await fetch API URL. Now I'll convert this into a template string, okay, template literal. So I'll say something like this, okay. So we need to call the endpoint. If you see this endpoint over here, okay, we'll call the endpoint this endpoint delete post /1. So the one part, this part, the last part, is the post ID, and this has to be dynamic. So we need to make use of template literals over here. Okay, so I'll like just add this. Okay, I'll say slash. So this is the endpoint, and I'll say dollar over here. I'll say post ID, something like this. Okay, now method over here is delete, something like this, and you can get rid of all of this. This is not needed, right? This is done. Okay, now if there is no error, we are saying error when deleting post over here. Okay, and this is done, and then we can display an alert over here. So alert is this, and we'll fetch the post. So I'll just have the same code. So alert is post deleted successfully. Okay, something like this. Okay, and instead of fetching post, we are accepting this li element, right? So I'll say li element dot remove, something like this. So you can remove the post from the UI as well using this. You are actually deleting that element, that HTML element from the interface. That is what you're doing over here. Okay, so yeah, this is done. Now we need to call delete post. Okay, now when is delete post called? Okay, so if you scroll up here, we were creating the delete button somewhere. So you're creating the post, and then over here post is getting created. Okay, 1 second. So here we are creating the delete button, right? So on click of delete button over here, what we need to do is, instead of logging it to the console, we can say delete post, because now we have that function. Okay, I'm going to pass in two parameters like the post ID, post.id over here, like this. Okay, because we have access to the post object here. You can see this is a post object. Okay, post.id, and I can pass in li over here. This is the li element. This is what the li element is. Okay, I'll pass these two, And we are all set, I believe. Let us see the output. Okay. Now let me delete the first one. This QUI is the second one. So let me delete this. Post deleted successfully. You can see. So it's working fine. You can see. Absolutely great. You can even add the post over here. Any sort of post. It'll work fine. This you can clear if you wish to. Okay, so after creating the post, let's come over here. So when you are creating the post over here, create post, title, body. Okay, you can come over here and you can actually get this cleared. So here, if you come to like create post function, you can copy these two. Okay, you're getting these two elements over here, and before just fetching the post, what you can do is I'll get rid of these. Okay, I don't need variables, but here in the place of value, you can clear the value fields like this. Okay, so this should clear. You can see test, and I'll put in some content. Create post created successfully, and you can see it got cleared. All right. So yeah, this is what it is, and I hope this is looking decent. Now let's beautify this. We can actually add some CSS over here also to make it look a little bit decent. So I'll add body over here. Okay, for body I'll say font family. I can add Arial. Okay, I'll say text align. I'll say center. Margin, I'll keep margin as 0 over here. Padding, let's add some padding over here. We can add padding of 20 pixels. We'll see how this looks. Okay, decent. Okay, we'll improve. Okay, let's go on. Padding and background color, I'll add background color as Alice blue. Okay, or we can add, just keep it simple, white. You can add whatever you want to. Okay, I've just kept white over here. Oops. So yeah, white over here, and this is done. Body. Now we can add some styling for header. Let us add some styling. So I'll say color. I have some color code with me. I'll say 333. Oops, hash 333, and we have this header. Okay. After header, we need to style this post form. Okay, so I'll come over here to CSS. I'll get the ID like this. Okay, now to this particular form, I'll add a display of flex over here. Okay, and justify content. I'll say center. Okay, align items center over here. I'll say gap of 10 pixels. Okay, and I'll add a margin bottom over here of 20 pixels like so. Okay, so far so good. Okay, we need to improve more on CSS, so let's add a little bit more. Okay, input, I'll say type. So we'll have type over here, text. Okay, so for this input field, okay, I'll add for text area as well over here. I'll say text area. Okay, like so. I need padding of 10 pixels. Okay. Oops, so this has to be comma over here. Okay, it should work fine. Padding of 10 pixels. Okay, it's looking decent. Now over here, I need to add like width. Width, let's add of 200 pixels. Okay, I'll add margin. Let's keep margin to 0 pixels or 0 over here. I'll say border. Okay, border, I'll add 1 pixels solid, and I'll keep the code to this white. Okay, I'll add border radius over here. I'll add a little bit of radius to 5 pixels. Let's see how that goes. Okay, it's looking decent now, you can see. All right, so yeah, this is about input. You can style more if you wish to, but I think I'll stick to this button over here. What is button? We are going to add button padding over here, 10 pixels. I'll add 15 pixels over here. Okay, background color. Background color we can add. You can add blue, for example. Color is white over here. Border of none over here. I'll say radius of 5 pixels. Okay, you can see how it's looking. All right, and then cursor pointer. So we'll add cursor pointer over here, and yeah, this is it. I think so cursor will be pointer if you hover, right? So this button, delete button, should be red in color, and we'll come to that. Okay, but this is done right now. Okay, you can have a hover effect as well over here. So I can add a hover effect for button. Okay, and the hover effect is background color of dark blue. Okay, so it will have a hover effect. If you hover, it will turn to dark blue. Okay, this is done. Now we need to style the list, which is actually like the content that we are displaying. Okay, so I'll say list style or list style type it's called, and I'll stick to none over here. Okay, so we were getting bullets early on. Now we won't get bullets. We have got rid of them. Okay, I'll say padding over here, 0 pixels. Okay, so padding of 0 in short, and I need to style the list over here. So let us add some styling for list. Okay, so I can say padding 10 pixels. Okay, border, I'll say 1 pixels. Solid, I'll say hash TTT. Okay, this is white color, white shade. Margin of 5 pixels and 0. I'll add border radius of 5 pixels. Okay, I'll add a display of flex over here. Justify content, I'll say space between, and I'll say align items to center. Let us save and let us see. Okay, decent. All right, this is looking good. Okay, we are doing something right now. Okay, it's giving a feel that we are doing something, right? Delete button. Okay, now we need to add some distinct style to delete button. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll get this button style over here. We'll modify this style a bit to match the delete button. So padding we'll keep a less padding because we're displaying it in a list. I'll keep 5 and 10. Now delete button is a negative, like it's a negative action. So we'll have red over here. Color is white is fine. Border none. Radius 5 pixel. Cursor pointer is fine. So if you come over here, you see it's delete now. But on hover, it's still giving us the blue effect, right? So what I'll do is I'll say dot delete button colon hover over here, and I'll say background color of dark red. You can see this dark red. Now if you come, it will be dark red. You can see, right? So yeah, the app is looking decent now. Okay, and it should work fine. Yeah, you know, we built out one application that helps us learn all the JavaScript concepts, you know, like major JavaScript concepts, functions, working with APIs, you know, interacting with HTML elements, the building dynamic interfaces where you are rendering dynamic things like the list dynamically, right? How you can get the response from the API and iterate through it to render it onto the interface. All these things we have covered, and I hope this has been useful.